With a precise investment of 100,000 yuan on a single number, consisting of two sets of consecutive large digits, the protagonist unexpectedly struck a multi-million jackpot, triggering a payout limit and depleting the prize pool. This seamless maneuver left netizens in astonishment and ignited a trending topic online. Doubts arose across the internet regarding the possibility of behind-the-scenes manipulation of this event. Yet the central figure, Chen Zhi, knew the truth all too well. He had always been a rather unfortunate soul, and now, faced with a financial crisis, he had resorted to purchasing a lottery ticket worth 100,000 yuan out of sheer desperation, with little desire to win. However, fortune had other plans, and with the colossal sum in hand, Chen Zhi's career soared to unprecedented heights. As Chen Zhi drove to deliver goods, his phone rang. Seeing a local number, he instinctively answered, only to find it was yet another debt collector. The moment he picked up, he was bombarded with threats, including the possibility of them exposing his contacts or resorting to forceful measures. Frustrated, Chen Zhi retorted, "All you do is pressure me. Let me be clear, I have no money, and if you want my life, do as you wish." We live in an era of widespread debt, and Chen Zhi was no exception, having succumbed to the pressures of mortgages, car loans, and the financial burdens of engagement and marriage. After losing his job at a major corporation, his income plummeted, forcing him to rely on loans to cover loans. The final straw came when he was swindled out of over 500,000 yuan by his uncle's brother-in-law. 6 months prior, this unscrupulous man had lured him into a business partnership, only for the newly established factory to be shut down for violations, leaving Chen Zhi empty-handed. With no other options, he turned to his uncle for help. His uncle, Qin Guomin, was the village head of Beitan and quite affluent. After returning from his delivery, Chen Zhi, having skipped dinner, drove his white Nissan to his uncle's house. Upon arriving at the village entrance, he noticed two cars parked by the roadside, one a Mercedes and the other a Land Rover. From a Mercedes emerged two individuals, one of whom was unmistakably his uncle, while the driver was his cousin, Qin Yuhui. Beside the Land Rover stood two burly men, resembling bears, one of whom approached the Mercedes with a box of liquor in hand. Chen Zhi's instincts warned him that he was witnessing something nefarious. As he drew closer, he confirmed his suspicions. After a pretense of refusal from Qin Guomin, the man shoved the liquor into the trunk of the Mercedes. Knowing that the nearby river had yielded significant profits from sand mining in recent years, he surmised that the two bald men were likely delivering gifts to the village head. Chen Zhi discreetly recorded the scene on his phone. Upon getting closer, he noticed Qin Yuhui's brand new Mercedes GLE 350, still unregistered. Angered, Chen Zhi remarked, "Oh, uncle, a brand new G-Class. Quite the luxury. Meanwhile, your nephew is on the brink of losing his house and car, seeking your assistance, and you claim to be broke. Is this car a gift from the wind?" Qin Guomin's expression soured as he replied, "Chen Zhi, your reasoning is flawed. Your debts are your own doing, and it has nothing to do with me. I only agreed to help because of our family ties, but I truly have no money. This car was financed with a minimal down payment." Clearly seeking to evade responsibility, Chen Zhi, pushed to his limits, retorted, "Are you playing dumb, uncle? You introduced me to your brother-in-law for business, and now he has absconded with the money. How do I know you two aren't colluding to deceive me? How dare you slander me?" Qin Guomin's fury ignited as he pointed a finger at Chen Zhi. "You better be cautious with your words." His son, Qin Yuhui, emboldened by his father's anger, stepped forward, accusing Chen Zhi, "What nonsense are you spouting? Watch your mouth." Chen Zhi's gaze turned icy. "Yuhui, do you dare insult me? Insult? He'll hit you." Yuhui shouted, lunging at Chen Zhi with a punch. Chen Zhi deftly sidestepped, seized Yuhui's wrist, and twisted it painfully. Yuhui cried out as he dropped the car keys, which Chen Zhi promptly caught, tossing Yuhui several steps back. Fortunately, the two burly men rushed to support him. Yuhui, teeth clenched, commanded the two men, "Help me beat him. Tonight he'll treat you." Eager for a fight, the two men charged at Chen Zhi. However, before the first could land a blow, he was met with a flurry of punches and collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. The second man, attempting a kick, also fell swiftly, incapacitated. Stunned, Qin Guomin and his son could hardly comprehend the swift turn of events. Chen Zhi brandished the Mercedes keys, declaring, "This car far surpasses my Nissan. We'll be borrowing it for a few days. You both know well that a rural family cannot afford such a luxury. I recorded your gift exchange, and the evidence is in the car. Within 3 days, you will provide me with 300,000 yuan to settle my debts, or I will report you." Fearful of Chen Zhi's resolute demeanor and clenched fists, The father and son fell silent, watching helplessly as Chen Zhi drove away in the Mercedes. Damn it, Yu Hui fumed, pulling out his phone to call the police, only to be restrained by his father. We can't report this, there's evidence of bribery in the car, Qin Guomin warned, his face darkening. Chen Zhi has a history. His mother once dated a wealthy man, and his father was severely injured while confronting him. He is trained in martial arts, and it appears he has honed his skills well. We must tread carefully. Meanwhile, the two burly men were already on their phones, seeking reinforcements, but Qin Guomin hurried to dissuade them. As for Chen Zhi, he felt elated. The upgraded sound system in Yu Hui's car was exquisite, undoubtedly a 4D Berlin sound system. The auditory experience was rich and immersive, a true delight. Having suspected his uncle of dubious dealings as the village head, he now had confirmation of his wealth. However, Chen Zhi was reluctant to escalate matters to the point of reporting a relative for accepting bribes. As he pondered the implications of the bribe, he parked nearby, curious to investigate the contents of the liquor. To his astonishment, upon opening the box, he discovered bundles of 100 yuan bills, 10 bundles, totaling 100,000 yuan. This was ill-gotten wealth that he could not touch. Using it to repay his debts could lead to inquiries about its origins. Yet, returning the money to a corrupt official felt unjust. What was he to do with this dilemma? Suddenly, a mischievous idea popped into Chen Zhi's mind. Why not donate the ill-gotten gains of that corrupt official to welfare? Let's buy lottery tickets with 100,000. With 100,000, he could purchase 500,000 lottery tickets. Chen Zhi decided to buy all 500,000 tickets with the same number, deliberately selecting two sets of large consecutive digits. Aware that relying on a single number wouldn't lead to a win, he whimsically chose absurd combinations. The lottery shop owner, astonished, found a large bag to accommodate the 500,000 tickets. Looking at Chen Zhi as if he were a creature from another realm, Chen Zhi tossed the hefty bag into the trunk of his car, planning to return it to Qin later. Just imagining Uncle seeing the 100,000 in ill-gotten gains transformed into this absurdity made Chen Zhi stifle a laugh. The G-Class was an unfamiliar vehicle, unable to access the residential complex or the underground garage, so he had to find a place to park outside. He randomly stopped at a noodle shop and had a bowl of beef noodles before walking back home. It was midsummer, and the night was sweltering. As he returned to his apartment, drenched in sweat, he shivered when he opened the door. The air conditioning was set to a frigid temperature upon entering. His sweat instantly turned icy. He grabbed the remote and raised the temperature a few degrees. His wife, Lu Hong, was on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, and shot him a glare. "What's wrong with you?" she snapped, snatching the remote and deliberately lowering the temperature further. Chen Zhi attempted to reclaim the remote. "I'm soaked in sweat. Lowering the temperature like this is going to make me freeze. Aren't you afraid you'll catch a cold?" Unexpectedly, Lu Hong became furious, evading his grasp and violently throwing the remote against the wall. With a sharp crack, the remote shattered, batteries rolling out. "Worried about catching a cold, huh?" Lu Hong glared at him. "You think only about your own discomfort. Have you considered my feelings?" Chen Zhi was taken aback. "Is it really necessary to blow up over such a trivial matter?" "You're overreacting." "Overreacting?" Lu Hong's eyes brimmed with tears. "Is this life even livable? It's not a trivial matter. My phone has been bombarded with collection calls today. Do you have any idea how my colleagues look at me? I had to silence my phone and missed a call from the department head, who scolded me." Her voice choked with emotion. She continued, "I can't take this anymore. Look at a divorce." Chen Zhi stared at Lu Hong, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. It was painfully evident that since their financial troubles began, the idea of divorce had been written on her face. Ever since he lost his job at the large company, her attitude toward him had completely shifted. Rather than being swept away by Lu Hong's fury, he calmly replied, "Divorce? I can agree to that. With the current debt crisis, I shouldn't drag you into my suffering. But have you considered that once we divorce, our families will also be hurt?" "Chen Zhi," Lu Hong suddenly turned to him. "Are you even a man? Using our families to threaten me only shows you want to drag me down with you." Her words struck with weight. Chen Zhi's expression hardened. "Indeed, I am a man. If we're to part ways, then let it be. It's your choice." "Fine, if that's what you want. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow," Lu Hong declared. Chen Zhi firmly responded, "All right." Lu Hong had evidently been waiting for his reply. With her goal achieved, she ceased her outburst and returned to her phone. A short while later, she stood up and walked into the bathroom. The sound of running water indicated she was showering. From the lively noises, Chen Zhi sensed her spirits were quite high. However, he felt an unbearable weight in his heart. He could tell Lu Hong's heart had already flown away. There seemed to be little reason to plead for her to stay. Yet, a divorce would inflict significant pain on their families. His single father, who had suffered greatly after being beaten and crippled while catching a cheating spouse, had raised 3 motherless children alone, one of whom was mentally challenged. Their grandfather, who would ride a rickety electric tricycle under the scorching sun, traveled 60 kilometers to bring melons and various fruits to his beloved grandchildren. After the sound of the hairdryer ceased, Lu Hong emerged from the bathroom, her hair neatly arranged. She wore a light green silk nightgown that appeared refreshing and comfortable, cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure. The delicate silk material revealed glimpses of her 26-year-old physique, causing Chen Zhi to instinctively swallow hard. As Lu Hong passed by him, Chen Zhi suddenly stood up and embraced her from behind. He resolved to make an effort to salvage their relationship for the sake of their families and their past affection. They say, after a quarrel, intimacy can restore tenderness. "What are you doing?" Lu Hong wriggled, attempting to break free. Yet, Chen Zhi held her tightly, burying his face in her long hair. The scent of her shampoo was fresh and delicate. He inhaled the intoxicating fragrance, thinking, as long as they were together, she remained his. "We're about to get divorced, and you're forcing yourself on me." Lu Hong struggled fiercely, but Chen Zhi refused to let her escape, pressing against her back and securing his grip. He knew this tactic was effective. It wouldn't take long for Lu Hong to relent. She softened, while Chen Zhi's reaction was entirely opposite. Their breaths grew increasingly heavy. He lifted Lu Hong in his arms and carried her into the bedroom, tossing her onto the bed and preparing to pounce. However, Lu Hong pushed him away, her small, white foot against his chest, preventing him from getting closer. "You smell awful. Go take a shower and brush your teeth." "I just showered this morning. I'm not dirty," Chen Zhi protested, feeling impatient. But Lu Hong stood her ground, unwavering. "You must wash up. If you don't, you're not allowed to come near me." All right, he'll go shower." Since his wife had relented, Chen Zhi saw no need to force the issue. He hurriedly took a quick shower and returned to the bedroom, only to find Lu Hong had already fallen asleep. She was covered by a thin summer blanket, her fair face slightly flushed, emitting soft snores. She was deeply asleep, having no intention of waiting on him. She merely sent him away to enjoy her sleep. A wave of heat surged within him, and the feeling of being deceived morphed into anger. With a sudden jerk, he pulled the summer blanket away and pounced on her. Chapter 3. Winning the grand prize of 100,000. Chen Zhi lunged at Lu Hong, causing her to awaken instantly. She raised her hand and forcefully pushed him away. Unprepared, Chen Zhi nearly toppled off the bed. Lu Hong pointed her delicate finger at him, asserting, "Do not touch me, or I will turn against you." Furious, Chen Zhi retorted, "What was the meaning of your insistence that I take a shower and brush my teeth? In the sweltering heat, what was wrong with wanting to freshen up?" "There is," he countered. "You clearly meant for me to wash up and then wait for you in bed. You're overthinking it." Lu Hong scoffed. "Tomorrow, we are getting divorced. You no longer have the right to my bed. I warn you to behave yourself." That trending news about the marital assault case resulted in a 3-year sentence. You wouldn't want to join the headlines, would you? Chen Zhi nodded, surprisingly finding humor in her anger. He smiled because he had finally seen Lu Hong's resolve to divorce. Consequently, he felt no need to devise ways to win her back. Grabbing his pillow and summer quilt, he declared, "Since I no longer have the right to your bed, I shall sleep in the guest room. For safety's sake, I hope you will secure the door tightly to prevent any potential assault." Life is unpredictable. Chen Zhi had witnessed his mother forsake her husband and children in his youth. Understanding that once a woman makes up her mind, no one can reverse her decision. Lying in the guest room, Chen Zhi tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. After all, they had known each other for over a year and had been married for more than a year as well. The sudden prospect of their little family disbanding left him feeling unsettled. Although this was a pragmatic society where a man without wealth should not discuss feelings with a woman, he still felt deeply wounded by Lu Hong's indifference. When he ran out of money, she had flown away eagerly. So, when he eventually became affluent, would she desperately want to return? As these chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind, he mindlessly scrolled through his phone until he stumbled upon a video. A vlogger spoke with fervor. Did everyone hear about the grand prize that was just announced? Someone won a staggering 560 million. How did this happen? According to reliable sources, just minutes before the sales closed tonight, someone purchased 100,000 yuan worth of lottery tickets. Astonishingly, 50,000 tickets bore the same number, and even more ludicrously, two sets of large consecutive numbers. Remarkably, they won the grand prize of 560 million. Who has ever encountered such outrageous fortune? Isn't this operation too smooth? What do you all think? Leave your comments below. Chen Zhi scoffed at the video, thinking, smooth my foot. This must be insider manipulation. He absent-mindedly swiped to the next video, but in the blink of an eye he was struck with shock, sitting up abruptly in bed. He quickly rewound the video, desperate to see the winning numbers. As he meticulously confirmed each winning digit, his body trembled uncontrollably, his hands shaking so much that he could barely hold his phone. Was this the exact number he had purchased with his 100,000 yuan? This meant that he, the fortunate winner of the outrageous 560 million prize, was indeed the person mentioned in the video. Venturing into the comment section, he was met with skepticism. Some dismissed it as a hoax, while others remarked, I may be poor, but I'm not foolish. Don't try to trick me into buying lottery tickets. Another user quipped, betting 100,000 yuan? Is that the courage bestowed by Liang Jingru, as if one time traveled back to buy a ticket? It takes firm belief to do that. To buy the same string of numbers for 100,000 yuan and actually win. What a coincidence. This is truly unprecedented. Chen Zhi stared at the string of consecutive winning numbers in the replies and thought, all right, you can eat your words. Because he knew that there was absolutely no trickery involved, nor was this a stage performance orchestrated by collusion within the lottery center. This was merely his retaliation against the Chen family, leading to an unintended windfall of 560 million. Chen Zhi had seen money before, but never this much. The sudden wealth brought an overwhelming sense of unreality, yet it was exhilarating, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. His mind was chaotic. Having won over 500 million, he realized life would need a complete overhaul. The most pressing question was how to claim his prize. He discovered that this news had already set the internet ablaze, with netizens eagerly awaiting the identity of the winner. If he were to claim the prize, should he don a tiger costume or a panda one? The entire nation was watching. His identity must remain concealed. Chen Zhi had no desire to thrust himself into the spotlight. Even if this didn't trend, winning such a prize necessitated discretion. As the saying goes, unexpected fortune often brings unexpected calamity, primarily due to poor confidentiality. Then there was the matter of Lu Hong. Should he inform her of the win? If that woman learned of his newfound wealth, she would never go through with a divorce, and she certainly wouldn't treat him poorly. She would likely become as gentle as a lamb upon entering his bed. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized that life's hardships are not entirely devoid of merit. Hardships act like a sieve, allowing one to retain the genuine and discard the false. The woman who had chosen to depart during his most challenging times would certainly not be included in his newfound fortune. However, considering their marriage, he might be inclined to accommodate some of her financial demands when drafting the divorce agreement. Just then, his phone pinged with a WeChat notification. Opening it, he saw a message from Chen Yuhui. First, there was a brief voice message. Cousin, I have a surprise for you. Take a look. Chen Zhi could already surmise that the boy was seeking the return of his luxury vehicle. Initially, he had no intention of responding, but upon noticing that Chen Yuhui had sent a document, his curiosity was piqued. If Chen Yuhui had something significant to convey, he would have simply sent a text or a voice message, not a document. What could possibly be in that file? Had Chen Yuhui tracked him while he purchased the 100,000 yuan lottery ticket, only to rush in claiming rights after learning of his victory? Chapter 4. Concrete Evidence. Chen Zhi opened the voice file, and to his astonishment, it was Lu Hong's voice. I truly don't understand your reasoning. It's far more convenient to meet at a hotel. If not, we could use your office. Why must you come to my home? The man on the recording replied with a resonant voice. Isn't the thrill of coming to your home part of the excitement? To experience what it feels like to conquer you in your own bed? Coming to my house in broad daylight. Are you not afraid of being caught in the act? Being caught? Would Wu Dalong catch Ximen Qing? Aren't you afraid of a broken rib? Lu Hong's tone was teasing. Is that all you can do? He also trains. He runs and hits the punching bag daily. Long ago, his mother became involved with a wealthy man, and when his father attempted to catch them in the act, he was left crippled. Since then, he has vowed to avenge his father. The man scoffed, what world are we in? Flying daggers? Are you a romantic swordsman? Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Lu Hong, annoyed, asked, what is so funny? The man laughed uncontrollably as he said, I suddenly realized that being interrupted by an infidelity can indeed be hereditary. Ha ha ha. Is infidelity really that glorious? Yuan, somia irritated, sterni replié. What are you trying to do? Let me remind you, we live in a society governed by law. Don't act recklessly. If you cause me trouble, I won't let you off easily. The man dismissively retorted, am I really that bored? As long as that guy doesn't bother me, I couldn't care less about him. All right, let's not dwell on unhappy matters, Lu Hong said in a syrupy tone. He has gone to the countryside and won't be back until this afternoon. He'll go straight to his driving job. So put your mind at ease and don't let it affect your performance. Her voice was so sweet that one could almost sense the desire oozing from her every pore. The ensuing dialogue between the two grew increasingly explicit, clearly commencing the foreplay even before they had left the vehicle. Chen Zhi felt a surge of blood rush to his head. The exhilaration of winning a grand prize swiftly replaced by an overwhelming urge for vengeance. Despite the impending divorce and the prospect of severing all ties with Lu Hong, he could not tolerate the thought of being cuckolded during their marriage, especially with that man brazenly invading his home. What infuriated him the most was that he had confided his childhood misfortunes to Lu Hong, believing her to be the closest person in his life. Yet, he found that his tragic past had become fodder for the mockery of the very woman he trusted. This was absolutely intolerable. The culprits must pay a heavy price for their betrayal. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Chen Yuhui. As soon as he answered, he was met with Chen's smug voice. So, cousin, did you get the message? You should thank me. If I hadn't discovered such a huge secret on the dashcam, you would still be in the dark. Don't worry, I'll keep the original footage for you. If you return my car tomorrow, I'll hand over all the documents unchanged. But if you delay beyond tomorrow, I can't guarantee that this material won't end up online. Chen Zhi quickly understood that this scoundrel, Chen Yuhui, had checked the dashcam of the car Lu Hong had been using and had extracted a segment of the footage to create an audio recording to humiliate him. The car had always been driven by Lu Hong to and from work, while Chen Zhi had been using a folding electric bike. Today, he had only taken the car to work because he was visiting his uncle. How brazen Lu Hong was to bring another man into their home while he was away. In fact, Chen Zhi had sensed that something was off with Lu Hong for some time, but he lacked concrete evidence. He had never considered checking the dashcam because he couldn't fathom that Lu Hong would be so bold. Chen Yuhui had converted the video into an audio file, stripping it of visuals and making it impossible to ascertain the recording time. Chen Zhi thought that if he could view the original video and determine when it was recorded, he could retrieve the surveillance footage from the community's entrance and unveil the true nature of the infidelity. The desire for revenge and the humiliation of being cuckolded fueled a deep-seated hatred in Chen Zhi, compelling him to rush to Beitan village to reclaim his car and access the dashcam. Fortunately, Chen Zhi possessed remarkable self-restraint. His boiling blood and boundless fury did not cloud his judgment. Instead, he suppressed all emotions and spoke calmly into the phone. Your words have truly piqued my curiosity. I look forward to seeing what unfolds after tomorrow. Don't let it be said that your car won't return. For the time being, it will remain out of your hands. This response clearly took Chen Yuhui by surprise. He had not anticipated that Chen Zhi would remain unfazed by his threats. In disbelief, he asked, haven't you considered the consequences of the video going online? Everyone will know about your wife's infidelity. What will your relatives and the villagers think of you? Shut up, Chen Zhi interrupted lazily. The dashcam footage going online is of no concern to me, as I'm already divorced from that wretched woman. As for the video of bribery at the village entrance, or the one involving the box of liquor in the trunk of the Mercedes, who knows how it might affect you? Perhaps you should sever ties with your uncle to absolve yourself of any legal repercussions. It was evident that Chen Zhi's retort had effectively stripped Chen Yuhui of his leverage. As long as Chen Zhi remained unembarrassed, it was his opponent who would bear the shame. Once Chen Yuhui realized that his threats no longer held sway over Chen Zhi, he swiftly shifted his tone, pleading for the return of his car. Chen Zhi, however, had no interest in engaging in further conversation. He abruptly hung up the phone. Now, he had far more pressing matters to attend to, with a person in the adjacent room who had brought him immense harm. What should he do next? Chen Zhi recognized that he had a multitude of significant tasks awaiting his attention: divorce, claiming his prize, and exposing the infidelity. The next morning, Chen Zhi maintained his routine of rising early for exercise. Upon returning, he was surprised to find Lu Hong had also risen early, busily packing her belongings. She was evidently eager to leave this home. In truth, Chen Zhi wished for her to vacate swiftly. Her presence was repugnant to him. Lu Hong, while packing her cosmetics, glanced at Chen Zhi and coldly remarked, "I just drafted a divorce agreement and sent it to you. Take a look and see if there's anything that needs altering." Chapter 5. Just acquired a Mercedes. The contents of the divorce agreement were rather straightforward, stating that the relationship between Lu Hong and Chen Zhi had irreparably broken down, and they mutually agreed to terminate their marriage. It specified that there were no shared assets or debts, and each party would be responsible for their premarital assets or debts. In essence, Lu Hong would not bear a single cent of Chen Zhi's debts. As for their marital home, there remained over $3 million in loans, while comparable properties in the area had already depreciated below $3 million, rendering Lu Hong uninterested. However, there was a minor request for a youthful compensation. She insisted that the white Qashqai be transferred to her, as the car loan had already been paid off. Chen Zhi could not help but scoff at Lu Hong's divorce agreement. Lu Hong, shaking out a piece of clothing, poked her head from the bedroom and asked, "What are you laughing at? Do you see anything that needs to be amended?" Chen Zhi retorted with a cold smile, "I'm not inclined to debate the other points. But you cannot take that Qashqai. I've already sold it." "Sold it?" Lu Hong exclaimed, her surprise quickly turning to rage. "Yesterday, you asked for the car keys, claiming you needed them for your uncle, and now you've sold the car to pay off debts?" Chen Zhi smirked again. "I didn't sell the car to pay off debts. It was simply unnecessary. I'll just acquire a Mercedes, and there's no need to keep the Qashqai." "A Mercedes?" Lu Hong gasped, disbelief etched across her face. "How is that possible? You're drowning in debt, struggling to make ends meet. Where did you get the money for a Mercedes?" Lu Hong halted her movements, staring fixedly at Chen Zhi. Though she found it hard to believe he could afford a luxury car, a part of her suspected it could be true. She had always believed Chen Zhi to be a man difficult to fully comprehend, even by his wife. Chen Zhi produced a brand new Mercedes key from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. At that moment, Lu Hong could no longer maintain her composure. She set down the clothes and walked out of the bedroom, taking a seat on the sofa, indicating that a serious conversation was about to ensue. "Darling," Chen Zhi raised his hand, interrupting her. "I can't accept that title. I haven't heard it in so long, it sounds jarring. Let us just stick with names, shall we?" "Well, here's the thing," Lu Hong said earnestly. "Can you tell me the truth? This debt crisis, it's all a ruse, right? You're just testing me, aren't you?" Chen Zhi remained silent, feigning indifference. Lu Hong attempted to move closer to Chen Zhi, stating, "If you are intentionally testing me, I find it utterly unnecessary. Perhaps my attitude towards you has not been pleasant lately, but consider the situation. When debts explode, who can maintain a cheerful disposition?" Chen Zhi remained silent, continuing to observe her performance. "I am aware that you are a person of deep thought and considerable restraint." Lu Hong seemed to drift into memories. "For instance, you have practiced Sanda since childhood to avenge our father. After so many years of training, you excel at it, yet during school, you were bullied without retaliating. Even now, when some villagers harass our father, you have never resorted to violence. You once told me that being able to defeat an opponent does not signify true skill. True skill lies in defeating them so decisively that they are left without recourse. Thus, in light of your insufficient strength, you have endured, and I admire that. However, you cannot apply this approach to me, for human nature cannot withstand such trials." Chen Zhi smiled faintly. "Indeed, it cannot withstand such trials. Ever since I lost my job, certain individuals have shown their true colors. Now that the debts have just exploded, they are eager to initiate divorce proceedings." "We could avoid this," Lu Hong replied. "As long as we can maintain our lives, who wishes to divorce? I do not seek great wealth, merely a life free of debt. Can you understand that?" "I cannot." Chen Zhi shook his head. "Since we have agreed to divorce, and you have already packed your belongings, there is no need for further discussion." Lu Hong stared at Chen Zhi for a long time before rising and entering the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Chen Zhi speculated that she was messaging someone to inquire about his financial situation. If she discovered that his credit was good and he still possessed assets, she would not easily agree to divorce. Or perhaps she would insist on a division of assets before proceeding with the divorce. After all, they were both educated individuals, not easily deceived. Lu Hong worked at Dade Xinxing accounting firm's Jiangzhou branch, having passed the CPA exam at the age of 22. The CPA credential is highly respected and carries significant value. It is said that obtaining a CPA can lead to promotions and salary increases, propelling one to the pinnacle of success. Yet the exam is notoriously difficult, with many giving up along the way. Chen Zhi had once admired her diligence and self-discipline, especially given her beauty, her stunning figure, captivating smile, and expressive eyes. Moreover, her high emotional intelligence and stable demeanor made her a perfect match for Chen Zhi, who had just entered the workforce with lofty ambitions. However, he now realized that high emotional intelligence could be a facade, a wolf in sheep's clothing. At that moment, Chen Zhi heard Lu Hong's phone ring inside. She answered it, and after a few seconds, she suddenly flung open the door, storming out in anger. "Chen, you really are something. You've come here flaunting someone else's car, and it's stolen. Your cousin just called me, and they've already reported it to the police. Prepare to be arrested." Chen Zhi gazed at her furious face, filled with trepidation. If it were not for the debt crisis, he would not have realized how swiftly this woman could turn against him, her rage chilling him to the bone. There was nothing left to say. It was time to hastily finalize the divorce. Chen Zhi refused to transfer the car to Lu Hong, and she no longer engaged in further argument, simply striking that clause from the divorce agreement. It was evident that she was eager to sever ties with him, a man burdened by debts. Upon exiting the community, Lu Hong summoned a rideshare vehicle. Although she had learned that Chen Zhi was indeed driving a luxurious car, she would not accept a ride from him. Dragging 2 large suitcases, she was determined to keep the location of her belongings a secret. While waiting for her ride, Chen Zhi drove up in a brand-new Mercedes-Benz, rolling down the passenger window to say, "I'll head to the Civil Affairs Bureau first and wait for you there." Lu Hong assessed the gleaming vehicle with a complicated expression, responding curtly, "You should go to the notary office first, and after that, we can proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau." According to regulations, the divorce agreement must be notarized before proceeding with the divorce. Chen Zhi, having never been divorced before, was unaware of this requirement, but it suited his intentions perfectly. Although their divorce would not be finalized until after a 1-month cooling-off period, obtaining the notarization would mean that their financial ties would be severed. Lu Hong believed that the sooner she escaped her torment, the better. Conversely, Chen Zhi saw the notarization as a safeguard against Lu Hong claiming any of his assets, allowing him to pursue his newfound fortune without worry. Chapter 6. Twins. The two of them completed the notarization and then proceeded to the Civil Affairs Bureau to apply for divorce. Of course, their initial visit was merely to submit the application. The actual processing would require a month-long cooling-off period. After completing the paperwork, Lu Hong visibly relaxed, emerging from the administrative hall with a rare smile directed at Chen Zhi. "Although it will take a month to receive the divorce certificate, we can consider ourselves completely separated from now on. May we part amicably, and I wish you happiness in finding your true love. You had a crush on Shun Qinglin during your university days, didn't you? You can pursue her now." Chen Zhi smiled faintly. "Thank you. I sincerely appreciate your well wishes, and I wish you happiness as well." Lu Hong waved nonchalantly. "Farewell. Let us meet in a month to collect the divorce certificate." As Chen Zhi watched Lu Hong leave with an air of nonchalance, he felt a bitter laugh rising within him. He could not let the matter rest. Not after she had betrayed him during their marriage and mocked his childhood misfortunes. This warranted an explanation. He recalled discussions about how a woman's fortune could influence a man's success. Sometimes, a man's rise could be attributed to marrying a supportive wife. Conversely, if he were to replace her out of arrogance, his fortunes could swiftly turn to misfortune. It seemed Lu Hong was not a fortunate partner. Reflecting on his own string of bad luck since their marriage, he realized that her desire to leave him so eagerly was akin to sending away a harbinger of doom. Just then, his phone rang. It was his childhood friend Chen Zhi. The moment he answered, Zhi exclaimed, "What is going on with you? It's late, and you're still not here. Are you not working? Are you so engrossed in Lu Hong that you can't get enough of her? Did you spend the whole night with her? Prioritizing your personal life over work, are you?" The mention of Lu Hong struck a nerve, reopening fresh wounds. Chen Zhi felt as if salt had been rubbed into a raw cut. If spoken face to face, he would have kicked Zhi out on the spot. While divorcing Lu Hong felt like ridding himself of bad luck, it was still a tragedy for their small family. And soon he would have to confront the sorrow of his own family. This significantly affected his mood. "I'm still at home," Chen Zhi replied tersely. "What? You're still home? What time is it? Other drivers have been on the road for half an hour. My boss just yelled at me for the delay. Hurry back here at lightning speed, right now." Chen Zhi and Chen Zhi had grown up together, and now they worked together delivering goods. Zhi was employed by a local distributor of Luowi sausages, and after his partner had left, he had brought Chen Zhi on board 3 months prior. However, Chen Zhi was eager to claim his prize and had little interest in continuing deliveries. Moreover, once he acquired wealth, he aspired to start his own business. He did not want to be a mere driver for someone else. Just tell the boss I'm not coming back. He can find someone else. Not coming back? Xin Yu interrupted in shock. Why? Are you not paying your mortgage? Are you feeling your online loans and credit cards go into default forever? Don't you want to get back on track? Have you found a better job? Chen Zhi, not particularly adept at lying, found himself momentarily speechless. I contemplated following Zhen Yu to the cold storage to slaughter chickens, as that work paid significantly more. 3 months prior, Chen Zhi faced two choices. One was to accompany Xianyu in deliveries, while the other was to join Zhen Yu in the cold storage for chicken slaughtering. In a moment of desperation, Chen Zhi resorted to invoking Zhen Yu, fabricating a benign falsehood. Very well, Xianyu conceded, but then exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I waited for nearly an hour for you." Chen Zhi quickly apologized. In truth, he had intended to call Xianyu early that morning to discuss this matter. Yet he had forgotten amidst the commotion with Lu Hong. Now that he had resigned from his job, it was imperative to claim the lottery prize, several hundred million yuan, at the provincial lottery center. However, before heading to the provincial city, Chen Zhi first visited a shopping mall to purchase a set of Ultraman attire. Trying it on, he found it quite satisfactory, offering excellent disguise potential. Surely, no one would recognize him in this getup. Yet, he recalled that claiming the prize necessitated presenting valid identification. Thus, his true identity could not remain concealed. At least not from the staff. Chen Zhi wished to discreetly claim his winnings without drawing Lu Hong's attention to his newfound wealth. If she discovered he was worth billions, she might transform into a ravenous beast, pursuing a substantial share of his fortune through legal means. Although he was unafraid of her, having a rabid dog on his tail could prove troublesome. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck him. He could use his brother's identification to claim the prize. His twin brother, Chen Zhi, had suffered an unfortunate incident at the age of 3 during a vaccination, where the nurse had mixed up the two boys, resulting in the elder receiving 2 shots while the younger received none. This overdose led to a high fever that damaged Daji's brain, leaving him with the cognitive ability of a 4 to 5-year-old. As a result of this medical mishap, the town clinic had compensated the family with several tens of thousands of yuan, and the family planning office had granted Chen's family permission for a second child, leading to the birth of Chen Zhi's sister, Chen Xian. Conveniently, his brother's ID was in his possession, so he could claim the prize using Daji's identity. Upon returning home, Chen Zhi retrieved his brother's ID and compared it with his own. Their appearances were indistinguishable, their birth dates identical, and even their ID numbers differed by only 1 digit. He decided to let his brother take on the role of a billionaire, if only for a moment. Afterward, Chen Zhi proceeded to a mobile service center, where he used his brother's ID to obtain a phone card. He then drove to the provincial city. Jiangzhou was over 100 kilometers away, and after more than an hour, he arrived at the provincial lottery center, entering in his Ultraman costume, attracting attention wherever he went. Guided by the staff, he reached the prize claim room, where he had to reveal his true self for identity verification. Shortly thereafter, several leaders from the lottery center entered, driven by curiosity, and one eagerly inquired, "Mr. Chen, how did you determine that this number would surely win?" Chen Zhi smiled and replied, "I had no certainty that this number would win." Internally, he scoffed, knowing with certainty that this number would never win. The leaders were perplexed. If you were not sure this number would win, why did you purchase 10,000 yuan worth, with 5 million tickets for this single number? Chen Zhi scratched his nose and replied, "I didn't think I would win. I only wanted to contribute to charity. Do you believe me?" Disappointed, the leaders departed, realizing they could extract no valuable information from him. They had expected the winner to share profound insights akin to the I Ching or other esoteric knowledge. Chen Zhi won 560 million yuan, with the lottery center withholding 20% in taxes, leaving him with 448 million yuan. As was customary, the staff inquired if he wished to donate. Chen Zhi contributed 2 million. The remaining 446 million yuan constituted the true amount he could claim. Chapter 7. The impossibility of financial management. Chen Zhi received 2 checks, one for 446 million yuan and another for 560 million yuan, which was larger than himself. He was required to hold this substantial check for photographs and interviews. After the series of procedures, Chen Zhi was drenched in sweat. The Ultraman costume was unbearably thick, nearly suffocating him. Having completed the process, he fled amidst the reporter's relentless questioning. He promptly returned to Jiangzhou, opting not to deposit his money in a bank in the provincial city, as he would likely need to return to the branch for substantial withdrawals. Upon his return to Jiangzhou, he arrived at the bank afternoon, just in time for the staff who remained on duty. When the bank employees beheld the 446 million yuan check marked for prize claiming, their eyes widened in disbelief as though they had encountered a monster. One exclaimed, "You are the one who purchased 10,000 yuan worth of tickets for the same number, winning 500 million. Chen Zhi gestured for silence, glancing around cautiously. The staff, with mouths agape, quickly ushered him into the VIP room and promptly contacted the bank president. From their conversation, it was evident that the president was engaged in a lunch meeting. Yet, within minutes, the president and vice president arrived at the VIP room. Although the bank executives had encountered countless billionaires, they were eager to meet this legendary lottery winner. Accompanying the president and vice president was a financial consultant, tasked with promoting investment products to Chen Zhi. Though these financial products promised attractive returns, Chen Zhi understood the inherent risks, especially in a declining economic cycle where losses were probable, even total ruin. Thus, he resolved never to engage with financial products. In contrast, current deposit interest rates seemed exceedingly low, with 3-year fixed deposits offering less than 2%. While returning to Jiangzhou after claiming his prize, Chen Zhi had already devised a plan for the 446 million yuan. He decided to deposit 200 million in a fixed term, while the remaining 246 million would be reserved for investment, hoping to discover a promising entrepreneurial venture. After all, it was unexpected wealth. Even if the investment failed, he would not lament it. Should he fail, he would abandon further investments for life, content to live off the interest from his 200 million fixed deposit. Following negotiations with the bank executives, Chen Zhi successfully secured a 200 million large deposit certificate at an interest rate of 2. Despite the declining interest rates over the past 2 years, achieving a rate of 2 for such a large deposit was admirable. Even so, the annual interest on 200 million would amount to 4 million yuan, with monthly interest credited to his account totaling over 360,000 yuan. Additionally, he divided the 246 million, placing 240 million in a 7-day notice deposit, negotiating a 1-2 interest rate, also credited monthly. Thus, he would receive over 600,000 yuan in total monthly interest. For Chen Zhi, a boy accustomed to poverty, receiving over 600,000 yuan monthly felt like an overwhelming fortune, and he found it difficult to spend. The remaining 6 million yuan was kept in the account for debts, serving as his pocket money. After the bank executives departed, the VIP room was left with only Chen Zhi and the financial consultant named Fang Xinyan. Chen Zhi gazed at the string of numbers in his text message balance, still grappling with disbelief. Fang Xinyan, however, seized another financial plan and gently encouraged him. "Mr. Chen, your allocation of the prize indicates a profound understanding of financial management. Since you have set aside 6 million for flexible use, would you consider this investment project? You need not invest much. Perhaps 3 million or even 2 million would suffice. After all, 3 million or 2 million is merely a drop in the bucket for you, and trying your hand at high-yield products could be an intriguing experience." As Chen Zhi gradually began to confront reality, he couldn't help but take a second glance at the financial consultant. She was clad in a light gray skirt suit, paired with nude high-heeled sandals, and wore a pale blue silk blouse with a slightly open collar, accentuated by a silver necklace, both beautiful and exuding an air of intelligence and competence. The persistent persuasion from the other party did not irk Chen Zhi. After all, the subtle flirtation from the beautiful woman was somewhat gratifying to him as a man. It appeared that even for someone in the banking sector, maintaining a composed demeanor in the presence of a young and handsome billionaire was quite a challenge. If only she knew that he had just gone through a divorce, her flirtation would likely intensify. Chen Zhi glanced over the introduction of the financial product and nodded appreciatively. It was indeed commendable, boasting the highest yield within the R1 risk category. However, having just struck a windfall, his mind was a whirlwind, making it impossible to contemplate investments at the moment. "In a few days, should I find myself in need, I will reach out to you," he assured her. Fang Xinyan responded enthusiastically, "Of course, Mr. Chen. I shall be your dedicated personal financial advisor. If you require any banking services, you may contact me at any time." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Zhi pondered for a moment. "Could you assist me in withdrawing 1,100,000 in cash?" Not a problem, Mr. Chen, Fang Xinyan replied, promptly refilling his teacup. Please hold on while I check the cash availability. Before long, she had arranged the withdrawal, placing the substantial sum into a large bag for him. Typically, esteemed clients like Chen Zhi were presented with numerous elegant gifts from the bank, far more lavish than the rice and cooking oil offered to ordinary depositors. Yet, noticing the bank's logo on the gifts, he declined their generosity, wishing to keep his status as a high-value client discreet. After leaving the bank, Chen Zhi sat in his Mercedes, momentarily lost in thought. The sudden influx of wealth felt surreal, each step of the process amplifying the sensation. After a brief period of mental reorientation, he finally approached a semblance of normalcy. The first order of business upon regaining clarity was to transfer 500,000 from his brother's account to his own. Using his phone, he promptly settled all overdue debts and loans, having just transitioned from a state of financial turmoil, unable to gather even 1,000. Now, with his brother's account holding several hundred million, it served as his secret bank. He could transfer funds whenever necessary. This arrangement allowed him to enjoy the benefits of being a billionaire while remaining inconspicuous. The thrill of being a hidden affluent individual was undeniably exhilarating. With his debts cleared before any serious collections began, the relief was akin to winning a lottery. However, such exuberance was a solitary joy, meant to be kept under wraps, even from family. While secrecy was paramount regarding his newfound fortune, sharing a bit of wealth with his family seemed appropriate. Chapter 8. Xinyu was assaulted. Chen Zhi promptly transferred 30,000 to his father. As soon as the transfer was made, his father called immediately. Xiao Zhi, why did you suddenly send me money? Does one need a reason to support one's father? Chen Zhi chuckled. I find myself in a more comfortable financial position and thought I'd contribute a little to the family. The past few years have been quite tight, and our small supermarket has had to buy on credit. Perhaps you can use this to settle some bills. Didn't you just start delivering ham sausages? How could you save up so much in just a few months? His father sounded skeptical. Chen Zhi spun a small fib. Delivering ham sausages doesn't pay much. The bulk of my income comes from doing research and development for a machinery factory. This 30,000 is a payment from them, and there will be more to come. With nearly 4 million in liquid assets and monthly interest exceeding 60,000, Chen Zhi had considered transferring more to his father, but feared it might overwhelm him. A sudden influx of tens of thousands would surely raise suspicions about its source. After reassuring his father to accept the money, he swiftly sent 5,000 to his younger sister, Chen Xian. Their family had always struggled. Their single-legged father was raising 3 children, one of whom had special needs, and they had all endured significant hardships. His little sister had always been remarkably responsible, working part-time during her university years. While many students lamented their meager allowances, Chen Xian often declined money from both their father and Chen Zhi, insisting she had enough. Now that he was financially stable, he could no longer allow her to endure such hardships. Unsurprisingly, as soon as he sent her the money, she called back. Did you send this to the wrong person? I'll return it. Chen Zhi was exasperated and reiterated, Xian, I'm not that forgetful. It's for you. Please accept it. Why are you suddenly sending me so much? I don't need it. I'm earning well from my one-on-one tutoring. You should give it to my sister-in-law for her mortgage. Chen Xian was working at a tutoring center during her summer break. What can a student earn? Chen Zhi countered. I'm making good money now, and we no longer need to struggle. When you're on break, come home and don't look for part-time jobs anymore. I can easily support you. The siblings debated for a while over the phone, and eventually, under Chen Zhi's insistence, Chen Xian reluctantly accepted the funds. After hanging up, Chen Zhi contemplated returning home, soon to send some money to his grandfather. The loss of his beloved daughter-in-law must have grieved the old man deeply, and he thought it wise to offer some financial support to cushion the blow of the divorce news. Thinking of Lu Hong, he couldn't help but glance at the bag of cash in the passenger seat. There was no need for her to know the extent of his wealth. A glimpse of the more than 1 million in cash would surely make her loyal to him once more. Yet, that kind of loyalty purchased with money held no value in Chen Zhi's eyes. The 110,000 he withdrew included a portion meant to repay his cousin. Acknowledging that his fortune was partly due to his cousin's influence, he planned to conceal the 10,000 as a gift within a wine box. Despite feeling irked by threats from Qin Yuhui the previous night and receiving more calls at Lu Hong's, he recognized that with his newfound wealth, he was destined for greater endeavors and had no time to dwell on trifles. The remaining 1 million cash was merely for his amusement, providing a tangible sense of reality. Not daring to linger outside for long, he returned home. The sudden wealth was exhilarating yet disorienting, making it difficult to adjust to the new reality, accompanied by an acute sense of vulnerability. It felt as if such fortune could vanish just as abruptly as it had appeared. Once home, he hastily prepared a meal and began sorting through the 1 million in cash. 100 neat bundles of red bills created a rather impressive sight. After admiring the cash for a while, he pondered how to hide it effectively. Wealth should remain concealed. If not stored properly, it could attract thieves. After a thorough search of his home, he decided to place the 100 bundles neatly under the mattress in the guest room. This room was intended for his father and brother, but they had only spent one night there. Chen Zhi had stayed for a couple of days. Chen Zhi resolved to sleep in the guest room for the time being, planning to clear out the main bedroom entirely, disposing of everything that reminded him of Lu Hong. The mere thought of her bringing that man into their home filled him with revulsion. Every piece of furniture and every inch of flooring felt tainted by her betrayal. He aspired to rejuvenate his home, making it seem as if she had never existed. Only in this manner could Chen Zhi completely liberate himself from the shadows of the past and embark upon a new chapter in his life. After a restless night, he had been toiling since dawn, leaving him utterly exhausted, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. He resolved to take a brief nap to restore his energy before formulating his next plans. The thought of sleeping amidst 1 million in cash was quite exhilarating. Yet it kept him tossing and turning for a considerable time before he finally managed to drift into slumber. Upon waking, he promptly called Sinew. "Hello. I didn't make it today. How did you manage alone? You old rascal. How dare you call?" Sinew retorted angrily. "You didn't even give me a heads up about not showing up, leaving me in quite the predicament. Thankfully, I called my cousin from my aunt's side, or I would have been utterly swamped today." "Stop complaining." Chen Zhi chuckled. "I'll treat you to dinner after work as a form of apology." Sinew scoffed. "What is there to apologize for among brothers? Save your money to repay your debts and get back on your feet. Who are you looking down upon?" Chen Zhi replied. "Quit harping on about debts. My finances aren't that dire. I just purchased a brand new Benz today. Now, what would you like for dinner? You can check out my new car as well." Sinew was incredulous. "Are you pulling my leg? I know how many holes are in your underwear. Given your current financial state, how could you possibly afford a Benz?" "You'll find out at dinner," Chen Zhi replied confidently. Hearing his certainty, Sinew began to doubt. "Let us see the truth tonight. Don't try to pull a fast one with a toy car." The two settled on a time and place. And after work, Sinew and his cousin made their way there. Due to a delay in deliveries, Sinew would be returning later than expected, and Chen Zhi waited until dusk before heading out. Just as he neared the designated hotel, his phone rang with a local unknown number. Initially thinking it might be a collection call he hadn't cleared, he contemplated ignoring it, but curiosity compelled him to answer. A timid voice came through. "Is this Brother Chen Zhi?" Chen Zhi paused. "Who is this?" "I'm Zhu Haoyang, Chen Sinew's cousin. You need to come to the police station." A wave of apprehension washed over Chen Zhi. "What has happened? Where is Sinew?" Zhu Haoyang's voice trembled. "He was attacked, but the police have cuffed him. They want to detain him, and your sister-in-law is here too." Chapter 9. The enemy Chen Zhi was taken aback by his cousin's incoherent rambling. Pondering the chaos of the situation, he interrupted. "Whose sister-in-law? Who are you referring to? What is her name?" "Your sister-in-law," Zhu Haoyang quietly replied. "Her name should be Lu Hong." Chen Zhi began to piece things together and inquired. "Can you tell me who attacked Sinew?" Zhu Haoyang weakly stated. It was a particularly formidable individual, tall and muscular. Chen Zhi's heart raced as he asked, did this man possess a commanding presence, with a voice that resonated powerfully? Zhu Haoyang quickly affirmed, "Yes, indeed. He looked like a seasoned fighter. Just listening to him instilled fear. He assaulted my cousin, and I dared not intervene. But he also kicked me twice." With this information, Chen Zhi's suspicion solidified. He instructed his cousin, "Stay calm and tell me which police station you are at. I'll head there immediately, and you can explain everything in detail." As he drove, he absorbed Zhu Haoyang's account of the events. The situation was not overly complicated. Sinew had planned to dine with Chen Zhi that evening, and upon returning from a delivery, he drove with his cousin to the agreed hotel. They encountered Lu Hong, who was embracing a tall, well-built man while holding a large bouquet of flowers. Sinew, unable to contain himself, parked abruptly and confronted Lu Hong. She dismissed his concerns, claiming she had divorced Chen Zhi and rebuked Sinew for meddling. Unconvinced by her words, Sinew accused her of infidelity and threatened to call Chen Zhi. At that moment, the muscular man approached, gripping Chen Zhi by the throat and ordering him to leave. Despite the formidable appearance of his assailant, Chen Zhi could not tolerate being manhandled, and a scuffle ensued. Outmatched, he was quickly overpowered, sustaining injuries that left him incapacitated. Zhu Haoyang, too frightened to intervene, hastily dialed the police for assistance, only to be kicked twice by the attacker, his phone sent flying. Unexpectedly, the assailant called the police himself, leading to the swift arrival of law enforcement, who took all parties to the station. Zhu Haoyang informed Chen Zhi. The responding officers are from the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau as security team. We are currently at the security division. Since I didn't participate in the fight, I couldn't call the police myself. With a quiver in his voice, Zhu Haoyang pleaded, Chen Zhi, please hurry. We need to find someone who can help. Chen Zhi needs to go to the hospital. He is severely injured. Alarmed, Chen Zhi pressed the accelerator, navigating the city with reckless abandon, weaving through traffic, determined to reach the police station. Upon arrival, he parked his car, informing the guard of his cousin's predicament and requesting to be let in. Inside the station, he spotted his cousin pacing anxiously. Although they had never met before, a brief exchange of glances confirmed their identities. Zhu Haoyang rushed over. Chen Zhi, you're here. What should we do? Do you have any contacts at the station? They're trying to detain my cousin and fine him, while the attacker faces no repercussions. Inwardly, Chen Zhi lamented his lack of connections, having just graduated and entered the workforce, feeling like a marginalized individual in the city. However, he reassured Zhu Haoyang, don't worry. I'll go in and assess the situation. Following closely behind, Zhu Haoyang entered the bustling lobby, whispering, the officers here are quite intimidating. This is the city bureau, not the security division. Chen Zhi corrected him. Despite the hour, the building remained brightly lit, with officers coming and going, underscoring the reality that law enforcement cannot clock out when crime persists. Just then, Chen Zhi noticed several officers escorting a group of unruly individuals toward the elevator. One particularly robust thug was shouting defiantly, on what grounds are you arresting me? Do you even know who I am? You'd better treat me with respect and let me go. As he struggled against the officers, the elevator doors opened, and two policemen attempted to push him inside. Suddenly, he broke free, sprinting outside, creating chaos as he collided with the officers trying to restrain him. As the elevator doors opened, several police officers emerged, one of whom, adorned with 2 stripes and 3 four-pointed stars, stood tall and impressive. Observing the situation, this officer reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly pursuing a scoundrel and seizing his arm. The brazen miscreant attempted to escape, but the officer's agility was evident as he executed a flawless takedown, bringing the ruffian to the ground. With a commanding gesture, he ordered the approaching officers to restrain the suspect. It was undeniable that the officer's sequence of actions exuded charisma. This scene prompted Zhu Haoyang to involuntarily give Chen Zhi a thumbs up, exclaiming his admiration. However, Chen Zhi turned away, tugging at Zhu Haoyang's arm and darting into the corridor. Brother Chen Zhi, the public security team is on the 2nd floor, Zhu Haoyang exclaimed, but Chen Zhi hushed him, deliberately positioning himself in front of Zhu Haoyang to obscure his presence. Approaching the end of the corridor, they spotted a restroom, and Chen Zhi swiftly ducked inside. Zhu Haoyang, sensing something amiss, whispered, "What's wrong, brother Chen Zhi?" Chen Zhi reassured him that all was well, yet internally he was filled with frustration. Zhu Haoyang had hoped to leverage connections, but now not only were those connections absent, he had inadvertently encountered an adversary. Chapter 10. The chief of the criminal investigation team, Zhu Haoyang, discerned the tension and inquired, "Brother Chen Zhi, do you know that impressive officer from earlier?" Chen Zhi dismissed the question, urging him to check on Chen Zhi instead. In truth, the officer who had just displayed such prowess was Chen Zhi's high school classmate, Ding Haowei, who had recently ascended to the head of the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau's criminal investigation team. Although they were in the same grade, they were in different classes and had little interaction. Chen Zhi, due to familial circumstances surrounding his mother-esque scandal, had become marginalized among their peers, while Ding Haowei was the center of attention, flaunting his charisma and confidence. Naturally, individuals like Ding Haowei, who thrived in the limelight, garnered little affection from others, and Chen Zhi felt a deep-seated aversion towards him. It was rumored that Ding Haowei had a powerful uncle, further fueling his arrogance and attracting a following. Chen Zhi, on the other hand, preferred to keep his distance, wary of inciting trouble. However, Ding Haowei was more inclined to disregard students like Chen Zhi, who kept their heads down. In their school, there was another genuine official second generation, surrounded by his own entourage. Tensions between him and Ding Haowei led to numerous confrontations, with each enjoying victories at different times. Notably, Ding Haowei had once defended Chen Zhi against this bully, who often picked on weaker students, including Chen Zhi himself. After a particularly violent encounter, where Ding Haowei was attacked, it was Chen Zhi who intervened, subduing the assailant and saving Ding Haowei's life. This act revealed to Ding Haowei Chen Zhi's latent strength and resilience, sparking his interest. Post-graduation, their paths diverged, with Chen Zhi attending Beijing University of Technology and Ding Haowei enrolling in a police academy. Despite their separate journeys, they maintained occasional contact. Upon graduation, Ding Haowei began his career in a remote precinct, initially as a regular officer. Chen Zhi had heard rumors that Ding Haowei was being marginalized due to past rivalries, but he occasionally visited Ding Haowei, who appeared to have lost his former bravado. As time passed, Ding Haowei's fortunes changed, and he was promoted to deputy director. His demeanor transformed from despondence to renewed confidence, while Chen Zhi faced personal turmoil of his own. Despite their different trajectories, their friendship endured, albeit Chen Zhi never joined Ding Haowei's circle. After the college entrance examination, Chen Zhi's life became increasingly chaotic, while Ding Haowei's career flourished. Ding Haowei garnered accolades, achieving rapid promotions and becoming a celebrated figure in the Jiangzhou public security system. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi found himself in dire straits. Even as Ding Haowei hosted a reunion for their classmates, extending an invitation to Chen Zhi, aware that such gatherings were often platforms for showcasing success, Chen Zhi hesitated to attend, burdened by his own struggles and the disparity between their lives. Upon arriving at the gathering, when classmates inquired about his situation, one pondered whether to fabricate a tale or to speak the truth. Thus, one must possess self-awareness and refrain from becoming a stepping stone or a target at such gatherings. Chen Zhi tactfully conveyed that he was not in Jiangzhou and therefore did not attend the gathering organized by Ding Haowei. Chapter 11. Narrow Paths of Enmity. Regarding that gathering, Chen Zhi later learned from classmates that during the banquet, Ding Haowei, somewhat inebriated, unleashed a tirade against Chen Zhi in front of everyone. That fellow is nothing but an arrogant ingrate. He has likely forgotten how he was bullied in high school, when it was I who stood up for him. Now that he has achieved success, he looks down upon us, his old classmates. He is utterly ungrateful, flipping allegiances quicker than one turns the pages of a book. If I ever cross paths with him, I shall teach him a lesson befitting an old classmate, ensuring he understands the reality of his situation. Those classmates who typically fawned over Ding Haowei eagerly chimed in, embellishing their words. Indeed, Chen Zhi has truly transformed. He is a distinguished alumnus of Beijing Institute of Technology, with a graduate degree and remarkable abilities. Upon graduation, he effortlessly secured a position at Liguang Automobile, a leading firm in the new energy sector, earning a comfortable annual salary exceeding 200,000. Rumor has it that shortly after joining, he became a key member of the intelligent manufacturing team. Another classmate interjected, "You might not know this, but after less than a year at Liguang, he jumped ship to Jiping Automobile, a corporation formed by two of the nation's top conglomerates, boasting significant strength. It is said that his salary skyrocketed to over 300,000 with this transition. At this rate, he is likely earning 60,000 now. The chasm between us is widening, and in future reunions, it will be awkward to invite him. He probably looks down on our small gatherings." To curry favor with Ding Haowei, several classmates hurled acerbic remarks in his direction. Listening to their words, Ding Haowei's ire only grew, prompting him to issue a veiled threat. "I, Ding Haowei, declare that I hope Chen Zhi will behave himself and refrain from engaging in any unlawful activities. Should I catch him in the act?" His words dripped with menace, a clear warning to Chen Zhi to tread carefully, lest he fall into Ding Haowei's grasp. Despite Ding Haowei's excessive bravado, Chen Zhi was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Once, they had shared a cordial relationship, and when Ding Haowei achieved success, Chen Zhi should have been among the first to congratulate him. Yet, he chose to evade the encounter, a decision that would naturally breed resentment, particularly in someone as ostentatious as Ding Haowei, who valued face above all else. However, there was no remedy for the situation now. Chen Zhi could only hope for divine protection against any misfortune and, more crucially, avoid falling into Ding Haowei's clutches. At present, the incident involving Xinyu had already become quite troublesome, with the opposing party clearly wielding connections. If Ding Haowei were to become involved, the situation would undoubtedly deteriorate further, and Xinyu would find himself in serious trouble. Just then, the earlier commotion in the hall began to subside. Chen Zhi cautiously peeked outside, estimating that Ding Haowei had likely departed. He then hurriedly pulled Zhu Haoyang and rushed out from the restroom, making his way upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor of the security office, the first sight that met Chen Zhi's eyes was the disheveled Xinyu, sporting bruises and a bloodied lip, clearly having endured a severe beating. Cuffed and crouched in the corner, he appeared to have just finished giving his statement. Lu Hong sat nearby, her demeanor cold and detached, as if the unfolding events bore no significance to her. Beside her sat a man clad in a V-neck t-shirt, adorned with a conspicuous Patek Philippe watch. He appeared just as Zhu Haoyang had described. His muscular arms were visibly well-defined, a testament to rigorous training, and even seated, his imposing stature was apparent. In stark contrast, Xinyu, battered and bruised, stood no chance against such a formidable opponent. This scene was undeniably one-sided, a cruel beating rather than a fair brawl. Yet here was Xinyu, reduced to a pitiful state, while the assailant lounged comfortably, sipping from a disposable cup of water, as if he were a guest of honor. Instinctively, Chen Zhi recognized this man as the one Lu Hong had previously brought to his home. Encountering an adversary stirred a tempest within Chen Zhi as he struggled to suppress the urge to unleash his fury. His eyes, sharp as daggers, betrayed the simmering hatred he could no longer contain. The man, sensing Chen Zhi's identity, met his gaze with equal animosity, creating a palpable tension in the air. Upon seeing Chen Zhi enter, the beleaguered Xinyu looked as if he had spotted a savior. "Old Zhi, you're here." "Silence," barked the investigating officer. "Who permitted you to speak?" "Officer," Chen Zhi managed to suppress his rage and maintain a calm tone. "Why is the victim in cuffs while the assailant sits comfortably? Who are you? What gave you the right to enter here?" The officer retorted, casting a scrutinizing glare at Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi pointed toward Xinyu. "This is my brother." He then gestured toward Lu Hong. "That one sitting is my ex-wife. Today's incident arose because of her." "Ex-wife?" Xinyu's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation, and he turned to Chen Zhi with urgency. "Old Zhi, did you truly divorce her? What transpired between you two?" In anger, he directed his gaze at Lu Hong. "How heartless of you. I was just beaten so severely, and you didn't even attempt to intervene. Given our family's close ties, I never expected you to be so ruthless." "Be quiet. Can't you hear?" The officer kicked Xinyu in irritation. Xinyu flinched, biting back his words, his eyes ablaze with fury. In that moment, Chen Zhi understood that even if his anger boiled over, he could not act out in the police station, with no familiar faces to aid him. He contemplated whether he might negotiate a fine to secure Xinyu's release. "Officer," he said, striving for a conciliatory tone, "I would like to discuss the possibility of paying a fine to have my brother released." The officer scoffed, a derisive smile on his face. "Do you think this is your family's establishment? You think you can avoid administrative detention by merely paying a fine? Who made those rules?" "Enough chatter. Chen Xinyu is being detained for provoking trouble and disturbing public order for 5 days, with a fine of 1,000. If you wish to pay the fine, you must remit the funds first." Chapter 12. Allowing them to cool off at this point, Chen Zhi grew anxious. The prospect of Xinyu facing actual detention and enduring such hardship was unbearable. He hastily declared, according to the Public Security Administration punishment law, if the punished party applies for administrative reconsideration or files an administrative lawsuit and provides a guarantor, or pays a security deposit at a rate of 200 per day of administrative detention, they may request a stay of execution. We would like to apply for administrative reconsideration. He recognized that several officers were clearly biased toward the other party, but feeling outnumbered. He knew that confronting them with reason would yield little success. Thus, he resorted to legal statutes, hoping to secure a glimmer of hope for Xinyu, while also wishing for the officers to adhere to the law and refrain from excessive measures. Before the officers could respond, the man who had been leisurely sipping water suddenly chuckled derisively, disdain etched across his face. "Oh, so you've come to the police station to lecture us on the law? You ought to take a good look in the mirror first. What do you think you are?" Lu Hong also scoffed, speaking with a sarcastic tone. "You mentioned paying fines as if you possess great wealth. Do you have the means to pay such fines? Look at you. Her disdainful gaze darted towards Chen Zhi, filled with contempt. The man continued to ridicule. Wealthy? If he were wealthy, even a sow could climb a tree. He is probably hounded by debt collectors daily, barely able to sustain himself. Yet he pretends to be a big shot. I feel embarrassed for him. These words pierced Chen Zhi like 1,000 daggers, igniting a furious blaze within him. It was evident that this woman had already divulged the details of his financial troubles to this scoundrel. Recalling the conversations from the audio Chen Yuhui had sent him, he felt a surge of blood rise to his head. This pair of deceivers had turned his childhood misfortunes into a source of amusement. No one could bear their spouse's betrayal and the accompanying humiliation of being mocked in tandem. Moreover, as the man continued to hurl insults, his eyes locked onto Chen Zhi with blatant provocation, releasing the paper cup he held, suggesting he was ready for a confrontation. It was clear to everyone present that Chen Zhi's anger had reached its zenith. However, to everyone's surprise, the next moment, Chen Zhi smiled, a chilling smile that sent shivers down everyone's spine. He understood that, despite the tempest of fury within him, he must exercise restraint. The opposing party had connections, and the officers were clearly biased in their favor. Engaging in a quarrel with them at the police station would yield no benefit for him. He could not fall into their trap. With a cold smirk, Chen Zhi remarked, "Lu Hong, this man is precisely the reason you are so eager to divorce me. Isn't he? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Hong reacted as if her tail had been stepped on. "Listen here, Chen Zhi, you can say whatever you like about me, but do not insult General Wang. He is just a friend to me, or rather, he is my fitness coach at the gym. Is it wrong for me to seek solace in a meal with a friend when I'm feeling down after our divorce? I was wrongfully insulted by Chan Xinyu in public, and even assaulted General Wang. Now you dare to speak such degrading words? I command you to apologize to General Wang immediately." At this point, Chen Zhi finally deciphered the man's identity. It turned out he was Wang Qiuyang, the owner of the gym Lu Hong frequented. Chen Zhi had accompanied Lu Hong there twice, but had never met the owner, only knowing his name. Noted, Chen Zhi thought to himself. He had no time to engage with Lu Hong any further and instead turned to the investigating officer. "Officer, I am now Chen Xinyu's guarantor. I am willing to pay the full bail amount and request a suspension of his detention." Regardless of the amount, Chen Zhi had the means. He only wished to secure Chen Xinyu's release. This was a society governed by law, not a playground for those with connections to wield power unchecked. Justice must be restored, but first, he could not allow Xinyu to suffer further. However, the officer still denied Chen Zhi's request and insisted that he and Zhu Haoyang leave. Yet, how could Chen Zhi simply walk away? With no other options, he contemplated calling his cousin. His cousin, Chen Shaoyi, was a member of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee and the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, though they hardly interacted due to the disparity in their social standings. Chen Zhi felt compelled to reach out, given the unjust treatment Xinyu was enduring. Just as he pulled out his phone, Wang Qiuyang stood up, pointing at Chen Zhi. "You owe me an apology. Are you deaf?" Chen Zhi shot him a cold glance, ignoring him as he turned to leave, intent on making the call outside. In this place, he was the weaker party and could not afford to clash with Wang Qiuyang. Seeing Chen Zhi's intent to walk away, Wang Qiuyang lunged forward. Grabbing him by the collar, "Stop right there." Chen Zhi raised his hand to shove Wang Qiuyang's hand away. Just as it appeared they were on the brink of a fight, an officer barked, "What are you doing? Dare to brawl in the police station?" Chen Zhi defended, "Officer, you saw it. He was the one looking for trouble. Did you not raise your hand?" The officer frowned, turning to his colleague. "They're indeed cut from the same cloth. Take him away and let him cool off." The officer retrieved handcuffs from the wall and approached Chen Zhi. At that moment, a tall officer emerged from the side, smiling. "What a ruckus! Who dares to brawl in the Public Security Bureau?" The other officers chuckled. "Captain Yang, you haven't left yet." Indeed, some individuals are simply outrageous. Captain Yang remarqued. It seems these two harbor deep-seated animosity. Perhaps we should find them a private room to reflect. The officers in the office momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by Captain Yang's proposal, unsure how to respond. Captain Yang continued, smiling. "I merely passed by and thought to offer a small suggestion for your consideration. If you need a place, our Criminal Investigation Division has a vacant holding room. The surveillance is down anyway, so it's quite quiet. If you wish, you can take these two there for a few hours of reflection." The officers quickly grasped Captain Yang's implication, exchanging knowing smiles. Chen Zhi realized that Captain Yang was from the Criminal Investigation Division. Chapter 13. A broken-armed Chen Zhi and Wang Qiuyang were escorted into a room labeled holding room. The officer locked the iron bar door behind them, instructing, "You two should reflect on your actions until you understand your issues and are ready to come out." Upon realizing that Captain Yang was sent by Ding Haowei, Chen Zhi's mind raced with thoughts. Could this be mere coincidence? Just as I encounter trouble at the Public Security Bureau, a member of the Criminal Investigation Division happens to pass by and offers a reasonable suggestion. Did Ding Haowei see me in the lobby downstairs? Once confined in the holding room, he pieced together the situation. He was certain that Ding Haowei must have seen him. Captain Yang from the Criminal Investigation Division wouldn't come to the Public Security Bureau without reason, implying that Ding Haowei had sent him. Ding Haowei's motives could be one of two possibilities. He was either deliberately trying to embarrass him or genuinely wanted to assist him. Wang Qiuyang observed Chen Zhi deep in thought, a smug smile gracing his face. Once the officers had walked away, he sneered at Chen Zhi. "Now it's just the two of us. Show me what you've got." The holding room was stark and empty, devoid of any furniture. If one grew weary of standing, sitting on the floor was the only option. However, this emptiness seemed to suit Wang Qiuyang just fine. He continued to mock Chen Zhi, pressing his elbows together, producing cracking sounds as he warmed up. Chen Zhi looked up at him and calmly stated, "I am now entirely convinced that you and Lu Hong are involved. However, one thing puzzles me. You conspired with that wretched woman against me. Yet I have not sought retribution from you. Why do you insist on antagonizing me?" Wang Qiuyang let out a haughty scoff. "It's simply because I take offense to you. From the moment you entered the Public Security Bureau, the disdain in your eyes ignited my anger. Thus, a beating was inevitable. Consider it a lesson. In the future, when you see me, behave yourself and be more submissive. Do not look at me with that gaze again. If you do, I shall strike you once more." With the audible crack of his elbow joints, it was evident that his muscular arms were prominently defined, exuding an intimidating presence. Chen Zhi appeared noticeably intimidated. He suddenly lunged toward the doorway, shaking the barred gate, and shouted towards the outside, "Help! Someone is trying to beat me. This person wants to kill me." However, the corridor was eerily empty, and no one paid him any heed. Wang Qiuyang approached Chen Zhi with a calm demeanor, his voice turning icy. "Do not waste your breath. Can you not discern the situation? This is merely an opportunity for a fair duel between us. For you, this chance serves to enlighten you on how your companion fell before my tempestuous barrage of punches." As he spoke, his fist, slicing through the air, aimed for the back of Chen Zhi's head. Chen Zhi hastily dodged. Wang Qiuyang, relentless, continued to advance, swinging his fists with precision. Chen Zhi could only evade in circles, calling out for help as he did so. Wang Qiuyang chased him several rounds without landing a single blow. Panting, he paused and cursed, "Coward! If you have the guts, fight back. Is running all you know to do?" Chen Zhi halted, offering a slight smile. "After throwing so many punches and not hitting you once, do you still consider yourself a man?" Wang Qiuyang's expression darkened as he roared, "Even on the brink of death, you dare to be defiant." Gathering all his strength, he charged once more, delivering a punch with all his might. This time, Chen Zhi did not flee. He sidestepped and expertly seized Wang Qiuyang's wrist, redirecting him towards the wall. With a resounding crash, Wang Qiuyang's punch struck the wall. Before he could retract his hand, Chen Zhi delivered a powerful elbow strike to his forearm, resulting in a sickening crack. Wang Qiuyang emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Without giving him a moment to recover, Chen Zhi grasped his other wrist and executed a similar maneuver, shattering his other forearm. With both arms broken, Wang Qiuyang spun in agony, his cries transcending the realm of human sound. Such harrowing wails echoed through the building, prompting the police to rush over and investigate. Two officers entered to find Wang Qiuyang, his face contorted in pain, emitting terrifying screams. They immediately barked, "What is happening here?" Chen Zhi, reveling in his misfortune, chuckled. This coach Wang has been restless all day. He couldn't help but practice his punches against the wall and perhaps hurt himself in the process. He gestured towards the dents left in the wall. Wang Qiuyang, hopping in agony, exclaimed, "It was him. He broke my arms. Quickly arrest him." Only then did the officers notice the dislocated state of Wang Qiuyang's forearms. Chen Zhi remained unperturbed, laughing nonchalantly. "Even if your arms are broken, it's due to your own folly of smashing them against the wall. Do not attempt to pin this on me." With both of Wang Qiuyang's arms broken, he was promptly taken to the hospital. while Chen Zhi was to remain in detention until the matter was clarified. Before the officers could lock the door, team leader Yang fortuitously appeared. After such a prolonged period of calm, it is time to let them out, is it not? One officer replied, Yang, we didn't expect a trivial matter to escalate. The man we took away has both arms broken. Yang responded, if his arms are broken, he must be sent to the hospital. Is this man unharmed? The officer stated, with only these two confined in this room, one has broken arms, making him the prime suspect. We cannot let him go. Chen Zhi immediately protested, officer, I have made myself clear. Coach Wang broke his arms by hitting the wall out of sheer restlessness. You cannot wrongfully accuse an innocent. Yang scrutinized Chen Zhi, entering the detention room to inspect the wall's damage. He addressed the officer. Is this not clear? It is evident he injured himself by striking the wall. And look at their physiques. Wang is a trained fighter. If he had not broken his own arms, could this Chen possibly stand a chance against him? The officer hesitated. Yang, a serious incident has occurred with one person breaking both arms. We should provide an explanation. Yang's irritation grew. He broke his own arms against the wall. Are we now responsible for his actions? The officer expressed concern. The surveillance in this room is inconsistent. Earlier, I saw Wang pursuing Chen, who was pleading for help. You must verify the footage, as this incident cannot be blamed on anyone else. The officer wished to argue further, but Yang impatiently declared, let Chen Zhi come with me. Team Leader Ding wishes to see him. The officer, taken aback, inquired, Team Leader Ding wants to see him? What does that mean? Yang replied, dismissively, nothing of significance. Team Leader Ding and Mr. Chen Zhi are old classmates. An old friend has arrived, and they ought to reminisce. Without looking back, he led Chen Zhi away. He is an old classmate of Team Leader Ding? The officer muttered to himself, watching their retreating figures in astonishment. Chapter 14. An air of integrity arriving at the door marked as the office of the team leader. Yang knocked and ushered Chen Zhi inside, before closing the door behind him. Ding Haowei's office was spacious, befitting of his rank. And the newly constructed police building in Jiangzhou boasted modern layouts and advanced facilities. Seated confidently behind a large desk, Ding Haowei lounged in his executive chair, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing Chen Zhi enter, he deliberately propped one foot upon the desk, spinning in his chair with an expression that could hardly conceal his pride and arrogance. Chen Zhi inwardly chuckled. This fellow would forever revel in such ostentation, deriving immense satisfaction from showing off in front of old classmates. With that thought, he nonchalantly took a seat on the nearby sofa. Ding Haowei shot him a glare. Who told you to sit? Stand straight. How did Wang Qiuyang break his arms? Chen Zhi smirked, unfazed. What does it matter to me how he broke them? He could surmise that Ding Haowei had intervened, indicating that he bore no grudge and was, in fact, assisting him. On the surface, Yang and the officers appeared to side with Wang Qiuyang, seemingly providing him with an opportunity to retaliate. Only Ding Haowei understood that despite Wang Qiuyang's muscular build, he was no match for Chen Zhi in a real confrontation. Ding Haowei was simply employing a different method to assist him. This was in line with his true nature. He was not a bad person, just overly fond of showing off and being ostentatious. If tasked with performing any despicable acts, he would falter. Ding Haowei, adopting a serious tone, declared, do you understand? If it were not for my intervention, you and your companions would have faced dire consequences tonight. Chen Zhi responded earnestly. I recognize your assistance. It appears that old friendships do indeed prove beneficial in critical moments. Ding Haowei chuckled triumphantly. Ah, so you recall our old camaraderie? I trust others have informed you. At that gathering you missed, I publicly chastised you and vowed to make things difficult for you. Did that not instill fear in you? Chen Zhi feigned trembling. Of course, I was terrified. I'm shaking in my boots. Get lost with your theatrics, Ding Haowei retorted, but truth be told, I was genuinely angry with you back then. I once believed you had truly ingratiated yourself, looking down upon those of us in lower income brackets. Yet, despite the harsh words exchanged over the years as old classmates, I would never resort to enmity. You are well aware of my straightforward nature. If provoked, I might hurl a few words your way, just a vent. Please do not take offense. Chen Zhi chuckled. As long as you do not genuinely seek revenge, I shall forgive you. Ding Haowei scoffed. You dare to elevate yourself? It is actually I who forgives you. To be candid, after that gathering, a classmate informed me that you might have encountered difficulties, having seen you laboring under the sun, drenched in sweat. Furthermore, The recent dissolution of Jiping Motors stirred quite a commotion. Naturally, we assumed that with your education, expertise, and capabilities, the collapse of Jiping Motors would not impede your prospects in other new energy enterprises. However, hearing that you resorted to manual labor compelled me to discreetly investigate your situation. Rest assured, my inquiries were not born of self-interest, but rather conducted from the perspective of a fellow classmate. I discovered that when you and your team supervisor resigned from Jiping Motors, the owner, Zhai Xiangsheng, personally spoke to each of you in an attempt to persuade you to stay. When he failed, Zhai became furious, proclaiming that unless one remained at Jiping Motors until death, finding employment in this industry would be impossible. The team you left is now entirely unemployed, effectively blacklisted in the industry. I understood then that your absence from the gathering stemmed from feelings of disgrace, fearing mockery from your peers. I wonder how you could be so pitiful. What was there to be ashamed of? If one place does not offer opportunities, there are surely others beyond Jiangzhou. Chen Zhi replied, "You are right. In my moments of desperation, I did consider leaving Jiangzhou. When I first graduated and began working, I came to visit you and mentioned this. My family situation was dire, and I had to return home promptly to find work and care for my family. Thus, with the dissolution of Jiping Motors and our subsequent industry ban, I felt trapped, unwilling to leave Jiangzhou, and left with no choice but to pursue other means. Do not mock my plight, but I have done various jobs recently, driving for ride-sharing services, delivering takeout, even working as a steelworker at construction sites. I was merely trying to provide for my family, all while burdened with loans. I cared not for the toil, as long as it brought an income. Yet, how much could I earn from such odd jobs? My wages barely cover my loan repayments. So you succumb to overwhelming debt." Ding Haowei interjected. Chen Zhi stared at him in disbelief. "You dare suggest there was no misuse of authority? Do not make it sound so harsh," Ding Haowei replied. "Do you think I have the leisure to investigate you? I merely learned of your current situation while inquiring about you as a classmate. It is nothing more than a bit of debt, after all. With your abilities, if you leave Jiangzhou and secure a position in a new energy firm, earning hundreds of thousands annually, you will soon find yourself back on your feet. I recognize your struggles, and as an old classmate, I cannot offer much help. Though I appear successful, my salary is modest, and I have not saved much over the years, merely around 100,000. I will lend you 100,000, but you must repay me promptly when you are able." As he spoke, he took out his phone, noting that the transfer limit was 5,000 per day. "I will send you 5,000 today and 5,000 tomorrow. Do not think of defaulting. I'm a police officer, and I assure you, that would not end well for you." Chen Zhi's phone buzzed, and upon checking, he saw an additional 50,000 in his account. He could not help but feel touched by Ding Haowei's gesture. Lowering his gaze, he refrained from meeting Ding Haowei's eyes, fearing his own emotional vulnerability would betray him. Ding Haowei continued to explain, "In school, I admired the police's authority, dreaming of becoming an officer myself. Yet, upon assuming the role, I discovered the challenges it entailed, low pay and considerable risks. As a criminal investigator, the workload is particularly grueling. Many times, I have worked tirelessly without returning home for days on end. Of course, in my position, opportunities for financial gain abound. However, you know me, I cannot tolerate injustice. I can boldly claim that this is a sense of righteousness. To uphold justice, one must first maintain personal integrity. One must be upright and self-assured in order to confront malevolence with unwavering resolve." Chapter 15. The familiarity of classmates. Chen Zhi realized that Ding Haowei was not merely posturing. His sincerity was evident, and his words came from the heart. "You must be aware of the trouble my friend encountered, resulting in his detention, evidently due to Wang Qiuyang's influence. Do you not feel compelled to raise your voice against such corruption?" Chen Zhi chuckled. "That matter is not within my purview," Ding Haowei replied. "However, I have instructed my subordinates to file a report." "And my friend?" Chen Zhi inquired urgently. "He was taken to the hospital. You may call to ascertain his whereabouts." Chen Zhi immediately stood up. "Old classmate, I owe you a debt of gratitude that shall not go unacknowledged. I will repay you in due time. I must head to the hospital." As for the 50,000 Ding Haowei had transferred, Chen Zhi did not refuse. Although he possessed considerable wealth, it was clear that Ding Haowei cherished his pride, and he wanted to afford him the opportunity to assist him. After all, it was a psychological satisfaction he sought. In a few days, he would inform Ding Haowei that he had managed to stabilize his situation and would repay him. Upon leaving Ding Haowei's office, Chen Zhi promptly called Xinyu, only to find that her phone was off. He quickly reached out to Zhu Haoyang, learning that Xinyu's phone had been damaged during the incident. At that moment, Xinyu was at Jiangzhou City People's Hospital. Very well. Please inform him that I am on my way. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Zhi heard Xinyu's anxious voice on the line. Lao Zhi, how are you? Have you gotten out so soon? Did that scoundrel lay a hand on you? Chen Zhi feigned laughter. I am perfectly fine. As he exited the police station, he spotted Lu Hong standing on the sidewalk. Accompanying her was a woman with 2 children, one cradled in her arms and the other in tow. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Su Meiwan, Xinyu's wife, pursuing Lu Hong. Lu Hong, what is going on? I'm asking you a question. Why are you avoiding me? Clearly, Lu Hong was attempting to evade Su Meiwan, who, in a state of distress, chased after her, asking, Did you come here for Xinyu? What happened? Please do not frighten me. Su Meiwan's voice trembled with emotion. Observing Lu Hong's evasive demeanor, her silence only heightened Su Meiwan's concern for Xinyu's well-being. Laoan, do not press her, Chen Zhi interjected, rushing over. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, Su Meiwan hurriedly approached, her anxiety palpable. Lao Zhi, you are here too. What on earth is happening? Please tell me. Do not frighten me. What has happened to Xinyu? Did something grave occur? Chen Zhi was momentarily at a loss for words in response to her barrage of questions, so he instinctively picked up the child she was holding. Xinyu had a son and a daughter. The elder was 5 years old, while the younger was merely 2. Casting a glance at Lu Hong's retreating figure, Chen Zhi turned to Xu Meiwan and said, Let us go, get in my car. Xu Meiwan, in a state of distress, urged, but first tell me, what on earth happened to Xinyu? Is he alive? Stop talking nonsense. He is fine, Chen Zhi replied. He got into a fight and took a few punches. The police were called, and he is currently in the hospital receiving an 4 drip. Xu Meiwan glanced back at Lu Hong's silhouette and asked, Why isn't she coming with us? Where is she going? Forget about her. Chen Zhi replied dismissively. From now on, just pretend you don't know that woman. What's going on? Did you two have a fight? We didn't fight. We just got divorced. What happened? At the mention of their divorce, Xu Meiwan grew increasingly anxious. Chen Zhi scoffed. Go ask Xinyu at the hospital. He got beaten up because of that woman. Everything was fine. Why would you two get divorced? Is it because of your debts? Throughout the journey, Xu Meiwan persistently questioned Chen Zhi about the divorce. Chen Zhi understood her concern for him, yet he impatiently replied, You're young. Why are you being so nagging? Why ask so many questions? If we divorced, it means we can't get along. If things were truly fine, who would choose to divorce? If I don't ask, who will? Xu Meiwan retorted, her temper flaring. Am I supposed to just sit back and watch you two get divorced? Arguments are common. I argue with Xinyu all the time, and even when it gets heated, we still manage to get along. In a household, who doesn't have disagreements? If every argument leads to divorce, the divorce rate would be 100%. Mind your own business. Focus on taking care of Xinyu. Xu Meiwan was from a neighboring village, and both Chen Zhi and Xinyu had been classmates with her in middle school. Despite her name suggesting beauty, Xu Meiwan was hardly attractive, maintaining only a barely acceptable appearance. Xinyu had struggled academically and, after failing to enter high school, began working after graduating from middle school. With a low starting point in life, his expectations for the future were modest. In today's society, he would be content simply to marry a wife and live a stable life. In his eyes, Xu Meiwan represented the highest level of attractiveness he could attain. Chen Zhi often mocked the couple for their lack of shame, as they had the audacity to pursue each other despite being classmates. Having grown up together and with Xu Meiwan marrying his best childhood friend, Chen Zhi shared a particularly genuine relationship with her. Upon arriving at the People's Hospital, Xu Meiwan suddenly exclaimed, Hey, Lao Zhi, where did you get this car? With your current financial situation, how could you afford a luxury vehicle? Initially, at the police station, she had been too preoccupied with her worries to notice what Chen Zhi was driving. Now, having calmed down a bit during the ride, she realized she had arrived in a luxury car. Chen Zhi smiled. I just picked up a new car. What do you mean I can't afford such a nice vehicle? Who do you think I am? Xu Meiwan was momentarily taken aback, then remarked meaningfully, If you really had such a nice car, would Lu Hong be willing to divorce you? Why do you say it as if that woman is particularly materialistic? Chen Zhi retorted as he picked up her elder daughter again and headed toward the hospital wing. Upon entering the ward, they found Xinyu indeed receiving an 4 drip, with 3 police officers present at his bedside. These were the inspectors Ding Haowei had mentioned, taking statements from Xinyu. It became evident that the inspectors had nearly pieced together the entire story. By reviewing the surveillance footage, they could conclusively prove that Wang Qiuyang had initiated the assault. Throughout the ordeal, Xinyu had not had the opportunity to retaliate, enduring a one-sided beating from Wang Qiuyang. Following the altercation, it was Wang Qiuyang who called the police. A classic case of the aggressor crying foul. Moreover, he had leveraged his connections to ensure the deputy captain of the Public Security Bureau was the one who responded, resulting in the victim Xinyu facing detention and fines while the assailant Wang Qiuyang was treated as the victim. Such a blatant distortion of truth and abuse of power constituted a serious dereliction of duty, and the inspectors assured that strict measures would be taken. They also sought the victim's opinion on whether he intended to pursue further accountability against the aggressor. After the inspectors departed, Chen Zhi observed Xiumai Wan wiping her tears, clearly distressed over her husband being beaten to a pulp. Who would not feel heartache over such a situation? Chen Zhi reflected that the saying, an unappealing wife is akin to a tattered cotton coat, held true. Xiumai Wan may not be beautiful, but she possessed self-awareness. Recognizing her average looks and understanding that only someone with Xinyu's modest expectations would hold her in high regard. Thus, she cherished their relationship and genuinely cared for her husband. Chen Zhi attempted to console her, saying, "Old Wan, stop crying. You're still young. Why dwell on such matters? It's just a few punches. Yes, you might look bruised now, but in a few days, it will all fade away. You can say that easily. You weren't the one getting punched, Xiumai Wan shot back. Isn't Xinyu's beating your fault? You had such a good university classmate. What was her name? Shen Qinglin. You should have pursued her instead of being blind to someone like Lu Hong. Now that you've just incurred some debt, she can't wait to divorce you. It's simply inhumane." Xinyu, with a swollen mouth, mumbled, "Not just inhumane, she is a venomous woman. Considering our families have such a good relationship, you and that woman used to be like sisters. This afternoon, I merely want to question her. When that man was hitting me, if she'd only pulled me back or offered a word of advice, it would have eased my heart. But instead, she stood by coldly, watching me get beaten, even sneering at my plight. I'll remember her for this. If I ever cross paths with that woman again, I won't hesitate to take her down. If I had known what she was like, I would have confronted her right at the police station." The couple began to vocally berate Lu Hong in unison, and Chen Zhi felt rather embarrassed as Zhu Haoyang stood nearby. Although they had applied for a divorce, they had yet to receive the certificate. Even once they did, she would always be his ex-wife, a permanent mark on his life. As they continued to curse the woman, Chen Zhi was left with a sense of disgrace, realizing that he had been blind to have chosen such a venomous character. In the midst of their tirade, Xinyu suddenly recalled something and turned to Chen Zhi. "Lao Zhi, it seems your great-uncle's predictions were indeed accurate. Remember when you went to see him, and I accompanied you? He told you that you were destined for late marriage, and that you must avoid marrying early. Otherwise, you would surely face divorce. You must wait until after 32 to marry for it to go smoothly." It appears he was entirely correct. At this, Chen Zhi also began to reflect, realizing that the events of the past few years seemed to have been foretold by his great-uncle. His great-uncle was a blind man who practiced fortune-telling using copper coins. Being blind, he had never married and lived as an old bachelor with few relatives or friends visiting him. Chen Zhi and his father were among the few who made the effort to see him. The year Chen Zhi graduated, he had visited his great-uncle, and during that visit, the old man had foretold his future concerning both career and marriage. The old blind man had warned Chen Zhi that he would soon encounter a stretch of misfortune. The prophecies were rather poetic, mentioning things like a declining family legacy, lack of support from kin, disputes, unfavorable encounters with authority, and difficulties in marriage, as well as poor luck with partners. Essentially, it meant that Chen Zhi was destined for misfortune. At that time, having just graduated from graduate school and on the verge of joining a prestigious company, he was brimming with confidence and optimism, believing he had a bright future ahead. Regarding the words of this solitary old blind man, one could not help but feel disdain, coupled with a hint of anger, thinking, "I came to see you with good intentions and a gift, yet you curse me instead." In retrospect, my great-uncle seemed to have calculated everything accurately, including his unfortunate encounters in seeking a spouse. His predictions were remarkably precise. Chen Zhi resolved that when he returned to his hometown in a few days, he must seek out his great-uncle for another divination, curious to see if he could predict his recent stroke of good fortune, as well as his forthcoming luck. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's intention to consult his great-uncle, expressed keen interest. When you go for the divination, take me along. I want to ascertain whether Sinew is fated to face calamity this year. Sinew, growing impatient, interjected, "What do you mean by calamity? Spare me your superstitions." At that moment, a nurse entered, instructing the family to settle the hospital fees. Su Meiwan found herself in a predicament, having just made a mortgage payment 2 days prior. Leaving her with scant funds, she addressed the nurse. "Miss, could we possibly delay the payment? You see, my husband has been severely injured, and the police have stated that the assailant will initially cover the medical costs. Due to special circumstances, the perpetrator cannot come in person, but I assure you, he will not neglect his duty upon arrival." The inspector had indeed mentioned that the assailant would be responsible for the medical expenses. However, they had received a call revealing that Wang Qiuyang had sustained 2 broken arms and was unable to come to settle the hospital fees. The inspector, intrigued by the sudden turn of events regarding Wang Qiuyang's injuries, took note. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi remained untroubled, confident that Ding Haowei would manage the situation adeptly. Earlier in Ding Haowei's office, he had uttered a profound truth. True justice does not rigidly adhere to the letter of the law, but rather prevents those with malicious intent from exploiting its loopholes. Chen Zhi stood up and declared to the nurse, "I am his friend. I will cover the hospital fees for now." Su Meiwan, alarmed, exclaimed, "Lao Zhi, what are you doing? The person who caused the harm should bear the medical expenses. We must not only seek reimbursement, but also hold him accountable legally. Why should we pay?" As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Chen Zhi, feeling unable to voice her true feelings in front of the nurse. However, Chen Zhi was resolute, following the nurse out. Su Meiwan, frantic, insisted on retrieving him, telling Sinew, "Lao Zhi has no money. He is overdue on his online loans and struggles to make ends meet. He even lost his wife over this. How can he be expected to pay for hospital fees?" Sinew replied, "How much do you have left on your phone? Let's gather what we can. We owe Lao Zhi for the medical fees. He is in dire need of funds, and we must not put him in a difficult position." Chapter 17. The white moonlight. At that moment, Chen Zhi returned, observing the couple trying to gather funds on their phones, even borrowing 1,000 from a cousin to repay him. Chen Zhi produced his phone, displaying a text message confirming a transfer of 50,000 yuan. "Look here. I am indeed experiencing a windfall. I just received another 50,000. That online loan is a mere trifle. I can repay it in no time." Sinew was left bewildered. "Lao Zhi, what is going on? Just a few days ago, you were inundated with collection calls. How is it that you suddenly have money?" Su Meiwan also seemed to have an epiphany. "Indeed, Sinew, let me tell you. Lao Zhi is driving a brand new Benz. He claimed he just picked it up, and he brought us here in it." Sinew, even more perplexed, questioned, "Lao Zhi, have you engaged in any illicit activities? How did you suddenly become wealthy?" Chen Zhi, grinning with pride, replied, "It's quite simple. I hit the jackpot. I won over 500 million. What is a new Benz compared to that?" Both Sinew and Su Meiwan regarded him with disbelief. Chen Zhi chuckled inwardly, knowing they would not believe the truth. Nevertheless, he resolved to exchange the car back as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Chen Zhi called Qin Guomin. "I will come over to exchange the car after breakfast. You all wait at home." On the other end of the line, Qin Guomin was ecstatic, repeatedly affirming, "Sure thing, I will wait for you at home with Xiao Hui." "I want to come to your home," Chen Zhi replied. "I will wait for you at the village entrance at the same spot where we exchanged the car last time." He preferred not to visit Qin Guomin's home, wishing to avoid the displeasure of his aunt. Ever since his little brother absconded with funds, Chen Zhi had visited his uncle several times. And while Qin Guomin feigned willingness to help, his aunt's demeanor had been exceedingly unpleasant, narrow-minded as many rural women tend to be. The moment any conflict arose, she would show her true colors, dismissing him without pretense, even resorting to insults and scorn. Chen Zhi saw no point in lowering himself to her level, opting instead for the strategy of keeping his distance. After breakfast, Chen Zhi set out in his car to the village entrance, the same place from which he had taken the car previously. Upon arrival, he called Qin Guomin. "I'm here. Please bring the car out. Have Xiao Hui return the memory card for my dash cam intact, and it would be best to delete everything stored on the computer. Those files pose no threat to me. After all, I'm already divorced. Even if they circulate among relatives and friends, it will soon be forgotten. However, uncle, if your little schemes get out, it won't be forgotten so easily." Qin Guomin quickly assured him over the phone. Rest assured, I will ensure that everything is deleted. Moreover, that incident will definitely stay within our family. We are close relatives, and family matters should remain confidential. Despite his bravado, Chen Zhi could not shake off the anxiety about Qin Yuhui potentially exposing the dashcam footage. During his marriage, Lu Hong had brought another man into their home, and although he was now divorced, the embarrassment of such a scandal becoming public was not something he could easily dismiss. After ending the call, Chen Zhi stepped out of the car. The air conditioning inside was stifling, so he moved to the other side of the road, standing under the shade of a tree, where a gentle breeze made the heat bearable. After a few minutes, a car emerged from the village, a white Audi A4. As it approached, the driver seemed to recognize Chen Zhi, and the vehicle accelerated towards him. Startled, Chen Zhi jumped aside, seeking refuge behind a tree, thinking to himself, if you dare, try crashing into the tree. As the Audi A4 drew near, it skidded to a halt, sending up a cloud of dust and the smell of burning rubber. The door did not open immediately, as the occupants waited for the dust to settle. At that moment, Chen Zhi caught sight of the passenger, and an immense joy surged within him, accompanied by an uncontrollable smile as he rushed from behind the tree onto the road. As the door opened, a striking figure stepped out. Seeing her familiar silhouette, Chen Zhi felt as if a spring breeze had swept over him. What constitutes true beauty? It is the ability to lift one's spirits with just a glance, dispelling any gloom and leaving one feeling refreshed. The beauty smiled gently at him. What do you think? Is this an inventive way to greet someone? Chen Zhi exaggeratedly responded. It's exceedingly creative. A slap is affection, a scolding is love. I can only say your love for me knows no bounds. The beauty laughed playfully, nudging him with her foot. Let me love you once more. Unable to resist, Chen Zhi took a moment to admire her. She wore a refreshing white sports tank top that perfectly accentuated her slender yet strong waist, paired with light blue joggers that radiated vitality. Her hair was casually tied in a high ponytail, and her flawless skin gleamed with a hint of pink in the sunlight. Her large, dark eyes sparkled with life, and her lips, the color of ripe cherries, smiled at Chen Zhi, revealing pearly white teeth. Chen Zhi was utterly captivated. She is Shun Qinglin, Chen Zhi's classmate from high school and university, once the belle of Beihang University, his ex-girlfriend, his cherished memory. It has been 4 long years since they last met. Not only has she become even more beautiful, but her demeanor has also grown increasingly refined. She exudes an allure that captivates from within, capable of bringing a gentle breeze to one's heart at a mere glance. So how do I look? Have you seen enough? Is there any change from before? Shun Qinglin inquired. I can never get enough. I could gaze at you my entire life and still yearn for more. Chen Zhi replied earnestly. Oh, how envious you are, Shun Qinglin laughed. I heard you got married a year ago. You have a wife now, yet here you are speaking enviously. How amusing. Chen Zhi chuckled. You seem well-informed. It's not about being well-informed. It's that I've always kept an eye on the most significant man in my life, one I can never forget. So, what's your wife like? Is she more beautiful than I? Upon mentioning Lu Hong, Chen Zhi's expression shifted slightly. He wished to conceal his discomfort from Shen Qinglin, but in the presence of such an astute woman, it was impossible to hide his true feelings. He couldn't express joy when discussing his so-called wife because he knew that any pretense would be discerned by Shun Qinglin's keen eyes. Shen Qinglin blew a light breath towards his face. What's wrong? Did my question strike a nerve? Is it heartless for an ex-girlfriend to inquire about your wife? Knowing you're married, I feel no jealousy. Should I be jealous? Don't forget, we parted amicably. Chen Zhi shook his head and grasped her small hand, tenderly rubbing it. That's a taboo subject. Isn't they're saying that one should never discuss another woman in front of woman? All right, you're right. My question was indeed abrupt. Then I wish you well. May your family be happy and grow old together, she said. Ugh. Chen Zhi emitted a sound of disgust. Her words felt insincere. It's not insincere. I mean it sincerely, Shun Qinglin replied earnestly. In this era of non-marriage, there are few reliable women who can lead a stable life, including myself. You know me. I am a free spirit. If it weren't for my nature, it would be me marrying you, not someone else. I cannot conform to a traditional marriage, being a dutiful wife and mother, so you should cherish your good wife. By marital standards, I am unworthy, thus you ought to appreciate your qualified spouse. Chen Zhi fell silent. Chapter 18. A comforting embrace. Shun Qinglin was correct. Her thoughts were unconventional, lacking the image of a traditional woman devoted to family life. Even a notion of feminism seemed outdated in her perspective. She believed women should not marry while pursuing their careers. If they did marry, it should be in a modern partnership akin to a dink family, resolutely avoiding childbirth. However, her ideology clashed with Chen Zhi's background from a single-parent family. His grandfather held traditional views, favoring males over females. Although his uncle was well off, he was not favored because he had only daughters. Chen Zhi's grandfather had 2 grandsons on paper, but the elder, Chen Zhi, was mentally challenged, leaving Chen Zhi as the sole hope for carrying on the family lineage. If Chen Zhi chose not to marry or to remain childless, how despairing would that be for his grandfather? Compounding the issue, Shen Qinglin was ambitious. She had a long-standing dream of never marrying a wealthy heir or a bureaucrat, aspiring instead to become a strong woman who would not wed until she earned a fortune of $1 billion. Having visited Chen Zhi's home a few times and understanding the dynamics, she recognized her incompatibility with the Chen family and her inability to delay Chen Zhi's lineage. Even though their love was once fervent, reality and rationality ultimately triumphed over emotion, leading to their amicable separation. At this moment, as Chen Zhi gazed at his ex-girlfriend after 4 years apart, he felt as if those years had been but a fleeting dream, as if they had parted yesterday and reunited today. Memories of their time together flooded his mind. It was truly a twist of fate in such a civilized society. Differing ideologies had kept lovers apart, yet who could be blamed for that? His grandfather yearned for great-grandchildren. That was not wrong. His father hoped for a complete family unit, which was equally valid. The real problem lay within his own fractured family, desperately in need of a homemaker to nurture, raise children, and perpetuate the family line. Shen Qinglin scrutinized Chen Zhi's expression. What's wrong? You seem unhappy to see me. Chen Zhi shook his head. No, I was a bit down, but seeing you instantly brightened my mood. What troubled you? Shen Qinglin asked, glancing at the luxurious G-Class Mercedes. Look at you, driving such a fine car. Your life seems to be going well. What could possibly be wrong? This car isn't mine. It belongs to my cousin. Chen Zhi explained the car's origin and shared his financial troubles, omitting only the detail about winning the lottery. He concluded, my debts have exploded, and I lost my wife. I submitted my divorce application at the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday. In 29 days, I will receive my divorce certificate. Shen Qinglin stared at him with a complex expression. No wonder I sensed something amiss with you. You seem happy yet burdened, like a child who has left home and is now seeing their mother. Do you want to cry? As she spoke, she opened her arms. Come here. Let us embrace for comfort. Obliging, Chen Zhi wrapped his arms around her, enveloped in her soft, fragrant presence. The sweet scent of youth washed over him, a familiar aroma that had lingered in his dreams countless times. Or perhaps she could no longer be deemed a girl, for she was now 29, as old as he, ripening like the reddest apple on a branch, her figure more voluptuous and robust than before. Just as Chen Zhi lost himself in this warm, sweet, dreamlike sensation, he noticed Shen Qinglin's hands were moving restlessly. He quickly interjected, What are you doing? Be still. Don't distract me from enjoying this moment. Stop fussing. Shen Qinglin playfully shook him. I was just going to enter your bank card number into my phone. I want to transfer $300,000 to you. It's the limit I can afford without straining my finances. Please don't feel pressured. If you have the means, you can repay me. If not, I want to pursue it. Chen Zhi shook his head. I don't need it right now. My debt situation is basically resolved. I appreciate your kindness, but there is no need for the money. Shen Qinglin gently nudged her chin against his shoulder. Is that your male pride acting up again? Isn't the most painful thing for a man to reveal his vulnerabilities in front of the woman he loves, letting her see his most helpless side? Chen Zhi chuckled. You're correct, but that doesn't apply to me right now. He pondered how to explain his improved financial situation without revealing the lottery win. Just then, he heard the sound of an engine approaching and glanced sideways to see his white Nissan Qashqai speeding out from the village. He quickly remarked, the Qin family has arrived. They seem reluctant to part. To his surprise, Shen Qinglin tightened her embrace further. If they're reluctant, let us just keep holding on. What can the Qins do? Chen Zhi smiled helplessly, thinking, she remains the rebellious Shen Qinglin. He gently patted her back, and, eventually, the two reluctantly separated. By this time, the Qashqai had drawn near. Inside the car, the Qin father and son had already noticed Chen Zhi and Shen Qinglin in an embrace. Qin Yuhui spat disdainfully. How shameless. in broad daylight. They're openly embracing. What's the big deal? They were together in college, but they broke up because Shun Qinglin didn't want children, Qin Guomin replied dismissively. So why are they back together now? Qin Yuhui exclaimed in frustration, clearly envious of Shun Qinglin, the belle of Beijing University, whose beauty was unmatched in their hometown. In the village, who among the young men does not regard Shun Qinglin as their dream lover? Qin Yuhui, the son of the village chief, considers himself superior and indulges in fanciful thoughts, yet his desires remain unattainable. As the two disembarked from the vehicle, Chen Zhi, with a sense of duty, took the initiative to greet his uncle. Qin Guomin nodded in acknowledgement and then addressed Shun Qinglin, asking why she had not yet departed. As her third grandfather awaited news from the bank, Chen Zhi, perplexed by their conversation, glanced at Shun Qinglin for clarification. She explained that her third grandfather had deposited some money in the bank, but due to his declining health, he was unable to visit the bank in person to withdraw it. The family, armed with the deposit slip, faced the bank's insistence that only the account holder could make the withdrawal. They had informed the bank of his mobility issues, but the service was only available in urban areas, leaving them to find a solution on their own. They had attempted to transport her grandfather to the bank, but he had become unwell just as they reached the vehicle, necessitating his return home. Frustrated, she resolved to confront the bank about their inhumane policies. Qin Guomin urged her to act quickly, suggesting that the bank was merely following regulations and that her visit might not yield results. He proposed that they devise another plan if the bank refused to extend its services to the countryside. Chen Zhi, intrigued, inquired about which bank her grandfather used. Upon learning it was the construction bank, he advised Shun Qinglin not to go to the county town just yet. Instead, he offered to fetch a vehicle and accompany her, believing he might be able to assist. Qin Yuhui, hearing this, scoffed but swallowed his retort. His focus was on his own Mercedes, and he was eager to switch vehicles. He hastily handed Chen Zhi the keys to his Qashqai, assuring him that nothing had been disturbed inside the car. His insinuation was clear, indicating that the dashcam's memory card remained untouched. Chen Zhi took a moment to inspect the vehicle, ensuring that the recorded footage had not been tampered with before heading over to the Mercedes with the Qin father-son duo. He opened the car door for Qin Yuhui and urged him to check for any discrepancies, warning him to voice any concerns immediately, as he would not be held accountable later. Qin Guomin rushed to inspect the box of liquor in the trunk. Upon confirming its presence, he visibly relaxed but restrained the urge to open it in Chen Zhi's presence, offering a forced chuckle and downplaying its significance, suggesting it was merely 2 bottles of wine that he might sample that evening. Chen Zhi, with a cold laugh, countered, "Uncle, if you can drink such fine wine, I will give you 500 million. If not, you owe me 500 million. Care for a wager?" Qin Guomin's face paled, realizing that Chen Zhi had likely discovered the box contained 100,000 yuan instead of liquor. He quickly closed the trunk, pulling Chen Zhi aside to whisper, "Xiao Zhi, I'm aware of your current financial predicament. I've managed to scrape together 50,000 recently. Let me transfer it to you." He glanced toward the others, implying secrecy about their transaction, fearing Shun Qinglin would uncover the truth of their scheme to split the ill-gotten gains. Chen Zhi, fully aware of Qin Guomin's intentions, firmly declined, stating, "Thank you for your kindness, uncle, but I know you are not in a position to assist me. My business dealings are between me and my uncle. I shouldn't involve you. Moreover, the one who absconded with the funds is guilty of a crime, and while others have reported it, I hesitated due to our family ties. I plan to file a report with the police to ensure my money is recovered once the case is solved." He turned towards Shun Qinglin, ready to depart, signaling that he and she would visit her third grandfather. Qin Guomin's expression shifted between uncertainty and irritation as he feigned politeness, insisting, "It's already late. You should come home with me for lunch. I'll have your aunt prepare a few dishes." Chen Zhi rejected the insincere invitation, wrapping his arm around Shun Qinglin's waist, stating, "Let's head to your grandfather's together." Watching their affectionate exchange, Qin Yuhui seethed with jealousy. With the car keys now in his possession, he could no longer hold his tongue. "Cousin, don't waste time. Hurry and take Sister Qinglin to the county. Whether it works out or not, she should return quickly. What can you possibly achieve? The bank's policy is clear. Can you change that?" Chen Zhi shot him a disdainful glance, ignoring his provocations. This only fueled Qin Yuhui's anger further as he retorted, "If you had connections at the bank or were a significant depositor, I might believe you could help. But given your own financial troubles, The bank is likely preparing to sue you. You should refrain from getting involved. Your assistance would only complicate matters. Chen Zhi recognized that Qin Yuhui aimed to embarrass him in front of Shen Qinglin, mistakenly thinking he could maintain composure while hiding his own financial ruin. Little did he know that Chen Zhi had already confided in Shen Qinglin about his situation. This epitomized the difference between a gentleman's openness and a rogue's treachery. Before Chen Zhi could respond, Shen Qinglin's face transformed with shock and anger. What? Chen Zhi, are you serious about your financial troubles? How could you let it get to this point? You didn't mention any of this to me earlier. Chen Zhi couldn't help but smirk inwardly at Shen Qinglin's feigned innocence. A warm feeling washed over him as he recognized their unspoken understanding. He immediately adopted a fade of indignation, addressing Qin Yuhui. Xiao Hui, what nonsense are you spouting? I am a distinguished graduate of Beitang University, an elite in a major corporation. How could I possibly be in debt? If you wish to fabricate a story, at least make it plausible. And what motive do you have for this baseless accusation? Qin Yuhui shot back. Why is it suddenly my fabrication? I merely stated the truth, cautioning you against visiting her grandfather, as it could lead to complications. Chen Zhi, resolute, declared, in that case, let us wager. If I succeed in resolving the issue, what will you offer? Qin Yuhui remarked, if you can truly summon the bank personnel, I shall comply with any terms. At that moment, Qin Guomin immediately reprimanded his son. Shall we? What nonsense are you spouting? What kind of wager is this? If Chen Zhi could indeed call the bank staff, wouldn't that resolve our significant issues? Stop this foolish betting. Qin Guomin, a man of considerable experience, understood that Chen Zhi's financial predicament was dire. Yet he also realized that he might still have acquaintances within the bank. What if he could indeed leverage those connections to summon the bank's personnel? Qin Yuhui, however, failed to grasp his father's perspective and remained insistent on wagering with Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi responded, if you lose, I won't make it difficult for you. How about this? You accompany me, and if I succeed in my endeavor, you must shout thrice. Qin Yuhui, have underestimated others, then mimic a dog's bark as you crawl out. Qin Yuhui burst into laughter. That's an easy task. If I lose, I shall accept my fate, as you suggested. But what if you fail? Chen Zhi replied, if I lose, I'll do the same. Shen Qinglin interjected, let us agree on this. I will act as the intermediary, and you both can accompany me to my great-uncle's home. With no other option, Qin Guomin joined them. Chapter 20. Circumstances prevail over individuals. Qin Guomin felt a mix of exasperation and understanding toward his son's obstinacy. He believed that in front of Shen Qinglin, Chen Zhi would not dare to acknowledge his financial collapse. Thus, he was likely bluffing to intimidate Qin Yuhui into retreating. Now that they had bet, Chen Zhi was in a precarious position. It would be interesting to see how it would unfold. Upon arriving at his great-uncle's house, Chen Zhi took a brief look inside and found that Shen Qinglin's great-uncle was indeed in a terrible condition, unable to rise from his bed. As Shen Qinglin had suggested, it was a matter of time. If they did not promptly withdraw his savings, the family might face absurdities at the bank after his passing, such as proving parental identity. Given the urgency, they needed to retrieve the funds while he was still alive, yet his health prevented him from visiting the bank. The bank, citing that the countryside was out of their service area, refused to provide home service, a policy rather inhumane. Chen Zhi immediately called Fong Xinyan. Upon answering, she greeted him warmly. Manager Fong, are you busy? I have a small request. Fong Xinyan quickly replied, not at all, Mr. Chen. Please, do let me know how I may assist you. Chen Zhi explained the situation regarding the elderly man and provided the location of Beitan village. Fong Xinyan responded promptly. No problem. I will inform the branch manager to coordinate with the county bank to send someone over. That would be splendid. Thank you, Manager Fong. You are truly a great help, Chen Zhi replied gratefully. Fong Xinyan chuckled lightly. Mr. Chen, you are too kind. This is but a minor matter. Serving our clients is our duty. Besides, your esteemed standing as our valued customer makes it all the more worthwhile. After expressing his gratitude and exchanging pleasantries, Chen Zhi ended the call. The Qin father and son had been listening intently. Chen Zhi intentionally put the call on speaker, ensuring that both the Qin family and Shen Qinglin could hear clearly. From the conversation, it was evident that Chen Zhi's relationship with Fong Xinyan was purely professional. He was indeed a valued client. Their expressions turned to bewilderment. How could a man on the verge of bankruptcy still be regarded as a premium customer by the bank? Qin Yuhui's eyes sparkled with realization, and he suddenly burst into laughter. "Cousin, you truly deserve your reputation. What a clever strategy you've devised." Chen Zhi asked. "What do you mean?" Qin Yuhui, brimming with pride, declared, "I see it now. You must have arranged this in advance, orchestrating a performance for us." Chen Zhi scoffed. "Whether it's a performance or not, we shall see. As long as she notifies them, the drive from the county to here is merely 20 minutes. Let us wait and discover whether the bank personnel arrive. Then the truth will reveal itself." Confident in his assumption, Qin Yuhui asserted, "Let us wait. If the bank staff does not arrive in a few minutes, I shall relish watching certain individuals imitate dogs and crawl out of here." Less than 30 minutes passed when a black Passat pulled up outside, and 2 bank employees entered. Chen Zhi greeted them warmly, guiding them inside to assist the elderly man. The moment the Qin father and son laid eyes on the bank personnel, they were left utterly speechless. Initially, Qin Guomin had entertained his son's theory, suspecting that Chen Zhi had orchestrated a ruse with someone over the phone. He could not fathom that a man on the brink of financial ruin could be a distinguished client of the bank. Yet, the reality of the bank staff arriving in the countryside was undeniable, although they struggled to comprehend the intricacies at play. One thing was clear: Qin Yuhui had lost a bet. He was now obligated to shout thrice, "I, Qin Yuhui, have underestimated others," and mimic a dog as he crawled out. However, how could Qin Yuhui, the village chief's son, humiliate himself in such a manner? As he pondered this, he seized the opportunity when Chen Zhi entered the house and hastily attempted to slip away. But Shen Qinglin, unrelenting, called out, "Yuhui, where do you think you're going? You made a bet with Chen Zhi, and, as the intermediary, I expect both of you to honor your agreement." He could not help but say, "Lin, it has been several years since you last visited my home. Grandpa and the others often mention you. They miss you dearly." Shen Qinglin straightened her back while supporting Chen Zhi's arm, discreetly pinching his arm at the same time. "If you want me to see Grandpa, just say so. Why beat around the bush? All right, I'll accompany you. I miss them too." Chapter 21. The Village Chief's Mischievous Scheme According to the Principle of Reciprocity. Shen Qinglin should visit Chen Zhi's family, as he was already in her hometown, Beitan Village. Thus, he should first pay a visit to her parents. Recollecting the past, during their romantic involvement, Shen Qinglin's parents held Chen Zhi in high regard. Although they had some reservations about his single-parent background, they were generally quite pleased with him. They understood their daughter's unconventional views and hoped that through her marriage to Chen Zhi, she would settle down, preferably returning to Jiangzhou to work with him. However, Shen Qinglin was ambitious, and they ultimately parted ways. After their breakup, due to family circumstances, Chen Zhi quickly found a partner and married. Consequently, in Shen Qinglin's parents' eyes, Chen Zhi was now a married man. Should he visit her home again, they might misinterpret his intentions. Thus, Chen Zhi decided against going. Chen Zhi's hometown, Nantan Village, was merely separated from Beitan Village by the intermediate Zhongtan Village, with a straight-line distance of about 7 or 8 miles. There was no need for them to drive separate cars. Shen Qinglin intended to ride with Chen Zhi in his vehicle. However, to her surprise, he locked his car and suggested they take her Audi A4 instead, insisting she drive him home. Shen Qinglin looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean? Why not drive your car?" Chen Zhi replied with a playful smile, "By driving your car, I can save on fuel expenses." Shen Qinglin scrutinized his face for a few seconds before asserting, "There must be another reason. You simply do not want to tell me." Chen Zhi feigned helplessness, spreading his hands. "All right, I confess, nothing escapes your keen perception. I thought since you enjoy breaking conventions, it would be fitting for you to drive while I sit in the passenger seat, reversing the typical roles." Shen Qinglin rolled her eyes. "Forget it. If you don't want to say, I'll 1T press you. Let us get in the car." In truth, the real reason was that Chen Zhi felt a sense of aversion upon seeing the white SUV. Previously, Lu Hong predominantly drove this car to work and had even taken other men to his home in it. He found the vehicle too tainted for someone as pristine as Shen Qinglin. He resolved to sell it after their trip and purchase a new, understated yet luxurious car. Once in the car, Shen Qinglin started the engine, but instead of heading south, they drove north. Chen Zhi questioned, "Is this a modern-day case of going south while heading north? We agreed to visit my grandfather. Where are you taking me?" Shen Qinglin retorted, "I haven't seen my grandfather in years. I cannot go empty-handed. I'm stopping by the town to buy some gifts." Chen Zhi inquired, "What gifts?" "My family runs a small supermarket. We lack for nothing. Grandpa has an orchard filled with watermelons, cantaloupes, and an abundance of fruits. What more could you possibly need? Chen Qinglin shot him a glance. I would rather carry 2 pounds of peaches than go empty-handed. That is the most basic courtesy. Upon arriving in town, Chen Qinglin initially intended to visit the largest supermarket, but upon reaching its entrance, she changed her mind. She felt the supermarket was filled with tobacco and alcohol, which she did not wish to bring to her grandfather. Instead, she sought out the town's finest tea shop and ultimately selected a Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. She requested the shopkeeper to brew a sample. The tea was a bright orange-yellow, fragrant and rich, with floral and fruity aromas, complemented by a unique mineral essence. The leaves were tight and dark, and the price was relatively high for this establishment. Chen Qinglin was pleased and requested the owner to package 2 boxes. Chen Zhi understood that she was preparing 2 gifts, one for her grandfather and one for his father. Afterward, Chen Qinglin visited the largest supermarket and purchased a variety of snacks. Chen Zhi could guess these were for his older brother, Chen Daji. Although his family operated a small supermarket, it did not hinder Chen Qinglin from expressing her goodwill through these treats. By now, it was nearing noon, and the blazing July sun mercilessly scorched the earth. Occasionally, heavily loaded trucks rumbled through the town, and the asphalt road, exposed to the scorching sun, seemed to soften under the weight of their tires. They drove to Nantan village, parking outside Grandpa S' orchard. Upon exiting the car, they immediately felt a cooler breeze, and the air was filled with a faint scent of fruit trees. Grandpa S' 3 brick houses were situated at the heart of the orchard. As they entered, they heard the sound of barking. Chen Qinglin turned to Chen Zhi and laughed. It seems Da Huang has forgotten me. I used to visit often, and he would recognize my footsteps. Now, as we enter, he barks. It appears he hasn't even recognized your footsteps. Chen Zhi chuckled. Perhaps Da Huang is getting older, and his hearing is not what it used to be. As they approached the 3 brick houses, Da Huang finally recognized Chen Zhi's footsteps and ceased barking, greeting them with joyful yelps as he limped over, his front leg clearly injured. After a few affectionate nuzzles to Chen Zhi, he turned to sniff Chen Qinglin, seemingly trying to place the familiar girl, before playfully interacting with her. At that moment, Chen Zhi's grandfather, Chen Kajian, emerged from the orchard, holding a basket of fragrant pears. At nearly 80 years old, Grandpa was remarkably spry, with keen eyesight and hearing. He wore a slightly worn straw hat, and although his shirt had a few holes, it was impeccably clean. Upon seeing Chen Qinglin, his wrinkled face instantly lit up with joy. Is that you, Qinglin? You still remember your old grandpa, and have come to see this old man. From his delighted expression, it was evident that he was genuinely happy to see Chen Qinglin again. I have thought of you often, Grandpa, Chen Qinglin replied with a smile. It's been years since I last visited. You won't hold that against me, will you? Grandpa feigned a stern demeanor. Of course, the reason I marked that individual as an enemy in my little ledger is due to an incident from years ago when Hao Chong mingled with unsavory characters in the county town and became close to the wealthy man who was involved with Chen Zhi's mother. Later, there was the unfortunate event where Chen Zhi's father attempted to catch them in the act and ended up with a broken leg. Although Hao Chong was not one of the assailants, he belonged to the group that attacked. Following that incident, he assisted the gang in covering up their actions, intimidating and threatening the Chun family in the process. Eventually, as the wealthy man's enterprise flourished and relocated to a major city, Hao Chong returned to the village to assume the role of village chief. For years, he has mercilessly bullied the Chen family. All these incidents have culminated in Hao Chong being a thoroughly qualified adversary. Chen Zhi took the basket from his grandfather's hands, and the trio, along with the dog, made their way back. They walked along a narrow path amidst the fruit trees and arrived at a modest open space that could be considered a courtyard. 3 houses stood there, adorned with green bricks and azure tiles, clearly showing signs of age. At that moment, a woman with flour on both hands hurriedly emerged from the house. Oh my, is that not Qinglin? You have grown more beautiful with each passing year. It has been years since I last saw you, she exclaimed, reaching out to take the gift from Chen Qinglin's hands, wiping the flour on her apron, and warmly pulling her into the house. You are such a thoughtful child, remembering to visit your grandfather. So, have you married? Where is your partner from? Do they work in the capital too? This warm reception for Chen Qinglin contrasted sharply with the dismissive glance she cast toward Chen Zhi, as if he were invisible. Confused, Chen Zhi called out from behind the 2 women. Aunt, when did you arrive? Why are you so biased, ignoring your own nephew and being so affectionate with an outsider? The woman, appearing to be in her 60s, was indeed Chen Zhi's aunt, Chen Yufang. Throughout his life, she had been the one who cared for him the most, especially after Chen Zhi's mother left home. Yet today, she seemed to harbor some discontent towards him, her demeanor slightly irritable. After their grandfather entered the house, Chen Zhi found himself alone in the so-called courtyard, staring vacantly at the 3 green brick houses. These houses had been constructed by the collective in the past. His grandfather had worked in the orchard since his youth, dedicating his life to tending fruit trees. He often claimed to be the second best in fruit management in the village, with no one daring to claim the top spot. After the collective disbanded, his grandfather leased the village's orchard. It was during the onset of the reform and opening up era, a time of rapid rural development and the emergence of many specialized households. His grandfather had been among the first in the village to prosper. A few years later, when the family had accumulated wealth, they even purchased a vehicle for Chen Zhi's father to transport goods, making them the wealthiest family in the village. However, when Hao Chong returned to the village as the village chief, envious of the orchard, he manipulated his brother to outbid Chen Kejian. Through a series of underhanded dealings, he seized the majority of the orchard, leaving Chen Kejian with only a small portion, a concession made out of fear of the repercussions from Chen Shaoi, a high-ranking official in the city. Yet, knowing that Chen Shaoi's family was at odds with Chen Kejian's, Hao Chong felt emboldened to openly contest the orchard. Unfortunately, managing fruit trees requires specialized knowledge, and Hao Chong's group, enticed by the profit in fruit cultivation, proved to be utterly inept when it came to actual care. Within a few years, they ruined the once thriving orchard, and when it ceased to be profitable, they cut down all the trees. Just earlier, Chen Zhi had heard his grandfather mention that Hao Chong had come again with town officials to stir up trouble, clearly harboring ill intentions. However, Chen Zhi had resolved to stand firm. He had acquired some wealth and felt a newfound confidence. Even if conflict arose with Hao Chong's group, he was no longer afraid, as they had previously relied on their connections with the town's police for protection. Ding Haowei had told him that he would not serve as a shield for anyone, but he would not turn a blind eye to any corruption or injustice he encountered. This assurance fortified Chen Zhi's resolve, as Ding Haowei had become his pillar of support. He would not burden Ding Haowei with any troubles requiring unethical favors. He only sought fairness and justice. Thus, he considered himself a person of influence and means. Therefore, the long-cherished plan of vengeance could commence today. Hao Chong's covetous gaze upon his grandfather's orchard would not go unchallenged. He would ensure that the scoundrel would pay dearly for his ambitions, and no one would dare to entertain such thoughts again. Moreover, Chen Zhi reflected on the hardships his grandfather had endured throughout his life, never truly enjoying the fruits of his labor. Now that he had finally achieved some financial stability, it was imperative for him to ensure his grandfather could enjoy a comfortable life. He had returned today with cash to provide his grandfather with some assistance. Yet, he knew that even if he offered a substantial sum, the old man would hesitate to spend it on himself. Thus, Chen Zhi planned to purchase new furniture and appliances for his grandfather, compelling him to use them, even if he himself was reluctant to buy. With this thought in mind, Chen Zhi swiftly took out his phone and dialed a number. Jinyu, are you off work yet? Chen Jinyu, like Chen Xinyu, was one of Chen Zhi's closest childhood friends. A few months prior, Chen Zhi faced a job change and had 2 options: to accompany Xinyu in deliveries or to join Jinyu in slaughtering chickens at the cold storage. He ultimately opted for the delivery job, as it was more convenient for him to work in the city and return home in the afternoons for additional driving gigs. However, he had noticed that Lu Hong seemed somewhat off during that period, and he feared that living apart might exacerbate any issues in their relationship. 2 days ago, Chen Zhi had informed Xinyu of his resignation from the delivery job, claiming he wanted to join Jinyu in the cold storage. Now, nearly 11:30, Chen Jinyu replied, "I'll be off in about 10 minutes. What can I do for you?" Chen Zhi said, "I just transferred 30,000 yuan to you." As soon as he spoke, Jinyu on the other end of the line was visibly startled, exclaiming, "Why are you suddenly transferring money to me? Didn't your credit card loans just go overdue? Where did you get the money? Oh, I see. You want to hide your assets, right? What a vivid imagination you have." Chen Zhi chided. "Money is merely a tool. We can always earn more. If debts become overwhelming, we can work hard to overcome them. I can't be indebted for life, can I? The overdue debts have already been settled, so don't dwell on that. This money is for you to make purchases. After you finish work, head to the appliance store in town and buy a large air conditioner for around 10,000 yuan, as well as a big television, about 70 to 80 inches. Bring them to my grandfather's orchard and have them installed after lunch. Additionally, go to the surveillance installation company and have them assess the orchard's layout. Aren't there solar-powered cameras that can be installed independently without needing to be charged? Ask them to bring several models for me to choose from. Once you've completed these tasks, buy some roasted chicken, pig trotters, and other delicacies and come over for dinner, and is making dumplings. After Chen Zhi finished speaking, there was a brief silence on the line as Jinyu seemed to still be processing the shock. Finally, he replied, I see. You sent me 30,000 yuan. All right, I'll take care of it right away. He then mumbled, You really are quite the enigma. Just a few days ago, when your debts were overdue, we were discussing how to pool some money to alleviate your financial pressure. And now you've suddenly become a wealthy man. What exactly happened? Chen Zhi replied with a smirk. I won the lottery. Do you believe me? I cannot trust you at all. Enough of that. I shall not linger. Work in shortly. See you in a bit. Upon entering the room, he observed his great-aunt holding Shun Qinglin's hand, engaged in warm conversation. It was evident that her primary concern remained Shun Qinglin's marital status. Upon learning that Shun Qinglin was not only unmarried, but also firmly opposed to the institution of marriage, she began her counsel anew. Qinglin, our ancestors have always been farmers, and the wisdom passed down is that men should marry when they come of age, and women should do the same. Just look at Xiao Zhi. He's been married for over a year, and I still think he married too late. Many youngsters in the village, around his age, already have children in school. You're already 29 this year. If you don't hurry to get married, that delay having children. A woman should bear children while she is still young. Otherwise, it becomes increasingly difficult. Shun Qinglin playfully replied, Great aunt, if that is the case, perhaps I should just forego having children altogether. The very thought of childbirth terrifies me. I simply cannot endure it. The great aunt shot her an admonishing glance. Why do you still harbor such thoughts? If you don't marry and have children, who will care for you in your old age? Will you reside in a nursing home? Why should the staff there care for you? Even one's own children may not be filial, let alone strangers. You are still young, and everything seems inconsequential. But when you grow older and your parents have passed, you will realize that having no relatives in this world is truly unbearable. Why must you be so disobedient? If only you would listen and marry Xiaozhi sooner. You two would make such a splendid pair. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears. At that moment, grandfather, with heartfelt sincerity, remarked, Qinglin is a wonderful child. If such a fine daughter were to become my granddaughter-in-law, it would be the fortune I earned in my past life. But why must you insist on working in the big city? What is so great about the capital? I hear the smog there is severe, and winters are particularly harsh. Why not return here, where winters are mild and summers are pleasant? Our climate is the most nurturing. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Look at Xiao Zhi, married now while you remain single. Listen to your grandfather and great-aunt. Find a reliable young man and marry him soon. Chen Zhi quickly seized the opportunity to say, Grandfather, you still have feelings for Qinglin. Since she is not married, I might as well divorce Lu Hong in a few days and marry Shen Qinglin instead. That would be the true original match. His words were a subtle precautionary measure, for he knew the truth of his impending divorce with Lu Hong could not be concealed forever. He was uncertain how heartbroken grandfather would be upon learning this news, so he sought to prepare him mentally, hoping to mitigate the eventual shock. Grandfather immediately glared and scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? Marriage is a lifelong commitment. If everything is going well, how can one consider divorce so lightly? Focus on your efforts and let me hold my great-grandson soon. That is what truly matters. Isn't that right, Qinglin? Chen Zhi's comment alerted the great-aunt, who cast a wary glance at her nephew, then at Shen Qinglin, sensing a potential threat. Consequently, she ceased her urgings for Shen Qinglin to marry and instead said, Qinglin, you are fortunate. Just as it happens, I am making dumplings. Gome, let's have lunch here today. With the two of you, we will surely need to make more, so lend your great-aunt a hand. Shen Qinglin immediately made a face of discontent. Since childhood, she had always resisted household chores. It could be said that she harbored aspirations distinct from others. She believed a woman should not be confined to domestic affairs. Thus, she had always refused to learn cooking and other household tasks from her mother. Her great-aunt had long recognized this trait. Clearly, her great-aunt was now intent on putting her in a difficult position. Shen Qinglin did not hide her reluctance. Great-aunt, you know me. I cannot help with household chores. The great-aunt insisted. It is precisely because you cannot do it that I must have you assist. How can a young lady not know how to cook or make dumplings? How will you manage in the future? It is not merely about learning to serve others. Even if you wish to eat, you ought to be able to prepare it for yourself. Without further ado, she guided Chen Qinglin to sit across the table. I will roll the dough, and you'll wrap the dumplings. I'll start with a few. Watch closely. The dumpling skin should be held like this, steady. Do not overfill the filling, or it will spill out when wrapping. Then press the edges tightly and pinch the pleats. This is how dumplings should look and taste good. With no choice but to comply, Chen Qinglin began to learn, albeit half-heartedly. She had resolutely rejected her mother's attempts to teach her how to make dumplings throughout her life, yet she felt too embarrassed to refuse her great-aunt now. After much effort, she finally managed to shape a rather crooked dumpling and presented it to her great-aunt. Great-aunt, is this how it's done? Her great-aunt, with flour-dusted hands, grasped Chen Qinglin's wrist and began counting the pleats on the dumpling. It must have 12 pleats for good fortune. When Xiao Zhi's mother first came to our home, we served dumplings. She also helped wrap the dumplings, and she was exceptionally skilled. Her dumplings could stand upright in water without sinking. It was her talent that facilitated that match. Chen Zhi knew his great-aunt well. She was astute. Now, in front of Chen Qinglin, she had invoked memories of his mother, the unforgiving woman who had abandoned her husband. It was clear that this was a deliberate act on the part of the great-aunt. Chapter 24. Considering investment and entrepreneurship in truth, the great-aunt had not said her entire piece. She truly meant to reference Lu Hong. Lu Hong was exceptionally adept at household tasks. When she first visited to meet the family, she was entirely at ease, immediately volunteering to cook, showcasing her culinary skills. It is said that to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. Lu Hong not only captured the man's heart, but also won over his family as well. The great-aunt recognized Chen Qinglin's intelligence and was subtly hinting, attempting to provoke both Chen Qinglin and Chen Zhi. She understood Chen Qinglin's rebellious nature. She had always played by her own rules. Should Chen Qinglin find it difficult to forget old feelings, this unconventional rebel might disregard the fact that Chen Zhi was already a married man. Ignoring societal judgment, she might choose to maintain an ambiguous relationship with Chen Zhi, thereby endangering another's family. The entire Chen family awaited Lu Hong's pregnancy to bring a new life into the household. Should chaos ensue, how could they ever hope for a child? Chen Zhi understood his great-aunt was overthinking but felt unable to clarify. For now, he could not disclose to his family that he had already submitted a divorce application. He had to allow them to gradually accept this reality. Furthermore, Chen Qinglin remained the same as before. Earlier, during their journey to the town, they had exchanged thoughts about Chen Qinglin's career. She had already established a moderately scaled AI model team, successfully developing several multilingual pre-trained models. She had achieved notable progress in deep learning, strategy modeling, and algorithm research, beginning to provide AI model intelligence services to various enterprises. Thus, Chen Qinglin, with her ambitious career just taking off, had become even more resolute in her stance against marriage and motherhood since her graduation. It was inconceivable that she would suddenly reconsider marrying him. The great-aunt was indeed overthinking the matter. Once the dumplings were completed, the great-aunt did not treat Chen Qinglin as an outsider. She instructed her to help tidy up the area before mysteriously pulling her nephew aside to a corner. Chen Zhi, anticipating a reprimand from the great-aunt about rekindling old feelings with Chen Qinglin and potentially ruining his family, braced himself. Unexpectedly, Annie turned to him and asked, "Xiao Zhi, tell me the truth. Have you accumulated a substantial amount of debt that you are unable to repay?" Chen Zhi, taken aback, inquired, "How did this news spread so swiftly?" "Who told you, Auntie?" With a stern expression, Annie replied, "That is of no concern to you. Not only are you unable to repay your debts, but numerous creditors have come knocking at your door. Furthermore, you have also taken Xiao Hui's newly purchased Mercedes-Benz, and I hear they are searching for you to apprehend you." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi immediately understood the situation. "Annie, did you hear this from someone surnamed Qin?" Annie, realizing her nephew had guessed correctly, admitted, "Yes. I heard this from your cousin's wife at the market yesterday. Just tell me the truth. Do you owe a significant amount of money, and have you taken Xiao Hui's car? This is serious. You must be honest with me. You know I came here today specifically for this matter, as I fear you might get into trouble. If you commit a crime and get arrested, think of all the hardships you have endured since childhood." At this point, Auntie became choked with emotion tears streaming down her face. Chen Zhi quickly wiped her tears away, saying, "Auntie, I understand you are concerned for my well-being, and I will not deceive you. Recently, I did face some debt, but you know your nephew is a graduate of a prestigious university, and my abilities are evident. All those debts have already been resolved. As for taking Xiao Hui's car, that is true as well. I merely wanted to teach them a lesson, but I have since returned the car, and there is no issue now. In fact, not only have I repaid my debts, but I also have a considerable amount of savings." "Really? Xiao Zhi, please do not mislead your auntie. I am constantly worried about you and your father, fearing any disturbances. I'm not misleading you, auntie. I did have debts due to a project I was developing for another company that has now been settled, and I truly have a substantial amount saved up. Just recently, I had Jinyu purchase an air conditioner and a large television for Grandpa, and we are also installing surveillance for his orchard." "What?" Annie exclaimed in surprise. "Is that true? Why are you spending money so extravagantly? You need to save, especially with a mortgage, and once Lu Hong becomes pregnant. If that happens, you will be the sole breadwinner, and family expenses will inevitably rise. You must save some money. Do not worry, Annie, I have everything planned." As they conversed, they heard the dog, De Huang, barking intermittently, signaling Zhen Yu's arrival. Accompanying Chen Zhi was a representative from a surveillance company, carrying various surveillance samples. Seeing them discuss surveillance matters, Auntie felt reassured about Chen Zhi's claims. If he were truly burdened with debt, he wouldn't have the means to purchase such items for Grandpa. Auntie had rushed over today to ascertain whether her nephew had truly stolen a car and was in debt. Yet she could not directly question her father for fear of causing him distress. Her intention was to subtly probe for information before preparing a meal for her father, and then visiting Chen Zhi's father to see if he was aware of the situation. Now, witnessing her nephew's affluent demeanor, Auntie finally felt a sense of relief. During lunch, Zhenyu asked Chen Zhi, "Yesterday, Xingyu called me, saying you wanted to join me in chicken farming and had already discussed it with me. When did you call me?" Without looking up, Chen Zhi replied, "I merely had that idea. I never said I had discussed it with you." Zhenyu remarked, "Even if you had, it would not matter. I am not planning to continue." "Oh, why not?" Chen Zhi inquired, lifting his gaze. "Did you not say that chicken farming was lucrative?" "That was in the past," Zhenyu replied. "Our company is potentially being sold to Day Group, and I hear their representatives have begun negotiations with our boss." Chen Zhi was puzzled. If business is thriving, why sell? Zhenyu explained it was thriving, but Yao Tian Group is among the best in the region for livestock farming. However, the market has been poor for the past 2 years, and it's been a prolonged downturn. In livestock farming, one thrives on market conditions. When times are good, profits are abundant, but in tough times, losses can be significant. Consider how many livestock farmers there were in our area. Many initially earned great wealth, but were eventually eliminated in the competitive landscape, leaving only Yao Tian Group. Unfortunately, this prolonged downturn has taken its toll, with our boss investing billions without respite. Day Group, being a leading enterprise in feed and livestock, can withstand downturns better than we can. They have a history of acquiring struggling businesses during tough times. A few years ago, when the market was poor, they expressed interest in acquiring us, but our boss managed to hold on. Now, however, it appears he can no longer endure, and Day Group is attempting to take advantage of the situation, seemingly trying to acquire us at a bargain price. If the acquisition goes through, I've heard Day Group has strict management, and we will likely lose our additional income. As a result, everyone has decided that if the acquisition occurs, we will resign. Hearing this, Chen Zhi felt a spark of interest. The reason for his intrigue was Zhenyu's mention of Yao Tian Group being in a vulnerable position. He had been preparing over 200 million for investment, seeking entrepreneurial opportunities. If Yao Tian Group was on the brink of collapse, it meant the company could be viewed as a distressed asset. Such situations often provide opportunities for astute investors. If Day Group sought to acquire Yao Tian Group at a discount, surely other entities would also be interested. He questioned Jinyu. If Day Group is trying to acquire Yao Tian Group at a low price, does your boss truly believe they can take advantage of him without resistance? Jinyu replied, "Otherwise, why would it be called taking advantage of a disaster? I've heard from officials that our boss has reached a dead end. The bank will no longer extend loans, and he has borrowed significantly from private lenders. It seems he can no longer manage his finances, and with the market remaining stagnant, no one knows when it will recover. At this juncture, he is at the mercy of others." Chen Zhi inquired, "What is Day Group offering?" "Reportedly, they are offering 1 billion. 1 billion? Chen Zhi questioned, "What is Yao Group truly worth?" Zhi replied, "I cannot say precisely, but I have heard that our boss has invested around 5 to 6 billion into the company. When the market was favorable, the valuation could reach 10 billion without issue." "What?" Chen Zhi exclaimed, indignant on behalf of Yao Group. "Is Day Group not attempting to steal it outright? They wish to acquire a 10 billion company for just 1 billion. If it were me, I would rather let it go than sell it to them." Zhi chuckled. That mindset is typical of someone who prioritizes pride over practicality. Day Group has extensive experience in these dealings. They have already conducted thorough investigations and know our boss's debts total around 1 billion. If 100 million were to be acquired from selling the enterprise, our boss, despite being left with little, could depart unscathed. However, if he chooses not to sell, the entire company may falter. Once production ceases, it spells the end of the business. Imagine a company in ruin, with its incubation facilities, breeding grounds, and cold storage, be it land or equipment, sold off. How much could it fetch? It's conceivable that an initial investment of 5 or 600 million could dwindle to mere millions upon liquidation. Ultimately, our boss might find himself burdened with tens of millions in debts, potentially leaving him unable to repay them for the rest of his life. Currently, the Day Group is compelling him to make a final choice. Chen Zhi nodded. He understood the principle of weighing two evils to choose the lesser. His previous remarks stemmed from frustration, as he perceived the Day Group's actions to be exceedingly unscrupulous. He had heard that during the 1990s, in this very county, there were dozens of sizable breeding enterprises. One such enterprise, the Tongjiang Group, had grown considerably, viewing the Yao Group as a mere junior. The owner of Tongjiang, having risen from modest breeder to a significant enterprise in just over a decade, had expanded excessively. His extravagant lifestyle matched his rapid growth. He would often dine in the provincial capital seeking culinary satisfaction unattainable locally. Yet his rapid strides and high-leverage expansion could not weather the prolonged industry downturn, leading Tongjiang to be among the first to falter. In traditional breeding, enduring the cyclical fluctuations is regarded as a common strategy. Therefore, during an industry winter, even if losses accumulate by the day, halting production is not an option. Funds must be continually injected to sustain operations, waiting for the storm to pass. This industry characteristic means they cannot simply cease operations. For instance, once chicks are hatched, they require constant feeding and health management. Interrupting production leads to mass mortality or disease spread, resulting in losses far exceeding daily deficits. Fixed costs remain rigid, and halting operations risks losing clients, necessitating market reentry and rehatching, which incurs even higher costs. Thus, even in the face of adversity, they must persist. However, the downturn lasted so long that the owner of Tongjiang could no longer hold on, ultimately vanishing with his last funds. The enterprise ceased operations overnight, and employees swiftly cleared out the cold storage of all products. Creditors arrived en masse, seizing any valuable assets, even stripping the roof tiles from the factory. The outcome was nothing short of tragic. The owner of Yao Group, being a prominent figure from this town, had often been discussed by others. It was said that many large-scale breeders had outperformed him initially, but as successive market downturns struck, those who had overextended themselves gradually succumbed. In contrast, the Yao Group's owner had consistently sought stability, refraining from excessive leverage, operating within his means while maintaining a reserve for risks. However, this latest market trend has been not only fierce, but prolonged, with no signs of recovery for over 2 years. There is a saying among farmers: wealth means nothing if it is encumbered. Such encumbrances are liabilities that require daily sustenance, leading to losses that persist. It appears that even a cautious owner must resort to leverage to sustain operations. Ultimately, the leverage has reached a point of desperation, leaving them vulnerable to predatory actions. The Day Group, being a national enterprise with deep roots and ample resources, is unfazed by the plight of many small businesses hanging by a thread due to this unprecedented industry winter. They are bold enough to acquire these so-called distressed assets, knowing that once the storm passes, the Yao Group will be a valuable asset worth billions. This seems to illustrate the phenomenon of winner takes all. Chen Zhi pondered his intention to invest over 200 million to acquire the Yao Group. The crux of the matter lies in whether he would be purchasing a prime asset or a liability. This uncertainty hinges on when the current industry winter might end. even if he were to acquire it for 100 million and allocate another 100 million for operational costs. He could find himself at a loss should the market fail to improve after a year. Most critically, he lacks expertise in the industry. Without a loyal and capable team, he would struggle to navigate the complexities of the business. Thus, while the Altian Group could yield significant returns in the hands of the Date Group, it might become a burdensome liability in another's hands. Chen Zhi began to feel disheartened, realizing that venturing into the breeding industry was fraught with uncertainty. He decided to abandon such lofty aspirations. At this juncture, his interest in the topic waned, while his aunt and others were more preoccupied with matters concerning marriage. Jinyu, a distant nephew of hers, was the same age as Chen Zhi, yet at 29, he remained single. She inquired, "Jinyu, how are things with your romantic pursuits? Are you seeing anyone?" Chen Zhi feigned an attempt to silence his aunt, saying, "Aunt, haven't you heard? When meeting someone at work, don't ask how much they earn. When meeting a single person, don't inquire about their relationship status. And when meeting students, avoid asking about their grades. We haven't even reached the new year, and you're already pressuring for marriage." Chapter 26. The bald woman his aunt brushed aside Chen Zhi's remarks, asserting, "Stop with the nonsense. At 29, it's time to worry about marriage." She turned to Jinyu, pressing for the truth. "Jinyu, tell us honestly, are you seeing someone? Where do things stand?" The question left Jinyu looking forlorn, unsure how to respond. At that moment, De Huang, the three-legged dog, bounded into the room, tail tucked and eyes wide with fear. The grandfather, sensing trouble, laid down his chopsticks and exclaimed, "Is that rascal Hao Chong bringing the big old dog in again? I'll confront him." Simultaneously, they heard a commotion outside, a group of people clearly entering the orchard. Chen Zhi urged his grandfather to sit back down, saying, "Grandfather, enjoy your meal and your drink. I will handle this." Jinyu stood up, intending to follow Chen Zhi, but Chen Zhi held him back, insisting, "Stay where you are. Keep eating. I can manage this." With that, he grabbed a pair of chopsticks and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he saw a number of people in the grove, laughing and picking fruit as if they were at home. Although he couldn't count them all at once, there appeared to be about 10. They plucked fruit as they wandered deeper into the orchard, selecting only the largest and best. After picking, they would wipe the fruit on their clothes before biting into it, discarding the fruit with disdain, cursing, "Damn it, this one looks big but isn't sweet." As he walked further into the orchard, the main path was lined with concrete trellises for grapes. The grandfather's rose-scented grapes, large and succulent, were now perfectly ripe. A few individuals were tearing at the clusters, selecting the largest, darkest grapes, consuming them with little regard, discarding more than they ate. Chen Zhi's anger flared, and he bellowed, "Stop right there." This scene filled Chen Zhi with fury. This orchard embodies the entirety of my grandfather's dedication. Approaching 80 years of age, the old man tends to this expansive land single-handedly, a feat that would demand considerable energy and strength even from a youthful individual. The fruits, so painstakingly cultivated, are ruthlessly ravaged by this group of ruffians, devoid of any conscience. He pointed at the person desecrating the nearby grapes and commanded, "Listen, pick up the grapes you've thrown on the ground and eat every single one." These young people, each adorned with brightly colored hair, unmistakably resembled a band of delinquents. One of them, scoffing at Chen Zhi's words, retorted, "Are you joking? Grapes that have fallen to the ground are fit for consumption? Show me how you eat one." His tone was jesting, yet his gaze betrayed a menacing intent. At that moment, a young woman emerged from the thicket, shouting towards Chen Zhi, "What do you mean? Chen Zhi, I brought my friends to my grandfather's orchard for some fresh picking, and you have no business meddling." This young woman was Chen Yan, the youngest daughter of Chen Zhi's second uncle. Chen Zhi's grandfather, Chen Kejian, had 2 sons and 2 daughters. His elder daughter was married, while Chen Yan, at 24, remained unmarried, although she had seen a succession of boyfriends. With this revelation, Chen Zhi understood that these individuals were not troublemakers led by Hao Chong, but rather, they were brought by Chen Yan for fruit picking. However, was this truly picking? The large apples were bitten into and discarded. The clusters of grapes were plucked indiscriminately, leaving them incomplete. How could his grandfather sell such damaged goods? Just as he was about to speak, another woman approached from behind. Judging by her attire, a small tank top and a prominent bosom, Chen Zhi surmised she was female, though her features were ambiguous enough to suggest she might have originated from Thailand. Her makeup was excessively dark, resembling a panda, and her lips were coated in a deep purple gloss, all while her bald head shone brightly. She wore oversized earrings that dwarfed her ears. This woman appeared to have a fierce temperament. Pointing at Chen Zhi, she exclaimed, "Chen Yin, who is this brat? This is your grandfather's orchard. He has no right to meddle. Who is this blind fool, exposing himself like that?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chen Zhi found this delinquent girl particularly irksome. Gripping a chopstick in his hand, he warned, "Mind your words. If you dare to insult me again, that earring of yours will vanish. Do you believe it?" "I believe your mother-s nonsense." She shot back, immediately displaying a grotesque expression, unleashing a torrent of curses. Yet, she was abruptly silenced by a piercing scream. At that moment, others began to gather, startled by the girl's cry, perplexed as to what had transpired, especially since Chen Zhi stood a considerable distance away. However, some had witnessed that, with a mere flick of his wrist, Chen Zhi had sent the girl's earring flying, tearing her earlobe and causing blood to drip. Several onlookers noted that when Chen Zhi had raised his hand, it appeared he had hurled something. In hindsight, it was likely the chopstick he had just been holding. This meant that, from over 10 paces away, he had managed to strike the earring off the girl's ear with precision, simultaneously tearing her earlobe. Clearly, Chen Zhi possessed remarkable skill. His display of prowess left everyone astounded. The girl clutched her ear, still wailing in agony. Chen Yin, her face pale with anger, pointed at Chen Zhi, exclaiming, "Chen Zhi, are you even human? They are all friends of your sister. They merely came to pick some fruit in Grandpa's orchard. Why did you resort to violence? Look at what you've done to her ear." With a countenance as cold as ice, Chen Zhi replied, "Enough chatter. Get them out of Grandpa's orchard immediately. They are not welcome here." This only fueled Chen Yan's fury, and like a combative quail, she confronted Chen Zhi, hands on her hips, defiantly stating, "What gave you the right to shout at me? This orchard belongs to your grandfather, but it is also mine. Those who truly hold sway over this orchard have all had their turn. It is not your place to dictate. What labor have you contributed? You know the fertilizer in this orchard comes from my father's processing plant." As Chen Yin spoke, her anger intensified, her eyes narrowed in disdain. "Chen Zhi, let me tell you, you are nothing but a debt-ridden fool. Don't think we are oblivious. The whole village knows about your situation. You are buried in debt, and creditors are blocking your door. Is that why you've run back to the orchard to hide? Are you so humiliated that you resort to wielding chopsticks as weapons?" Amidst this uproar, a young man emerged from deeper within the orchard, adjusting his pants as he approached, evidently having just relieved himself. He was clearly the leader of the group, tall and imposing, with an air of defiance. Upon reaching them, he wrapped an arm around Chen Yin, saying, "Darling, who is this brat? Don't be upset. Your husband will take care of this. Do you prefer breaking an arm or knocking out some teeth?" Chen Yin, aware of Chen Zhi's martial arts background and his commitment to avenging his father, understood the potential danger. Given Chen Zhi's grip on the chopsticks and his earlier display of precision, she knew he could very well target any of them. She placed a calming hand on the larger man's arm, signaling him to temper his aggression. "Let me handle this. He is my second brother. I'm merely trying to reason with him. He is a debt-ridden pauper who has come to hide in Grandpa's orchard." As she spoke, several individuals entered the orchard, wheeling large boxes in a cart. They inquired, "Is this the orchard of Chen Kijin?" Chen Zhi recognized the workers who had come to install an air conditioner and television for his grandfather and replied, "Yes, this is the place. Please go ahead." Turning to Chen Yin, he added, "See, the air conditioner costs over 10,000, and as for that television, I'm unsure if it's 70 or 80 inches, but it was purchased without hesitation. What contributions have you made to Grandpa's orchard?" Another worker entered with a cart, dragging several smaller boxes. Chen Zhi pointed him out, saying, "Look, this is the security system I installed for Grandpa's orchard, powered by independent solar energy. You claim to be so filial. Why didn't you install security for Grandpa's orchard? Reflect on your conscience. Grandpa is nearing 80, managing this vast orchard alone. While many of his contemporaries are cared for by their children, he continues to labor tirelessly. Have you not heard the saying, every inch of silk and every grain of rice comes at a cost? How much sweat does Grandpa expend for each apple and grape? While it is understandable to come and pick some fruit, you must not allow them to waste it. I insist that anything thrown on the ground must be picked up and consumed before you leave." At this, Chen Yin found herself momentarily speechless. Her face contorted in rage as she gazed at the departing installers, struggling to comprehend the situation. The village was abuzz with rumors that Chen Zhi was drowning in debt and had already hit rock bottom. So, where did he find the funds to purchase such a large air conditioner and television for his grandfather? Moreover, he was also installing multiple surveillance cameras. Acquiring such an array of items must have cost several tens of thousands of yuan. Could it be that the village's gossip about him was merely slander? Was it possible that the reality contradicted the rumors, indicating that Chen Zhi had become prosperous and was now flush with cash? For many years, her family had lived far better than her uncles, boasting not only a happy household, but also considerable wealth. Now, with Chen Zhi suddenly surpassing them, her feelings of jealousy and resentment were particularly intense. Yet, despite her family's affluence, she found herself unable to produce several thousand yuan to buy gifts for her grandfather. What a frustrating predicament. Of course, these feelings of animosity could be set aside for the moment. The pressing issue was that Chen Zhi was not showing any consideration. The gathering was comprised of his friends, or rather, the close companions of her boyfriend. Earlier, he had boasted about bringing them to the orchard to freely pick and eat, as if they were at home. Yet before they had even begun the official harvest, they were being asked to leave. How could she hold her head high in front of them again? However, if she allowed them to unleash their anger on Chen Zhi, she feared he might retaliate with his chopsticks, as if they were projectiles, potentially injuring someone and escalating the situation beyond control. While she wrestled with these thoughts, Shen Qinglin approached from the house, addressing Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi, let's just forget it. Don't stoop to their level. These are all Chen Yan's friends. Let them each take a little to enjoy at home. Shen Qinglin aimed to prevent Chen Zhi from clashing with those people, believing it necessary for someone to mediate. This would save face for Chen Yan and allow everyone to retreat amicably, while also sparing her grandfather's orchard from any damage. Chen Yan recognized Shen Qinglin, aware that she was Chen Zhi's ex-girlfriend. Hadn't they already broken up? Why were they together again now? Chen Yan felt a surge of malicious inspiration. She could capture a photo of Chen Zhi with Shen Qinglin and send it to Lu Hong, showing her partner rekindling old flames with his former lover. Perhaps this would incite Lu Hong to confront Chen Zhi, resulting in a divorce, just what she wanted to see unfold. It must be said, Shen Qinglin's beauty was striking, and her presence instantly captivated the group of ruffians, leaving them awestruck. The burly man beside Chen Yan unabashedly eyed her with greed, even squeezing Chen Yan's arm. Hey babe, who is this stunning beauty? Absolutely exquisite. Observing her boyfriend's drooling expression only intensified Chen Yan's anger, prompting her to shove him away. You fool. Be careful not to blind yourself with that gaze. What's wrong with you? What is the issue? Her boyfriend retorted. What do you want? You've made a fool of yourself, and you expect to just walk away quietly? Initially, Chen Yan didn't wish to escalate the situation, but her boyfriend's foolishness infuriated her beyond measure. She could no longer suppress her desire for confrontation. Now, all she wanted was for her boyfriend and Chen Zhi to engage in a fierce battle, leaving them both bruised and battered. Chen Yan, Shen Qinglin exclaimed, calm down. Don't let the numbers fool you. Do you really think you can take Chen Zhi in a fight? You know him better than I do. I don't care. Chen Yan screamed, kicking her boyfriend. Fight. Go ahead and fight. The burly man grinned maliciously, cracking his knuckles. That's easy enough. Just as he was about to confront Chen Zhi, someone shouted for Xiao Ge, and Chen Jinyu rushed out of the house, phone in hand. Yi. Phone Ge wants you on the line. The burly man paused, realizing it was Chen Jinyu. After taking the call and donning a fawning smile, he replied with a few affirmatives before returning the phone. He awkwardly chuckled. Phone Ge needs me for something. I must be off. He waved to the others, urging them to leave quickly. The bald woman known as Sister Fei, who had just recovered her large earrings, glared venomously at Chen Zhi, her eyes conveying a desire for revenge. Yet, upon hearing Feng Gu was calling Xiao Ge, she recognized that today's confrontation would end without consequence for Chen Zhi. Acknowledging the situation, she and the others turned to leave, but not without casting a threatening look back at Chen Zhi. Chen Yan, however, was unwilling to relent and clutched her boyfriend's shirt collar. Coward. Scumbag. Slap. Chen Yan barely managed to utter 2 insults before her boyfriend struck her across the face. Are you leaving or not? Chapter 28. The snobbish and the ungrateful Chen Yan departed, seething with anger and resentment. In truth, Chen Zhi also felt dissatisfied with letting the matter rest. The orchard, painstakingly tended by his grandfather, had been ravaged by these intruders, leaving destruction in their wake. Logically, they ought to compensate for the damage. Yet, as Sun Qinglin approached and subtly pinched the flesh at his waist, he understood her message. It was best to let it go and maintain peace, so he remained silent. As they entered the house, Chen Zhi inquired of Jinyu, "What were those people up to? And who is this phone you mentioned? You're not entangled with any shady characters, are you?" "Puffed." Jinyu replied, "You think I de-associate with those thugs? You know me better than that." "Then how do you know them?" Jinyu explained. "The one in charge is Chen Yan's so-called boyfriend, Duan Xiao, a poultry kingpin overseeing several villages in the area." Chen Zhi interrupted. "What do you mean by poultry kingpin? Why not call him Duck King or Goose King? Why is it always poultry?" Sitting nearby, Sun Qinglin couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you so full of questions?" Let Jinyu finish. Jinyu continued. "In the livestock industry, poultry kingpin refers to a small-time leader within the supply chain. This individual provides services to local farmers, supplying chicks, feed, and medications, while also managing sales. There could be several poultry kingpins in a town, each responsible for a specific area. When farmers purchase chicks from our company, they must sign a sales agreement stipulating that they use our feed and medications, with our company providing technical support. Even in down markets, we will buy back the grown chickens at a guaranteed price. Of course, that's all in writing, but farmers often try to cut corners to maximize profits. For instance, they might buy cheaper feed and medications elsewhere. When prices are high, they might falsely claim high mortality rates, selling only a fraction of their chickens to us while offloading the rest at inflated prices. This violates the contract, hence the need for poultry kingpins to monitor and manage the farmers in their area, ensuring compliance. These kingpins typically have two characteristics. They often possess a certain level of underworld influence to keep farmers in check, and they usually have connections with company leaders. Given the lucrative nature of the role, the Fonga I just called is a supervisor named Gu Ruifeng from our cold storage. You can think of him as the overall poultry kingpin, overseeing several local kingpins. Duan Xiao is affiliated with Gu Ruifeng, frequently visiting the cold storage, which is how he knows him. When I saw Chen Yan's demeanor earlier, I feared a brawl might ensue and hurriedly called Gu Ruifeng. Though Duan Xiao may seem intimidating, he would dare act up in front of Gu Ruifeng. As you saw, with just one call, that guy left without a fuss. As the three entered the house, they found the appliance seller busy installing the air conditioner, while both Chen Zhi's grandfather and aunt looked on in astonishment. Upon seeing them enter, grandfather immediately remarked, "Xiao Zhi, everything in this dilapidated orchard combined is hardly worth the price of this air conditioner. Why are you wasting your money?" He then pointed to the newly unboxed large television. "Look at this television. It's enormous. Where can I possibly fit it in my room? Will I have to stand outside the window to watch it?" At these words, everyone burst into laughter. In truth, who does not appreciate fine things? Grandfather, though lamenting the expense, could not hide his delight as he gazed at the large television, eagerly questioning the installation technician. Upon learning it was a laser television, 80 inches and worth over 10,000 yuan, his expression was a mixture of joy, pride, and a hint of discomfort at the price. He muttered, "I never expected that at my age. I would still be able to enjoy the new society and acquire a laser television. I previously heard about lasers and thought them extraordinary, but never imagined they would be used for televisions." Annie chimed in, "Indeed, there was once a film called The Deadlight on Coral Island, which precisely discussed lasers." Observing the enthusiastic exchange between auntie and grandfather, Chen Zhi felt a genuine warmth from this father-daughter bond. Making the elderly happy was precisely his intention, and his heart swelled with joy. This led him to contemplate purchasing a refrigerator for grandfather as well. Grandfather was right. Although he had embraced the new society, he had yet to utilize a refrigerator. It was essential to buy him one. Therefore, after consulting the air conditioning technician, he placed an order for a large refrigerator on the spot. Grandfather and auntie could not dissuade him. At this point, grandfather sincerely wished for his grandson to refrain from further expenditures. With a tinge of reproach, he said, "Xiao Zhi, are you buying a refrigerator to spite Yin Yin? Just moments ago, she claimed you had not contributed anything to me. Yet what has she done? She even claimed that the fertilizer from my orchard came from your second uncle's processing plant, which is utterly absurd. Your second uncle's factory does not produce fertilizer at all. I merely asked him to contact the poultry farm for some chicken manure, which I paid for myself. What does that have to do with Yin Yin?" Auntie interjected indignantly. Yin has indeed gone astray. How could she associate with such people? Just look at the company she keeps. One woman is completely bald, with black lipstick, resembling a creature of the night. And that man, is he her boyfriend? He certainly does not seem trustworthy. Had it been anyone else, I would have lectured her without hesitation. But that child has no respect for her elders. I can hardly be bothered to confront her. Grandfather sighed. Yin has indeed lost her way. As her grandfather, I cannot manage her. It seems she holds no affection for me. With that, he sighed again, lamenting that his second son shared little kinship, let alone the next generation. The second son he referred to as Chen Zhi's uncle, Chen Xiaoxin. Auntie followed suit with a deep sigh. The second son does not lack affection. He only cares for those who are well off. Among siblings, he acknowledges only those who flourish. Auntie's words plunged Chen Zhi and grandfather into silence. She spoke the truth. Uncle Xiaoxin was indeed a man of shallow values, a wolf in sheep's clothing. In Chen Zhi's recollection, Uncle Xiaoxin was not only superficial, but also a treacherous scoundrel. Over the years, their family had faced internal and external strife. And while Uncle Xiaoxin failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a brother, he instead allied himself with Hao Chong and his ilk. Contemplating this, Chen Zhi felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 29. The millionaire matron in his prime, grandfather was the village's foremost fruit tree expert, affluent and treating both sons equally, first allowing the elder to learn driving, then the younger. After the elder completed his training, he purchased a large truck for him to operate in transportation. The younger son, however, lacked the diligence for long-haul trucking and leverage connections to secure a position at a larger breeding farm, driving a private car for the owner. Eventually, when that breeding farm closed, Chen Xiaoxin found himself without a vehicle. However, during his tenure there, he identified a business opportunity and established a feather processing plant. This so-called feather plant involved collecting feathers from poultry farms and slaughterhouses, which were then sorted, cleaned, disinfected, dried, or crushed into various products. These feather products found applications in animal feed, fertilizers, medicine, and even decoration. Due to his early entry into the market, Chen Xiaoxin amassed his first fortune. However, as more competitors emerged and raw material prices rose while product prices fell, the profits dwindled. Consequently, he sold the feather plant and opened a processing facility for duck intestines. Despite the unpleasant nature of the industry, the profits were substantial, especially as young people today have a penchant for spicy duck intestines, which can be quite addictive. Presently, his processing facility employs around 100 workers. Though not particularly large, it generates considerable income. Rumor has it that Chen Xiaoxin's wealth exceeds 10 million yuan, making him one of the more affluent individuals in Nantan Village. Although Chen Xiaoxin owns a house in the city, his family predominantly resides in Nantan Village. Since duck intestines are byproducts of cold storage, his processing plant is conveniently located next to the Yaotian Group's cold storage in Shaki Town, making it easy for him to commute. However, while living in his hometown, he largely ignored his father and elder brother's family, instead maintaining close ties with his elder sister's family in the provincial city, as well as several cousins. The reason was simple. Those cousins either thrived in business or held significant government positions. His elder sister's husband was particularly impressive, being the owner of a large private enterprise in the provincial capital, firmly establishing them in the upper echelons of society. Regardless of whether his elder sister's family looked down upon him, Chen Xiaoxin frequently traveled to the provincial city to ingratiate himself with her. This division led to a clear rift among the four siblings, with Annie aligning with Chen Zhi's family, while the second son sided with the elder sister's faction. These two camps rarely interacted, maintaining a standoffish relationship. The saying, "a family divided invites external oppression," rings true for the elder Chen Kajian, who finds himself in a helpless situation. His family and that of his elder brother Chen Kachin have always been at odds, a rift too complex for one person to mend. Chen Zhi's second sister Chen Yumei was adopted by her aunt as a child, harboring resentment towards her parents. Upon growing up, she married into a wealthy family, nearly disavowing her connection to the Chen family. Due to these circumstances, although the elder Chen Kajian's daughter enjoys wealth and power, and his nephew occupies a high-ranking position, he remains vulnerable to bullying. This dynamic allowed Hao Chong to brazenly instigate disputes over the orchard, covertly manipulating situations to seize the majority of the elder Chen's land. Left with no recourse, Chen Zhi could only endure the humiliation, as the animosity within the family rendered him powerless to resist. At this moment, Annie packed the dumplings she had set aside earlier, intending to deliver them to Chen Zhi's father, Chen Xiaoxin. She had already called him before lunch, informing him that after dining with their father, she would bring the dumplings for the two of them. As she packed, she murmured, "It doesn't matter if the dumplings cool down. Once I arrive, I'll fry them up a bit. Fried dumplings taste much better. Pour them. Without a woman in the house, they barely get to enjoy a proper meal. Only when I come can they have a taste of something better." Lu Hong is also busy with work and cannot visit often. If we lived closer, she could at least find some time to come over every few days to make dumplings for them. Auntie's words expressed heartfelt sentiment and also served to convey a message to Shen Qinglin. In essence, it serves as a reminder of the unique circumstances surrounding Shen Qinglin's family. What they truly require is not an exceptionally capable career woman or a workaholic, but rather a diligent housewife who can manage both domestic affairs and external matters with aplomb. Shen Qinglin, being exceptionally intelligent, undoubtedly comprehends the implications behind her aunt's words. She discreetly exchanged a look of resignation with Chen Zhi, then leaned closer to his ear and murmured, "I used to have lingering thoughts about you, but it seems I should completely abandon that notion now." Chen Zhi remained speechless. Knowing that his elder daughter would be visiting the eldest son, their grandfather had already prepared some fruits for her to take to the old man and his companion. Upon noticing the abundance of fruits, which even filled his aunt's electric scooter to capacity, Chen Zhi suggested, "Aunt, let's not ride just yet. Let us go together. Qinglin also wishes to visit my father and brother." His aunt agreed, opting not to load more dumplings onto the scooter, allowing Chen Zhi and Shen Qinglin to carry them instead. Initially, Chen Zhi had intended to bring cash to discreetly offer his grandfather a substantial sum, but with others present, he adhered to the principle of keeping finances private, planning to wait until the workers had left before delivering it. Once in the vehicle, his aunt remarked, "Qinglin, that car must be quite expensive. I've heard that vehicle from the Four Circles brand are not cheap." Shen Qinglin chuckled, "Aunt, you seem quite knowledgeable. However, mine is the most affordable among them and isn't worth much. Still, it must be several $100,000, his aunt remarked, her expression a mix of complexity as she questioned, "Why does a young lady like you earn so much? Haven't you heard? In today's society, the more accomplished a woman is, the harder it is for her to find a spouse. If it's difficult to marry, then I shall live my life alone," Shen Qinglin playfully responded, "as I have no intention of marrying." Her aunt's eyes bulged in indignation, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Zhi's home lay at the southern edge of the village, not far from the orchard. After passing the 2 rows of newly constructed houses, turning onto the east-west street, and moving forward, the 3rd house on the west, marked by a large poplar tree at the entrance, belonged to Chen Zhi's family. Beneath the old locust tree at the street corner sat several women seeking shade. As the car approached, their attention immediately shifted to the Audi A4. One woman exclaimed, "Isn't that Chen Zhi in the car? How strange, he has changed vehicles, and the driver, doesn't he look much like his wife?" Among them was a woman, seated with an air of arrogance, nibbling on a snack. This was Chen Zhi's second aunt, Neo Jinjiv. The snack in her hand had just been purchased from Chen Xiaoxin's small shop, a place she typically avoided due to its perceived lack of refinement. However, the heat compelled her to send someone to fetch ice cream. Neo Jinjiv owned a duck intestine processing factory, her wealth exceeding millions, making her the epitome of a wealthy matron among the women. She was known for her haughty demeanor, often relishing her status. Her presence among the ordinary village women was merely a quest for superiority, relishing the feeling of being the center of attention. When she heard the remark about Chen Zhi's new vehicle, she scoffed, as if he could afford to change cars. "Haven't you heard? Chen Zhi is buried in debt, constantly hounded by creditors. The court is about to auction off his house and car. Perhaps he merely rented a car to come home." At that moment, another woman who had run errands for ice cream interjected, "I saw Chen Shaoli chasing after Hao Shun just now, not letting him leave. Hao Shun bought a lot of cigarettes and liquor, claiming it was for the village committee. Chen Shaoli insisted on a promissory note, but he refused to write one, leading to a confrontation. Some women chimed in, "Isn't it obvious? Hao Shun isn't buying for the committee. He clearly has guests today and needs more liquor." Another added, "This isn't the first time. Whenever Hao Shun brings along that big wolf dog from the village head's family, it's clear he is claiming authority." The woman who had run errands continued, "What I mean is, Hao Shun often bullies Chen Shaoli, deliberately dodging his debts. With Chen Zhi back, will there be a confrontation? Neo Jinjiv sneered. With those two useless fellows, do you think they'd dare to confront anyone? Now that the sun is back, they might just end up giving Hao Shun even more. Another woman remarked. Chen Zhi, he was resolute in his determination to find a way to quickly arrange a new marriage for his father, seeking a gentle, considerate, and capable woman to fill the role of a stepmother. Just as his aunt had remarked, their household was in dire need of a competent matriarch to manage domestic affairs. After all, they had ample wealth at their disposal. In contemporary society, a woman's greatest asset is often her youth and beauty, while a man's is his financial standing. With wealth, a multitude of women would be available for selection. A stepmother would certainly bring vitality to the household, allowing his father and brother to enjoy warm meals daily. The more he contemplated this matter, the more exhilarated he became, even to the point of becoming somewhat obsessed. It wasn't until an Audi halted at the entrance and Shun Qinglin opened the car door to disembark that the ferocious barking of a large dog jolted him from his reverie. His aunt, unfamiliar with the dog, was intimidated by its fierce demeanor and hesitated to exit the vehicle. Whose dog is that? Why would someone bring a dog while shopping? I think I'll wait until it leaves before I step out. I'm afraid of dogs. Shun Qinglin retracted her leg and closed the car door, clearly frightened by the menacing canine. Chen Zhi contemplated for a moment. You two stay inside. I'll go see whose dog it is and urge them to leave quickly. At that moment, Chen Zhi had firmly resolved that this vicious dog could not remain. While dogs are often regarded as loyal companions of humanity, the abuse or killing of dogs is deemed uncivilized and immoral. However, this particular dog, known for its repeated acts of aggression, was not deserving of protection. Eliminating it would, in fact, serve to safeguard humans and other vulnerable creatures. Chen Zhi descended from the vehicle to ascertain who had brought the large dog, suspecting it might be Hao Chang. Regardless of the identity of the dog's owner, he was determined to find a justification to dispose of it, now that he possessed wealth and support. His days of hiding in the shadows were over. His journey of vengeance would commence with the extermination of this menacing beast. Meanwhile, inside the convenience store, Chen Zhi's father, Chen Shaoli, was embroiled in a heated exchange with a middle-aged man in his 40s. The man, dressed in smart trousers and a tucked-in shirt, yet wearing sports shoes, had long hair styled in a 3/7 part. He was Hao Shun, a member of the local village committee, masquerading as a mediator responsible for resolving disputes among villagers. However, no one had ever witnessed Hao Shun actually mediating a conflict. Instead, he had often bullied others on behalf of Hao Chang, instigating discord and strife within the community. He had come to the store to collect 2 cases of bottled beer, 2 packs of thin Taishan cigarettes, and several packages of ham and canned fish. The beer had already been loaded onto his electric bike, and he returned for the cigarettes and food, asking Chen Shaoli to bag them for him. Chen Shaoli had long been wary of him. Noticing that he was avoiding the topic of payment, he hurriedly limped after him, although he grasped Hao Shun's clothing. He wore a submissive smile and pleaded, Hao Shun, are you paying by scan or cash? Hao Shun glared. Are you feigning ignorance? Didn't I just tell you? The village committee is hosting a work group from the town, and we're short on alcohol. Just put on the village committee yes tab. The village committee owes me quite a lot already. It has accumulated to several tens of thousands over the years, Chen Shaoli lamented. You know my family situation is difficult. Running this small store with a lame leg isn't easy. I truly can't keep afloat. Please let me settle this one first. Hao Shun rudely retorted. I didn't bring any money. I can't pay. Then write an IOU, Chen Shaoli suggested. Otherwise, how will I settle it with the village committee later without proof? Hao Shun, furious, barked, just keep track of it yourself. The village committee has plenty of money. They can't possibly owe you anything. As he spoke, he shoved Chen Shaoli violently, attempting to break free. However, Chen Shaoli clung tightly to him, stumbling but not releasing his grip. Enraged, Hao Shun swept a row of dairy drinks off the counter, shouting, if you don't let go, I swear I'll beat you to death. The flying dairy drinks crashed into bottles of liquor on the shelf, shattering 2 bottles he never anticipated that his son would dare to confront Hao Shun. He realized that he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Beating Hao Shun was an easy task. A mere 20 of such individuals could not match his son. However, Hao Shun came bearing the banner of the village committee, or rather, he claimed to be acting on behalf of Hao Chang. If they were to strike Hao Shun, could Hao Chang possibly let their family off the hook? As he watched his son compel Hao Shun to pick up the scattered items, he snapped back to reality. limping over. Xiao Zhi, please don't do this. Let's talk it out. I'll pick them up, I'll take care of it. Chen Zhi remained silent, capturing the chaotic scene inside the store on his phone, then aimed the camera at Hao Shun. Is this not chaos? Having turned my shop into this mess. Hao Shun, his face a painful shade of purple, managed to say, I didn't do it on purpose. Chen Zhi chuckled softly, putting his phone away. Your admission suffices. With that, he raised his leg and unleashed a flurry of kicks on Hao Shun, who screamed in agony. As he raised his hands to fend off the blows, he began to plead. Chen Zhi, stop, please stop. Chen Shaoli hurriedly intervened. Xiao Zhi, what has gotten into you today? You're about to bring calamity upon our family. Steadying his father, who was teetering from anxiety and fear, Chen Zhi reassured him, Dad, worry not. Nothing will happen. From this day forth, no one shall bully our family again. How can that be, son? Chen Shaoli's face went pale from terror. After all these years, while others might be oblivious, the two of them knew their standing all too well. They could not afford to provoke such individuals. Chen Zhi spoke with unyielding conviction. Dad, we shall not instigate trouble, but I will not allow anyone to trouble us. Hearing his son's resolute words, Chen Shaoli looked up at him, his expression firm and his gaze sharp, feeling a flicker of inspiration within him. Yet, he soon shook his head in despair. No, son. Given our current situation, we cannot afford to be strong. We will never be able to. Chen Shaoli recounted his youthful days, filled with vigor and defiance. A time when their family thrived financially. Back then, he was not the crippled man he had become. In their prosperous days, who could have foreseen their current plight? They could not afford to provoke others. They had to accept their fate. If they did not submit, they would lose everything. He reminded his son of his older brother, who needed care, and his younger sister, still in university. In his youth, Chen Shaoli shared his son's stubbornness, believing it better to die standing than to live on one's knees. But now he realized they could not afford to die. At this point, Chen Shaoli's voice broke with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing his father's frail and aging figure, limping with a disability, Chen Zhi felt a sharp pang in his heart. Chapter 32. Release the hounds. His father's words rang true. In his youth, he had shared the same fervor as his son. Back then, his father was far more prosperous than Chen Zhi could ever imagine. A standout among his peers in the rural community. Born in 1970, a dog year, he obtained his driver's license at 18. It is worth noting that in 1988, despite the reforms, rural development was still sluggish, heavily influenced by the old collective mindset. The so-called 8 major roles included salespeople, service staff, ticket sellers, and drivers. A common saying back then was that a driver would not trade his position for even the county chief. Chen Shaoli, as a business owner, had his own large truck and a significant orchard, making him not just the wealthiest in his village, but a notable figure among neighboring communities. Tall and handsome, he became the object of desire for many unmarried women, with matchmakers constantly knocking on his door. In terms of personal and familial standing, he was second to none. As a young man, Chen Shaoli was proud and brash, looking down upon ordinary rural girls. Eventually, through introductions, he married Tan Pei Mei, a former state enterprise accountant. She had graduated from a secondary vocational school with a degree in accounting, and at that time, attending such a school was a significant leap out of the countryside, becoming a state employee. However, shortly after starting her career, she faced the wave of layoffs that swept through state enterprises. The once secure job turned precarious, and her dreams of marrying a man within the system faded away, leading her to marry the transportation mogul, Chen Shaoli. In the early years of their marriage, Chen Shaoli was seen as a man of success, wealthy and married to a beautiful woman. Neighbors envied him. However, his good fortune did not last long before descending into nightmare. The former director of the county winery, Yu Ruoyong, returned to set up a small winery and hired Tan Pei Mei as both accountant and mistress. The relationship between Chen Shaoli and Tan Pei Mei deteriorated rapidly, filled with years of conflict, culminating in Chen Shaoli's leg being broken and their divorce. Thus, he became a cripple, struggling to raise 3 children alone. To make matters worse, not long after, Hao Chong returned to the village as the village chief, harassing Chen Shaoli at every turn. Out of fear of Hao Chong, the villagers began to distance themselves from Chen Shaoli. Even his own brother, Chen Shaoxin, became close friends with Hao Chong. Now, as the two reflected on those past events, they could only shake their heads in disbelief. Seeing Chen Zhi pleading with his son, Hao Shun recognized a perfect opportunity to escape. Despite the pain, he managed to rise, crouching low and stealthily making his way out. The convenience store was a modest conversion of 2 southern rooms. And although Chen Zhi and his father were lost in their memories, he noticed Hao Shun attempting to flee, but he feigned ignorance, thinking, "You can run 20 steps, but I'll still catch you." Hao Shun had 2 cases of beer on his electric bike, which was also tethered to a large wolf dog, making it difficult for him to escape. Yet, it was evident that Hao Shun did not intend to flee. He quickly circled to the other side of the bike, feeling secure with the dog by his side. Then he shouted back into the store, Chen Zhi, you bastard! How dare you incite your son to strike me? I was sent by Cui Wenlai. To assault a village official is a crime, and I'll report you to the police." He continued to yell at Chen Zhi. "What is the matter? If you're so tough, why not try your luck at the police station?" As he cursed, he kicked one of the cases of beer, shattering glass as it hit the ground. Then he kicked the other case, shouting, "You want money? Is it through a scan or cash? Screw you. I don't want it anymore. Let your dog have it. Let it choke on it." Chen Zhi's face turned pale with anger, but he clung tightly to his son. "Xiao Zhi, please don't act impulsively. Let him rant. We've faced this many times before. Sometimes, it's best to lower our heads and endure. Endure a little longer, and it shall pass. We can still live our lives well. If we escalate this matter, our lives will become unbearable." Hao Shun is outside, vehemently shouting and cursing, yet Chen Zhi remains unperturbed. He rests a reassuring hand on his father's shoulder and states, "Dad, as I mentioned earlier, we need not fear him anymore. We will not provoke trouble, but let it be known that no one shall bully us again. You are aware that I could have dealt with him before, but I refrained from doing so because I understood that striking a small fry would only invite a more ferocious adversary that we could not contend with. If this escalates to the police station, it would be Hao Chong and his ilk, who were chummy with the townsfolk, always receiving their favoritism. Thus we have refrained from crossing them. But things have changed. I assure you, our family now has backing. Should those in power continue to act unjustly, turning black into white, we will take them down altogether." Chen Zhi stared incredulously at his son. The notion that they had backing seemed utterly unbelievable. He was well aware of their relatives and friends, including his cousin Chen Zhi, who held significant power but would not lift a finger should trouble arise. Where had this backing emerged from? Chen Zhi continued, "Dad, I will explain everything in detail later. Right now, I must step outside. This scoundrel has pushed us too far, and he must not go unpunished. Our family shall rise with dignity, starting with dealing with this scoundrel." Hearing his son's resolute words, Chen Zhi instinctively released his grip on Chen Zhi's hand. Although he was still hesitant to fully trust him, he recognized the validity in his son's argument. Before stepping out, Chen Zhi took out his phone and called Shun Qinglin, instructing, "I am heading out now. Ensure you record everything that transpires next." Hao Shun, emboldened by his earlier tirades and the absence of Chen Zhi, escalated his vitriol, hurling increasingly vile insults, hoping to provoke Chen Zhi to emerge. As Chen Zhi strode boldly out of the house, Hao Shun's delight surged. He had been anticipating this moment. He unleashed a torrent of curses, dragging Chen Zhi's ancestors into his diatribe, aiming to incite him to a point of rage. In his approach, Chen Zhi observed that Hao Shun had already unfastened the leash of his fierce dog. Chapter 33. Seeking revenge, Chen Zhi quickly discerned that Hao Shun's vitriol was but a bait to lure him closer, enabling the unleashed beast to attack. However, this played right into Chen Zhi's intentions. From the outset, he had sought a justification to eliminate the vicious creature. He pointed at Hao Shun and remarked, "I never imagined your cursing could be so potent. Go on, keep it up. Today, I shall ensure you are left searching for your teeth." As Chen Zhi approached, Hao Shun made a swift move towards the electric bike, where the agitated dog was already barking furiously, its primal instincts fully awakened. With a sudden release, the dog lunged forward, growling ferociously at Chen Zhi. Feigning panic, Chen Zhi raised his hand as if to block the dog's attack. Hao Shun's delight surged. He believed Chen Zhi was doomed, for this trained beast was known for targeting human arms, and once it bit, it would not let go. The powerful jaws of the German shepherd could easily sever bone. In the sweltering summer, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, Chen Zhi's arm would likely suffer irreparable damage if bitten. Indeed, Chen Zhi's feigned gesture drew the dog's attention. With practiced precision, the beast leaped toward him, mouth agape, ready to sink its teeth into Chen Zhi's arm. Yet, this was merely a ruse. At the critical moment, Chen Zhi delivered a swift kick to the dog's soft underbelly, striking the creature at its most vulnerable point. The force of the kick sent the dog soaring through the air, eliciting a long, mournful wail. With a thud, the once mighty beast crumpled to the ground, convulsing, blood gushing from its mouth, on the verge of death. Hao Shun was stunned, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. How could it be possible for a single kick to slay such a formidable dog? In his understanding, dogs were notoriously resilient. Even a few knife stabs or heavy blows from a robust adult would hardly harm such a creature. Yet here was Chen Zhi, having delivered a fatal blow with a mere kick. Hao Shun stood frozen, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, when suddenly he felt a tightening around his neck. Chen Zhi had him in chokehold. Realizing he had fallen into Chen Zhi's grasp, panic washed over him, leaving him cold with fear. Chen Zhi, with a sardonic smile, looked him in the eye and said, "Grandson, aren't you fond of cursing? Go on, continue. I was quite impressed by your eloquence earlier. If you can come up with something novel, I might let you go. But if you keep recycling the same tired phrases, I shall not take kindly to it." Hao Shun felt a chill run down his spine, his knees buckling as he wished to kneel, but the grip on his neck prevented him from doing so. Trembling, he stuttered, Chen Zhi, please, don't hold this against me. Spare me, I was wrong." Before he could finish his plea, a resounding slap landed on his face, the impact scorching. Hao Shun felt as if half his face had been immersed in scalding sand, the pain searing. Chen Zhi unleashed a flurry of slaps, and Hao Shun's face began to swell visibly. It felt as though it no longer belonged to him. In a panic babble, he begged, "Stop, please, no more. Chen Zhi, Grandfather Chen, have mercy." Chen Zhi yanked him back towards the convenience store and stated, "I said, settle the bill first. Then clean up this mess. Move swiftly." Hao Shun nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. I'll pay right away. I'm a fool. I deserve this." As he spoke, he fumbled for his phone. His eyes were nearly swollen shut, squinting as he scanned the payment code, inquiring, "Brother Chen Shaoli, how much is it?" After settling the bill, he floundered about like a headless chicken, searching for cleaning tools. Chen Zhi interjected, "The tools here are not for your use. I command you to pick up the shards with your hands." He then handed over 2 plastic bags, instructing, "Fill them with the shards and clean the spilled liquor off the floor." Hao Shun was on the verge of tears. "Chen Zhi, Grandfather Chen, I beg you. I cannot handle the glass with my bare hands. Now you realize the fear? It's too late. You're dressed well enough, aren't you? Remove your shirt and use it to wipe the floor clean. I shall count to 3. If you do not commence immediately, I will stuff these shards down your throat. 1, 2. Hao Shun trembled in fear, swiftly removing his shirt and squatting down to clean up the glass and liquor, stuffing them into the plastic bags. However, the liquid from the 2 bottles soaked through his shirt almost instantly. As he attempted to wring out the alcohol-soaked fabric, the glass shards pierced his hands, causing him to cry out in agony, casting a pleading glance at Chen Shaoli. "Brother Chen Shaoli, I implore you, spare me." Chen Zhi raised a hand to halt his father, who wore a look of concern. "Dad, do not interfere. He must clean this up today. This is lenient compared to what he deserves. Should he ever act this way again, I will ensure he swallows those shards." Hao Shun recognized Chen Zhi was not jesting. The boy was genuinely enraged. Enduring the pain of glass shards piercing his hands, he diligently cleaned the floor, finally disposing of the remnants in the plastic bags. Only then did Chen Zhi coldly utter a single word, "Scram." Hao Shun felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling out in haste. By now, his eyes were even more swollen, barely leaving a slit through which to see. Trembling, he fumbled with the keys to his electric bike, yearning to flee quickly. But his hands were covered in glass shards. Gripping the throttle sent him howling in pain. Aware he could not ride, he abandoned the bike and sprinted away, determined to reach the village committee to seek out his ally, Hao Chong, and incite revenge. As he dashed down the road, he became a spectacle, drawing the curious gazes of many villagers. For Hao Shun was known as Hao Chong's lackey, and these men typically wielded power in the village, always the aggressors, never the victims. Never had they seen one of their own so thoroughly beaten, let alone with Hao Shun, bare-chested, his face swollen like a pig's head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His hands were also stained with blood, and he epitomized a state of utter disarray. Even more pitiable was his expression, resembling that of a stray dog, fleeing in a state of panic. The villagers immediately began to murmur, "What on earth is happening? Who has assaulted Hao Shun? Indeed, who possesses such audacity to strike him?" It seems he is rushing towards the village committee to confront Hao Chong. Chapter 34. An uproar. Hao Shun fled in disarray, leaving the corpse of the large wolf dog behind, abandoning his electric bike as well. This incident caused quite a stir at the entrance of the small shop. The commotion was initiated by the elderly men playing chess beneath the big poplar tree. Initially, Chen Zhi had given Hao Shun a thorough beating inside the shop, prompting the 8 or 9 chess-playing elders to spring into action. They hurried to the shop's entrance but lacked the courage to enter, instead peering intently through the doorframe to witness the unfolding drama. Next, Hao Shun burst out of the shop, cursing vehemently. The elders on either side of the entrance stared at him in astonishment, as if they scarcely recognized him. Hao Shun's demeanor resembled that of a scolding harpy, a far cry from his former self. Previously, if anyone in the village provoked him, he would not hesitate to retaliate physically. Yet today, he had met his match. The elders also sensed a change in Chen Zhi. He and his father had always been the targets of bullying in the village. When had they ever struck back, let alone instigate violence? Something was amiss today, as if everyone had deviated from their norms. What shocked the elders the most was that Chen Zhi had actually kicked the village chief's wolf dog to death, leaving them in disbelief. They had never heard of a dog being killed with a single kick. In the past, killing a dog in the village was a laborious affair, requiring a rope to hang it from a tree, followed by the pouring of cold water down its throat to induce choking, and finally slitting its neck to let it bleed out, all while the dog struggled fiercely. Dogs were notoriously resilient. One could strike a dog's head multiple times and still fail to kill it. The critical point was that this wolf dog belonged to the village chief, Hao Chong, who often paraded it around the village, causing villagers to keep their distance for fear of being bitten. Once Hao Shun had fled the scene, the elders regained their composure and began to chatter. "Xiao Zhi, you have landed yourself in great trouble. That wolf dog was the village chief's. How could you expect him to let you off the hook?" Some elders suggested, "You must run quickly. There is still time to escape. When the village chief arrives with his men, you will be trapped." The oldest among them, trembling with age, struck the door with his cane and urged Xiaoli, "Quickly check how much money is left. Give it all to Xiao Zhi so he can flee far away, just like those who ventured eastward in the past. Once you leave, do not return, otherwise you'll be in deep trouble." Chen Zhi could not help but laugh upon hearing the elder's advice, especially when the octogenarian spoke of fleeing eastward. It felt as if he had stepped back in time. How archaic. It was evident that this venerable elder's mindset was still rooted in decades past. Meanwhile, the small shop's entrance was abuzz, and the village intelligence base at the eastern street corner became lively as well. For the women, including Niu Jinjun, it seemed that even if Chen Zhi encountered Hao Shun bullying him, taking goods from the shop without payment, he would not dare to retaliate. Yet, to their astonishment, it was not long before Hao Shun emerged from the shop, utterly humiliated, hiding behind his electric bike, hurling curses towards the shop. The women speculated about the unfolding events. Niu Jinjun observed with keen interest, exclaiming, "Look, everyone! Hao Shun seems to be playing a dangerous game. Can't you see? He is deliberately hiding behind the electric bike and cursing loudly, attempting to lure Chen Zhi out. Observe, he is gripping the chain of the dog. The moment Chen Zhi emerges, he will surely unleash the dog to attack." A few women, frightened, gasped, "Indeed, it appears so, but that wolf dog is fearsome. We cannot risk unleashing it." The wolf dog from Hao Chong's family was notorious for its viciousness. The sound of its growling alone instilled fear. If it were to be unleashed, it could potentially inflict fatal harm. Niu Jinjun, being affluent and audacious, scoffed dismissively. "It is not so simple to kill a person. It would merely gnaw at their flesh. No one would die from it." As the wolf dog lunged towards Chen Zhi, the women shrieked in terror, some even covering their eyes, fearing the gruesome scene would haunt their dreams that night. However, none anticipated the outcome. Not only did the wolf dog fail to harm Chen Zhi, but was also kicked to death by him. Though these women had limited experience, they understood that killing a dog was no trivial feat, let alone with a single kick. Yet, the impossible had transpired right before their eyes. They stood in stunned silence for an extended moment before the commotion among the elderly men snapped them back to reality, igniting a new wave of discussion. They expressed both relief and astonishment at Chen Zhi's strength. Evidently, his childhood practice of striking sandbags had indeed borne fruit. Hearing others praise, Chen Zhi left Niu Jinjun feeling particularly unsettled. She could hardly bear the accolades directed towards him. In the past, such compliments had been rare, and even the occasional acknowledgement of his intelligence and diligence irked her. Her family was affluent. Her husband was well connected within the village, maintaining amicable relations with local officials and the village chief, Hao Chong, thus overshadowing her uncle's family. Yet, they had only 2 daughters and no sons. In contrast, her uncle's family, though impoverished, had a brilliant second son, Chen Zhi, who excelled academically. To her in-laws, Chen Zhi was a treasure. Though Niu Jinjun typically avoided dwelling on this, the mere mention of it made her uncomfortable. Now, witnessing Chen Zhi kick the wolf dog to death while the women praised his prowess, it felt like salt on an open wound. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "Have you all lost your minds? Chen Zhi merely stumbled upon a fortunate accident. Who knows where he kicked that dog? Perhaps it was just a random strike that fortuitously killed it. He is doomed. He has no idea whose dog he has killed, and he dares to confront it? He will pay dearly for this." Her words rekindled the women's concerns for Chen Zhi, making them genuinely fear for his safety. Perhaps, as Niu Jinjun suggested, killing the village chief's dog could cost him dearly. Meanwhile, in a nearby Audi A4, the aunt was in tears. Only moments ago, had it not been for Shen Qinglin's restraint, she would have rushed out to confront Hao Shen. It was clear to everyone that Hao Shen's intention was to provoke Chen Zhi and unleash the dog upon him. The aunt could not allow her nephew to take such risks. That formidable beast, nearly the size of a small donkey, could indeed be lethal. Fortunately, Shen Qinglin had locked the car door, preventing the aunt from recklessly charging out. The incident of Chen Zhi kicking the wolf dog to death, though fleeting, nearly caused the aunt to faint. Now that the beast lay dead, she continued to weep in fear. Shen Qinglin assisted the aunt out of the car, and upon seeing her distress, Chen Zhi felt a pang of sympathy and warmth. This was his beloved aunt. Having lacked maternal love in his childhood, he was grateful for her presence in his life. He approached her, taking her hand gently. "Aunt, please do not be upset. The dog did not harm me, and I managed to defeat it." The aunt clutched Chen Zhi's hand tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. "Xiao Zhi, you must never engage in such reckless behavior again." I was terrified, my vision blurred from the fright. That dog could inflict serious injuries. Why must you act so impulsively? At that moment, Chen Shaoli limped over, his face still pale, clearly still shaken from the earlier events. He grasped the aunt's other hand, suggesting, "Sister, let us discuss this inside." With a deep sigh, he expressed his sense of helplessness and frustration, though it also seemed to release a burden from his chest. Turning to Shen Qinglin, a smile broke across his face. "Qinglin is here too. It has been years since you visited us. Please come inside." Chen Shaoli had always held a fondness for Shen Qinglin, who nearly became his daughter-in-law. And after 4 years, their reunion felt particularly heartwarming. Chapter 35. The village chief's inn at the entrance. Chen Zhi's elder brother, Chen Daji, was peeking out from beneath the gate tower, too timid to step outside. With keen eyes, Shen Qinglin spotted him and waved with a smile. "Brother Daji, come here quickly. I have brought you some delicious treats." Upon hearing of the delicacies, Chen Daji mustered his courage and emerged from the corner, clutching a long plastic gun. Shen Qinglin inquired, "Brother Daji, what do you need a gun for?" Chen Daji pointed at the dead dog lying on the ground and replied, "I want to shoot the dog. I saw it trying to bite Xiao Zhi. As his elder brother, I must protect him." With that, he waved the plastic gun in the air. Shen Qinglin took the gun from him, cocked it, and fired off a round, exclaiming, "This gun is quite good, but I have purchased an even better one for you." She then returned to the car to retrieve it, calling out to Chen Zhi, "Chen Zhi, what have you stuffed in your travel bag? Why haven't you taken it out upon arriving home?" Chen Zhi approached, holding the bag, and flashed a mischievous grin at Shen Qinglin. She shot him a glare. "That smile of yours is suspicious. Confess honestly, were you scheming?" Chen Zhi, glancing at the snacks and the plastic gun in Shen Qinglin's hands, blinked and said, "It seems we are on the same wavelength." He then unzipped his travel bag and revealed another plastic gun, stating, "I bought this one in Jiangzhou. It's larger and has more features than yours." Seeing both of them armed, Daji rushed over, snatching the 2 plastic guns from their hands, clutching them tightly as if they were treasures, his joy evident. Chen Zhi teasingly remarked, "Brother, you already have 3 guns. share one with me. Daji promptly handed one of the plastic guns to Chen Zhi, saying, "Here you go. Now, we both have guns. If any dog tries to bite you, we shall shoot it dead." Shen Qinglin observed the two brothers standing together with their guns, feeling a sense of disorientation. She had previously noticed how strikingly similar they looked. If they were to wear identical clothing and sport the same hairstyle, it would be nearly impossible for outsiders to distinguish the elder from the younger. Though both were nearing 30, their intellectual development differed. Yet their resemblance was uncanny, a testament to the marvels of genetics. Auntie called from the window of the small shop. "Xiaozhi, Qinglin, stop lingering outside and come in to chat." Once inside, Shen Qinglin presented the tea leaves she had brought to Qin Shaoli. As the proprietor of the small shop, he had everything but such exquisite tea. Recognizing its quality, he expressed his concern. "Qinglin, you only need to visit your uncle. Why spend money on such an expensive gift? Young people should learn to save rather than squander." And he pulled her nephew aside, pointing outside. "Xiaozhi, look, the dead dog is still there." How Shun even abandoned his electric bike and ran off bare-chested. He must have gone for help. What do you plan to do next? Chen Zhi understood that Annie was right. As the art of war states, those who rely on their strength do not come unprepared. Hao Shun would surely seek assistance from his ally, Hao Chong. Known for his bullying in the village, Hao Chong would not let this incident slide lightly. He was likely to return with a group and possibly weapons. If too many people arrived wielding iron rods and large knives, it would be challenging for him to handle alone. Furthermore, Hao Chong would likely feel justified, as both Hao Shun had been beaten, and he had lost his large wolf dog. Should a conflict arise among the villagers, the police would undoubtedly side with them, given their camaraderie. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi had prepared for this. He intended to turn the situation in his favor. If they came with a large group, and he found himself outnumbered, he would retreat with his family and secure the doors. If they dared to force their way in, he would not hesitate to defend himself with his throwing knives. He reassured Auntie, "You're right. There's no need to worry. I can handle this. Let us close the shop for now. We won't conduct business this afternoon. You were planning to come over to prepare dumplings for my father and brother, right? Let's all head inside." Once everyone was settled at home, Chen Zhi remained outside, surveying the surrounding terrain, contemplating the necessity of installing several surveillance cameras. He had already begun to confront Hao Chong's group, and certain precautions were essential. That evening, he had arrived at Beitan village, but had refrained from visiting home due to the new car he had taken from Qin and the altercation he had with two sandpit workers. If Qin Guomin and his associates were unafraid of retaliation and insisted on seeking revenge, or if they reported him for theft, returning home would undoubtedly cause trouble for his family. Today, after enduring much, he had finally struck back at Hao Shun, providing a small measure of relief for his father. However, it was clear that trouble would follow. The question remained whether he could manage the consequences effectively. Meanwhile, Hao Shun had reached the village committee. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted the village chief Hao Chong's Audi A6 parked alongside a Porsche Cayenne and a Land Rover Range Rover. A wave of relief washed over Hao Shun. His earlier anxieties dissipated. He remembered that Hao Chong had gone to the Green Source Hotel in town for drinks at noon, and he had feared the chief might be off singing at a karaoke bar. Now, seeing the chief's car in the courtyard indicated that he had returned. To Hao Shun's delight, it appeared that Hao Chong would need to summon people from the sand pit across the Daqing River to deal with Chen Zhi. The village committee was a legitimate establishment and would not harbor a band of thugs. The presence of the Cayenne and the Range Rover suggested that the most formidable individuals were gathered there. This was fortuitous. Once the village chief saw his pitiful state and learned that Chen Zhi had killed his prized wolf dog, the Qin father and son would surely face dire consequences. The village committee courtyard was a newly constructed building, featuring a prominent 9-room structure with a spacious balcony sealed with deep brown aluminum alloy, indicative of its high construction standards. To the east were the kitchen and storage rooms, while the west housed several spacious garages. Hao Chong's dedicated office bore the sign of the village chief's office at its entrance. Inside, the decor exuded a sense of ostentation, with a large desk and genuine leather chair contributing to an air of authority. The room featured plush sofas and an elegant coffee table, along with a designated area for tea ceremonies, showcasing a large ebony tea table surrounded by intricately carved redwood armchairs. Sitting in the main seat was Hao Chong himself. In his 50s, he was short and stout, with a round head and a face marked by excess flesh, his eyes squinting into narrow slits. Though not tall, He emanated a robust presence, with thick arms and a protruding belly, exuding the authoritative aura of a village official who should not be underestimated. The air conditioning in the office was set low, and Hao Shun, who had run in the scorching sun, was drenched in sweat. Upon entering the room, he felt the chill, as if his perspiration had frozen. His voice involuntarily rose several octaves as he stammered, "Chief, it's over. Chen Zhi has revolted. Just look at what he has done to me." Chapter 36. Summoning help from a sandpit. Who the hell are you cursing? Without waiting for Hao Shun to finish, Hao Chong hurled a teacup at his head. Although the cup was small, it stung upon impact, causing Hao Shun to instinctively shrink back. "Chief, I wasn't cursing you. I was referring to that little rascal Chen Zhi." "Who?" Before he could complete his sentence, another voice interrupted him with a shout. "I was talking about Chen Zhi." Hao Shun stuttered, glancing nervously at the imposing figure beside him. The tea table was occupied by 3 other individuals, 2 of whom were built like bears, clearly brothers. They were the sandpit owners who had been beaten by Chen Zhi that night, known as Big Dog Shit and 2 Dog Shit. These brothers were the 2nd and 3rd in command at the sandpit. Sitting on the other side was Zheng Biao, the sandpit's leader. A hulking figure clad in a black t-shirt stretched tightly over his muscles, his squared jaw accentuated by a vicious scar running from his left eyebrow to his right cheek. Resembling a menacing centipede, his triangular eyes glinted with a fierce and predatory gaze, as if he were poised to pounce on his next prey. At noon, Hao Chong and his 3 companions were drinking at the Green Source Hotel. After finishing their drinks, they returned to the village committee to enjoy tea and engage in conversation. Their discussions primarily revolved around the sandpit, as Hao Chong was also a silent partner in it. Zheng Biao, Big Dog Shit, and Air Dog Shit were publicly recognized as the owners of the sandpit, but in reality, they were merely employees for someone else. The true power behind the sandpit lay with others, including several county officials who held silent stakes. That evening, Big Dog Shit and Air Dog Shit suffered a loss at Chen Zhi's hands. Accustomed to being domineering, they could not swallow their humiliation and immediately plotted revenge. They called Hao Chong to inquire about Chen Zhi, even contemplating going directly to Chen Zhi's hometown to take down his entire family. However, Qin Guomin, fearing exposure, worked tirelessly to suppress the matter and urged Hao Chong to persuade the 2 to refrain from confronting Chen Zhi for the time being. If they acted against Chen Zhi and he revealed their financial transactions, numerous issues would arise, jeopardizing everyone's interests. While revenge against Chen Zhi was inevitable, it was not the right time. They needed to wait for a more opportune moment. In the interest of self-preservation, Hao Chong managed to calm the 2 down temporarily. Today, as they gathered at the village committee in Nantan village for tea, the memory of their defeat at Chen Zhi's hands rekindled their animosity. They complained to Hao Chong, "When have we ever been so cowardly? We were beaten, and now we can't seek retribution. We've been feeling stifled these past few days." Hao Chong replied, "If you feel stifled, do you think I don't? Am I known for my patience? The key is that you 2 have entangled Qin Guomin with the sandpit, a relationship that must remain confidential. If Chen Zhi reports this, everyone will know about your financial dealings with Qin Guomin, which could expose our larger operations, and our interests would all be at risk." Upon hearing Hao Chong mention their larger operations, the 2 fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation, especially since it involved lives. They could not afford to draw unnecessary attention. At that moment, Guoshun rushed in, terrified, claiming that Chen Zhi had assaulted him. Hearing this, Big Dog Shit and Air Dog Shit were eager to retaliate. Hao Chong, furious, slammed his hand on the tea table and exclaimed, "What is going on with Chen? Has he grown bold enough to strike you? Are those 3 feeling restless these days? Don't worry, I'll make sure we retaliate immediately." Seizing the opportunity, the 2 volunteered, "Let us handle it. We underestimated him that night. We want T be caught off guard again." Hao Chong shot them a glare. "Didn't we just agree that neither of you should go?" Big Dog Shit argued. "Today's situation is different from that night. He struck Guoshun. We're merely avenging him. It doesn't involve anything else." Hao Chong shot a glance at Guoshun and gestured to the 2, signaling them to refrain from speaking recklessly about sensitive matters. "You mistakenly think you're going to assist Guoshun, but Chen Zhi may not perceive it that way. If he thinks you're settling old scores, he could retaliate fiercely, and you both understand the consequences." Upon hearing this, the 2 felt deflated again, their frustration evident as they sat there fuming. Zheng Biao, the boss of the sand pit, remained composed and silent, fixating his menacing gaze on Guoshan. Observing Zhang Biao's calm demeanor, Hao Chang realized he needed to maintain his composure in the face of adversity. He forced himself to relax, smirking at Guoshan's miserable state, sipping his tea leisurely before asking, "Are you still trying to take things from old K under the guise of the village committee?" Guoshan, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "Yes, village chief, that's exactly what happened. I felt that Chen looked down on me. So I thought if I mentioned the village committee was hosting guests, he would comply. Bringing the big dog along should have been more persuasive. But unexpectedly, that little rascal, Chen, became obstinate. He not only demanded immediate payment, but insisted that the village committee settle its debts with his family right away." Hao Chang fumed again. This brat is truly audacious. Settling debts is one thing. Let him bring the account book to me and see if he dares to show up. Guoshan's eyes flickered nervously as he stammered, "Village chief, you're right. Chen is too arrogant. He not only hit me, but also attacked the big dog." "What? He dared to strike my dog?" Hao Chang leaped to his feet, gritting his teeth. "In this village, no one dares to harm my dog. Whoever lays a finger on my dog is courting death." Guoshan quickly echoed, Yes, that rascal is indeed asking for trouble. He even killed the village chief's big dog, utterly lawless." "What did you say?" Hao Chang stared incredulously at Guoshan. "Repeat that. He killed my dog? Is it really dead? What did he use?" Guoshan stammered, realizing he couldn't divulge the truth. If Hao Chang discovered that he had unleashed the dog on Chen Zhi, resulting in its demise, would he spare him? He just used a stick, kicking and hitting. I couldn't stop him, and that's how the big dog got killed. Useless. Scoundrel. In a fit of rage, Hao Chang slapped Guoshan twice. His face, already swollen like a pig's head, was now further bruised, causing him to wail in agony. Hao Chang turned to the silent Zhang Biao. "Call the sandpit and summon 10 or so people. A villager killing the village chief's dog requires a proper lesson. We might actually have a justified reason to act." Chapter 37. The martial arts school graduate, upon hearing Hao Chang's suggestion to summon 10 or so people from the sandpit to deal with Chen Zhi, Zhang Biao shot him a cold glare. "Can't you aim a little higher? Just a reckless youth. And you want to call 10 people? You're truly regressing." Hao Chang defended himself. "Haven T, I mentioned to the boss and the second-in-command that Chen Zhi, due to his mother's incident, has been training in sandbag punching and practicing free fighting since childhood. I've heard he even practices throwing knives, harboring a strong desire to avenge his father. This kid indeed possesses some skills. Otherwise, the boss and the second Wuden T have suffered losses at his hands." Zhang Biao shot a cold glance at Big Dog Shit and Air Dog Shit. "You two are also useless. You boast and bluster, yet couldn't defeat a single person that night. Aren't you embarrassed?" The two quickly retorted, "We were careless that night, and didn't expect he had some skills. If you let us go now, we'll make sure he's left gasping for breath." "Don't just talk tough." Zhang Biao stood up, drained his teacup in one go, and wiped his mouth. "You all say that kid has some skills. Now I'm intrigued. I've been feeling restless these days. I'll personally pay him a visit and settle this matter." Hao Chang felt relieved. It would be perfect if Zhang Biao took matters into his own hands. Regardless of how badly Zhang Biao dealt with Chen Zhi, they would remain untouchable. Even if the situation escalated, they could claim that the big dog was Zhang Biao's pet. Chen Zhi attacking someone's dog. Wouldn't they be entitled to a reasonable explanation? If a fight broke out, it would be mutual combat, and Chen Zhi would be the one to blame. Hao Chang had complete confidence in Zhang Biao's capabilities. He was a different caliber altogether. While Big Dog Shit and Air Dog Shit relied on their size and had some fighting spirit, they were merely brute force. If they encountered someone trained, their strength would be ineffective. In contrast, Zhang Biao was a graduate of a proper martial arts school. He had been taller than his peers since childhood. By the 3rd grade, he was already taller than middle school students. However, his academic performance was dismal. He simply wasn't cut out for school. After failing to complete elementary school, his parents sent him to a martial arts school. Since he was unable to succeed in academics, he would pursue a career in martial arts. Looking back, his parents' decision seemed wise. If Zhang Biao weren't capable, he wouldn't have been able to lead the sand pit, own multiple properties in the city, drive a Porsche Cayenne, and indulge in a life of luxury, frequently visiting nightclubs to revel. "You're going to use a cannon to kill a mosquito." Hao Chang remarked, "Well, it's not so bad. You indeed possess some talent. Let us consider this a practice session for you. Once you've subdued him, Make him kneel at the village committee's entrance with his head bowed to the fierce dog. Whether he gets up will depend on my mood. Zheng Biao kicked back his chair and stepped out, delivering a swift kick to Hao Shan. Come with me and lead the way to that young lad. All right. I'll lead the way, Hao Shan replied eagerly, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. Previously, he had only heard tales of Zheng Biao's prowess in combat. He had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, with Zheng Biao personally stepping in to exact vengeance on his behalf, Hao Shan felt both honored and astonished. Just the sight of Zheng Biao's fierce and ruthless demeanor filled him with trepidation. He understood that Chen Zhi would either be severely beaten or, at the very least, not leave unscathed. As the duo prepared to exit, a knock resounded on the office door of the village director. 3 sharp raps echoed, and upon the sound of the door unlocking, a figure strode in. Hao Shan gasped, instinctively retreating several steps, for the intruder was none other than Chen Zhi. Zheng Biao, unfamiliar with Chen Zhi, frowned upon seeing the young man and coldly uttered, "Who permitted you to enter? Get out." Ignoring him entirely, Chen Zhi, holding a ledger, marched straight toward Hao Chang. Zheng Biao had never been so disregarded and was instantly engulfed in rage. As Chen Zhi passed him, he lashed out with a kick while bellowing, "Get lost." Swiftly evading, Chen Zhi retaliated with a sweeping kick aimed at Zheng Biao's left leg. The latter lost his balance and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Fortunately, having trained before, Zheng Biao instinctively tucked his chin to avoid a head injury. Reacting quickly, he sprang back up and delivered a powerful straight punch toward Chen Zhi. The punch was both fierce and precise, launched at remarkable speed. However, Chen Zhi's response was even quicker. Before Zheng Biao's fist could connect, Chen Zhi's foot struck his chest, forcing him to stagger back until his back collided with the wall with a resounding crash that shook the entire room. As the two engaged in combat, the 2 bystanders could no longer remain passive. The brothers immediately joined the fray. Yet, they seemed to have forgotten how they had been toppled by Chen Zhi on that fateful night. As they charged forward, one was swiftly taken down by a well-placed kick, while the other was met with a flurry of punches that sent him sprawling to the floor, perfectly mirroring that night's humiliating defeat. Hao Chang and Hao Shan stood frozen, dumbfounded. Although Zheng Biao had collided with the wall and his fighting spirit remained, he refrained from further action, quickly assessing the disparity in combat prowess between himself and Chen Zhi. A wave of intense pain surged through his chest, accompanied by a suffocating sensation and an itchy throat, as if he might cough up blood, leaving him alarmed. Chen Zhi was tall and possessed a well-proportioned physique, exuding an air of refinement. Yet this seemingly unassuming young man demonstrated astonishing explosive power. Zheng Biao, a burly figure with toughened skin, had believed he could withstand a vehicle colliding with his chest. He was unprepared for the fact that a single kick from Chen Zhi could leave him gasping. This only served to highlight the vast difference in their fighting capabilities. Now, with the 2 brothers writhing on the ground, moaning in pain, even if they were to join forces with Zheng Biao, they would still be no match for Chen Zhi. Zheng Biao hesitated, now cautious in his movements. Chen Zhi, pointing at the 3, turned to Hao Chang and inquired, "Village chief, what are these 3 doing? Why did they immediately attack me upon my entrance?" It's a misunderstanding. Hao Chang, regaining his composure, forced a stiff smile. "They're all my friends. There was just a bit of banter. Let us not act impulsively." As he spoke, he stepped around the tea table, adopting a conciliatory stance. Having mingled with tough characters in his youth, he was no stranger to fights. Although he had never practiced martial arts, he recognized from their initial clash that Zheng Biao and his companions were no match for Chen Zhi, which left him utterly astonished. Initially, he had believed that Zheng Biao's martial training would ensure Chen Zhi's defeat. Evidently, he had grossly underestimated Chen Zhi's combat capabilities. Since the incident over 20 years ago when Chen Shaoli's leg was broken, rumors had circulated about Chen Zhi training diligently to avenge his father. Yet, Hao Chang had dismissed these tales as mere emotional fervor driven by revenge. Having spent so much time with men of valor, he had come to believe that true strength lay in sheer size and weight rather than skill. However, Chen Zhi's display of prowess today opened his eyes to a new reality. He was taken aback not only by Chen Zhi's determination over the past 2 decades, but also by the remarkable level of his fighting ability. At this moment, facing Chen Zhi, Hao Chang felt a palpable sense of fear. He was acutely aware that he, too, was among those whom Chen Zhi considered an adversary. The grievances he had inflicted upon Chen Shaoli over the years were surely etched in Chen Zhi's memory. Unless he devised a means to suppress Chen Zhi, he would likely suffer significant repercussions. Now, with 5 individuals present, they were still incapable of overcoming Chen Zhi. In a state of alarm and trepidation, Hao Chang forced a smile, striving to prevent the situation from escalating. Chen Zhi, with a cold smirk, remarked, "I recognize these two. What a coincidence. I just had dealings with them a few days ago. I know they run a sandpit. I didn't realize they were friends with the village chief." Hao Chang laughed awkwardly. "They are merely acquaintances. They came by to chat today." "Chen Zhi, did you have something to discuss?" "Of course I do," Chen Zhi replied, shaking the ledger in his hand. He glanced at the now cowed Hao Shun and continued, "This individual just visited my convenience store, refused to pay, and even set his dog on me. I recalled that the village committee owes my store money that has been outstanding for several years. As a small business, I can no longer afford to wait. It's time to settle the accounts." Hao Chang's mind raced as he forced a laugh. Yes. I'm aware of the debt between the village committee and your store. However, the committee has been financially strained lately. Perhaps we can settle it later when funds are available. Is that so?" Chen Zhi leisurely flipped through the ledger. "I have a question. If the village committee is financially strained, why has so much been spent on hospitality? I've calculated that the expenses for my store represent only a fraction of what was spent. The bulk is from other sources. This suggests that the committee's hospitality expenses are quite substantial. I wonder if someone has been taking advantage of the committee's name to procure items from my store for personal use. Should I share the ledger in our village work group? I can't make sense of it all, but I'm sure someone in the village has the answers. Everyone is aware of the committee's finances. Sharing it in the group might reveal if someone is misusing public resources for personal gain." As he spoke, he directed his gaze at Hao Shun. "For instance, this fellow here claimed that a work group had come to the village and that the hospitality provisions for my store were insufficient. However, when I arrived, I saw no work group in sight. Could it be that the work group he mentioned consists of these sandpit operators?" Upon hearing Chen Zhi's intention to disseminate the ledger details in the village work group, Hao Chang was taken aback. Indeed, the items procured for hospitality had amassed considerable debts, amounting to tens of thousands, and the cumulative expenses were undeniably significant. For years, he had wielded unchecked power within the village. Yet many residents were aware of the financial discrepancies, but had dared not voice their concerns or report them. If Chen Zhi were to share the ledger in the work group, the repercussions would be dire. The work group included police officers from the local station and other officials, meaning that any information shared would reach the authorities. Realizing this, Hao Chang feigned indignation and shouted at Hao Shun, "You better tell me the truth. Did Chen Zhi speak accurately? Did you use the committee's name to procure items from Chen Shaoli's store? You scoundrel, I might just have to relieve you of your mediation duties." While scolding, he said to Chen Zhi, "Your concerns have left me utterly astonished. I never imagined that certain members of the village committee could stoop so low. An investigation must be conducted to the fullest extent. There shall be no leniency. From now on, whenever someone visits your family shop, inform your father that transactions must be in cash. No one is permitted to write IOUs to avoid confusion. Let us settle any outstanding accounts with your family first. Please leave the ledger behind, as I intend to initiate a self-examination among the village officials." As he spoke, Hao Chang dialed a phone number, summoning the village accountant, Chen Shaoshan, instructing him to clear Chen Zhi's debts immediately. Chen Zhi handed the ledger to the accountant and pointed at Gu Shun, stating, "Some officials in the village committee have significant issues. Not only do they abuse their positions for personal gain, but under the guise of the committee, they have also taken items from my home without permission. Just moments ago, this individual deliberately unleashed his fierce dog to attack me. Village head, you must investigate this matter seriously and take strict action. This constitutes intentional harm, and I have preserved evidence. If necessary, I will report this to the authorities." Chen Zhi appeared increasingly furious, and in a fit of rage, he suddenly kicked Gu Shan, knocking him to the ground. You cannot fathom how perilous that situation was. Thankfully, I have training. An ordinary person would have either died or been severely injured. A surge of indignation coursed through Hao Chang. Chen Zhi had become excessively arrogant, audaciously overstepping boundaries. He had endured enough. His patience had limits. To strike someone in his office, right before his eyes, was akin to slapping him in the face. Hao Chang gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulging. He was not one to tolerate such disrespect. Having once mingled with society in the county, he was bold and unyielding. Now, as village head, he wielded authority. Regardless of the circumstances, Gu Shun was still under his command. Striking Gu Shun in his presence was a direct affront to him. Hao Chang could not help but say, "Then let us involve the police. It seems the truth must be thoroughly uncovered." As he uttered these words, a profound sense of humiliation washed over him. Given his past as a streetwise individual, and now as the commanding village head, flanked by the three strongest men in the area, being compelled to resort to calling the police felt like an insufferable disgrace. Chen Zhi chuckled. It was about time to involve the police. I believe this matter could escalate to a criminal case. He then produced his phone, displaying a video to Hao Chang, which captured the moment Gu Shun had intentionally unleashed his dog to attack. The footage depicted Chen Zhi delivering a decisive kick that killed the fierce dog. Hao Chang was left utterly dumbfounded. The visual was profoundly shocking. He knew the dog's tenacity all too well. Earlier, when Gu Shun claimed that neither he nor his dog could withstand Chen Zhi, Hao Chang had found it unfathomable that Chen Zhi could kill the dog so effortlessly. Yet, having viewed the video, he realized Chen Zhi had not utilized the stick at all. With a single kick, he had ended the dog's life. Such a feat was inconceivable to Hao Chang, yet he could not deny the authenticity of the footage. After the initial shock, Hao Chang recalled Gu Shun's earlier remarks. That scoundrel not only had the audacity to seize items from Chen Shaoli under the village committee's pretense, but had also wielded the dog as a means of intimidation. This was not the first time he had engaged in such behavior. Previously, when no incident had occurred, Hao Chang had turned a blind eye, rationalizing that everyone was merely targeting Chen Shaoli. However, at this moment, Hao Chang recognized the enormity of the trouble Gu Shun had caused him. If Chen Zhi were to upload the video online, he, as the village head, would also be thrust into the spotlight, given that the dog was his responsibility. The footage clearly showed Gu Shun provoking and berating Chen Zhi outside the shop, holding the leash with the intent of inciting the dog to attack. Chen Zhi was indeed correct. This constituted intentional harm. Although the dog had met its end at Chen Zhi's hands, Hao Chang felt a pang of anguish. Yet, from another perspective, it could be seen as a blessing. Had the dog truly bitten someone, he would have faced shared accountability. With the video in Chen Zhi's possession, irrefutable evidence lay before him. There was no need for the police. Gu Shun's beating was in vain, and the death of his dog was for naught. The more Hao Chang pondered, the more infuriated he became. Anger surged within him. With nowhere to vent, he lunged at Gu Shun, unleashing a flurry of kicks. Gu Shun cried out in distress, rolling on the ground, begging for mercy. Yet, Hao Chang could not restrain himself, wishing he could eliminate the source of his troubles entirely. Chapter 39. A stifling situation. Chen Zhi, pocketing the settlement, walked away with an air of audacity. Hao Chang, Zheng Biao, and the others stood by the window, watching Chen Zhi's retreating figure, each gritting their teeth in anger, veins bulging. These ruffians had never experienced such humiliation. Each felt profoundly insulted. Zheng Biao and his two companions, having been beaten, felt that intense sense of disgrace without a doubt. Even Hao Chang, who had refrained from physical confrontation, felt as though he could no longer maintain his standing. He, the untouchable village head, commanded respect, and yet today, Chen Zhi had disregarded him entirely, forcing him to wear a forced smile. The very thought ignited a sense of humiliation within him that was unbearable. The two thugs seethed with rage, shouting, "Call for reinforcements. Hurry, bring more people, armed and ready. I want to personally carve that kid into pieces." Zheng Biao cast a cold glance at the trio, his expression dark and silent, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Hao Chang turned to Zheng Biao, seeking his counsel. "What do you think we should do? We cannot let this slide." Zheng Biao let out a disdainful snort, remaining noncommittal. Hao Chang continued, "Dealing with this kid cannot be approached like others. Even if we summon a multitude, he possesses skills. Should he evade us, it would lead to endless repercussions. We must adhere to a crucial principle. First, we must be fully prepared before taking action. Second, if we engage, it must be decisive, leaving no room for future troubles." While his reasoning was sound, he felt an inner conflict. At this moment, a profound sense of fear gripped him. While retribution was undoubtedly on his mind, it had to be executed flawlessly, ensuring no chance of failure arose from his immense trepidation. "Let us proceed with that plan." Zheng Biao turned towards the tea table, grabbing his phone and car keys, heading outside while casually remarking, "Prepare for the next few days. We shall devise a decisive measure against that kid." Not long after Chen Zhi exited the village committee, he heard someone calling out from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see village accountant Chen Xiaoshan, whose face was beaming with smiles. "I'll accompany you. That dog was killed by you, right? Gu Shun's electric bike is still outside your home. I'll retrieve it." "Perfect," Chen Zhi responded with a smile. "We need to dispose of it quickly. Otherwise, in this summer heat, that dead dog will start to stink in no time." Chen Xiaoshan, being of the same generation as Chen Shaoli, shared a relatively close kinship. However, after Hao Chong became village head and restructured the village committee, he brought Chen Xiaoshan in as the accountant, primarily to suppress the local Chen clan. Although he was not as vicious as Hao Chong and the others, his association with them left a lingering impression of complicity. Chen Zhi's family had long ceased interaction with him. Yet now, as they walked together, Chen Zhi displayed no signs of animosity. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, reminiscent of old friends. Witnessing their friendly demeanor, the group of women at the east end of the street, who had gathered to witness the unfolding drama, were left slack-jawed. Chen Zhi had killed the dog belonging to the village head. Surely, the latter would erupt in rage and rally a group to seek vengeance, inflicting severe harm upon Chen Zhi. This was the expected outcome. However, witnessing Chen Xiaoshan, as Hao Chong's subordinate, the village accountant, so casually conversing and laughing with Chen Zhi after such a monumental incident bewildered them. What did this mean? Was he inciting rebellion? Then they watched as Chen Xiaoshan, with considerable effort, loaded the massive dead dog onto his electric bike, nodding and bowing to Chen Zhi in farewell before riding off. The women stood, utterly astonished. Only after the electric bike turned the corner and disappeared from view did they erupt into a flurry of chatter, much like flies startled by a stone. What has happened? Did Chen Xiaoshan truly remain ignorant of the fact that the big wolf dog was killed by Chen Zhi? It is highly unlikely. Had he been aware, would he dare to converse jovially with Chen Zhi? Even if he were to feign ignorance, he ought to exhibit an appearance of deep-seated animosity towards Chen Zhi. So what is the reality? Could it be that Chen Zhi spun a tale, deceiving Chen Xiaoshan, who then believed it? Niu Jinjun, overhearing the discussions among the women, felt increasingly infuriated. After having lunch, she arrived at this rural information hub, intending to glean some information, boast a little, and bask in the adoration of others, before returning home for an afternoon nap. The reason she had endured until now, without a nap, was her desire to witness Chen Zhi's downfall, to observe him being brutally beaten by the village head's men, begging for mercy, compensating the village head for substantial losses, and even donning mourning attire for the wolf dog, as it was laid to rest. However, to her utter disappointment, she saw none of that. There was no sight of Chen Zhi being beaten, nor did she witness him compensating for any losses or enduring humiliation. This left her utterly disheartened. She had squandered her nap time for this. Her anger mounted as she could not help but rebuke the women. "I believe Chen Xiaoshan should be aware of the situation. Did you not see Chen Zhi just leave? He must have gone to deliver money to the village head, to apologize and pay a hefty sum. Otherwise, he would not have returned alive." After her remark, the women fell silent. Continuing with the previous topic was displeasing to Niu Jinjun. Agreeing with her would seem implausible to the women. Just from Chen Zhi's cheerful demeanor, it was evident he had not gone to deliver money or apologize to the village head. The village head treasured his beloved wolf dog, and merely offering a sum of money and an apology would not suffice. Furthermore, everyone was aware of the village head's temperament. He was known to lash out at anyone for the slightest offense, let alone for the death of his cherished dog. If Chen Zhi were to apologize over the dog, he certainly would not have had an easy escape. However, who would dare to counter Niu Jinjun's assertions? She was affluent, her assets amounting to over 10 million. For some rural women, unable to gather even 10,000, a million was an astronomical figure. While conversing at the Rural Information Hub, the women could speak freely as long as Niu Jinjun remained silent. Yet, once she expressed her opinion on a topic, her word became law. Wealth conferred authority. Whatever she stated was accepted as truth. Observing the women's silence, Niu Jinjun discerned their thoughts. Deep down, she recognized that her portrayal of Chen Zhi's apology was indeed absurd. They all understood that if Chen Zhi had met with the village head, he would not have returned unscathed. Feeling disinterested, Niu Jinjun stifled a yawn and prepared to leave for a nap. At that moment, a small delivery truck entered the village, laden with several large boxes evidently containing appliances such as refrigerators, air conditioners, and televisions. As the truck passed, one woman exclaimed in envy, "Look at those huge boxes. They must contain an enormous refrigerator. And the boxes for the air conditioners and televisions are just as large. Who could have made such a purchase?" Among the women was one nicknamed Little Broadcast, a key figure in the rural information hub and Neo Jinjuan's most devoted admirer. Noticing Neo Jinjuan's low spirits that afternoon, she sought to flatter her to lift her mood. Indeed, such large boxes must be for an exceptionally large refrigerator. A refrigerator of that size must cost over 10,000 yuan. Not many families in our village can afford that. She then glanced at Neo Jinjun, suggesting, "Could it be your family that made the purchase? Look at those massive air conditioners and televisions. I doubt anyone else could afford them." Hearing this, Neo Jinjun felt a slight comfort. She scoffed, "It's not for my family. We recently replaced our refrigerator and air conditioner with the best, and they're still brand new. However, you are right. Just looking at the size of the boxes indicates that the refrigerator and air conditioner are exceptionally large. If it's not for my family, then it must be from the village head's family. No one else could afford such expensive items." Just as she spoke, the delivery truck that had passed by came to a halt. A man in a branded appliance company uniform hopped out and approached the women, greeting them politely. "Hello, ladies. May I inquire where Chen Zhi's family resides?" The women were taken aback, and Little Broadcast could not help but ask, "What do you need to know about his family?" The man smiled, replying, "I'm here to deliver appliances. We're going to install the home appliances that his family purchased." The women exchanged glances, speechless. None of them anticipated that these particularly expensive appliances were purchased by Chen Zhi's family, which was completely unexpected and a significant blow to Neo Jinjuan's pride. Just moments ago, Little Broadcast had flattered Neo Jinjun, suggesting that if it were not for her family, these large appliances could only belong to the village head's family. However, it turned out that they were indeed bought by Chen Zhi's family. Moreover, Chen Zhi had just returned home, and Neo Jinjun had insisted that he was drowning in debt, with creditors constantly at his door. Now, it appeared that was far from the truth. Chen Zhi's family had been living frugally in recent years, a fact evident to all. Over 30 years ago, Chen Zhi's family had been the wealthiest in the village. But after Tan Peimei allied with a wealthy man and Chen Zhi was left crippled after a confrontation, their fortunes plummeted. After all, Chen Zhi had become disabled and could no longer work, while raising 3 children, one of whom was mentally challenged. No matter how prosperous a family was, they would falter under such circumstances. Thus, when Neo Jinjun stated that Chen Zhi was in debt, the women believed it plausible. Yet now, it seemed entirely contrary. His family not only wasn't he in debt, but appeared to be thriving. Observing the women's expressions, Neo Jinjun realized what they were thinking, which humiliated her and ignited her jealousy. She furiously questioned the delivery man. "Are you sure it was someone named Chen Zhi who purchased these appliances?" The delivery man, uncertain and sensing the tension among the women, replied, "Actually, it was not Chen Zhi who bought them. It was someone named Chen Zhi. He provided the address for delivery to Chen Zhi's residence." Upon hearing that it was Chen Zhi who made the purchase, Neo Jinjun could hardly accept it, exclaiming vehemently, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Chen Zhi's family is nearly destitute. How could they afford such expensive appliances? The Chen Zhi you mentioned is buried in debt and constantly harassed by creditors. He couldn't even afford a flashlight." The delivery man chuckled. "Perhaps we were talking about different people? The Chen Zhi who bought these appliances is quite wealthy. This is our second delivery to his home. Just this morning, we finished installing an air conditioner, refrigerator, and television for his grandfather. And now we are delivering to Chen Zhi's side." "What? Chen Zhi bought his grandfather an air conditioner, television, and a large refrigerator?" Neo Jinjun could hardly believe it. "Where does his grandfather live?" The delivery man responded, "His grandfather owns an orchard. We are delivering there to install the appliances." At this point, Neo Jinjun was left speechless, unable to utter another word. She had already been feeling uneasy, but now it was even worse. Her inner turmoil was indescribable. She could not discern whether her feelings stemmed from anger or jealousy, but it was undeniably a wretched sensation. In a fit of rage, she huffed and turned to leave for home. The delivery man, bewildered, could not fathom why that woman was so upset. He turned to the others and asked, "Ladies, could you please tell me where Chen Zhi's family lives?" Neo Jinjun had departed, and the women pointed to the west, saying, "Over there." There is a big poplar tree at their doorstep, and they also run a small shop. The delivery man thanked them and directed the delivery truck to turn back towards Chen Zhi's residence. Subsequently, the women engaged in fervent discussions, unanimously concluding that Chen Zhi must have struck it rich and come into money. Neo Jinjun had just claimed that he was drowning in debt and besieged by creditors, which they all recognized as mere jealousy. The villagers were well aware of the relationship between Neo Jinjun and Chen Zhi's family. In every aspect of life and economy, Neo Jinjun's family overshadowed Chen Zhi's. However, there was one significant issue. Neo Jinjun had no son, which haunted her deeply. Particularly irksome was her father-in-law's favoritism towards his grandson Chen Zhi, whom he cherished immensely. This favoritism bred within Neo Jinjun an unbearable jealousy. Thus, when she claimed that Chen Zhi was drowning in debt, it was merely a reflection of her envy, a deliberate attempt to tarnish his reputation. In reality, Chen Zhi not only bore no debts, but was also prospering. Some women lamented, Chen Zhi has truly endured hardship followed by fortune. In his heyday, his family was exceedingly affluent, yet that was all squandered due to marrying such a wife, which led to the downfall of a once stable household. They recalled how tall and handsome Chen Zhi was, now rendered a cripple. For so many years, he has raised 3 children as a disabled man. It has been a great struggle. Others agreed, noting indeed, look at his house. Over 30 years ago, it was the finest in our village, with furniture and appliances that were state-of-the-art at the time. Yet, after all these years, it remains unchanged, while many families have flourished. Now, it seems Chen Zhi has finally emerged from his trials. Chen Zhi is ambitious, wise beyond his years, and has excelled academically, even gaining admission to a prestigious university. I've heard he earns a handsome salary at the automotive factory in Jiangzhou. The women chattered animatedly, lauding Chen Zhi. In Neo Jinjun's absence, they felt free to express their admiration, knowing full well they would not dare speak, so openly should she appear. As expected, Neo Jinjun returned after a brief afternoon nap. The women anticipated this. They knew she would be consumed with jealousy upon seeing the expensive air conditioners and refrigerators Chen Zhi had purchased for his family. Seated at the street corner, Neo Jinjun glared towards the west. As she observed the installation crew bustling in and out, her anger simmered dangerously close to eruption. The sight of multiple air conditioners being installed, one not only in the main house, but also in the small shop, intensified her discomfort to the brink of a heart attack. Before the appliances were fully installed, she saw Chen Zhi emerge, laughing and joking with a woman who was driving. As they passed the village's intelligence base, the women craned their necks to identify the woman. Finally, one exclaimed, "I recognize her. Isn't she Chen Zhi's former girlfriend?" They were college classmates, and she's from Beitan village, a true beauty with both looks and figure. I wonder why they parted ways. Another woman remarked, "It's quite strange. Chen Zhi has been married for over a year. How could they be back together? Is it like they say on TV, that the bond remains?" The women erupted in laughter, but Neo Jinjun's face darkened, tinged with fury. What bond? This is nothing but an affair. That woman is no good. She is married and still trying to seduce him. As for Chen Zhi, if he wishes to cavort with her, he might as well marry her. He can't have his cake and eat it too while engaging in such unscrupulous conduct. Chapter 41. Feeling deceived, Shun Qinglin had initially planned to visit her grandfather and Chen Zhi briefly before returning to her demanding job in the capital. However, upon arriving in Nantang village, she witnessed Chen Zhi undertaking significant tasks. She observed him installing large appliances for his grandfather and his own home. More importantly, she realized he was embarking on a long-anticipated plan of vengeance, marking the inception of a new era. Nonetheless, Shun Qinglin knew she couldn't linger. She needed to return to Pack for her journey BAC. As the vehicle passed through the village intelligence base, it immediately caught the attention of the women. One woman couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that Chen Zhi's car? I recognize it." Rural women are often straightforward, fearing the wrath of Neo Jinjun. Yet this statement was a clear rebuttal to Neo Jinjun's claim that Chen Zhi's car had been taken by the court. Indeed, as soon as the words left her lips, Neo Jinjun became furious, retorting sharply, "Are you the only one with eyes? We all know that's Chen Zhi's car. It's just a dilapidated vehicle worth a mere 100,000. I heard he bought it on credit, and he hasn't even finished paying off the loan." With a disdainful toss of her head, she continued, "Such a car wouldn't even catch our eye at home. It's simply pathetic." After finally getting married, He buys such a cheap car on credit. How embarrassing. Just think, when my daughter Chen got married, she had a grand Mercedes. My daughter Yin isn't even married yet, and she already drives a BMW. We have money to spare. Upon hearing this, the other women began to flatter her. In the eyes of these ordinary rural women, brands like Mercedes and BMW were unattainable luxuries. They didn't understand cars well. They simply knew that Mercedes and BMW were expensive. Had they been somewhat knowledgeable, they would have realized that Chen Zhi's Mercedes was merely a Benz A200, and Chen Yan's white BMW X1 was the most economical model in the BMW series. Ultimately, both Chen Zhi's Mercedes and Chen Yan's BMW were just status symbols, purchased to impress despite a limited budget. Fortunately, rural folk are generally unaware of the nuances of automobiles. Upon seeing a Mercedes or BMW, they were easily dazzled. Thus, Neo Jinju's show of wealth had its desired effect. In the past, Neo Jinju relished the compliments she received when boasting about her daughter's vehicles. However, today, for reasons unknown, she seemed out of sorts, her mind elsewhere. Her discontent stemmed from the revelation she had received the previous day while attending the market, courtesy of Yang Lanxiang, the wife of Qin Guomin. The two families were related, and Qin Guomin, the village chief of Beitan, was closely associated with Chen Shaoxin, who was rather superficial. Neo Jinjun and Yang Lanxiang would typically exchange pleasantries during their encounters at the market. Yang Lanxiang, with her sharp tongue, recounted how her son's newly purchased Mercedes had been seized by Chen Zhi. Given her fiery temperament, she was inclined to report the incident to the police and confront Chen Shaoli, demanding the immediate return of the vehicle. However, Qin Guomin, wary of escalating the matter, discouraged any public outcry, leaving Yang Lanxiang seething with frustration. Now, having found an outlet in Neo Jinjun, she unleashed her ire, vehemently denouncing Chen Zhi and embellishing the tale of his debts, claiming he had stolen over $1 million from her son. Neo Jinjun reveled in such gossip, delighting at the thought of Chen Zhi being merely a wretched criminal in the eyes of the community. After all, wasn't Chen Zhi the golden child in his grandfather's eyes? She wished for him to be apprehended, eager to see how his grandfather would react then. Today, Chen Zhi had returned driving an Audi, and although Neo Jinjun refrained from divulging the incident about Chen Zhi commandeering the Mercedes, she spun a tale that his car had been taken by the court. She wanted to prevent the other women from discovering that Chen Zhi was now in possession of a grand Mercedes, regardless of whether it had been stolen or not. Yang Lanxiang had claimed her son's Mercedes was worth over $1 million, casting Neo Jinju's daughter's $20,000 model into the shadows. Unable to bear that Chen Zhi's ex-wife has divorced him and yet still feels compelled to apologize on his behalf. Is she under any obligation to do so? This situation seems quite absurd. In fact, it is not just Neo Jinjun who finds it unreasonable. Yang Lanxiang shares the same sentiment. As a distant relative, she had little prior interaction with Chen Zhi's wife, and now that she has become a thing of the past, their communication should have ceased altogether. To her surprise, the former daughter-in-law called to express her apologies, speaking in a surprisingly familiar tone, which raised suspicions in Yang Lanxiang's mind. She couldn't quite grasp the underlying issue. Little did she know that Lu Hong, who had barely spoken with this distant relative, was calling to apologize not for remorse, but to extract information. Lu Hong sought to uncover the specifics of Chen Zhi's debts, as the catalyst for his financial downfall was the flight of Yang Lanxiang's brother with embezzled funds, which had ensnared Chen Zhi. Recently, Chen Zhi had been trying to reach Qin Guomin, hoping for assistance. Lu Hong wanted to ascertain whether Chen Zhi's substantial debts were genuinely incurred or if they were part of a ruse. She suspected that Chen Zhi might have orchestrated this scheme following the revelation of her infidelity, conspiring with Qin Guomin and others. Lu Hong's sudden inclination to investigate arose after she discovered a stash of crisp red bills hidden beneath the bed in the guest room. Having already packed her belongings and resolved to leave Chen Zhi for good, she returned home to retrieve a few forgotten items, only to stumble upon a shocking sight, a staggering 1 million yuan spread out before her. Staring at the pile of cash, she was momentarily dazed. Coming from a humble rural background, Lu Hong had never encountered such wealth, and the sudden appearance of this fortune left her feeling lightheaded. She couldn't help but fantasize about what life would be like if they had no debts, but she was acutely aware that this was merely wishful thinking. Although she had filed for divorce, believing that she would be free of any financial ties, the incessant calls from debt collectors persisted. She understood that the cessation of these calls would take time. Unbeknownst to Lu Hong, Chen Zhi had already settled his debts. However, the collection agencies had outsourced their operations to a third party, and until the creditors informed them to halt, the calls and messages would continue. As Lu Hong grappled with the implications of the 1 million yuan, her phone rang again. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she assumed it was another collection call. Previously, she had ignored such calls, but today, compelled by an inexplicable urge, she answered. The caller promptly verified her identity, asserting that she was the wife of the indebted Chen Zhi. They claimed he was unreachable and demanded that she contact him within 2 hours to repay the debt, accompanied by various threats. Strangely, rather than reacting with anger, Lu Hong inquired earnestly, "Are you certain that Chen Zhi owes your platform money? Could there be a mistake? I believe he should have the means to pay off his debts." This statement immediately drew the attention of the collector, who retorted, as Chen Zhi's wife. Knowing he has money yet refuses to pay off his debts raises serious legal implications. This constitutes malicious loan fraud and carries corresponding legal responsibilities. Rather than feeling threatened, Lu Hong felt a sense of glee and asked, "What kind of legal responsibilities are we discussing? Can you actually arrest him?" The collector explained that the legal ramifications could not be defined until a lawsuit was filed and reviewed by the judicial authorities. Lu Hong couldn't help but ask, "If we have 1 million yuan in cash at home, does that change the severity of his debt situation?" For reasons unknown, the collector fell silent. Perhaps they sensed that a normal person wouldn't speak in such a manner, perceiving her words as mockery. After issuing further threats about resolving the debt within 2 hours, the call ended, leaving Lu Hong to ponder the origin of the 1 million yuan. Initially, she suspected that Chen Zhi, fearing her infidelity and seeking to avoid asset division, had staged a scheme involving her brother's flight and the revelation of debts to prompt her to initiate divorce proceedings. However, upon reflection, she dismissed this notion, realizing that Chen Zhi was not foolish enough to jeopardize his future with such drastic measures that would severely impact his credit. The existence of his debts was undeniable, leading her to question the source of the cash that now lay before her currently. Weidong is under scrutiny, and whether to continue the investigation hinges on Chen Sinyu's stance. As a result, Weidong advises Wang Qiuyang to endure a silent loss. Wang Qiuyang is filled with frustration, finally grasping the truth that there are no eternal friendships, only everlasting interests. Weidong has sacrificed him for his own gain. Betrayed by a friend, he finds himself powerless to resist. If he insists on uncovering the truth, Weidong would be his greatest obstacle, potentially leading to dire consequences for himself. What shocks him even more is Weidong's revelation that the head of the criminal police, Ding Haowei, is a classmate of Chen Zhi. It turns out that the advice given by colleagues in the criminal police was a trap laid for them. With this knowledge, Wang Qiuyang feels even more despondent, realizing that he is indeed destined to suffer this silent loss. Chapter 44. It would be best to execute him. After living for over 30 years, Wang Qiuyang has never felt so powerless. His previous confidence and spirited demeanor now seem utterly ridiculous. He realizes he has become a jester. In this woeful mental state, gazing at his 2 broken arms, he instinctively thinks of the catalyst, Lu Hong. He believes this misfortune is entirely her doing. He recalls Lu Hong speaking of her marriage to Chen Zhi, during which both believed Chen Zhi was a perpetual loser, plagued by misfortune since childhood and continuing to face setbacks in his career. Yet now, Wang Qiuyang finds himself in a similar plight. From a different perspective, Chen Zhi graduated from a prestigious university and started his career on solid ground. But upon meeting Lu Hong, he began to falter. Wang Qiuyang had enjoyed a smooth journey for over 30 years, but after meeting Lu Hong, he has fallen into this predicament. It appears Lu Hong is the true harbinger of misfortune. As he wallows in this dreadful mood, Lu Hong persistently bombards him with phone calls, naturally inciting his wrath. When his sister answers the phone and holds it to his ear before Lu Hong can utter a word, Wang Qiuyang bellows, "What you want? You wretched woman. Don't you realize I can't take calls right now? Haven't you caused me enough trouble already? What do you intend to do?" Lu Hong, phone in hand, is taken aback. She understands Wang Qiuyang is in a foul mood due to his broken arms, yet she cannot fathom why he would unleash such fury upon her. The words wretched woman and harbinger of misfortune pierce her heart like daggers. Perhaps this is the so-called guilty conscience. Those 2 phrases are what Lu Hong cannot bear. And now they have been hurled at her by Wang Qiuyang. Tears stream down Lu Hong's face as she chokes out, Yangzi, you may insult me as much as you wish, I will endure it. But how can you call me a harbinger of misfortune? Initially, Lu Hong believed she had found her true soulmate in Chen Zhi after their marriage. Little did she anticipate that Chen Zhi would turn out to be a jinx, ruining her previously stable life and plunging her into debt. Later, she managed to connect with Wang Qiuyang, the owner of a gym. Wang Qiuyang was impeccable in every aspect, financially secure and physically attractive. Though he was married, he assured Lu Hong that he would divorce soon, which made her less concerned about his marital status. Lu Hong thought she had escaped the fiery pit represented by Chen Zhi and was ready to embrace a new life. However, before she could even begin to enjoy her good fortune, Wang Qiuyang suffered a broken arm. Moreover, Wang Qiuyang implied that he held Lu Hong responsible for his injury. This outcome was completely unexpected for Lu Hong. During their time at the Public Security Bureau, Lu Hong perceived Wang Qiuyang as a man of power and wealth, believing she had made the right choice. Later, when the Public Security Bureau detained Wang Qiuyang and Chen Zhi in the same holding cell, she felt a sense of vindication, knowing it was a deliberate arrangement. Chen Zhi harbored deep resentment towards her and Wang Qiuyang, and their encounters often escalated into fights. The Public Security Bureau seemingly aimed to provide Wang Qiuyang with an opportunity to teach Chen Zhi a lesson. Lu Hong was aware that Chen Zhi practiced Sanda and trained regularly, but she was confident that Wang Qiuyang was the stronger fighter. Last night, after Lu Hong emerged from the Public Security Bureau, she waited at the entrance of the police station for Wang Qiuyang. After a lengthy wait, instead of seeing Wang Qiuyang, she encountered Chen Sinyu's wife, who questioned her incessantly. To her dismay, she then witnessed Chen Zhi emerge unscathed, immediately triggering a foreboding sense of dread. As anticipated, after some inquiries, Lu Hong received shocking news. Both of Wang Qiuyang's arms were broken. It was clear that Chen Zhi was responsible. Lu Hong understood the extent of a man's hatred towards someone who has wronged him, and putting them in the same room was tantamount to a death sentence. While at the Public Security Bureau, Lu Hong's proximity to Wang Qiuyang had already signaled to Chen Zhi the nature of their relationship. Lu Hong knew that Chen Zhi would eventually discover this, and she had no desire to hide it. She initially thought that with Wang Qiuyang's protection, she had nothing to fear from Chen Zhi. However, she was shocked to learn that Wang Qiuyang was no match for Chen Zhi and ended up with both arms broken. Even more frightening was the fact that Chen Zhi faced no legal repercussions for his actions. Now, filled with fear, Lu Hong lamented why she had not recognized Chen Zhi's capabilities before. She realized that Chen Zhi could wreak havoc on her life, and Wang Qiuyang was no longer able to shield her. In this moment, as Wang Qiuyang ruthlessly berated her, Lu Hong felt aggrieved, yet could only endure in silence. She did not wish to sever ties with Wang Qiuyang, nor did she want to abandon him. More importantly, she needed to discuss a matter with him. She had discovered that Chen Zhi had acquired $1 million in cash through illicit means and needed to strategize on how to utilize this information to send Chen Zhi to prison. Lu Hong lacked experience and contacts in this area, relying solely on Wang Qiuyang. Only by imprisoning Chen Zhi could she find peace. Even fantasizing that if he were to commit murder or robbery and face execution, it would eliminate any lingering threats. Wiping her tears, suppressing her grievances, she choked out, Yangzi, please do not be angry. I have something important to tell you. Is it convenient for you to talk right now? What the hell do you mean by convenient? Speak quickly. Wang Qiuyang snapped. Lu Hong lowered her voice. I returned to retrieve something and discovered a stash of cash hidden under the bed in the spare room. Exactly 1 million. Think about it. He is drowning in debt, and I know his financial situation well. He wouldn't be able to produce even a fraction of that amount. If he had $1 million, he would have used it to pay off his debts long ago. The money is neatly hidden under the mattress, indicating he fears being discovered. I suspect this money is either stolen, fraudulent, or possibly obtained through robbery. He thought I would never return home, but he was mistaken. What should we do now? Should we report him to the police immediately? I think having him arrested and executed would be the best form of revenge for you. Wang Qiuyang fell silent, quickly assessing the implications of this news. Lu Hong was right. Given Chen Zhi's current financial state, he could not possibly amass $1 million in cash. Moreover, hiding the money beneath the mattress indicated a guilty conscience, suggesting its illegal origins. Whether stolen or robbed, that sum was sufficient to bring serious consequences for Chen Zhi. Wang Qiuyang had witnessed Chen Zhi's prowess firsthand, and had no doubt that Chen Zhi could acquire money through illicit means. After contemplating, Wang Qiuyang instructed Lu Hong. Do not leave. Keep an eye on that money. I will consult with a friend to determine how to proceed. This is a significant opportunity. We must seize it and take him down. I suspect this may only be a portion of his ill-gotten gains. Search for more hidden elsewhere. I will contact you once I have a plan. The friend Wang Qiuyang referred to could only be El Weidong. Although he had numerous police acquaintances, most were lower-ranking officers. And the highest he could reach was the head of the Public Security Bureau, El Weidong. Wang Qiuyang asked his sister to find El Weidong's number and called him, explaining the situation and seeking guidance on the next steps. To his surprise, El Weidong hesitated, stating, "The scenario you described involves a substantial amount of unexplained cash found in a non-public official's home. Under typical circumstances, this would not warrant a case for the crime of possession of unexplained wealth. Furthermore, your assertions are merely conjecture without concrete evidence. There have been no recent thefts or robberies, making it challenging to proceed." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuyang felt a surge of urgency. What we're saying is not baseless speculation. It forms a logical chain of evidence. He has debts nearing 1 million that he cannot repay. His wife is acutely aware of their financial situation. Given his circumstances, he cannot even produce 10,000 yuan. So how could he possibly have 1 million? Moreover, hiding the money beneath the mattress suggests illicit origins. Surely this is evidence? Yet, Lu Weidong still deemed this insufficient for initiating a case. At this moment, Wang Qiuyang was utterly distressed, nearly leaping from his bed in frustration. To him, the 1 million yuan concealed by Chen Zhi must have been acquired through illegal means. He was taken aback by Lu Weidong's rigid adherence to protocol. Despite the logical implications of the money's dubious origins, he was unwilling to file a case. Was Chen Zhi to be let off the hook so easily? Ultimately, after Wang Qiuyang's persistent entreaties, Lu Weidong consented to temporarily summon Chen Zhi. He recognized the merit in Wang Qiuyang's argument. Since the money's origins were questionable, summoning Chen Zhi for inquiry might uncover vital clues. Should substantial evidence emerge, it could lead to an investigation, potentially unraveling a significant case. To exercise caution, Lu Weidong instructed Lu Hong to photograph the 1 million yuan resting beneath the mattress and send it to him. The image revealed the money meticulously arranged, lending credence to its suspicious placement. Coupled with Chen Zhi's current financial predicament, many questions arose. However, lacking direct leads or evidence, it would be imprudent to initiate a case solely based on this irregularity. Furthermore, without a case filed, law enforcement lacked the authority to scrutinize Chen Zhi's accounts and transactions. Thus, the only viable course of action was to summon Chen Zhi. Lu Weidong promptly arranged for his subordinate to contact Chen Zhi, requesting his presence at the Public Security Bureau. By now, night had fallen. Chen Zhi was at home, enjoying dinner while simultaneously receiving a lecture from his father. To be precise, it was hardly a lecture. Given Chen Shaoli's current demeanor, he lacked the authority to chastise his son. Instead, he expressed concern over his son's spending habits, earnestly advising, "Xiao Zhi, I now believe you have indeed earned a bit of money through part-time work. However, just because you have money does not mean you should spend it recklessly. The past 2 years have been tumultuous for you, marked by unemployment and company closures. Just look at your prestigious graduate degree from a renowned university. Yet you found yourself delivering goods alongside Chen Xinyu. Life is full of ups and downs. When faced with adversity, it is commendable to be adaptable. But after finally earning some money, you ought to be frugal, not extravagant. What purpose does such lavish spending serve?" "What do you mean by no purpose?" Chen Zhi laughed, responding, "Everything I have purchased is essential for our family. You've mentioned our past hardships. You know, all our belongings are essentially relics from 30 years ago. While other families in the village have embraced modern technology, we have stagnated. Now that we have money, we must catch up. This is only the beginning. Soon, I plan to renovate our home. We must replace these dilapidated, 3-decade-old furnishings with new ones." "Stop right there," his father interjected, cutting him off. "When did I ever notice you had such a penchant for showing off? What need is there for home renovations? The furniture is perfectly functional. Why replace it? And this enormous refrigerator you've bought, it's just the two of us at home most of the time. How much can we possibly store in such a large appliance? It will barely get used and will waste electricity." Chen Zhi retorted, "This new style of refrigerator, despite its size, consumes less than a kilowatt per day. It's energy efficient. Our old refrigerator was the real energy hog. Don't preach to me about energy efficiency." His father waved dismissively. Even if it uses no electricity, the mere purchase of this refrigerator costs over 10,000 yuan. How many years would it take for our old fridge to rack up that much in power bills? And this television, do you plan to turn our home into a cinema? It's just you and your brother watching it. Does it really matter if it's larger or smaller? The air conditioner is the worst of all. It will sit idle for ages, and we only have to endure a few hot days before the weather cools down. Air conditioners are notorious for their power consumption. Even if you buy one, I wouldn't want to run it. Chen Zhi exclaimed, "You mustn't say that. It frightens me. The money is already spent. It can't just sit there as decoration. Dad, it's sweltering. We need air conditioning. Besides, the convenience store has air conditioning running to keep perishables from spoiling." His father sighed. "I just worry about how you're spending money so recklessly. Have you not noticed how your aunt is also concerned? We've discussed this. Buying things for your grandfather is acceptable. He's earned a right to enjoy some comforts at his age. But purchasing so many items for our household is simply unwarranted. Are you sure you haven't exhausted your funds? That 30,000 yuan I received from you remains untouched. Should I send it back?" Chen Zhi quickly grasped his father's hand, saying, "Dad, keep it and spend it as you wish. I have money. Surely, you can see that I have genuinely earned it this time. In the past, during the struggles of buying a house, a car, and planning for marriage, I hardly contributed. Now that I am financially stable, I can afford to be more generous. If you prefer, I can send you an additional 20,000. As due to certain matters concerning my hometown, I shall postpone my visit until a few days later. However, you must come immediately." The other party's tone became somewhat severe. "The issue you are involved in is rather serious. It is not merely a matter of your convenience, but rather a command for you to come here at once for questioning. I truly cannot make it right now, as I have family matters to attend to. Perhaps tomorrow. Then, I will go there as soon as I return. What time shall I arrive? Before 10 in the morning, I suppose. Very well. We shall wait for you until 10 tomorrow morning. If we do not see you by then, we will send someone to fetch you." After hanging up, Chen Zhi reflected on the situation. Since he stated he had matters at home and could not return, and the other party did not insist too much, it indicated that the situation was not overly grave. Yet, he could sense an urgency in their tone, suggesting that it was not merely a formality. He felt an urge to call Ding Haowei to inform him and seek his counsel. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Although they had been good friends in school, he did not wish to trouble him unnecessarily, nor did he want to appear incapable of resolving his own issues. He decided to go tomorrow and see what they wished to inquire about. Chen Zhi spent the night at home, and the next day, after breakfast, he returned to Jiangzhou and headed directly to the Public Security Bureau. The two officers who questioned him were unfamiliar faces. One conducted the interrogation while the other took notes, both bearing serious expressions and a stern demeanor. The interrogator began with a heavy-handed approach. "Chen Zhi, I believe you know why you have been summoned here. Please, tell us your situation." Chen Zhi smiled. "What do you want me to say? How would I know why you called me here?" The officer raised his voice. "Do not harbor delusions. If we did not have certain information, you would not be here." Chen Zhi countered, "If you already know everything, why ask me?" The officer slammed the table. "Mind your attitude. I assure you, what you say voluntarily differs greatly from what we might deduce on our own." Although Chen Zhi had never been in such a situation, he was familiar with police interrogation tactics. He felt no guilt and was unafraid of their intimidation. He calmly replied, "You needn't try to frighten me. Ask what you wish directly. I will truthfully share what I know. As for the unknown, no amount of intimidation will elicit an answer." "Clearly, you are unwilling to cooperate," the officer remarked. "I am fully cooperative. It is your vague inquiries that leave me at a loss for words." The officer scoffed. "It seems you still do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Very well, I will grant you some time to reflect." He instructed the recording officer to keep an eye on Chen Zhi, allowing him to contemplate until he was ready to speak. Once the interrogating officer left, the recording officer closed his notebook and said nothing, merely staring at Chen Zhi. Unperturbed, Chen Zhi was content to wait, as he had nothing pressing to attend to. Around noon, another officer came to relieve the recording officer and brought Chen Zhi 2 buns and a small bowl of vegetables. Chen Zhi remarked, "This is quite generous of you. Here I am, a stranger, and yet you provide me with a meal." The officer shot him a glare, but remained silent. After the meal, the waiting continued. Chen Zhi was aware that such summons could not exceed 24 hours, and that for typical cases, the duration should not surpass 8 hours. As time passed, his thoughts grew clearer. He suspected the reason for his summons was not related to Wang Chuyang's injury, for if it were, The officers would not have resorted to intimidation during the phone conversation. He communicated with the customer service representative, further confirming that his debts on the platform had been settled entirely. The representative elaborated on how to obtain a proof of settlement and expressed regret that the collection calls and messages could not be swiftly halted. His call was on speakerphone, and the two police officers listened intently. After the call, a smirk grew more pronounced on Chen Zhi's face. "I ask you, do you believe my conversation with the customer service or the false information provided by my ex-wife to tarnish my reputation?" The two officers were left momentarily speechless. Chen Zhi continued, "Let me clarify. I am now fully convinced that this matter was instigated by my ex-wife. She discovered $1 million in cash beneath our bed and vehemently claimed that this money was illicitly obtained. You have neither evidence nor leads in this regard. Hence you summon me here to intimidate me. However, I stand upright and unashamed. No amount of intimidation will yield the results you desire. Therefore, I wish for this conversation to conclude here. You have unjustly detained me for a day. May I return home now?" The two officers exchanged glances. The one in charge stood up and exited, clearly seeking guidance. Shortly thereafter, he returned, awkwardly offering Chen Zhi a smile, stating, "We will continue our investigation into this matter. For now, it may be a misunderstanding. Mr. Chen, you may return home, and we hope you will cooperate with us should any further issues arise." Chen Zhi replied coolly, "Cooperating with the police is a citizen's duty. Should any issues arise, feel free to call me. However, I advise you to refrain from trusting a single narrative. It is prudent to investigate thoroughly and gather solid evidence before taking any measures." The officers could only manage awkward smiles as they politely escorted him to the corridor. At that moment, Lu Weidong stepped out from another office, his expression dark as he watched Chen Zhi's departing figure. The two officers inquired, "Captain Lu, should we promptly inform Wang Qiuyang? Lu Hong is still at home with $1 million in cash. If Chen Zhi suddenly returns, she might be caught off guard." "Inform whom?" Lu Weidong retorted angrily. "That couple is nothing but trouble for us. If she is caught off guard, so be it." Upon exiting the Public Security Bureau, Chen Zhi hastily drove home. Upon entering his residence, he found the place in disarray. Lu Hong was crouched beside the bed in the second bedroom, anxiously rearranging the disheveled sheets, with $1 million in cash conspicuously displayed atop the mattress. Hearing the door open, Lu Hong froze, slowly turning her head, their eyes meeting. A flicker of panic crossed her gaze, quickly replaced by a facade of composure as she stood, nervously tugging at the hem of her shirt. Witnessing the scene, Chen Zhi's anger surged. Striding towards Lu Hong, he demanded, "What are you doing here? Why have you turned my home upside down?" He deliberately emphasized my home. Lu Hong stepped back, her eyes darting, and murmured, I was just checking. How could I not worry about such unexplained money?" Chen Zhi scoffed, "Worry? It seems you're intent on reporting me to have me imprisoned and keep the money for yourself. How heartless you are after everything we've been through." Yuan scoffed. "Husband, look at you now. You were drowning in debt, and suddenly a fortune appears. Who knows if you've engaged in criminal activities? I refuse to live in fear alongside you." Chen Zhi, furiously amused, stepped closer, waving a stack of cash before Lu Hong's eyes. "You think this money is illicit? Let me tell you, it is earned through my own efforts. I have plenty now, while you only crave vanity and are utterly ungrateful." Lu Hong's eyes fixated on the money, a glint of greed surfacing, yet she stubbornly retorted, "Whether it's clean money or not, who knows? Since you have money, and we aren't officially divorced yet, this is marital property. You must share half with me." Chen Zhi slammed the money onto the bed, pointing a finger at Lu Hong, declaring, "With your attitude, you think you can have any of my money? Not a chance. You went behind my back to involve the police, attempting to imprison me. Do you truly believe I would let you succeed? Furthermore, your affair with Wang Qiuyang has become public. This is just the beginning." Lu Hong was intimidated by Chen Zhi's fierce demeanor. Biting her lip, she weakly asserted, "Don't go too far. I am entitled to half of that money." Still clever, she avoided addressing Chen Zhi's accusations, redirecting the discussion back to the money. Chen Zhi, recognizing her evasion, took a deep breath to steady his emotions and coldly replied, "So, you desire the money? But look at your current state, with your scheming intentions. You won't see a single cent get out of here. This house has long ceased to be yours." Lu Hong attempted to retort, but upon witnessing Chen Zhi's icy gaze, she understood the futility of her efforts. Reluctantly, she grabbed her bag, muttering as she left, Just wait. This isn't over. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Zhi shot back. I never intended for this to end. With a slam, Lu Hong fled through the door. Chapter 48. Wronged to death, listening to the sound of high heels echoing down the corridor, fading into the distance. Chen Zhi realized that the money could no longer remain there. The dream of sleeping surrounded by wealth had been fulfilled and thoroughly enjoyed. It was time to secure it. Having already displayed affluence, keeping such a large sum of cash at home would invite thieves. If Lu Hong turned against him, her heart was dark enough to believe that this money was illicit. She would undoubtedly reach out to the police, clearly intent on incriminating him. The pain of her hastening to divorce him due to his debts had already hurt Chen Zhi deeply, but her attempts to have him imprisoned had finally ignited his fury. In response to her malicious actions, he would not hold back. Both she and Wang Qiuyang would soon realize that this matter was far from over. That very night, Chen Zhi contacted a locksmith to change the locks. During their divorce, he had noticed how thoroughly Lu Hong had packed her things, knowing she had no intention of returning. Yet, her return to scour through his belongings, even to the second bedroom, necessitated a change of locks. Having submitted their divorce application and notarized the divorce agreement, this home was no longer connected to Lu Hong in any way. In principle, she had no right to enter uninvited. However, as they had yet to receive their divorce certificate, he could not legally accuse her of trespassing. The following day, as soon as the bank opened, Chen Zhi deposited the million, of course, using his brother's identity and bank account. Since the divorce had not yet been finalized, he needed to ensure no assets were held in his name. After securing the money, he visited the hospital to check on Xingyu's condition. Upon entering the ward, he saw Su Meiwan feeding grapes to Xingyu. Chen Zhi feigned nausea, exclaiming, "Isn't this disgusting? You're in the hospital, yet here you are, flaunting your affection. You just took a couple of punches. It's not like you can't move your hands." Xingyu, undeterred by Chen Zhi's remarks, relished the moment, not only enjoying the grapes, but also reaching out to caress Su Meiwan's thigh. After your marital upheaval, a one tea dampen your spirits. However, this is a prime example of positive energy. You should learn from me. Remember, a plain wife is more valuable than a beautiful but shallow one. That's the true treasure of an old farmer. When you embark on your next marriage, adhere to this principle. Don't be fixated on superficial beauty. True beauty lies within. Su Meiwan nodded repeatedly, asserting that one should not be deceived by a beautiful face. For a woman with a heart as venomous as a snake's should be kept at a distance. It was only then that she realized the gravity of the situation, and in a fit of rage, she forcefully inserted a peeled grape into Sinyu's nostril, exclaiming, "Who are you calling ugly? After all this time, you think I'm unattractive? Yet you still chose to marry me and tricked me into bearing you 2 children. You hypocritical scoundrel." Chen Zhi hurriedly attempted to mediate between the two. The truth was, Su Meiwan was not conventionally beautiful. She was merely passable in appearance, a fact she was acutely aware of. However, self-awareness did not equate to accepting others' disparagement of her looks. Once Chen Zhi managed to separate Su Meiwan from Sinyu, the injured man found himself further assaulted, receiving several slaps. After the turmoil subsided, Su Meiwan indignantly addressed Chen Zhi. "Why haven't we received any medical expenses from those who assaulted us? Look at Sinyu's condition. We have suffered enough, and he can't work, which incurs a substantial loss. Moreover, I cannot work either, as I must remain by his side. We have endured physical harm, lost work time, and now we must pay out of pocket. This is utterly outrageous." The police who came that night promised to ensure the assailants would cover the medical expenses. Yet their words have proven hollow. Chen Zhi contemplated the situation, realizing that the perpetrator was indeed at the hospital, but not to pay any fees. He was there as a patient, suffering even more grievous injuries with both arms broken. However, Chen Zhi did not wish to discuss this matter with them, fearing that Su Meiwan might inadvertently reveal that he was the one who had broken the assailant's arms, which could lead to unwanted repercussions. Just the previous evening, Chen Zhi had rationalized that since Wang Qiuyang had attacked Sinyu and he, in turn, had incapacitated Wang, they were even. He could afford to cover Sinyu's medical and lost wage expenses, and had even intended to contribute a bit more. Yet, upon reflection, he questioned why he should shoulder these costs. Wang Qiuyang had no reason to assault Sinyu, and the young man had been beaten so severely that he required several days in the hospital. Those who inflict harm must face the consequences. One cannot evade responsibility simply because they are injured, he declared to Sinyu. You need to call the inspector now and insist they prompt the other party to deliver the medical expenses, citing that the hospital is pressuring us for payment, and we can no longer afford to front the costs. Sinyu hesitated. I am not good with words. Perhaps you should call instead. Chen Zhi discerned that Sinyu was not lacking in eloquence, but rather harbored a psychological aversion to contacting the police. Su Meiwan, perceptive to Sinyu's reluctance, swiftly took matters into her own hands, pulling out her phone to call the inspector. Over the phone, she passionately explained the circumstances, demanding swift action to ensure Wang Qiuyang would pay the medical fees. She emphasized the severity of Sinyu's injuries and the substantial costs already incurred for treatment, highlighting the assailant's blatant refusal to accept responsibility. After hanging up, she continued to vent her frustration. That Wang is a despicable cad, inflicting such harm and then attempting to shirk his financial obligations. There is no way that can happen. Chen Zhi comforted her. Meiwan, do not let your anger overwhelm you. We are in the right, and he cannot evade compensation forever. If the inspector is unresponsive, we will continue to call. Before long, a response came from the inspector, who confirmed that Wang Qiuyang had been notified and would soon address the medical expenses. Wang indeed promised over the phone to deliver the payments swiftly, but it was merely a temporary ruse to placate the inspector. He had no intention of compensating anyone. After all, while he had only inflicted superficial injuries on Chen Sinyu, he himself was grievously wounded with 2 broken arms. Yet, Chen Zhi remained unscathed and had not sent a single penny his way. In essence, it seemed that the one suffering the more severe injuries would now be responsible for compensating the one with only minor bruises. Where was the justice in that? After concluding his call with the inspector, Wang Qiuyang dialed Lu Weidong, expressing his deep sense of injustice and emotional turmoil. Lu, is this how we are to uphold the law in society? Is there truly no fairness left? The inspector even warned me that my actions could lead to personal injury charges and that the medical fees are merely a fraction of the civil liabilities I might face. If the victim pursues legal action, I could very well find myself recuperating in a detention center. Lu Weidong, exasperated, coldly replied, the inspector is correct. You now face a dilemma. Either deliver the medical expenses with humility and seek the victim's understanding, or prepare to visit the clinic in detention to heal your wounds. Wang Qiuyang's voice quivered with despair. How can I deliver the medical fees when both my arms are broken? How can I approach him with humility? Lu Weidong scoffed. Crawl if you must. He abruptly ended the call, leaving Wang Qiuyang feeling utterly powerless. Previously, he had felt invincible with Lu Weidong's backing, able to act without restraint. For instance, that evening he had savagely beaten Chen Sinyu, who had later faced fines and detention, thanks to his connection with the police chief. However, now he realized that having connections could also have adverse effects. If he were not connected to Lu Weidong, being brutally assaulted to the point of having both arms broken would have been unacceptable. He could have pursued legal action against Chen Zhi, possibly escalating the issue to the city or even the provincial level. In a society governed by law, he believed there must be a venue for justice. Yet, he feared that doing so would implicate Lu Weidong, who had orchestrated the wrongful detention of Chen Sinyu. Wang Qiuyang understood that if he pushed the issue, it would expose the corruption that Lu Weidong had orchestrated. Consequently, he decided against pursuing the matter further, not wanting to drag Lu Weidong into the fray. At this juncture, Wang Qiuyang recognized that if he pressed charges, Lu would likely turn against him, transforming from ally to adversary. He understood the complexities of the situation. If he insisted on pursuing the matter, Lu would have the power to manipulate the narrative in a way that could jeopardize Wang's position. Now aware of Chen Zhi's formidable backing, Wang felt utterly outmatched. Without a clear path for revenge, he was left feeling hopeless. Ultimately, he called a friend, requesting assistance in delivering the medical fees to Chen Sinyu. Upon hearing the request, his friend stared at him in disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? You said those arms were broken by the other party, yet now you wish to pursue criminal charges against them while also compensating them for medical expenses? You haven't received a single cent from them, and you want to pay for the medical bills of someone who merely suffered a few punches? Is there a world where such an upside-down situation exists? Wang Qiuyang felt embarrassed and could not provide a reasonable explanation, only vaguely insisting, I have my own arrangements. Just deliver the money. His friend responded incredulously, Yangzi, this is not like you. We have always been the ones to assert dominance. When did we become the ones to be trampled upon? Not only could he not provide medical expenses, but now he had to wait for them to be brought over. Wang Chuyang said with a stern expression, "I called you here to get things done. Just do as instructed and stop with the unnecessary chatter." Seeing Wang Chuyang's displeased demeanor, his friend refrained from further comments and reluctantly set off to gather the medical funds. Observing his friend's indignation, Wang Chuyang felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, akin to the revulsion of consuming something utterly distasteful. After much contemplation, he redirected his fury toward Lu Hong, increasingly convinced that she was a harbinger of misfortune. This entire situation had arisen because of her. Were it not for her, he would not have suffered such a significant setback. More critically, had he not discovered a hidden fortune of 1 million beneath her bed 2 days prior, LV Weidong would not harbor such animosity towards him. This wretched woman had truly ensnared him in a dire predicament. The previous night, Lu Hong had audaciously entered Wang Chuyang's hospital room, aware that Wang Chuyang's wife had not shown up since his arm was broken. She took the bold step to confront him directly. Some matters could not be articulated over the phone, and given that Wang Chuyang required his sister to hold the phone to his ear, direct communication seemed imperative. Upon Lu Hong's arrival, Wang Chuyang's sister, perceptive as ever, found an excuse to leave, leaving the two alone. Lu Hong immediately exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? How did Chen Zhi get released? Did he escape? He is back home now, and I nearly fell victim to his aggression. That scoundrel's gaze was deranged. I know he must despise me. Back home?" Wang Chuyang was taken aback. It seemed implausible that he could have been released so easily. If he had been, LV Weidong would surely have informed him. Something was amiss. In their minds, the 1 million hidden beneath Chen Zhi's bed was undoubtedly ill-gotten. The logic was sound. Chen Zhi was drowning in debt, unable to repay even a fraction. If he had money, he would have used it to settle his debts, not stashed it away at home. Even if he did keep it at home, why hide it under the bed? That was clearly suspicious. Wang Chuyang promptly called LV Weidong to inform him that Chen Zhi had returned home and to inquire about the situation. On the other end, LV Weidong snapped. "What's going on? Ask your all-knowing girlfriend. Don't direct your questions at me." Wang Chuyang felt bewildered by the brusque response. "Captain LV, why are you so irritable? Aren't we supposed to be dealing with Chen?" "Shut up." LV Weidong's outburst interrupted him. "The police welcome your valuable tips regarding illegal activities. But if you fabricate facts for undisclosed motives when reporting, you will bear the corresponding legal consequences." Wang Chuyang was further perplexed. Why had LV Weidong suddenly adopted such a formal tone? He exchanged a glance with Lu Hong and said, "Captain LV, could you clarify? If there is an issue, we can rectify it." LV Weidong replied, "I don't know if Chen Zhi has money or not. We have no authority to examine his accounts, but we can confirm that he has no debts." With that, he hung up, leaving both of them in a state of shock. After a moment, Wang Chuyang turned to Lu Hong in anger. "Why are you still holding the phone in my ear now that he has hung up?" Lu Hong snapped back to reality and quickly set the phone aside. "Why is Captain LV deceiving us? Is he in cahoots with Chen Zhi now?" she questioned. Chapter 50. "This marriage cannot end," Wang Chuyang retorted. "That's impossible. They don't even know each other. Tell me the truth. Does Chen Zhi owe money or not?" Lu Hong, agitated, exclaimed, "How can you doubt me too? If he didn't owe money, would I have treated him that way? Look at these harassing calls and collection messages. Do you think I fabricated them?" Lu Hong pulled out her phone and displayed the collection calls and messages to Wang Chuyang. "See, just moments ago, I received another collection call which I missed, along with several messages today." Wang Chuyang pondered for a moment and suggested, "Could it be that these collection calls and messages are from scammers? Perhaps Chen Zhi's personal information was leaked, leading to an influx of scam calls." "Impossible. Yuan cutthroat." Initially, I answered these collection calls. They were from loan platforms or third-party collection agencies, and their tone was aggressive, threatening visits and lawsuits, even targeting my workplace. To substantiate her claims, Lu Hong attempted to call back one of the collection numbers, but it was unreachable, going straight to voicemail. She dialed another number, and though it connected, there was silence on the other end. Lu Hong was bewildered. What is going on? Why isn't anyone speaking? Aren't they eager to reach the debtor? Wang Chuyang, having seen much, replied coolly, "Many collection calls go unanswered or simply automated systems, not actual people." "Then how can we contact the debt platform?" Lu Hong mused aloud. "Perhaps I should try calling a legitimate bank." She scrolled through the collection messages and called the official customer service number of one of the banks mentioned. This time she got through, But since it wasn't Chen Zhi's phone, the customer service representative stated they couldn't provide any information about the debtor. Lu Hong was left in a daze, her understanding beginning to waver. Was it possible that Chen Zhi truly had no debts, and that this entire charade was his elaborate scheme to ensure he left the marriage unscathed? If that were the case, it would explain why he had hidden 1 million in cash beneath the mattress. It suggested that not only was Chen Zhi debt-free, but he might actually possess over 1 million in savings. To protect his assets from being discovered during the divorce, he withdrew the money in cash and concealed it under the guest room mattress, knowing that Lu Hong never ventured there, believing it to be a foolproof hiding place. The more she pondered, the more convinced Lu Hong became of this theory. She recalled how Chen Zhi had always been strategic, biding his time for revenge against his father. Enduring years of mistreatment without retaliation, Lu Hong could easily imagine the depth of scheming and resilience in someone who had mastered the art of patience for over 2 decades. For someone like him, concocting a narrative of debt to deceive his wife would be a trivial task. The more she reflected, the more seamless the entire logical chain appeared. She silently rejoiced that had there not been something left at home, she would never have returned to that sorrowful place, let alone discovered Chen Zhi's meticulously crafted trap. Regretting her earlier choices, Lu Hong lamented that during the day, she had gazed at that 1 million for hours without daring to take a single cent. Convinced it was illicit, now, realizing it was Chen Zhi's hidden savings, she regretted not seizing the opportunity to take the cash while he was away. Holding 1 million in her hands would have provided her with leverage, at the very least securing 50,000 in the event of a split. Such a golden opportunity had slipped through her fingers. However, she hesitated to return home and retrieve the money, unable to shake the chilling memory of Chen Zhi's cold gaze as she left. Originally, Lu Hong had intended to visit the hospital to openly support Wang Qiuyang, believing that nurturing their relationship during his recovery would strengthen their bond. But now, her focus shifted. She needed to return to her temporary residence and carefully plan her future. Reflecting on whether there was still a chance with Chen Zhi, Lu Hong began to recognize his remarkable capabilities. He had graduated and secured a position in a major corporation with an annual salary of 200,000. Later, when he was blacklisted due to the actions of a supervisor who had taken the entire team to another company, it was clear that his misfortune had nothing to do with his abilities. The dissolution of their partnership in the new energy vehicle industry merely indicated a stroke of bad luck for Chen Zhi, not a deficiency in skill. In fact, the fact that he managed to save 1 million despite being unemployed and blacklisted suggested an extraordinary talent for earning money. The more Lu Hong reflected on Chen Zhi's capabilities, the more she found herself looking down on Wang Qiuyang, who she had once thought to be formidable. In comparison to Chen Zhi, Wang Qiuyang was utterly ineffectual, having been easily subdued in a matter of moments, suffering 2 broken arms in quick succession. Originally, it was presumed that Wang Qiuyang surrounded himself with affluent and influential acquaintances, well placed across various departments. However, upon encountering Chen Zhi, after being confined to a room with him, he suffered a broken arm, which ultimately resulted in an unresolved case, leaving him to endure a silent suffering. The notion of seeking revenge or even lodging a complaint seemed out of reach. What kind of power or wealth was this? That night, Lu Hong was utterly sleepless. As dawn broke, she resolved that no matter what, she could not divorce Chen Zhi. After all, Chen Zhi was still a promising individual. His height and appearance, coupled with his hidden capabilities, surpassed those of Wang Qiuyang. While Wang Qiuyang presented an outward facade of wealth and prestige, operating a large gym, he was notoriously unfaithful, treating their relationship as a mere dalliance. Moreover, he was still married, and various factors indicated that he was unreliable. In contrast, Chen Zhi had been devoted to her since their relationship began, genuinely aiming for marriage and family life. This was the definition of a dependable man. Upon waking, Lu Hong once again called her workplace to request leave. Then, estimating that Chen Zhi had left for work, she hurried home. She produced her keys to unlock the door, only to find she could not open it. It dawned on her that Chen Zhi had changed the locks. Nevertheless, this did not deter her. She promptly contacted a locksmith, claiming she had left her keys inside. The locksmith, adhering to regulations, insisted on verifying her ownership of the property. Lu Hong, infuriated, retorted, "You're merely a locksmith. Why must you make this more complicated than the police? Must I prove my father is truly my father? Just open the door." and you'll see my wedding photo on the wall. Their argument drew the attention of neighbors, and the door across the hall opened to investigate. Lu Hong seized the opportunity to have a witness confirm her status as the mistress of the house. Unaware of the couple's marital discord, the neighbor obliged her request. With the locksmith assured, he proceeded to unlock the door. Upon entering, Lu Hong indeed found her wedding photo adorning the bedroom wall, further validating her claim. Accordingly, as per her request, the lock cylinder was replaced. After the locksmith departed, Lu Hong rushed into the guest room, eagerly lifting the bedsheets to uncover the elusive 1 million. To her utter dismay, the neatly arranged sum had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the empty bed, she felt a wave of disorientation. Had yesterday been merely a dream? Was the 1 million merely a figment of her imagination? Clearly, her mind was in turmoil, leading to such confusion. The rapidity with which Chen Zhi had relocated the assets left Lu Hong in a state of panic, regretting her actions that had alerted him to her discovery of the hidden fortune. She was left to wonder whether Chen Zhi had concealed the sum in cash elsewhere or deposited it in a bank. Chapter 51. Purchasing a new car. Taking advantage of Chen Zhi's absence, Lu Hong embarked on a frenzied search throughout the house. Every movable and accessible area was thoroughly examined. For instance, she lifted the lid of the toilet tank, reaching inside despite seeing nothing of note, hoping to uncover some hidden treasure. Had they lived in a bungalow, she would have likely pried up the floor tiles to dig deeply. After a tumultuous search, the house lay in disarray, and Lu Hong despondently sat on the tiled floor. She had to admit that her actions had been premature. Chen Zhi had already relocated the money, and it was unlikely she would find anything at home. Lu Hong began to ponder seriously, employing the process of elimination to speculate on how Chen Zhi might have dealt with the 1 million. There were two possibilities. He either concealed it in cash or deposited it in the bank. She reasoned that given the urgency of the previous night, it was improbable that Chen Zhi had found a secure place to stash cash. Thus, the only remaining possibility was that he had placed it in the bank. This thought invigorated Lu Hong. Although they had submitted their divorce application, they had not yet obtained the divorce certificate. During the 1-month cooling-off period, if one party disagreed, they would need to pursue litigation for divorce. As such, they were still legally married. Lu Hong was entitled to half of the 1 million that Chen Zhi had deposited during their marriage. If she could uncover evidence of a deposit, she could secure 50,000 upon filing for divorce. The more she contemplated this, the more exhilarated she became. Rising from the floor strewn with chaos, she made her way to the hospital. Knowing Wang Qiuyang's extensive connections, she intended to ask him to inquire with his banking acquaintances about Chen Zhi's account balance. At that moment, Chen Zhi was at the hospital, keeping company with Xinyu, completely unaware of Lu Hong's frenzied activities at home. He was assisting Su Meiwan in counting money, as Wang Qiuyang's friend had delivered 30,000. Su Meiwan was overjoyed. Xinyu had sustained only superficial injuries, requiring a few days of intravenous treatment to recover without incurring significant expenses. This 30,000 would cover even the lost wages, alleviating her anxiety. As she received the money, her hands trembled slightly. The other party, displaying disdain, instructed, "Count it carefully. Cash must be counted in person. I will not acknowledge it once you leave, so you must provide me with a receipt." "All right, I'll write you a receipt," Su Meiwan readily agreed, searching for a pen and paper while passing the money to Chen Zhi. "Chen Zhi, could you help me count it to see if it's enough?" As Chen Zhi counted the money, he felt a twinge of embarrassment for her. He was well aware that Su Meiwan was not unfamiliar with money. She had simply not anticipated having to pay compensation. Hearing that the other party was wealthy and well-connected, even with ties to the underworld, she assumed that such individuals would never pay for their actions. With Xinyu hospitalized and unable to deliver goods, both he and Su Meiwan lost their wages and attendance bonuses. Su Meiwan earned little, working as a stock clerk in a small supermarket, bringing home around 2,000 a month, with an additional 200 for perfect attendance. Their family had a mortgage and car loan to manage while raising 2 children, with Xinyu's mother assisting with childcare and cooking. After deducting their loans, their income barely covered family expenses. Now, with this incident, they would have to borrow money to make ends meet. Surprisingly, the underworld had to compensate for their wrongdoing, and Su Meiwan was naturally ecstatic. Once the money was counted, the individual took the receipt Su Meiwan had written and departed. Observing Su Meiwan's jubilant demeanor, Chen Zhi remarked to Xinyu, "You've let your wife embarrass us. I never realized she would get so excited over 30,000. It must be her first time seeing such an amount. Sinew feigned shame, admitting, I also feel embarrassed. It's quite degrading. Su Meiwan shot him a glare. What do you two know? This is an unexpected windfall. Do you understand? That's why I'm a bit excited. Initially, I thought the assailants were wealthy and powerful, with a gym and ties to the underworld. I feared we would end up with nothing. Though the police took our statements, I thought it was merely a formality, lacking real action. I never expected they'd actually compensate us. Now, both Sinew and I have our lost wages covered, and I no longer have to worry while keeping him company. The money will make up for it. As she spoke, she urged Chen Zhi, you should go now. Do what you need to do. Didn't Sinew say you wanted to accompany Jinyu to the chicken factory? You should hurry and contact him. Check it out. If it suits you, proceed. If not, return promptly to deliver goods. Chen Zhi pointed at Su Meiwan, addressing Sinew. Listen to how she speaks so grandly, as if she is looking out for me. In reality, this woman is filled with ulterior motives. She fears I'll overshadow her by staying here and robbing her of the credit, which could prevent the police from reimbursing her for the companionship and lost wages. Am I correct, Meiwan? Get lost. The further away, the better. Su Meiwan pushed Chen Zhi out forcefully. You and Sinew are cut from the same cloth. What wisdom do you possess? Chen Zhi took the opportunity to leave, waving to Sinew, I'll be on my way. Call me if you need anything. While Chen Zhi was not financially strained at the moment, covering Sinew's medical expenses and lost wages was markedly different from compensating Wang Xiuyang. Watching Su Meiwan and Sinew revel in their compensation brought a sense of equilibrium to Chen Zhi. Initially, when he saw Wang Xiuyang leveraging his connections to twist the truth and threaten to detain Sinew while imposing fines, he felt utterly powerless and furious. Now, with the tables turned and the opposing party suffering serious injuries while still being required to compensate, the satisfaction was overwhelmingly gratifying. After leaving the hospital, Chen Zhi drove directly to the used car market. The car, a Nissan Qashqai, had primarily been Lu Hong's vehicle for commuting, only occasionally used by Chen Zhi when necessary. He was incensed to discover that Lu Hong had taken the car home with another man for illicit activities. It felt as though the vehicle had been sullied, leaving him feeling disgusted. It is imperative to sell it immediately. Essential items, such as the dashcam, must certainly be removed, as they serve as evidence of Lu Hong's infidelity. Although it may not necessarily be needed, it must be preserved. Once the car is sold, the transfer can be completed right away, and the license plate needs to be cut off. Chen Zhi requested a corner-cut license plate from the other party, as he intends to purchase a new vehicle immediately. Once he acquires the new car, he doesn't want to leave it on the street. Possessing the original license plate will allow him entry into the community and underground parking through recognition. After selling the car, Chen Zhi headed straight to the Audi dealership. He had always admired the Audi Q7, and now that he had the means, it was imperative to acquire one. Among the trio of BBA, Audi is relatively understated, unlike the other two brands, which tend to be ostentatious. Moreover, some entry-level models from the latter brands feel like mere purchases of a logo, exposing the owner's desire to flaunt wealth that they do not possess. Upon arriving at the dealership, Chen Zhi feigned disinterest, giving no indication of an imminent purchase. Coincidentally, the Audi dealership in Jiangzhou was running a limited-time promotional event. The most expensive model, the 55 TFSI Prestige, had an official price exceeding $800,000, but the promotional price was only $619,900, along with several gifts. Should he choose to finance, the price would drop below $600,000. Hearing this, Chen Zhi felt tempted. He believed financing was essential at this juncture. After all, he had not yet finalized the divorce, and purchasing a vehicle would be considered marital property. Although a notarized division of assets had been arranged should Lu Hong contest, it would lead to unnecessary complications regarding the car. With financing, after repaying the first 3 installments, essentially 3 months later, he could repay the full amount, and by then, the divorce would be finalized, alleviating any concern regarding Lu Hong claiming a portion of the assets. He calculated that repaying the initial 3 installments and then the full amount would essentially cover interest and penalties for the discounted price of the vehicle. He was aware that those who financed their cars rarely repaid early. Being able to pay off the loan on time was already considered a mark of a premium customer. Thus, Chen Zhi promptly decided to finance and purchase the Prestige model. Due to the promotional event, there were vehicles available immediately, and all necessary paperwork could be completed on-site at the dealership. Within 2 hours, Chen Zhi had driven away in his new car, proudly displaying a temporary license plate. As he exited the Audi dealership, driving his new vehicle, he felt an invigorating sense of joy. He took to the elevated expressway, reveling in a leisurely drive for over an hour, during which he familiarized himself with the car's features and began to feel a sense of unity with the vehicle. Elated, he stopped to purchase an assortment of delicacies and a can of draft beer, planning to return home and indulge in relaxation and celebration. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he placed his original license plate in front of the car and smoothly entered the community. However, as he drove through the gate, he spotted Lu Hong standing by the roadside, vigorously waving at him. Chen Zhi, stop the car and let me in. Chapter 52. I am not that foolish in truth. Chen Zhi had already noticed Lu Hong earlier. When he exited the car to affix the license plate, he felt someone watching him. A glance in her direction confirmed that Lu Hong stood there, frozen in shock. Staring at him as Lu Hong pondered for a moment before continuing, I admit that my emotions have been somewhat unruly these days. Perhaps I am still too fragile, unable to withstand the pressures I face. However, there are certain matters I must clarify. I have no relationship with Wang Qiuyang. I am merely a client at his gym, and that is how we came to know each other. We, along with other friends from the gym, have shared a few meals together, as you are aware. We have helped each other on a few occasions, but that is the extent of it. His altercation with Chen Zhi stemmed from Chen's intense reaction upon seeing us together, which provoked Wang. You understand, individuals like him, who own gyms, often have a quick temper and are prone to physical confrontations. At that time, I was also upset with Chen Zhi, feeling wronged by his accusations. When you followed me to the Public Security Bureau, I intentionally sat with him, teasing you with sarcasm, driven by my emotions. It saddened me that you did not believe me, and when I suggested divorce, you made no attempt to dissuade me, which deepened my sorrow. I merely wished to provoke you. There were no ulterior motives. As Lu Hong organized her belongings, she defended herself while Chen Zhi remained silent, neither interrupting nor contradicting her. He possessed irrefutable evidence regarding her relationship with Wang Qiuyang and saw no need for further discussion. Chen Zhi did not hasten to expel Lu Hong because she was diligently tidying up. Once she finished, she could leave. He crossed his arms and wandered through the house, peering into the master bedroom only to discover that Lu Hong's belongings had returned, a clear indication that she had retrieved them earlier that day. It seemed this woman was intent on mending her situation. As for the reason, it was evident. She had realized she possessed 100,000 in cash, understanding that she not only had no debts, but also had savings. This opportunistic woman was suddenly reluctant to divorce and sought to resume their life together. Chen Zhi found it perplexing. They were both well-educated, yet her actions displayed such blatant opportunism and foolishness. Moreover, how could one expect such leniency in life? To come and go as one pleased, to engage in infidelity without consequence? Did she truly believe that her web of lies could blind him to the truth? Chen Zhi was aware that the Civil Affairs Bureau had instituted a 1-month cooling-off period for divorces, designed to create obstacles. Many impulsive couples reconciled within this time frame. Furthermore, if either party expressed a desire to retract the divorce, the marriage could not be dissolved. Thus, despite having submitted divorce papers, if Lu Hong indicated her unwillingness to proceed, he could not unilaterally terminate their marriage. The next step would involve filing for divorce, prolonging their marital entanglement for several months. Each time Chen Zhi laid eyes on her, a wave of negativity washed over him, disgust, annoyance, and resentment. He wished to sever their legal ties without delay. It appeared he could not expel her just yet. Doing so would only solidify her confidence in her newfound wealth, compelling her to cling to him even more. The only viable strategy was to instill disappointment in her once again, prompting her to sever ties of her own accord. For a woman so blatantly opportunistic, this would prove to be a simple task. Before long, Lu Hong had tidied the house to an impeccable state. Her industriousness and efficiency indicated her considerable motivation. With the house cleaned, Chen Zhi chose to ignore her. After all, he had purchased ready-made meals. He simply opened a bottle of beer and dined in solitude. Lu Hong rushed from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Wait, don't eat yet. Look at the fish and shrimp I bought, along with your favorite pork belly and bean sprouts. I will have them ready soon. We can enjoy a warm meal together." Chen Zhi took a sip of his beer, smacking his lips, and replied, "You can eat what you bought. I have plenty here. Besides, I wouldn't dare eat what you prepare. What if you slip something in? I would regret it." Lu Hong's expression darkened as she swallowed hard, contemplating her next words. Yet, upon seeing Chen Zhi's resolute demeanor, she realized she could not simply snatch the utensils from him. With no other choice, she returned to the kitchen to continue her preparations. Although Chen Zhi refused to eat her cooking, the fact that he was drinking offered her a glimmer of hope. If he became even slightly inebriated, Lu Hong believed she might still have chance. She hastened her pace, opting to prepare several simpler dishes rather than the time-consuming ones, and quickly placed them on the table. Yet, Chen Zhi still would not touch her food. His words about fearing her potential malice may have been spoken in jest, but deep down, he was genuinely wary. He had come to know her lack of moral limits, and thus he could not afford to be careless. Lu Hong removed her apron and returned to the bedroom, changing into a particularly alluring outfit. She then rejoined him at the table, uncorking a bottle of red wine. She said, "Don't drink so much. Beer is too harsh on the stomach. Have some red wine instead." Chen Zhi shot her a cold glance. "Can't you spike red wine as well?" Lu Hong felt momentarily stifled. Realizing Chen Zhi's suspicions were impenetrable, she recognized that further protestations would be futile. Thus, the two former spouses sat at the same table, each consuming their own meals. As Lu Hong dined, she resumed her emotional appeal, lamenting the potential anguish their divorce would cause their families. She particularly emphasized the plight of Chen Zhi's grandfather, nearing 80, who had longed for a grandchild. She painted herself as his only granddaughter-in-law, claiming that he cherished her even more than his biological granddaughters, and that she regarded him as her own grandfather. As she spoke, Lu Hong seemed genuinely moved. Her voice trembled, and tears welled in her eyes. Chen Zhi remained silent, allowing her to express herself. He had consumed a significant portion of a 20-kilogram keg of beer, and as the alcohol coursed through him, his face began to flush. Listening to Lu Hong's emotional rhetoric stirred something within him, causing his eyes to redden. This was not a mere act. He lacked the skill of a professional actor to conjure tears at will. His eyes glistened as he thought of his grandfather, a man who had faced numerous hardships. Over 20 years ago, Chen Zhi's mother had caused great pain to his grandfather through her infidelity, and now, 2 decades later, his wife threatened to inflict similar anguish. Chen Zhi felt sorrow for his grandfather and could not bear the thought of repeating such a cycle of heartache. He considered that had Lu Hong not strayed, but instead sought divorce solely due to the pressures of debt, he would have done everything possible to keep her by his side. However, infidelity was a line no man should ever cross, as the saying goes. There are only 0 instances of infidelity or countless occurrences. Once a woman strays, she is unlikely to change. Chen Zhi could endure the pain of ending things with Shun Qinglin for the sake of his family's well-being, but he could not bring himself to forgive Lu Hong for her betrayal. Moreover, her sudden reluctance to divorce stemmed solely from her newfound financial security, a shallow motive rooted in materialism. Such a woman had no rightful place in his life. Yet, as these thoughts swirled in his mind, he did not voice them aloud. With tear-filled eyes, he fixed his gaze on Lu Hong. "Speak to me honestly. You've said so much and profess your desire to avoid divorce. Is it out of concern for our families, or because you've realized I have 100,000 in savings?" Lu Hong gazed at him with emotion, reaching out to grasp his hand, but Chen Zhi quickly withdrew, leaving her grasping at air. "I will tell you the truth, but brace yourself. Both of those factors play a role. After we submitted the divorce application, you cannot imagine how heartbroken I felt. You mentioned that our divorce would hurt our families, and although I did not voice it, I kept that thought in my mind. I assure you, I am considering our elders' feelings. On the other hand, I previously felt hopeless due to overwhelming debt. The pressure was immense. Not only was I facing relentless demands for repayment, but they threatened to contact my employer. If that were to happen, I would be unable to work. Faced with insurmountable debt, we would both be unemployed, unable to support our families or ourselves. Given all that, do you believe I could remain composed? I am uncertain whether you can comprehend my sentiments. Yet I assure you, I harbor no guilt. My sole desire is to survive. This does not stem from a lack of affection or reluctance to share both fortune and adversity with you. You must understand that, as a fragile woman, the decision to initiate a divorce inflicted profound anguish upon my heart. Are you implying that if I were devoid of that 1 million in savings and still found myself engulfed in debt, you would resolutely proceed with the divorce? That is not my intention." Lu Hong hastily clarified that, prior to contemplating divorce, I was exceptionally vulnerable and my capacity to endure was severely diminished. At that moment, All I could think about was the unbearable struggle of existence, consumed by despair. However, after enduring these past few days and experiencing the excruciating pain of filing for divorce, I have learned a valuable lesson. I realize that I cannot withstand the agony that divorce entails. It far surpasses the anguish stemming from debt. Upon recognizing this truth, I found newfound strength, perceiving that debt is not as daunting as it once seemed. As long as we are united in purpose, as a married couple, we can confront and weather any hardship together. Discovering your 1 million in savings merely served as the catalyst for my resolution. Chen Zhi scoffed. Your resolution is to hastily seek connections and report me to the authorities, hoping they will imprison me? That is not the case, Lu Hong insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Do you not perceive the sincerity of my intentions? Since our acquaintance, I have cared deeply for you, fearing for your well-being. When I stumbled upon that 1 million in cash hidden beneath the bed, I was horrified. My immediate thought was that the pressure of debt had driven you to engage in illegal activities. If that were true, it would not be a solitary occurrence. Having succeeded once, you might attempt something even more perilous, risking your very life. You cannot fathom the depth of my concern and dread. I feared the day might come when I would be compelled to live without you. Thus, I felt compelled to prevent you from straying further down a misguided path. And the only recourse I saw was to approach the police as a family member. If they uncover any wrongdoing, my report would count as a confession. My intent was solely to save you. Do you not sense the weight of my worry for you? As Lu Hong's emotions crescendoed, she broke down, tears streaming down her face. Observing her anguish, Chen Zhi found himself unexpectedly admiring her. How had he not noticed her remarkable talent for performance before? She spoke falsehoods, yet appeared to genuinely believe in her own narrative, moved to tears by her own words. Such theatrical prowess was something even seasoned actors might struggle to replicate. Once her tears subsided, Chen Zhi handed her a tissue. Enough of the tears. Tell me, what do you envision for the future of our relationship? Lu Hong wiped her eyes and, her voice trembling, replied, What else can we do? We must promptly withdraw the divorce application and vow never to engage in such folly again. We should strive to live together harmoniously, regardless of any debts that may arise. Neither of us will succumb to the pressure and seek to escape. Chen Zhi fell silent, lost in contemplation. Lu Hong gazed at him with eager and affectionate eyes. After a prolonged pause, Chen Zhi asked, Do you not wish to inquire about the source of the new car I drove earlier? I imagine you are quite curious about my actual financial status now. Lu Hong responded, As a married couple, we ought to maintain transparency with one another. Perhaps my prior emotional turmoil upset you, leading you to conceal certain matters. I cannot fault you for that. We were merely young and unable to remain composed under pressure. Nevertheless, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Since we have reconciled, it is essential for us to have mutual knowledge of our circumstances as a foundation for deepening our bond. Therefore, I hope you will share the truth with me. Chen Zhi pondered once more before responding. Allow me to consider it further. Rising from the table, he retreated to the bedroom. Soon after, the sound of Lu Hong tidying up the dishes filled the kitchen. A short while later, she returned with a cup of hot tea for Chen Zhi and sweetly asked, Aren't you going to take a shower? I'm going to. Chen Zhi seemed still ensnared in his emotions, offering no reply, merely grunting in acknowledgement. Lu Hong regarded him with a complex expression, sighed softly, and turned to take her shower. The bathroom echoed with the sound of running water, and after a while, the whirring of a hairdryer followed. Lu Hong emerged, having changed into a more alluring outfit that accentuated her figure. She approached the bedroom, standing before Chen Zhi, gently stroking her hair as she softly urged, Come, let us return to our room. Chen Zhi shot her a cold glance. I cannot. We have filed for divorce. I am unworthy of entering your space. Moreover, the trending news serves as a cautionary tale. That case of marital rape resulted in a 3-year sentence. And I have no desire to become a subject of such notoriety. Why are you so petty? I was overwhelmed with emotions back then. Burdened by immense pressure, I truly lacked the heart for anything else. Thus my words were harsh. Have you been dwelling on that remark all this time? Not at all. Chen Zhi adamantly denied. Lu Hong seemed amused by his response. Your current demeanor hardly suggests you have forgotten. Very well. Allow me to take the initiative. Let me seduce you. As she spoke, she began to remove her home attire, preparing to leap onto the bed. Chen Zhi, startled, sat upright. What are you doing? Do not act recklessly. I truly do not wish to be the subject of gossip. Please leave my room. Lu Hong paused, her eyes reddening once more as she spoke in a husky voice. Do you truly hold such a grudge against me? Whether I bear a grudge is debatable, but my mindset is rather rigid. I cannot easily shift my perspective. Let us defer future matters for another time. You should leave now. Lu Hong straightened her clothing, her voice tinged with bitterness. Very well, I initially considered your feelings, fearing that after so many days apart, you would feel stifled. Since you have yet to regain your composure, let us postpone the withdrawal of the divorce application until tomorrow. Shall we? Let us address tomorrow's issues when the time comes. As Lu Hong reached the door, she paused and turned back to ask, Can you tell me where the Audi Q7 you drove earlier came from? That is my new car, the highest-end luxury version of the Audi Q7. Oh, can you disclose where the 1 million is hidden? I am afraid that information must remain confidential for now. Lu Hong fell silent, then heaved a deep sigh. Tomorrow, we shall need to take leave. As soon as the Civil Affairs Bureau opens, we will go to withdraw the divorce application. With that, she reluctantly returned to her room. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi secretly scoffed at the thought of withdrawing the divorce application the following day. He was eager to witness how she would adapt to the situation. Early the next morning, Chen Zhi sent a text to his bank's loan officer. His mortgage had already been overdue for over a month. And during the first month of delinquency, the loan officer had called to remind him to make a payment. This month, the bank escalated their collection efforts, explicitly informing Chen Zhi that they would send personnel to collect the debt in the coming days. Chen Zhi understood that while credit card and online loans typically involved third-party collection agencies, mortgages were different. Since his mortgage was with a local bank, their collection efforts were more aggressive and direct, posing a greater threat to Chen Zhi. Thus, after his windfall, he promptly cleared his overdue credit cards and online loans, but intentionally refrained from repaying his mortgage. He merely wishes for the local credit personnel to come for collection, so that he can repay the full amount directly, showcasing his financial prowess and delivering a blow to the bank's collection agents, thus alleviating his pent-up frustrations. Since the collectors are from a legitimate local bank, their methods, while firm and assertive, would not resort to illegal tactics such as breaching privacy or harassing family and workplaces. However, Chen Zhi secretly hoped for a breach of protocol in their collection efforts. Thus, he sent a message to the loan officer responsible for the mortgage, stating that he was currently addressing other debts and that all matters regarding the mortgage should be communicated through his wife. He also informed them of his intention to transfer the property into his wife's name, requesting that they no longer contact him, but rather communicate with Lu Hong instead. For the past few days, he had been avoiding calls and texts from the bank, effectively going off the grid. Now, having responded to the message and provided Lu Hong's phone number, the bank's collection personnel promptly contacted her at the start of their workday. Chapter 55. You are the most admired person in my life. Lu Hong was anxious to cancel the divorce application at the Civil Affairs Bureau and urged Chen Zhi to leave early, hoping to arrive before it opened so they could be the first in line to complete the process. As they were on their way, the bank's collection personnel called Lu Hong just as they were nearing the bureau. Chen Zhi was driving her there. From the previous night until that morning, Chen Zhi had expressed his fears about Lu Hong potentially poisoning him, adamantly refusing to eat any food she prepared. However, since Lu Hong was determined to retract the divorce application, once that was done, they could return to being a normal couple. And Chen Zhi no longer obstructed her from getting into his car. It was worth noting that this was a newly acquired Audi Q7, the top-tier model. And as Lu Hong settled into the passenger seat, her eyes widened in awe, taking in the luxurious interior with excitement that left her almost breathless. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This car is magnificent. How much did it cost? You didn't buy it with that million, did you?" Chen Zhi, hearing her, scoffed dismissively. "Do you think I can only afford a car with that million?" No, I have faith in my husband's capabilities." Lu Hong quickly shook her head, sincerely adding, "This car is incredible, so much larger and more upscale than the Q5. In the past, Lu Hong had been content commuting in her Nissan Qashqai, feeling pleased to be a car owner. However, after meeting Wang Qiuyang, who drove an Audi Q5, she suddenly felt inadequate in comparison. Wang, in his early 30s, had already established a sizable gym and was planning to open more branches, aspiring to create a chain. Observing his success and luxurious vehicle, Lu Hong admired him deeply, which ultimately led to her becoming enamored with him. Yet now, sitting in the Audi Q7, she realized what true luxury was. In comparison, the Q5 seemed small, and less prestigious. The gleaming new Audi Q7 sparkled as it sped down the bustling streets, surrounded by towering buildings. Sunlight filtering through the leaves and dappling the car's surface, the pristine glass reflecting brilliantly. Lu Hong couldn't help but marvel. This car has excellent sound insulation. I can't even hear the engine from inside, and it drives so smoothly. Chen Zhi remained silent, a cold smile gracing his lips. He understood that this woman, enamored by vanity, had completely succumbed to the allure of the vehicle. In truth, she was captivated by its owner. As expected, Lu Hong gazed at Chen Zhi with admiration, her tone shifting to one of respect. Can you tell me the truth? Have you taken on a substantial side job? Seated in the passenger seat, Lu Hong's eyes continued to roam the interior, her previous disappointment and disdain for Chen Zhi having vanished entirely. She recognized that Chen Zhi possessed significant professional skill and potential. He had studied computer science at Beijing Normal University and earned his master's in control science and engineering from Beijing Institute of Technology. During his master's program, he had even published a paper at a prestigious international conference in the field of artificial intelligence, a remarkable feat in a year where graduates faced unemployment. He was sought after by numerous leading new energy companies, highlighting the recognition of his abilities. To care for his family, Chen Zhi returned to his hometown of Jiangzhou and joined the nationally top-ranked Liquan Automotive, where he worked in the intelligent manufacturing team, starting with an annual salary of 200,000. At that time, his prospects appeared bright, which had driven Lu Hong to fervently pursue him. Later, when two major domestic conglomerates merged to establish Jiping Automotive in Jiangzhou, they aggressively recruited talent, leading Chen Zhi's team, under the leadership of their supervisor Xiao Yi, to collectively switch jobs. Despite the HR department at Liquan making desperate attempts to retain this vital manufacturing team, even the owner, Zhai Xiangxing, intervened. They ultimately could not keep them. In a fit of anger, Zhai vowed that unless they worked at Jiping until retirement, they would find no employment in Jiangzhou's new energy sector. Initially, Lu Hong supported Chen Zhi, believing that his decision to follow the team would lead to greater opportunities. However, no one anticipated that Jiping would abruptly dissolve, leaving Chen Zhi and his colleagues unemployed and effectively blacklisted within Jiangzhou as new energy industry under Zhai Xiangxing's influence. During that time, Lu Hong had urged Chen Zhi to leave Jiangzhou for opportunities in larger cities, but he felt that doing so would make it nearly impossible to return for years, if not decades, preventing him from caring for his family, of which he was the sole pillar. In the wake of his unemployment, Chen Zhi believed he could not openly re-enter the new energy sector but could participate in research teams through freelance work. He attempted to assist other manufacturers or institutions in research to earn money. However, due to Zhai Xiangxing's significant influence in the industry, once others learned of Chen Zhi's identity, they hesitated to employ him. Thus, he struggled to find even freelance work. Yet now, as Lu Hong sat in the brand-new Audi Q7, she was convinced that Chen Zhi had secured a substantial side job with a reputable company, achieving notable results and earning a handsome remuneration. After all, he could afford such an expensive vehicle. Just imagine how lucrative the compensation must have been. The more she pondered, the more she felt justified in her assumptions. Her gaze toward Chen Zhi filled with admiration and reverence. She even thought she had previously underestimated him. Perhaps he had now carved out a new niche in the industry, capable of bringing her unexpected surprises in the future. As they approached the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Hong's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar local number. Answering the call, she casually remarked to Chen Zhi, "You've cleared your debts, right?" Although it seems there are still occasional collection calls, it appears that once collection begins, it has a certain inertia that cannot be easily halted. "Hello, who is this?" On the other end, the bank's collection personnel spoke with a polite yet firm tone. "Hello, may I speak with Ms. Lu Hong? I am a representative from the bank responsible for mortgage collections. Your husband, Chen Zhi, has been overdue on his mortgage for over a month. We have attempted to contact him multiple times without success. Today, we receive his message indicating that you will be handling the mortgage matters moving forward. We will be sending personnel to your residence in the coming days for collection, so please address this matter promptly." Lu Hong's face, once adorned with a smile, instantly froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she swiftly turned to Chen Zhi, her gaze filled with anger and skepticism. She shouted into the phone, "You must be mistaken. He just bought a luxury car. How could he possibly be unable to pay his mortgage?" The debt collector maintained a patient demeanor, explaining, "Ms. Lu, Our system's overdue records are clear and precise. There is no error. If the payment is not made by the end of today, we will initiate the relevant legal proceedings, and I urge you to take this seriously. Furrowing her brow, Lu Hong raised her voice. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. He has been making a considerable amount of money recently. How could he not manage this mortgage? Please check again. The collector replied in a professional tone. Our records are accurate. We can provide detailed information regarding the duration and amount of the overdue payments. If you have questions about the repayment amount or process, feel free to contact the bank's customer service. However, the immediate priority is to resolve the overdue payment. After hanging up, Lu Hong was so furious that she struggled to catch her breath, her ample chest rising and falling violently, seemingly at a loss for words. Eventually, as the car arrived at the government service hall, Lu Hong appeared to awaken suddenly, raising her hand to slap the dashboard forcefully. She shouted at Chen Zhi. So it's you, Chen. All this time, you've been plotting against me. You claim to be taking on big jobs and making a fortune, saving over $1 million and buying luxury cars. Who said I took on big jobs? I never said that. Chen Zhi hurriedly interrupted, attempting to defend himself. Be quiet. Lu Hong continued to yell. You are still in debt, and your mortgage is overdue. Do you intend to deceive me into not getting a divorce? To continue being a free caretaker for you and your family? I knew it. You've been playing the emotional card, wanting to maintain a complete family for the sake of your relatives. But look at you, unable to support yourself, let alone care for anyone else. You fall into the lowest rung of society, reduced to doing menial jobs, and now you're scheming against me. I thought you might actually have the ability to turn your life around, but it's all a fade. Chen Zhi persisted in his attempts to justify himself. Who says it's all a lie? Look at this car, I just bought it. Nonsense. If that car were truly yours, I would eat it. Lu Hong's vibrant red lips moved animatedly, as if she truly intended to consume the vehicle. I was blind to ever choose you. This marriage is definitely over. Don't even think about dragging me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to withdraw the divorce application. It's not happening. Open the door and let me out. Chen Zhi seemed flustered by the sudden turn of events, but still tried to maintain his composure, attempting to stop Lu Hong from exiting the car. Lu Hong, listen to me, it's not like that. I may not be earning as much as you think, but the mortgage issue is a misunderstanding. My financial situation is a bit chaotic right now. I just want to reorganize things. The overdue mortgage is troublesome. The local bank will come to collect. I just wanted you to handle this temporarily. I never intended for you to pay it. I can't take your word for it. Lu Hong raised her hand to signal Chen Zhi to stop, struggling to suppress her emotions, her speech slowing. Yet the grimace on her face betrayed her inner turmoil. Chen Zhi, I beg you, let me go. Stop being stubborn. If you have money, why not pay the mortgage first? It's only a few thousand a month. You're not expected to pay the full sum. If you can't manage that, how could you possibly afford such an expensive car? I would stake my life on it. That car is definitely not yours. Who knows where you borrowed it from? Just to deceive me. And that $1 million in cash you hid under the bed, I wonder where that came from, deliberately left for me to see. You've been a fraud from the start, always deceiving me. I, Lu Hong, swear to the heavens that from this day forth, I will cut all ties with you. Chen Zhi, anyone who tries to interfere will face dire consequences. Lu Hong's words were sharp and venomous, causing Chen Zhi's face to flush with anger and humiliation. Lu Hong, how can you turn your back so easily? What did you say last night? We both agreed that divorce would hurt our families. That was our mutual understanding. Am I wrong to think this way? Divorce affects not just us, but also our parents, who will suffer as well. We should face our problems together. You said that yourself. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Lu Hong furiously pounded the dashboard, as if she wished to shatter the car with her bare hands. Chen, please, stop with your sweet talk. Can't you just let me go and give me my freedom? Chen Zhi, seemingly provoked, replied coldly. Who suggested we come here to withdraw the divorce application? Who urged me to rush out early this morning to be the first in line? Just because of one phone call, you declare that our relationship is over and speak with such malice. From your tone, it seems you wish I were struck by lightning. Is there truly such animosity? Lu Hong trembled with rage, extending her delicate fingers to point at him. Chen, let me tell you, I won't believe a word you say, nor will I ever forgive you. Prepare for your own demise. With your character, you'll undoubtedly face poverty and die alone. And this is all of your own making. You think I'll withdraw the divorce application? Dream on. At that moment, her face, once filled with admiration for Chen Zhi, now reflected sheer cruelty and opportunism. Lu Hong turned and began kicking the car door. Open the door and let me out, or I swear I'll smash the car. I know this is borrowed. You wouldn't be able to afford the damages. With a click, Chen Zhi unlocked the door. You only exited, slamming it shut with a forceful swing, her high heels clacking sharply against the pavement as she hurried away. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Zhi understood that she would undoubtedly return home to gather her belongings and leave that house behind. For her, that home held no affection. It had always been a burden. After paying over a year of mortgage, the falling property value meant that not only had the down payment been lost, but selling the house wouldn't even cover the remaining loan from the bank. With a deep sigh, Chen Zhi leaned back in his seat, striving to regain his composure. The recent performance alongside her felt intense, and now his understanding of this woman had deepened, providing him with a more profound insight into human nature. Putting himself in her shoes, he realized he was no saint. Grappling with reality was unavoidable, yet he would never be as heartless and blatant as she was. At that moment, his disdain for Lu Hong reached an indescribable level. Just as Lu Hong had developed an aversion to their former home, Chen Zhi felt the same. Perhaps this was the opposite of love. He no longer wished to return to that place, for he believed that as soon as he did, the shadow of that exceedingly materialistic woman would haunt him relentlessly within those walls, and that sensation would be utterly unbearable. Chen Zhi activated the car's dashcam to replay Lu Hong's outburst from earlier. He knew he had to store this evidence securely. Once he truly had wealth, Lu Hong would soon discover his fortune. Without a doubt, her attitude would undergo a complete transformation. At that time, he would replay the recorded evidence of her past indiscretions with Wang Qiuyang, as well as her recent tirade in the car, facilitating a thorough reflection for her. With determination, Chen Zhi started the vehicle, heading directly to the real estate agency. He had a classmate working as an agent there, and he intended to inquire about suitable properties. He sought a larger home, one that, if necessary, could accommodate his grandfather, father, and brother during the winter months. They had never experienced living in a centrally heated home. Chen Zhi excelled in his studies and possessed a striking appearance, which piqued Lin Xinran's interest in him. However, Chen Zhi came from a modest background, and naturally, he did not engage in early romantic relationships during middle school, nor had he dated in high school. Nevertheless, their camaraderie as classmates remained harmonious. After graduating from middle school, they attended different high schools, resulting in limited interactions, primarily communicating occasionally via WeChat. One day, Chen Zhi called Lin Xinran to confirm her presence at the office and informed her that he would visit in half an hour. Upon his arrival, after parking his car, he stepped into the company, where Lin Xinran promptly spotted him and hurried over from her workstation. Reunited after a long separation, Lin Xinran beamed with joy, exclaiming, "You are quite the rare visitor. What brings you here?" Chen Zhi, taking in her appearance clad in a tailored blue professional outfit, instinctively remarked, "You've become more beautiful." When did this former duck sister transform into a swan? Lin Xinran playfully shot him a reproachful glance. "You could compliment me without being so harsh." With a chuckle, Chen Zhi replied, "You know my style of speaking all too well." "Indeed, I've experienced it since childhood," she retorted. In the midst of their banter, it was as if they had been transported back to their middle school days. Lin Xinran inquired, "What brings you to me? Are you treating me to a meal, or is there something else?" As she spoke, she gestured towards the small meeting room, inviting him to sit. "I came to discuss real estate," Chen Zhi responded while following her. "I would like your assistance in selling my current property and exploring options for a larger one." "Oh, really?" Lin Xinran paused, "Then take a seat at my workstation while I look it up. It seems you've struck it rich. Wanted to upgrade to a bigger house just 2 years after marriage. What size are you considering?" "Preferably quite spacious," he replied. "I plan for my grandfather, father, brother, and sister to move in with me." Lin Xinran glanced at him, exaggerating her surprise. "You must have really struck gold. With so many people, you'd need a sizable flat." She then looked around furtively and whispered, "What about a villa? I might have access to some exclusive listings." "A villa?" Chen Zhi had not considered that. While he could afford it now, his mindset had not shifted from that of an ordinary individual. He had only thought of a larger flat, but was intrigued by Lin Xinran's offer. "If there truly are good deals, I might consider a villa." At her workstation, Lin Xinran retrieved information about properties in Chen Zhi's neighborhood. She noted, "The lowest transaction price for similar units in your complex has reached 730,000. Some owners are even listing near 800,000, considering their initial purchase price was over $1 million. The market has dropped significantly over the past 2 years, and many owners are reluctant to accept reality. How much do you plan to list your property for? I'd like to go below 700,000. Chen Zhi said. I want to sell quickly. Lin Xinran shot him an incredulous look. Why the rush? Your property has a prime location and floor. You could certainly sell for more than 730,000. Selling below that would be a substantial loss. Chen Zhi smiled. It's simply about expediting the sale. I sought out an old classmate to facilitate things. My goal is to swiftly replace my current home. Lin Xinran sighed. At that price, do you even need to list it? Our company could buy directly. That would be ideal. When can we proceed? I need to pay off my loan. You still have a mortgage on this property? Lin Xinran was taken aback. To her, Chen Zhi's desire to upgrade suggested financial success, so she was puzzled as to why he would still have a loan. Understanding her confusion, Chen Zhi clarified, don't judge me too quickly. To be honest, not only do I have a mortgage, but I'm also over a month behind on payments. Lin Xinran gasped, her mouth forming an OS. Disbelief washed over her. Old classmate, you can't be serious. With your intelligence and capability, I find it hard to believe you would let your mortgage lapse. I'm speaking the truth. Not joking, Chen Zhi insisted. If your company can buy directly, please help me facilitate this so I can quickly settle the loan and finalize the sale. Lin Xinran nodded. I'll handle it and communicate with my supervisor to determine the highest possible offer. However, we first need to inspect the property. By the way, you aren't joking about wanting to upgrade, are you? I'm serious. I want to sell this place and move to a larger one. You just mentioned having a potential villa. Could you tell me more about it? Lin Xinran shushed him with a gesture, indicating he should follow her to the meeting room. Once inside, she closed the door and motioned for him to sit on the sofa. Old classmate, we have no secrets between us. I need you to be honest with me. While we can joke around, when it comes to matters involving Yaotian Group, this is serious business. This concerns a major corporation and, frankly, it pertains to my Uncle Lin's final assets. If Day Group learns of his struggles in selling, it would weaken his negotiating position. Ah, I see. So what you're saying is that I must keep this confidential? Chen Zhi asked, absorbing the gravity of the situation. Lin Xinran affirmed. If you have the means to consider a villa, I can share the details about the owner. But this is only because I trust you. You must keep this information under wraps. The owner is Lin Fengwan, the head of Yaotian Group. We hail from the same village, and I call him Uncle. He entrusted me with this sale, seeking to discreetly find buyers. If we close the deal, it will go through our company's accounts, and he will ensure a fair commission for us. However, he wants to keep this under wraps for 2 reasons. The primary reason is that his company is facing financial difficulties, struggling to secure loans from banks or private lenders. You may know Day Group, one of the leading enterprises in feed, livestock, and cold chain industries. They are aware of his company's precarious situation and are looking to acquire it for 100 million. Lin Fengwan wishes to hold out, selling his house and car to keep the business afloat. He believes the market downturn cannot last indefinitely and that a rebound is imminent. In essence, he is taking a gamble. Once the funds are exhausted, he can still sell the company to Day Group. This is a commercial secret, and he can only rely on me to assist him in selling the property quietly. The secondary reason is his pride. Having built his business from the ground up over the last 40 years, he is a prominent figure in our town and county. To find himself in a position where he must sell his home is a bitter pill for him to swallow, and he wishes to keep it discreet. Oh, so it is him, Chen Zhi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This was the second time he had heard about Lin Fengwan's and Day Group's troubles. The first time, Jinyu had mentioned it, and Chen Zhi had briefly considered getting involved, but his lack of knowledge in agriculture had quickly dissuaded him. He never expected that in his pursuit of a new home, he would again encounter Lin Fengwan's situation. Lin Xinran poured Chen Zhi a glass of water and then took a seat across from him. Leaning forward slightly, she locked eyes with him and said, Old classmate, I've laid everything out for you. Now, I need to confirm, are you genuinely interested in upgrading to a larger home or even a villa? We can joke around, but this concerns Yaotian Group, and it is no trivial matter. This involves a major company and could be considered my uncle's last legacy. If Day Group learns of his difficulties in selling, it would further diminish his leverage in negotiations. So, whether or not you actually pursue buying a villa, this information is shared with you in trust, and we must keep it confidential. Additionally, if you're indeed serious about financing, I can arrange for us to view properties as soon as today. As he gazed at her near and captivating visage, a wave of familiarity washed over Chen Zhi. evoking a profound sense of connection. Recalling the days of middle school, we were all still young, and now it feels as though we have grown up together like childhood friends. One cannot help but marvel at how women transform as they age, becoming increasingly beautiful. Back in middle school, Lin Xinran had an ordinary appearance, was not very tall, and had dark skin. Yet now, at the age of 29, she has blossomed into a mature and alluring woman, her skin not deteriorating with age, but rather becoming more delicate and fair. Chen Zhi began. I'm not joking about buying a house. From the outset, I intended to upgrade to a larger one. After you listened to my requirements, you suggested considering a spacious flat, so let us pursue that. Later, you mentioned the possibility of snagging a villa, so let us contemplate that. However, I worry about your actual capability in this regard. Lin Xinran frowned, responding, You have been overdue for over a month. From my perspective, your credit must be poor, and acquiring a loan is likely out of the question. Can you produce over 10 million in cash? Chen Zhi was taken aback, exclaiming, Why would we need over 10 million? Is that what you call a bargain? The most expensive villas in Jiangzhou are just over 20,000 per square meter, right? Even if we calculated at 20,000, a villa of over 500 square meters would only total a little over 10 million. Lin Xinran clarified, You're correct. The villa was initially purchased at nearly 30,000 per square meter. However, the asking price has now been halved. In fact, he owns 2 villas in Failing Manor, one 2-story, 350 square meters, and another 3-story, over 400 square meters. Both were acquired for over 20 million. Even with the current decline in property prices, if a genuinely interested buyer appears, it could still sell for 13 to 14 million. Currently, though, he is willing to part with it for just 10 million. And all the furniture and appliances will remain. Chen Zhi asked in confusion, If it's so cheap, obviously a bargain, why doesn't your company keep it for themselves? Lin Xinran replied, If it were for personal use, then it would indeed be a bargain. However, if our company were to retain it, it would be considered an investment. With the economy in a downturn, affluent individuals are liquidating their properties. Aside from the genuinely wealthy who buy for personal use, villas have lost their investment appeal altogether. I did not elaborate on the owner's situation to my supervisor, merely hinting at the possibility of a bargain villa. The supervisor was quite clear. Our company will not acquire such an asset due to its high investment and lengthy return period, coupled with the difficulty of selling. If we buy and cannot find a suitable buyer for an extended period, it becomes a non-performing asset, severely hindering our cash flow. Chen Zhi nodded, saying, I understand. Since we can view the property this morning, let us hurry and take a look. However, our family is not large. 1 unit will suffice. Lin Xinran hesitated slightly, then said, That is acceptable. Selling one is better than none. I initially hoped to encounter a major client who would purchase both villas together, even if it meant slightly adjusting the price. However, clients capable of buying 2 at once are rare, so selling one is better than nothing, especially as I am in urgent need of funds. Please wait a moment while I contact them and then take you over. Meanwhile, while Chen Zhi and Lin Xinran were discussing the villa, Lu Hong was causing a commotion at the bank. When the bank's collection personnel called, they first introduced themselves with their employee number, prompting Lin Xinran to report the collector to their supervisor. She presented the notarized divorce agreement and other divorce documents, her emotions running high. With her slender fingers pointing at the documents, she addressed the bank leader. Look closely. Although Chen Zhi and I have not yet received our divorce certificate, we have already clearly divided our assets and debts, and we have no connection whatsoever. Yet, this collector is harassing me based solely on a text message from Chen Zhi, threatening me with phone calls. They say they will come to my place, but I no longer reside there. That was once my home, but now it is entirely foreign to me. Feel free to seal or auction it. Do as you will. But please, do not continue to harass me, an uninvolved party, as it is severely impacting my work and life. Lu Hong's barrage of words left the bank leader quite exasperated. Reluctantly, they called the collector over to apologize to Lu Hong and ensure that she would not be bothered again. The bank leader also interjected with several reassurances. Satisfied that she had achieved her objective, Lu Hong coldly stated, Initially, I did not wish to bring this up, but I did not expect Chen to resort to such tactics against me. Therefore, I will speak frankly. He is actually wealthy. He simply intends to evade repayment. He has at least 1 million in hand. The bank personnel were taken aback, completely disbelieving her claims. Lu Hong, aware of their skepticism, pulled out her phone to show them photos and videos of the 1 million cash she discovered hidden under her bed. She further informed the bank that out of concern for the questionable origin of Chen Zhi's money, she even reported it to the police. Of course, in the end, the police found no evidence of wrongdoing regarding the money, but that did not confirm that it was obtained through legitimate means. The bank leader and the collector exchanged solemn glances, their expressions turning grave. Regardless of the source of his money, if he possesses cash and refuses to repay his loan, he is already engaging in criminal behavior, specifically malicious loan fraud. Lu Hong insisted, "I do not concern myself with that. It has nothing to do with me. This house was purchased with his down payment from the very beginning, and he has always been the one repaying the mortgage, which has no bearing on me." The bank personnel deemed the information Lu Hong provided to be highly significant and promptly retrieved Chen Zhi's account details to examine his financial situation. Chapter 59. Is this your car? Upon investigation, the bank discovered that Chen Zhi had indeed defaulted on numerous debts. However, because these debts had only recently become overdue, they had not yet been reported to the credit bureau, thus the bank had not identified them previously. Moreover, they noted that just days prior, he had cleared all his debts, except for the mortgage, leaving them puzzled as to the reason. Upon learning of this, Lin Xinran immediately collaborated with the bank, providing them with another crucial piece of information. Yesterday afternoon, I noticed he suddenly returned with a brand new Audi Q7 and claimed he had purchased it. I suspect the origins of this vehicle are dubious. It could have been obtained through illegal means or borrowed from someone else. The bank then continued to review Chen Zhi's relevant information, confirming that he indeed had an Audi Q7 registered in his name, which he had just purchased through financing. Lu Hong was astonished to discover that the vehicle was genuinely Chen Zhi's. However, upon learning that he had financed the purchase, she found it hard to believe and inquired, "How is that possible? He is already in debt. How can he secure a loan for a car?" The bank personnel explained his debts had just become overdue, but he quickly settled them all, so his credit has not yet been affected. Lu Hong was utterly baffled by Chen Zhi's series of maneuvers. Not long ago, he had faced a financial crisis, lost his job, and was blacklisted by the industry. These were undeniable facts. This meant that Chen Zhi's life and financial circumstances had indeed fallen into disarray. No matter how he managed to procure the money to temporarily settle his debts, it was inconceivable that he could afford to buy an Audi Q7. Even with financing, Lu Hong believed that Chen Zhi could not sustain such a burden. However, learning that the car was financed indirectly indicated that he truly lacked funds. Moreover, that 1 million was certainly not his own. If he were genuinely affluent, why would he need to finance a vehicle? After all, the interest on car loans is particularly exorbitant. Anyone with a modicum of financial prudence would refrain from taking out a loan to purchase a vehicle. Lu Hong sensed that Chen Zhi was beginning to exhibit a sense of reckless abandon. Perhaps the blow from his divorce had struck him too deeply. Or perhaps he sought to flaunt his wealth through an extravagant car in a bid to prevent the dissolution of his marriage. A cold smirk danced upon Lu Hong's lips as she mused that Chen Zhi might have staged a ruse, fabricating a tale of hiding 1,000,000 yuan in cash beneath his bed to mislead her. Now, he disregarded his deteriorating financial status and ostentatiously secured a loan for a luxurious car, demonstrating a remarkable degree of desperation to avoid divorce. Lu Hong was convinced that such reckless attempts to project an illusion of wealth would soon lead Chen Zhi to face a second financial collapse, one far more severe than the first, plunging him into a debt from which he might never recover. Regardless of his antics, Lu Hong resolved not to be deceived again. Having left the bank, Lu Hong made her way to the hospital, determined to focus her attention solely on Wang Qiuyang from this moment forward. Since she had already taken the day off, she would sit by Wang Qiuyang's bedside, committing to be there every evening after work. It dawned on her that Wang Qiuyang possessed a clearer perspective on matters. Just the day before, upon learning from the police that Chen Zhi had settled his debts and that there was no evidence to suggest any illicit origins for his purported 1,000,000 yuan, she had formed her own conclusions. Analyzing Chen Zhi's capabilities, she was convinced that he must have circumvented industry ostracism and discreetly secured a position in a company, engaging in research and development that yielded substantial profits, thus enabling him to clear his debts and amass a fortune. However, Wang Qiuyang, utilizing his banking connections, investigated Chen Zhi's account and discovered a mere few thousand yuan. Consequently, Wang Qiuyang suspected that Chen Zhi was merely putting on a fade, aiming to mislead Lu Hong into misjudging his financial stability to prevent their divorce. Yet, Lu Hong dismissed Wang Qiuyang's perspective, believing he underestimated Chen Zhi's potential. She knew well that Chen Zhi was not lacking in talent, merely having encountered misfortune in recent years. Given the right opportunity to showcase his intelligence, earning money would pose no challenge for him. During her visit to the hospital, although she outwardly concurred with Wang Qiuyang's assessment, internally she resolved to return home and thoroughly explain her feelings to Chen Zhi, hoping to mend their rift and sustain their marriage. Lu Hong was astute. She understood Chen Zhi intimately. As long as he remained debt-free and began to earn, his prospects would be limitless. On the other hand, abandoning Chen Zhi in favor of Wang Qiuyang was fraught with uncertainty, particularly given Wang Qiuyang's notorious infidelity and his unresolved marital status. Ultimately, it seemed wiser to secure her connection with the already profitable Chen Zhi. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Qiuyang's suspicions were indeed correct. Chen Zhi was orchestrating a scheme to cultivate a false impression of wealth to stave off divorce. Fortunately, Lu Hong had refrained from contradicting Wang Qiuyang, and he remained oblivious to her intentions of reconciling with Chen Zhi. Thus, their relationship retained a semblance of harmony, allowing her to focus wholeheartedly on this promising man. After concluding her phone call, Lin Xinran turned to Chen Zhi and said, "Let's go. It's all set. Uncle is quite busy and usually not at home, but Annie will be there." Exiting the office, Lin Xinran inquired, "Did you drive here? Are we going together in one car, or will we each take our own?" Chen Zhi replied, "Let's take my car. I'll drive you back later." "Why are you so unromantic?" Lin Xinran feigned an exaggerated expression of disbelief. "We haven't seen each other in over a decade, and you're asking me for assistance with your property dealings. After we view the house, it's lunchtime. Don't you have any intention of treating me to a nice meal?" "Honestly, I had no such plans," Chen Zhi responded earnestly. As the saying goes, exquisite wine should not be squandered, and lovely women should not be taken for granted. I never dare to hope for the chance to share a meal with someone as beautiful as you. Lin Xinran burst into laughter. "You're far more entertaining than you were in school. Back then, you always wore a serious expression, as if burdened with worry. Did you not notice that I was always trying to make you smile? My efforts were in vain, but now, you've turned the tables and made me laugh. Seeing you so cheerful truly brings me joy." As they conversed and laughed, they arrived at Chen Zhi's car. Lin Xinran gazed incredulously at the Audi Q7, then turned to Chen Zhi. "Is this your car?" "This vehicle has keyless entry," Chen Zhi said, approaching to open the door. "Regardless of ownership, let's just get in." "Wow, old classmate, impressive. A brand new car. It seems you've really struck it rich," Lin Xinran exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Chen Zhi rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Not at all. I haven't earned any significant fortune. This car is financed through a loan." Lin Xinran took a closer look at the interior, genuinely commenting, "I've been in luxury cars before, but sitting in one belonging to my former desk mate feels uniquely reassuring. It's a pity you financed it. If it were paid in full, I'd feel even more secure." "You needn't worry. I won't be borrowing money from you," Chen Zhi assured her. "My concern isn't about lending you money. It's mainly about whether you can truly afford a villa. If you need a loan for a car, how could you possibly have the means for a villa? Rest assured, once we find a suitable house at a fair price, I won't make things difficult for you." Before long, they reached the Faley Manor. Lin Xinran expertly guided Chen Zhi to park in the lot outside the community. Faley Manor is among the most prestigious residential areas in Jiangzhou, with stringent management and security measures that prevent unauthorized vehicles from entering. They completed detailed registrations at the entrance, and the security personnel confirmed with the homeowner before allowing them entry. It was Chen Zhi's first visit to such an upscale residential area, and he felt a sense of novelty as he walked through the meticulously landscaped grounds, adorned with lush greenery, fountains, and picturesque bridges, all exuding an air of poetic beauty. The community featured both standalone villas and townhouses, with ample space between buildings, a testament to the developer's investment in land, contributing to the high property prices. Upon arriving at Lin Fengwen's residence, Chen Zhi was greeted by a 3-story standalone villa with an expansive yard, thoughtfully designed with pavilions and rockeries. The yard's design alone hinted at the homeowner's considerable wealth, reflecting Lin Fengwen's esteemed status. Years ago, he had gained notoriety as a prominent figure in the local aquaculture industry. And through continuous development, his company, Yao Tian Group, had evolved into a large enterprise encompassing breeding, incubation, processing of poultry, and cold chain logistics, establishing a complete industrial chain from seedling cultivation to final product distribution. As Zhen aptly remarked, it was a formidable company. Unfortunately, it was currently grappling with an unprecedented downturn that had persisted too long, leading to a rupture in Lin Fengwen's financial chain, to the extent that one has fallen into the difficult predicament of having to sell their house for one last desperate effort. Lin Xinran pressed the doorbell of the villa and introduced to Chen Zhi. This 3-story house is currently occupied by their family. The other 2-story house is over there. Originally, Uncle Heir bought that 2-story house for his son. He has 1 son and 1 daughter, with the daughter being the elder and the son the younger. However, his son is in Japan, and due to the current economic downturn, Uncle Heir does not wish for his son to return. Therefore, he plans to sell both houses, $5 million for his son, and the other $5 million to keep the company afloat until the very end. If this $5 million runs out and the market does not improve, he will sell the company and return with Aunt Heir to reclaim the wasteland. He has already secured the wasteland, preparing for a dual strategy. Soon, someone emerged from within to open the door. It was a woman in her 50s. Lin Xinran whispered to Chen Zhi, "This is Uncle Heir's housekeeper." The two followed the housekeeper into the villa and were greeted by a woman in her 60s. Lin Xinran called out from afar, "Aunt Heir." Chen Zhi recognized that this must be Lin Fengwen's wife. Lin Xinran introduced, "Aunt Heir, this is my classmate Chen Zhi. He is interested in buying a house." "Chen Zhi, since we are classmates, you should also greet her as Aunt Heir." Chen Zhi hastily called out, "Aunt Heir." He scrutinized the woman, noting her somewhat plump figure and the benevolence reflected in her features. Her demeanor was exceedingly simple and even bore the rustic charm typical of rural folk, indicating her humble origins. Lin Fengwen was a wealthy farmer entrepreneur with a fortune exceeding 10 billion, and he was a renowned representative in the local People's Congress. As a fellow villager, Chen Zhi had grown up hearing tales of Lin Fengwen's legendary journey. He was aware that when Lin Fengwen was merely a small poultry farmer, he had already married Aunt Heir, who hailed from a neighboring village and was also a native farmer. After their marriage, it was only natural for her to assist him in the poultry business. The couple supported each other step by step until their venture expanded into a conglomerate, at which point Aunt Heir ceased to participate in the company's operations and became a full-time homemaker. As local rural women might express with a tinge of envy, she had finally risen above her circumstances and could simply enjoy a life of comfort at home. From Aunt Heir's complexion, it was evident that she had been living quite well in recent years. Although she appeared to be in her 60s, she did not show signs of aging, her face bearing few wrinkles. However, at this moment, her spirits seemed low, and she appeared somewhat dejected. Upon hearing that the family needed to sell their house, her eyes immediately became red, especially when she learned that Chen Zhi was from Nantan village. Her emotions became even more stirred. With reddened eyes, she said to Chen Zhi, "So we are indeed fellow villagers. My family is from Hihua village, and your Uncle Heir is from Dongling village. We are all from the same town. My child, please excuse me. In the past, my family was quite well off in our town. Who could have imagined we would fall to such depths? When you return, you must keep this confidential for our family. It's rather difficult to let go of this pride. As for when I and your Uncle Heir go to reclaim the wasteland, let others say whatever they wish." Chen Zhi could see that Aunt Heir was, at her core, a simple and kind-hearted woman, and naturally, she possessed her own sense of modesty. Witnessing Aunt Heir's heartfelt sorrow, Chen Zhi felt a pang of discomfort himself. Lin Xinran beside him was sniffling, clearly affected by the moment as well. However, this was not the time for sentimentality. After all, they were there for serious business. If they could finalize the house purchase quickly, it would indeed be a significant help to this family. Chen Zhi ascended from the first to the 3rd floor, inwardly marveling at the opulence that befitted a farmer entrepreneur of such wealth. The materials used for decoration and furnishings, alongside the array of state-of-the-art appliances, though not top-tier luxury, exuded an air of affluence. It was evident that a considerable sum had been invested in the decor and amenities. The price at which the property was currently listed was indeed a substantial loss for them. Lin Xinran was correct. If purchased for personal residence, it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. However, upon consideration, he realized that his family was not large, and his grandfather and father might not be inclined to live in the city. Even if they occasionally visited, they might not feel comfortable staying there. This meant that, for the time being, it was likely he would be the sole occupant. A sprawling 3-story villa of over 400 square meters would feel quite empty for just one person. Thus, he suggested they take a look at the 2-story house. This two-story structure was also a standalone villa, with a larger single-floor area than the three-story one. Similarly, the materials used for its decor were luxurious, though it possessed a somewhat fresher, more youthful style. This aligned with Lin Xinran's assertion that this house had been prepared by Lin Fengwen for his son's family, as younger generations tend to prefer such aesthetics. The furniture and appliances were all present and accounted for, yet it was clear that the house had hardly been lived in. Everything was still brand new. Chen Zhi was instantly enamored with this residence. Such a splendid home, so well kept, and practically untouched, meant that Lin Fengwen had put considerable thought into creating a cozy abode for his son, who ultimately could not reside there, resulting in Chen Zhi acquiring it effortlessly. Moreover, he felt no moral burden in this acquisition, for as long as he could quickly conclude the cash transaction, it would also constitute a significant assistance to the other party. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi felt a tinge of disbelief, unable to fully comprehend the serendipity of this situation. Of course, he did not suspect Lin Xinran would deceive him, but it was prudent to confirm further details with her. He pulled Lin Xinran aside and quietly asked, "Are you certain there are no other issues with this house? For instance, any mortgages or situations of multiple sales? Please don't take it the wrong way. It's not that I distrust you. After all, Lin Fengwen has managed a colossal enterprise for decades, and now that he is in such dire straits, one cannot rule out the possibility of unconventional tactics." Lin Xinran responded, "I understand your concerns. You worry I might lower my guard because Uncle Air is a relative. Rest assured, emotions are separate from business. I have been in real estate for quite some time, and I am fully aware of the boundaries. I will uphold strict scrutiny for any property, whether it is for you or any other client. If any issues arise, not only would I face trouble, but would also implicate the company. I will ensure thorough examination of the house as status. Are you set on this two-story house?" "Yes, I'm quite keen on this one. Our family is not large, and if we all move over, this will be sufficiently spacious. The three-story house feels excessive for us, so I will not consider it further. And what are your thoughts on the price?" Chen Zhi waved his hand, saying, "Given the circumstances of Uncle Air's family, would it be appropriate for us to take advantage of their misfortune? The price they have proposed is already a considerable loss for them. I would feel right pressing for a lower price. Since this price is already a bargain, I am content with it." Lin Xinran playfully punched Chen Zhi's chest twice. "I never expected you to be such a nouveau riche. At such a young age, you can outright purchase such a splendid villa. I truly envy your wife. How did she possess such discerning insight to choose you?" Chen Zhi remained silent, offering her a meaningful smile in response. Lin Xinran had previously informed her Dayang that Chen Zhi had decided to acquire this house, and it was evident that her Dayang felt a tinge of sadness. She could only bring Chen Zhi to view the property, but when it came to the actual transaction, the homeowner Lin Fengwen would need to be involved. For instance, both parties would need to discuss preliminary details regarding the transaction, such as payment methods and the timeline for the handover, all of which had to be negotiated between Lin Fengwen and Chen Zhi. Consequently, Dayang called Lin Fengwen to relay the situation and inquire if he had time to return. On the other end of the line, Lin Fengwen replied, "I'm not busy at the moment. Have Xinran wait at our home for a while. I will return shortly. Please hand her the phone. I'll speak directly with her." Dayang passed the phone to Lin Xinran, who greeted him warmly. Lin Fengwen remarked, "Xinran, your efficiency is remarkable. You found a buyer so quickly. I must thank you. You've alleviated my urgent concerns." Lin Xinran hastily expressed her gratitude, stating that it was merely part of her job. Lin Fengwen continued, "Enough with the pleasantries. Your aunt mentioned that the buyer is your classmate. Is that right? You two can enjoy some tea at home while I return. It's nearly noon, and I'd like to treat you both to lunch while we discuss the house." After hanging up, Lin Xinran noticed her Dayang had moved to the other side, discreetly wiping her eyes. She informed Chen Zhi, "Uncle will be back shortly. We can wait here for now." Then she hurried over to comfort her Dayang, which instilled a slight sense of guilt in Chen Zhi. Nevertheless, he quickly reassured himself that purchasing this two-story villa outright would facilitate a smooth transaction compared to the complications of needing a loan. In fact, he was assisting Lin Fengwen in a way. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief. His gaze wandered between the exquisite decor inside the house and the meticulously tended garden outside, just imagining that in a few days this house would entirely belong to him. Becoming his home filled him with immense joy. While waiting, he decided to explore the villa, examining its myriad details. He caressed the smooth wooden handrail of the staircase, admired the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, and took note of the fully furnished rooms, all while envisioning his future life within these walls. Chen Zhi felt a sense of surrealism. After all, just days ago he had been a debtor in dire straits, and now he was on the verge of acquiring a luxury villa. Fate truly is a wondrous thing. When one strives relentlessly, life may still seem chaotic, yet happiness can unexpectedly present itself. Lost in thought, his phone rang, revealing a call from his neighbor across the hall. Upon answering, he heard the neighbor's anxious voice. "Xiao Chen, where are you? You need to come home, quickly. There are 3 people outside your door tampering with your security gate. At first, I thought your lock was broken, but it seems they are installing an external lock on your door. I confronted them, and they claimed Lu Hong hired them, saying there's a million yuan in cash inside, and they were concerned about theft, hence the need for additional locks. This is clearly suspicious." Chapter 62. A twisted mind. Upon hearing the neighbor's account, Chen Zhi was instantly filled with rage, astonished by Lu Hong's malicious intentions. Yet, his anger dissipated just as quickly. Observing the luxurious decor of the villa and its upscale furnishings in contrast to his modest 2-bedroom apartment, he realized that he had far more to be pleased about than to be angry. It seemed that everyone has a tendency to seek novelty, and he was no exception. In the face of such suddenly, her body trembled, her eyes widened in disbelief as she involuntarily exclaimed, "This is the villa he bought?" Her tone was filled with shock and incredulity. Wang Xiuyang abruptly opened his eyes, asking, "What did you say?" Lu Hong, flustered, replied, "In nothing." Yet, her gaze betrayed an uncontrollable envy and yearning. Wang Xiuyang pressed, "What exactly did you see?" Lu Hong responded, "Don't rush me. Let me take another look. I suspect this guy is up to his old tricks again. Previously, he flaunted $1 million in cash and recklessly took out a loan to buy an Audi Q7. To lure me back, he has truly gone to great lengths. Now he has posting on social media, falsely claiming he owns a villa." Wang Xiuyang burst into laughter. "Really? Bring it here for me to see. Is that fool out his mind? Just days ago, he was drowning in debt, unable to pay off hundreds of thousands. Now he dares to post about owning a villa. Does he think the whole world is naive enough to believe him?" Thus, Lu Hong leaned against the hospital bed, and the two of them watched the video of the social media post together, exchanging sarcastic remarks and mocking laughter, convinced that Chen Zhi's foolishness was a clear sign that he had been mentally affected by the divorce. Chen Zhi and Lin Xinran waited for over half an hour at the villa when Lin Fengwen finally returned. Lin Xinran introduced him to Chen Zhi, and the two began to size each other up. Although Lin Fengwen had already been informed over the phone that the potential buyer was Lin Xinran's classmate, he was still somewhat taken aback upon meeting Chen Zhi. It was impressive for someone so young to be able to purchase a villa outright, indicating an extraordinary capability, particularly when he learned that Chen Zhi hailed from Nantang village. Lin Fengwen regarded him with newfound respect. A young man from a rural background who could afford to pay nearly $5 million for a villa before turning 30 was indeed a rarity in the city. Chen Zhi's first impression of Lin Fengwen was equally favorable. Lin Fengwen was a well-known figure, a prominent rural entrepreneur. However, despite his stature, Chen Zhi had never crossed paths with him before, nor had he seen what he looked like. Upon meeting, he perceived that Lin Fengwen still retained the simplicity of a farmer in his attire and demeanor, perhaps due to the economic downturn in recent years. Lin Fengwen bore a noticeable weariness, yet his spirit remained undampened. As the head of the family had returned, he naturally took Chen Zhi on a thorough tour of the villa. "At this point, I won't dwell on how painful it is for me to sell this house," Lin Fengwen remarked as they toured. "But Xinran must have told you that this is the house I prepared for my son and daughter-in-law. With only one son, I invested a great deal of thought into this home. The furnishings inside are of the highest quality. When they married, they had to hold the ceremony in our hometown according to tradition, so their wedding took place in the 3rd-floor unit, and they have temporarily been living there. Now that I am selling it to you, I feel a sense of balance in my heart. After all, we are from the same town. You are even younger than my son, so I consider this a favor to you, a younger generation. Xinran mentioned that you think this price is already quite low, so it would be inappropriate to ask for a further discount. Young people are straightforward. I appreciate your honesty." Chen Zhi quickly expressed his gratitude, indicating that he felt he had already benefited and couldn't possibly negotiate further. Lin Xinran, taking a professional approach, stated that since both parties had reached an agreement, she would take photographs of the interior and exterior. This meant that everything in the house now belonged to the new owner. and the former owner could no longer make any changes. According to Lin Xinran, provided that Chen Zhi's funds were in order, they could go to the housing authority in the afternoon to finalize the transfer. It was a straightforward process, payment exchange for the property. However, Chen Zhi suggested, how about we handle the transfer tomorrow? I need to return to my hometown this afternoon to bring my brother over. The house needs to be registered under his name. Lin Xinran, having been his classmate in middle school, was well aware of his family's circumstances and found this statement peculiar. Your brother? Forgive my curiosity, but why would you want to transfer the property to his name given his situation? Chen Zhi candidly explained, to be honest, the funds used to purchase this house are not my own. We have a relative who just arrived, and he provided the money. His stipulation is that the house must be registered under my brother's name, ensuring that when we grow old, my brother has a substantial property for security. Do you understand? Oh, I see now. Both Lin Fengwen and Lin Xinran acknowledged, understanding the situation. They agreed that Chen Zhi would go home to fetch his brother that afternoon, and they would all go together to handle the transfer the next day. Lin Fengwen insisted that Chen Zhi and Lin Xinran stay for dinner. He was clear about his intentions. Whether or not Lin Xinran helped significantly, it was customary to share a meal when visiting. Moreover, as fellow townsfolk, it was essential for them to share a meal in the city. Chen Zhi, meeting him for the first time, naturally hesitated and attempted to decline the invitation. Lin Fengwen firmly stated, Young Chen, we are from the same town. As our elders would say, we belong to the same commune. Now that you are at my home, it would be disrespectful to let you leave without sharing a meal. Our villages are not far apart, and I know many people from your village. For instance, Chun Xiaoxin. You know him, right? Chen Zhi chuckled. Of course, we are from the same village. My second uncle is quite the opportunist, he thought to himself, feeling a sense of shame. He certainly would not mention that Chun Xiaoxin was indeed his blood relative. The family had regarded him as an adversary, and Chen Zhi preferred not to bring him up. The animosity between the brothers stemmed from a history that was not overly complex, rooted in two primary grievances. Initially, the eldest brother, Chen Shaoli, acquired a driver's license and bought a large truck, becoming a transporter. A few years later, the younger brother, Chen Xiaoxin, also obtained his driver's license and joined his brother on long hauls. The elder brother naturally reprimanded him for his inexperience, leading to physical scuffles. While such interactions are common among siblings, Chen Xiaoxin harbored resentment. After a year of following his brother, he quit, unable to endure the hardships of long-distance travel. The family, leveraging connections, found him a job driving a sedan at a breeding farm, which sowed the seeds of discord between the brothers. At that time, Chen Xiaoxin earned little, while his brother made significantly more. Consequently, Chen Xiaoxin displayed deference towards his brother. When Chen Shaoli suffered an accident that left him incapacitated, Chen Xiaoxin revisited their past grievances, blaming his brother for his misfortunes. As grievances accumulated, their relationship soured, and they eventually became estranged, perhaps due to the struggles of life. Their relatives and friends began to avoid him, and he adopted his brother as a target of animosity. As a younger brother, his best course of action was to dredge up old grievances, overtly declaring his hatred and opting for a complete severance of ties. Yet, as the saying goes, one cannot escape the winds of fate. Chen Zhi was reluctant to mention Chen Xiaoxin, yet Lin Fengwen seemed quite emotional when referring to him. As he led Chen Zhi and the others back to the three-story villa, he remarked, However, I must say that Chen Xiaoxin has somewhat wronged me. You must have heard of him. He established a small processing plant for cleaning duck intestines. All the raw materials for this plant are sourced from the waste products of my cold storage in Shashi Town. When he sought to establish this plant, he faced competition from another party. Despite its seemingly insignificant nature, this small processing plant yields considerable profits, which is quite remarkable for us rural folk. The competitor was a distant relative of mine, so I initially hesitated to supply the raw materials to Chen Xiaoxin. Yet, he had an influential cousin, Chen Shaoli, our city's standing committee member and secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Chen Xiaoxin had the audacity to leverage Chen Shaoli's influence, which ultimately led me to supply him with all the waste products, enabling his processing plant to be established. I must admit, Chen Xiaoxin is quite adept at navigating such matters. Over the years of collaboration with the cold storage, he has maintained good relations with the management, especially with me. He often checks in during holidays and significant events. However, in recent years, the aquaculture market has soured, and I have noticed a change in him. My company is incurring losses daily, and logically, the downstream processors should also be affected. For instance, the price of the duck intestines processed by Chen Zhi has plummeted. This is a harsh winter for the industry, and all related sectors are struggling. Unexpectedly, during this downturn, Chen Zhi approached me with a demand. He insisted that the cold storage significantly reduce the price of the waste products, citing the drastic drop in sales prices of his processed goods. In other words, my company's losses were of no concern to him. He simply needed to ensure his profit margin. This felt rather underhanded, especially as he threatened the cold storage, stating that if the raw material prices were not lowered, he would cease operations. After years of running his plant, in this harsh environment, should he choose to shut down, the cold storage would be left with waste products that would have to be discarded, creating a considerable hassle. Reluctantly, I had to comply with his pricing demands, effectively succumbing to his coercion. Upon reaching this point, Windfall turned to Chen Zhi with a smile, saying, "I apologize for speaking ill of your fellow villager on our first meeting. However, it is evident that I harbor strong feelings about Chen Zhi. Now that I am in the presence of someone from his village, I cannot help but vent my frustrations. To be candid, if I manage to weather this storm and the market improves, reviving my company, I will certainly cease supplying him with waste products. Once the supply halts, his small processing plant will undoubtedly collapse. I could then seek another partner or even invest a substantial amount to establish my own processing facility, ensuring that this opportunistic, backstabbing individual does not continue to profit at my expense." Chen Zhi had yet to respond when Lin Xinran indignantly interjected, "Uncle, you are absolutely right. We must not show leniency towards such petty individuals. When the market is thriving, they are all charm and flattery. Once difficulties arise, they turn their backs and resort to threats. When fortune smiles, they are quick to join the fray. When adversity strikes, they betray their allies. Such traitors must be decisively replaced." Chen Zhi could only echo Lin Xinran's sentiments, stating, "You are spot on. While business is indeed about pursuing profit, it should not come at the cost of betraying allies." Though his words were sensible, they merely served as agreement and added little to the conversation. Despite being a farmer by background, Lin Fengwen had navigated the complexities of business for many years and was astute enough to sense Chen Zhi's discomfort with discussing Chen Zhi. Consequently, he shifted the topic to inquire about Chen Zhi's professional endeavors. Lin Xinran eagerly replied on his behalf, "Uncle, Chen Zhi is a brilliant student among us. He is a graduate student from Beijing University of Technology, and his field of study offers excellent job prospects in the capital. However, he ultimately returned to Jiangzhou to care for his family. His first job was with Yuan Automotive, where he started with an annual salary of 200,000. As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Zhi and continued, "Later, I heard from our classmates that you transitioned to Jiping Automotive." With a wry smile, Chen Zhi confirmed, "Indeed, our entire team moved to Jiping Automotive. However, the company dissolved last year, leaving us all unemployed." "You are currently unemployed?" Lin Fengwen expressed surprise, but quickly recalled that Chen Zhi had mentioned that the funds for purchasing the villa came from a relative, intended to secure his brother's future. Thus, it was not contradictory for Chen Zhi to buy a villa while being unemployed. As their conversation continued, Lin Fengwen discerned that Chen Zhi, a graduate from a prestigious university, had gained considerable insight through his experiences at both Yuan and Jiping Automotive, both leaders in the new energy sector. He felt a sense of camaraderie with this young man, especially as they hailed from the same town, fostering an unintentional feeling of closeness. During their meal, Lin Fengwen remarked, "Our villages are quite close. I have many acquaintances in yours. Given your age, your father should be around my age, correct? What is your father's name? Perhaps I know him." After a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhi replied candidly, "My father's name is Chen Zhi." "Oh." Lin Fengwen's expression shifted noticeably. Lin Xinran, puzzled, wondered why her uncle's demeanor had changed. Lin Fengwen forced a smile and said, "My apologies, Chen. I did not mean to speak ill of your uncle in your presence. I beg your pardon." Realization dawned on Lin Xinran as she exclaimed, "Oh, so that Chen Zhi is your uncle?" Chen Zhi managed a somewhat awkward smile. "Indeed, he is my uncle." Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Lin Fengwen quickly regained his composure, saying, "I have not had any dealings with your father, but he was quite a notable figure in our region. A transportation specialist who was truly enviable. When your family established itself in transport, I had just begun raising chickens. I envied your father for being able to purchase large trucks for transportation at such a young age. Chen Zhi responded, yes. My father often spoke of how we made our fortune early on. However, our family faced some challenges later, leading to a decline in our fortunes. Lin Fengwen nodded, choosing not to delve further into that topic, recognizing it might be sensitive for Chen Zhi. He also reflected on his own past. He too had experienced success as a renowned farmer entrepreneur, yet now teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. After a brief silence, Lin Fengwen continued, under normal circumstances. This is our first meeting, and I should not be so uninformed as to vent about your uncle in your presence. However, I have been feeling quite overwhelmed lately, and my emotions have been difficult to manage. Particularly in recent days, there has been a palpable sense of unease among my staff. Everyone is calculating their own exit strategies, reminiscent of the chaos that ensues when a tree falls and the monkeys disperse. Consequently, whenever I encounter individuals of this nature, I find it hard to restrain my grievances. Chen Zhi reassured him, please do not take it to heart. What you said earlier hardly qualifies as slander, merely a statement of fact. Of course, he is my uncle, so I shall refrain from expressing my opinions. However, one thing I do not quite understand, if I may speak candidly, with such a large enterprise and the prolonged downturn in the market, even if you sell your properties, it cannot sustain you for long. Eventually, once the funds are depleted, you will still be compelled to sell the company to Dayek Group. Why then incur the loss of 2 properties unnecessarily? Lin Fengwen acknowledged. You raise a valid point, but you may not fully grasp the nuances of the aquaculture industry. My actions are, in part, a gamble. If I win this gamble, my company, valued at over $1 billion, will be revitalized. If I lose, it will vanish, leaving me with nothing but 2 apartments. This company represents decades of my hard work, and I cannot bear the thought of reducing my life's efforts to mere properties. Therefore, I must take one final chance, ready to lose everything decisively. As Shinran has likely informed you, I have contracted a desolate mountain. Should I lose my spouse, and I will transform that barren land into our retirement haven. Currently, my company incurs losses of over 100,000 daily. Selling your 2-story apartment could yield $4,700,000, just enough to sustain me for a month. My plan is to endure for 1 more month. Upon selling the 3-story property, I will provide the proceeds to my son, who is conducting business in Japan, as a means to bolster his capital. You may wonder why I persist, given the protracted industry downturn. Let me explain. Over the years, I have witnessed numerous aquaculture enterprises collapse. Presently, only a couple remain operational in our county. Survival in this sector hinges on one principle: endurance. In times of economic hardship, everyone must endure, and the question remains who can hold out the longest. I have seen a large aquaculture firm reach a point where they could no longer continue and ultimately chose to shut down, with the owner absconding with their last remaining funds. However, the very next day, the market began to recover, with prices rising swiftly. Had they held on for just 1 more day, they would have weathered that storm. Unfortunately, once they fled, there was no turning back. I have observed several such cases, which is why I must persevere until the very last moment. Moreover, my gamble is not unfounded. Market trends resemble a roller coaster, oscillating continuously. As a market reaches its peak, a decline inevitably follows. Once it hits the bottom, a rebound commences, akin to the waxing and waning of the moon. This protracted industry winter cannot last indefinitely. I believe the rebound is on the horizon. Yet, I can no longer leverage any further. The banks refuse to lend, and private financing is also unattainable. I find myself at a dead end, with the only hope resting on selling properties. After introducing my situation, Lin Fengwen gazed at Chen Zhi, a glimmer of hope in his expression. Little Chen, as fellow townsfolk, though we have only just met, it feels as though we are old friends. Coming from the countryside, we tend to speak plainly and without hesitation. I wish to inquire about the wealthy relative who might fund your family's villa. Would it be possible to see if he has any interest in acquiring my Yaotian group? Of course, I do not seek to sell at an exorbitant price. It is simply that Dayek Group has been acquiring so-called distressed assets across the nation in a rather unscrupulous manner. My company, valued at over $1 billion, is being offered a mere $100 million. They are well aware of my debts, and that sum would only suffice to cover them, leaving me with nothing, my decades of hard work essentially benefiting them. Can you blame me for feeling aggrieved? Some nights, I find it difficult to sleep, driven by the stubbornness of a rural farmer, resolute in my refusal to succumb. I would rather face bankruptcy and a lifetime of insurmountable debt than let these bloodsuckers profit. Yet, upon waking, the harsh reality shatters the previous night's defiance. Now, I yearn for a unit or wealthy magnate to step forward and purchase my company. I would rather sell to anyone but Day Group for the same 100 million. However, the economy is currently in decline, and how long this industry's winter will persist is uncertain. Past experiences offer little guidance for the present circumstances. Thus, apart from the industry leader, Day Group, I find no other potential buyers during this period of adversity. Encountering you inspires a glimmer of hope. If your relative possesses sufficient wealth, would he be willing to take this risk? Certainly, if he has enough funds to sustain operations for a while. I assure you we can weather this industry winter. Once the market improves, my company will regain its value, resulting in significant returns on his investment. However, I cannot guarantee an immediate end to this winter. So there are inherent risks involved. It is possible that acquiring my company for 100 million could lead him to incur further losses, potentially dragging him into ruin as well. This possibility is not negligible. Hence, I merely present this idea for your consideration. If you find it feasible, perhaps you could discuss it with your relative to see if he is willing to take a chance. Oh, Chen Zhi mused, nodding in contemplation. I understand. Purchasing your company is indeed a high-risk, high-reward investment. However, there is a concern. The reason only Day Group has expressed interest thus far is not solely due to their financial capability, but also their established management and operational resources. Once they acquire your company, they can seamlessly take over and continue its operations. Yet, if an unrelated entity were to step in, even in favorable conditions, they might struggle to manage your company effectively. Am I correct? Lin Fengwen nodded vigorously, acknowledging the accuracy of Chen Zhi's observation. You are absolutely right. You have pinpointed the issue. However, I suggest your relative consider my company. I have strategies in place. Even if he is entirely new to our industry, it is not a problem. If he can provide 100 million to clear my debts and has sufficient funds for operational expenses, I can manage the rest, including the company's administration. In essence, I propose conducting this transaction discreetly, maintaining absolute confidentiality. The ownership of the company would change hands, but outwardly, it would appear as though I remain in charge. Not only myself, but all my staff would remain unaffected, and operations would continue as though nothing had changed. This approach would actually be more beneficial than Day Group's acquisition. While they would inevitably modify upper management, such transitions can disrupt normal operations despite their expertise. Conversely, a discreet transition would avoid such disruptions entirely. Of course, the new owner would need to exercise caution and not blindly trust me as a mere figurehead. They must appoint their personnel to critical departments like finance, while I would assume the role of a senior employee. Should this arrangement succeed, it would be the best outcome for me. Not only would I be free of debt, but I would also secure a relatively high-paying job. Moreover, maintaining confidentiality would allow me to preserve a degree of dignity. Yet, this is merely a notion. Ultimately, whether your relative is interested and willing to take this risk is up to them. Indeed, Chen Zhi concurred. I wonder if he is willing to take that risk. Very well, I will discuss the situation with him when I return and see if he expresses any interest. The meal, held at midday, was devoid of alcohol due to afternoon commitments, yet the atmosphere remained enjoyable. Chen Zhi's decision to purchase the two-story apartment alleviated Lin Fengwen's immediate financial concerns, granting him another month of sustenance. For Chen Zhi, this sparked a renewed desire to acquire the Yaotian Group, feeling that this investment was worth the gamble. He was confident that he could muster a few hundred million. The key factor that had previously deterred him from seizing the opportunity was his complete lack of understanding of the aquaculture industry and the difficulty he faced in quickly assembling a reliable management team. However, the plan Lin Fengwen presented was tailor-made for him. It required no expertise, only capital. If fortune favored him and the market improved shortly after the acquisition, an investment of just over 100 million would suffice. The company's value would swiftly rebound to several billion, allowing him to profit handsomely during this bullish market phase. As they parted ways after dinner, Lin Fengwen remarked with a smile, "Xiao Chun, you are quite profound. I have some understanding of your family situation. At least I know your second uncle is at odds with your family. When I once mentioned that your family was the first in our town to become affluent, he scoffed. From his words, it was clear he held his elder brother in contempt, having explicitly stated that he had severed ties with your family long ago." Chen Zhi felt a twinge of embarrassment, rubbing his nose. Lin Fengwen continued, of course, that's your family's affair, and I shouldn't meddle. The reason I bring it up is to inform you that, at least in Shashi Town and Chang'an County, your second uncle cannot turn the tide against you. If he dares to bully your family again, do not hesitate to call me. Though my company is on the brink of collapse, I still wield some influence in our area. Chapter 66. A narrow path for enemies. Watching Chen Zhi and Lin Xinyan leave, Lin Fengwen turned to his wife and mused. I can probably guess which relative is financing their villa purchase. You can guess that? His wife replied skeptically. Do you know their family so well? I heard it from Chen Xiaoxin, Lin Fengwen explained. He loves to boast about his connections, sometimes mentioning those wealthy and influential relatives. His second sister lives in the provincial capital. Do you know who her husband is? He is the owner of Dingji Weiye Real Estate, a billionaire. This means Chen Zhi's aunt is wealthy enough to easily part with a few million to buy a house for her less-than-bright nephew as a future safeguard. Oh, I see now, she responded, understanding dawning upon her. I was having a hard time believing it. What family has such generous relatives willing to spend millions on a villa? I had no idea Chen Zhi's aunt was so affluent. As Chen Zhi and Lin Xinyan got into the car, he prepared to take her home. Why rush back? Lin Xinyan asked. You came to see me for two reasons, to sell a house and to buy one. Now that we've settled the buying part, we need to expedite the selling process. Look at my second uncle's villa. It's so well prepared that you could move in immediately. He hasn't lived there even for a day, and you're getting a great deal. Just complete the transfer tomorrow, and you and your wife can move in with just your bedding. So we must act quickly on selling your house. If we finalize everything today, I believe we can close the deal for around 700,000. Tomorrow morning, you can handle the villa transfer, and by the afternoon, you can sell your apartment. How efficient is that? In just 2 days, you could buy a villa and sell an apartment. Lin Xinyan's proposal was undoubtedly sound, but Chen Zhi could not take her to see his house at that moment. Hadn't the neighbor called to inform him that Lu Hong had hired 3 maintenance workers to install a series of external locks on his security door? He and Lin Xinyan would not be able to gain entry, and he was reluctant to expose the chaotic state of his marriage to an old classmate, which would be incredibly embarrassing. Thus, he concocted an excuse. It will be fine to go see the house, but I have some matters to attend to. Chen Xinyu texted me earlier. He asked me to bring some gifts, like eggs and milk, to the hospital for him. It's urgent because he is being discharged this afternoon. Perhaps I should drop you off first, and then head to the hospital. Chen Xinyu is hospitalized? Lin Xinyan exclaimed, astonished. With his robust physique, I can't believe he is in the hospital. What's wrong with him? Just a minor issue, Chen Zhi replied, fabricating a story. He had a little accident while delivering goods, but it's nothing serious. He'll be fine after a few days. He is even being discharged this afternoon. Then I'll go with you to see him, Lin Xinyan insisted. That rascal Chen Xinyu has been quite shameless, managing to woo Su Meiwan without anyone knowing. Since they got married, I haven't seen them, and now hearing that our old classmate is in the hospital, I must go see him. Chen Zhi quickly objected. There is really no need. It's just a minor injury, and he is being discharged today. What is the point of visiting? But he could not dissuade Lin Xinyan. She was determined to go. In truth, Chen Zhi had already mentioned that Xinyu would be discharged that afternoon, making a visit unnecessary. However, Lin Xinyan felt nostalgic for their long-lost friendship and seized this opportunity to pay a visit and tease the couple about their relationship. Eventually, Chen Zhi relented, realizing he could not stop her. He now understood the saying that a single lie necessitates 10 more to cover it up. Once he started weaving a tale, he found himself ensnared in contradictions. After all, they were visiting a patient. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Xinyan even bought a large fruit basket. Chen Zhi carried the basket as they took the elevator to the 8th floor, where Sinu's ward was located. Unconsciously, he found himself hastening, gripping Lin Xinyan's wrist, feeling somewhat like a thief. Lin Xinyan, puzzled, inquired, Do you have something urgent this afternoon? Why are we rushing? Yes, I do, Chen Zhi feigned nodding. We need to hurry and take a quick look before leaving. In truth, he feared encountering an awkward situation, for Wang Xiuyang was also hospitalized on the same floor. He dreaded the possibility of running into Lu Hong, who had heard he was married last year and insisted on seeing a photo of his wife out of curiosity about the beauty who had captured his heart. Though Lin Xinyan had not met Lu Hong, she was aware of her existence. If they happened to cross paths in the corridor, it would lead to an uncomfortable encounter, especially since he and Lu Hong had nothing pleasant to say to one another. Fortunately, their path was clear, and they did not encounter Lu Hong in the hallway. As Chen Zhi pulled Lin Xinyan quickly through the corridor and into the patient room, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking perhaps Lu Hong had not come to the hospital after all. He was simply being overly cautious. However, he was mistaken. Lu Hong had taken the day off work to stay with Wang Qiuyang, and at that moment, she was in the water room filling a kettle. Two nurses entered, chatting and laughing, one teasing the other. Well, now you should be over it, right? Your dream man is actually married. Just look at how sweet they are together. It's enviable. He even holds his wife's hand when he walks. Another nurse wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting, "He's been coming alone these past few days to visit patients. I thought he was still single. As long as he is single, we have a chance. I must tell you, in all my years, I've never seen such a remarkably handsome man. The moment I laid eyes on him, I was utterly captivated." It was quite normal for young women to discuss such topics, and Lu Hong, focused on boiling water, paid no heed. However, the subsequent conversation between the two nurses left her utterly astonished. Chapter 67. Another confusion. One of the nurses remarked, "Oh, come on, that handsome fellow. Chen Zhi. I admit he is tall and striking, with an impressive physique, but he is not so extraordinarily handsome as to leave one in a stupor at first glance. I recognize you. You were the one who came up with him, and he arrived in a brand new luxury car. It must be that flashy vehicle that has you so enchanted." And when it came time for the patients to pay their hospital bills, he didn't even blink when he paid his friend's fees. "You mentioned he looked wealthy when he went to settle those bills, didn't you? I believe it's not Chen Zhi's looks that have you smitten, but rather his wealth that has left you dazed." The teased nurse pouted. "All right, enough of your nonsense. Chen Zhi is already married. We can only admire him from afar. Dreaming of such a high and wealthy, handsome man is quite far-fetched. But his wife is indeed quite beautiful. She looks stunning in her work attire, definitely someone who works in a bank. A perfect match of talent and beauty." Another nurse chuckled. "Talent and beauty? Which talent are we talking about? The talented one or the one obsessed with wealth?" "You are the one obsessed with wealth." The two nurses erupted into playful banter. Lu Hong, however, was in a daze, oblivious to the fact that the kettle was overflowing, nearly scalding her. The high, rich, and handsome Chen Zhi they spoke of was unmistakably her ex-husband, the very same scoundrel who had gone to great lengths to deceive her into not divorcing him. How could it be that before the divorce certificate was even in her hands, he had already ensnared another virtuous woman? They were hand in hand visiting Chun Xingyu at the hospital. This scoundrel, for reasons unknown, a surge of inexplicable anger bubbled within Lu Hong. She resolved to visit Xingyu's ward to see what this uniformed beauty, who worked at a bank, truly looked like. Could it be that Chen Zhi was not only deceiving her in matters of the heart, but also in finances? Was it possible that the 100,000 in cash had been borrowed from this uniformed lady? The more Lu Hong pondered, the more convinced she became. Upon returning to the ward, she slammed the thermos onto the bedside table and stormed out, heading straight for Chen Xingyu's room. Wang Qiuyang was bewildered by her sudden fury, asking, "What is wrong with you?" Lu Hong ignored him, her anger propelling her to the door of Chen Xingyu's ward, where she happened to see Chen Zhi and a woman emerging. Both were laden with gifts, milk, boxes of eggs, and fruits, brought by friends and family visiting Xingyu. The woman was indeed clad in a striking uniform. The tall figure looked particularly captivating in the uniform, the fabric accentuating her graceful silhouette. The elegant and noble hue of her attire contrasted beautifully with her fair skin, embodying the image of a sophisticated urban professional. What infuriated Lu Hong further was the affectionate display between Chen Zhi and this uniformed beauty. Despite having his hands full, he attempted to take 2 cartons of milk from her, insisting she let him hold them under his arm, clearly concerned about tiring her out. "Chen Zhi," Lu Hong shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You liar. Where did you manage to charm this virtuous woman from? Have you told her that the new Audi Q7 you bought wasn't financed through a loan, and that you even purchased a villa? How many more lies are you planning to spin?" Startled at being publicly confronted, both Chen Zhi and Lin Xinran paused. Upon recognizing Lu Hong, Chen Zhi's expression turned icy. Lin Xinran, bewildered, stammered, "What on earth is going on?" Chen Zhi's villa purchase was not a deception. Lin Xinran had accompanied him to view the property. Just then, Su Meiwan, also carrying a plethora of gifts, emerged. Upon seeing Lu Hong causing a scene, she was immediately incensed. "You shameless woman, I've been searching for you for days. Just wait until I tear you apart today." As she shouted, she flung her gifts to the ground and lunged at Lu Hong. "What do you think you're doing?" Lu Hong, feigning bravado, pointed at Su Meiwan, but instinctively took a step back. Su Meiwan, a robust woman, was someone Lu Hong knew she could not contend with, and she was all too aware of the depth of animosity Su Meiwan harbored towards her. "Stop right there," Chen Zhi called out, stepping in. "This is a hospital. There are patients around. Why are you raising such a ruckus?" He placed his gifts down and pulled Su Meiwan aside, whispering, "The hallway is under surveillance. If you strike first, she'll surely twist it against you. Stand back and watch me." His words were effective. Su Meiwan realized that the 30,000 Wang Qiuyang had just delivered was a matter of principle. If she were to act first and Lu Hong called the police, she would likely have to return that sum. Chen Zhi stepped closer, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Lu Hong. "I'll count to 3, and you'd better leave immediately. Otherwise, I will ensure that the scoundrel in that room revisits the experience of how his arms were broken. I mean what I say. 1, 2. Lu Hong turned to leave, throwing back a parting shot. "Just you wait." Lin Xinran stood there, bewildered, asking Su Meiwan who was that. She looked so much like Chen Zhi's wife. Who else could it be? Su Meiwan glared at Lu Hong's retreating figure, a complete shameless woman. Lin Xinran turned to Chen Zhi. "What is going on here? Did we inadvertently cause your wife to misunderstand?" "Misunderstand?" Su Meiwan interjected, but before she could continue, Chen Zhi silenced her with a hand over her mouth. "Shut up, you big mouth. Quickly help me take these down. I have matters to attend to this afternoon." Lin Xinran, perceptive as she was, recognized Chen Zhi's cue and ceased her inquiries. Behind them, a pair of malicious eyes were fixed on their every move. Though Lu Hong dared not show herself, she remained at the door, peering through with 2 watchful eyes. She was bent over, her form protruding into the ward, appearing quite comical, as Chen Zhi and his companions chatted merrily while making their way to the elevator. Lu Hong remained fixed in her position, lost in thought. She felt utterly bewildered once more. Chapter 68. Cutting off that brat's financial resources initially, Lu Hong and Wang Qiuyang had reached a firm consensus that Chen Zhi could in no way afford to purchase a villa. They even believed that if he had temporarily settled his debts, it was merely a matter of shifting obligations, and the source of those funds was still a mystery. Therefore, Lu Hong had directly confronted him about the villa purchase. However, she never anticipated that the uniformed lady would corroborate Chen Zhi's claim, stating she had accompanied him to view the property. This revelation compelled Lu Hong to reconsider. Could it be that Chen Zhi truly possessed the means to buy a villa? Certainly, she would never believe that he could afford it outright. Yet, given his current audacity, if he dared to finance an Audi Q7, why would he also dare to finance a villa? With property prices plummeting, many wealthy individuals were eager to liquidate their assets. Moreover, banks have consistently reduced down payments and interest rates. Some real estate companies even offer 0 down payment options. Lu Hong increasingly felt the possibility of this. On the sickbed, Wang Qiuyang stared at Lu Hong with astonishment. Seeing her frozen by the door frame for an extended period, he could no longer contain himself and asked angrily, "What on earth is wrong with you? What has happened? You seem so mysterious. Are you here to keep watch or to sell a case?" Lu Hong was startled by his words, as if awakening from a daze, and hurried back to the bedside. Gritting her teeth in indignation, she said, "I just saw that scoundrel Chen Zhi again. He came to see Chen Xinyu. This guy really has some tricks up his sleeve. He even brought along a beautiful woman in uniform. I used to think he was honest, but it turns out he's quite cunning, having already prepared an escape route behind my back. Are you jealous?" Wang Qiuyang coldly retorted. Lu Hong quickly shook her head. "I scoff at the thought of being jealous of him. That guy is someone I have played with and discarded. He can pursue whomever he pleases. The key issue is that the woman just now defended him, claiming that Chen Zhi genuinely purchased a villa, and she was the one who helped him look at it. That raises some red flags." Wang Qiuyang's voice turned even colder. "Indeed, there's a problem. This needs thorough investigation. If that scoundrel truly bought a villa, and you divorce him, you will regret it for a lifetime. While your marriage is still intact, you must ascertain whether he has genuinely come into wealth. If he has, you still have a chance to return. After all, he is racking his brains to avoid divorce, and you two could live well together." "What nonsense! You're the one who's jealous." Lu Hong playfully rolled her eyes at him. "I do not wish to remain married to him. I fear that if he has indeed become wealthy, he might conceal his assets and take advantage of that. Furthermore, if he genuinely has money, it counts as marital property, and I must claim half. If his money comes my way, isn't it still ours?" Wang Qiuyang's expression softened. Haven't we investigated this several times already? His accounts have been thoroughly examined, and he has no money whatsoever. Moreover, it is evident that he is unable to repay his debts. It is improbable that he has suddenly come into wealth within a few days. Winning the lottery does not happen that swiftly. However, Lu Hong shook her head pensively. No, there is certainly something amiss here. I just realized an important factor I had overlooked. That is, the processing point they partnered at has likely already started operations clandestinely. Moreover, they might be doing quite well, and Chen Zhi has probably begun to receive profits. Wang Qiuyang looked at her in confusion. What processing point? Lu Hong sat down beside the bed, adopting a posture to discuss the matter earnestly. Let me explain the origin of his processing point, and you can help me analyze what is going on. At this point, even though Lu Hong suspected that Chen Zhi might indeed have some wealth, she dared not hope for reconciliation with him. She understood in her heart that she had hurt Chen Zhi deeply, and he had seen through her. No matter how she explained, Chen Zhi would not believe her. There was no turning back. Now, she suddenly considered that Chen Zhi might have received money from the processing point, enabling him to repay debts and afford a down payment for an Audi Q7 and a villa. In Lu Hong's view, Chen Zhi's reckless high-leverage purchases of luxury cars and homes were acts of revenge against her. As a male, his primal instinct is to exhibit strength in front of the female. Hence, the best way for Chen Zhi to retaliate against Lu Hong would be to flaunt his wealth after their breakup, driving home the regret of his ex-wife for not seizing this golden opportunity. The more regretful she became, the more satisfied he would feel. Lu Hong was convinced that this was precisely Chen Zhi's mindset. Since there was no way for her to turn back or share in Chen Zhi's newfound prosperity, she resolved not to allow him to revel in it alone. She did not wish for him to see her as a joke, thinking she would spend the rest of her life in regret and sorrow. In other words, Lu Hong felt she needed to sabotage Chen Zhi's chances of success. She told Wang Qiuyang, I have previously mentioned Chen Zhi's situation to you. His first job was at Liguang Automotive, where he was assigned to the intelligent manufacturing team and worked there for 2 years. Later, a joint venture by two leading domestic consortiums, Jiping Automotive, established operations in Jiangzhou, offering high salaries to poach talent from various automobile companies. Under the leadership of Supervisor Xiao Yi, Chen Zhi's team collectively jumped ship to Jiping Automotive. You remember all this, right? Wang Qiuyang, feeling impatient, replied, Yes, you've mentioned it several times. Liguang Automotive is among the top 3 in the new energy sector nationwide and the leader in Jiangzhou, a veritable industry giant. When their team left, the owner of Liguang Automotive, Zhai Xiangxing, personally attempted to retain them but was unsuccessful. The intelligent manufacturing team is a core department of the company. Their departure caused significant losses, infuriating Zhai Xiangxing. He declared at the time that Xiao Yi and the others would have to remain at Jiping for life. Should they leave, they would find it impossible to secure employment in Jiangzhou's new energy sector. Zhai Xiangxing has influence nationwide in the new energy industry. Later, Jiping Automotive abruptly dissolved, leaving over 6,000 people unemployed. Due to industry blacklisting, Xiao Yi and Chen Zhi's team could no longer find work in Jiangzhou's intelligent manufacturing sector. By now, most of their team members have left Jiangzhou for other opportunities. Chen Zhi, due to his family's circumstances, was unwilling to leave Jiangzhou and could only take on odd jobs to make ends meet, right? I could recite that entire story by now. Lu Hong affirmed, exactly. I have recounted Chen Zhi's worst situation to you multiple times. However, there is one detail I forgot to mention, something I have overlooked. Before Chen Zhi joined Liguang, Xiao Yi already had a small processing point. Whether you call it a processing point or a small factory, it doesn't matter. I have finally realized that the source of Chen Zhi's sudden wealth lies in this processing point. Now, we must find a way to target this processing point and cut off his financial resources. Chapter 69, What on Earth? Wang Qiuyang appeared utterly bewildered. Despite Lu Hong's lengthy explanation, he still could not grasp the connection between Xiao Yi's processing point and Chen Zhi's sudden wealth. Lu Hong had to start from the beginning again. The processing point operated by Xiao Yi utilized his technical advantages and connections in the new energy sector to manufacture automotive parts for supplementary income. Later, Xiao Yi borrowed $20 million to expand the business and acquire advanced equipment. He personally led the intelligent manufacturing team to build a smart manufacturing workshop in their spare time, primarily producing automotive seats and other small components. After Chen Zhi joined, Xiao Yi recognized his capabilities and invited him into the processing point, allowing him to invest a symbolic 200,000 for a 1% stake. At that time, the processing point was valued at over 40 million, making the 200,000 a generous offer. The other 15 members also received 1% stakes each. Less than half a year after joining, Chen Zhi successfully applied a large model language he had developed in school to the manufacturing scenarios at the processing point, significantly upgrading the equipment's intelligence and increasing production efficiency by 30%, thereby reducing product costs by approximately 5% due to substantial savings in labor costs. Consequently, Xiao Yi rewarded Chen Zhi with an additional 2% stake, bringing his total ownership to 3%. The processing point was quite profitable at that time. During the dividend distribution, all members opted not to take their shares, but rather reinvest them back into the processing point. After their team transitioned to Jipeng Automotive, all products from the processing point were supplied to them. Under Zhai Xiangxing's directive, other new energy manufacturers in Jiangzhou severed all business ties with Xiao Yi. Subsequently, when Jipeng Automotive unexpectedly dissolved, Xiao Yi and his team not only lost their jobs, but the processing point also came to a complete standstill. Moreover, Zhai Xiangxing, intent on eradicating any competition, covertly instructed the bank to cut off Xiao Yi's loans. Unable to repay the debts, the processing point was seized. However, since there were still 16 shareholders, including Chen Zhi, the bank could only temporarily freeze assets without being able to auction them off. The processing facility remains sealed to this day. I recall the initial discussions between Chen Zhi and Xiao Yi about clandestinely entering the facility to conduct underground operations. However, they faced a complete industry ban in Jiangzhou, and even if they managed to produce goods, no enterprises would collaborate with them. Consequently, this proposal was temporarily shelved. Nevertheless, I am aware that they have never given up, persistently striving for breakthroughs, seeking to find partners through advanced technology and competitive pricing to turn the situation around. I had always believed that they were completely marginalized by the dominant players in Jiangzhou's industry, effectively barred from engaging in the new energy sector, let alone reopening the processing facility. Thus, I overlooked this critical factor. Now, after meticulously filtering through every possible source of funding Chen Zhi could access, I can confidently assert that if he has acquired money, it undoubtedly originates from that processing facility. This implies that the facility must have secretly resumed operations. That is excellent news, Wang Qiuyang exclaimed, filled with excitement. We must report him. Whether it's the bank or Zhai Xiangxing, we need to notify them. Of course, before we report, we need solid evidence of his clandestine operations. Do you know where the processing facility is located? Of course, Chen Zhi took me there several times. Perfect, Wang Qiuyang exclaimed, nearly striking his palm with a fist. Quickly provide me with the exact location of the facility, and I'll send someone to investigate. As long as we confirm they are secretly operating, we can document evidence without alerting them. Then we can inform the bank and Zhai Xiangxing to catch them red-handed. Once that happens, they won't be able to aspire to share any profits. They could end up losing everything. Wang Qiuyang grew increasingly animated, visibly wishing he could leap from his hospital bed to personally investigate the facility. In recent days, he had feigned bravado about seeking revenge on Chen Zhi, but his bravado lacked conviction. It was evident that the display of strength Chen Zhi had shown had left him with a significant psychological burden. He feared that in a direct confrontation, he would be utterly outmatched. As for hiring someone to commit murder, he lacked the courage for that. However, after hearing Lu Hong's account of the processing facility, he felt that an opportunity for revenge against Chen Zhi had finally arisen. Unable to confront him openly, he believed that if he could exploit a weakness, he could successfully orchestrate his revenge. Without further delay, Wang Qiuyang promptly made a call to arrange for an investigation. Lu Hong volunteered to act as a guide to the processing facility. Chen Zhi and the two women descended the stairs with gifts in hand, approaching his car. As he opened the rear door, Su Meijuan's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment of stunned silence, she exclaimed, Chen Zhi, what is going on? Why have you got a new car? Whose did you steal this time? Chen Zhi shot her a glare. Who do you think you're looking down on? Just because I have a new car, you're upset? Do you think I can't afford one without resorting to theft? Su Meijuan retorted. Wasn't your previous Mercedes stolen? You said so yourself. Lin Xinran, confused, interjected, what are you two talking about? Stealing a Mercedes. Aren't you worried about getting caught by the police? Su Meijuan laughed. You're right. If someone else stole a car, they'd definitely get caught, but Chen Zhi, he's talented enough to steal a brand new Mercedes without consequence. Impressive, truly admirable. Lin Xinran couldn't help but give Chen Zhi the thumbs up, then turned to Su Meiwan. But it seems this car isn't stolen. He told me he bought on loan. Is this really a loan? Su Meiwan asked incredulously. Just days ago, Chen Zhi's debts had exploded. How could he possibly secure a loan for a car now? Wasn't he, it said, that after a financial disaster, he'd be blacklisted and unable to approach a bank? Yet, in front of Lin Xinran, Su Meiwan withheld her suspicions. Although they were close classmates, it was best that Lin Xinran remained unaware of such concerns. Seeing the splendid new car, Su Meiwan's envy was palpable. Chen Zhi, such a fantastic car, must be incredibly comfortable to ride in. How about this? Let's take a trip back to our hometown together. What trouble are you trying to stir up? Chen Zhi replied, I have important matters to attend to at home. You don't need to tag along. Besides, Xinu is due for discharge soon. You should handle his discharge paperwork and help him get home. Help him with what? He is already fine, Su Meiwan countered. Let him handle his discharge on his own. He could just take a cab home. We've already taken care of everything for him. I genuinely have business back home. Don't you remember last time when you mentioned your great-uncle's fortune teller? He is particularly accurate. I want to consult him about Xinus luck this year. I was a bit shaken by this incident, and it would be good to have some reassurance. If there is any illness or disaster looming, we need to be prepared. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi felt a stir of interest. He currently faced a significant decision, and, while he knew one shouldn't fully rely on fortune-telling, he had previously confirmed that his great-uncle had an uncanny ability to predict outcomes. Consulting him could provide valuable insights, such as predicting when the current downturn in the aquaculture industry might end. Statistically, divisions lead to reunions, and reunions lead to divisions. The industry's prolonged chill should soon give way to warmer days. However, market dynamics are abstract and unpredictable. While historical trends and the current state of the industry could guide general predictions, consulting his great-uncle for an intuitive reference could be a prudent approach. Additionally, he could also seek AI predictions for future trends. The more references, the better the chances of success. Thus, he acquiesced to Su Meiwan. Go on, talk to Xinu. Hurry back down so we can leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Xinran, upon hearing about the fortune-telling, decided to join in. I want to go too. Your great-uncle can tell fortunes, right? I want him to predict when I'll find my Prince Charming. Chen Zhi sighed, exasperated. I'm heading home for serious business. Why are you both tagging along? Chapter 70. Chen Zhi is a scoundrel initially. Chen Zhi intended to drop Lin Xinran off before returning home to check on the situation. His front door had been fitted with a series of external locks by Lu Hong, and he needed to see what was going on and find a repairman to remove those locks. Otherwise, how could he get back inside? However, now these two women had become his shadows, preventing him from returning home. The embarrassment of a divorce was already overwhelming, and being locked out by that woman would be even more mortifying if Lin Xinran and Su Meiwan witnessed it. There was no choice but to leave the matter for later and head back to his hometown with Lin Xinran and Su Meiwan. Throughout the drive, Su Meiwan was restless, observing every detail inside the car, exclaiming, Chen Zhi, you're quite impressive, buying such a great car at such a young age. Chen Zhi corrected her. I didn't buy it, I got it on loan. Getting it on loan doesn't mean it's not a purchase. Su Meiwan shot back. Do you think Xinu and I could afford the down payment? We certainly can't manage the ongoing loan payments. Once Xinu is better, let him borrow the car to take me out for a spin. I've never ridden in such a nice car. I want to enjoy it. Chen Zhi and Lin Xinran exchanged glances, both speechless. Su Meiwan had always been like this, coming from a modest background and having an average appearance. She had always perceived herself as inferior among her classmates. Years had passed, yet she still regarded herself as belonging to the lower echelons of society. When she saw the possessions of those in higher strata, her envy and admiration surfaced, but she never dared to aspire to ownership. Though Xinu had a car and a home, it was a small one-bedroom apartment, burdened with a monthly mortgage of over $2,000. With 2 children and his mother helping with childcare, their family of 5 was crammed into that tiny space, which was stifling to consider. As for Xinu's car, it was a second-hand domestic vehicle purchased on installment, nearing the end of its financing period after 2 years. By the time they returned to the village, the sun had begun to set. Xinu's home was located at the rear of the village. Chen Zhi first dropped Su Meiwan off, unloading the items from the car. Su Meiwan insisted on leaving 3 boxes of milk in the car, one for Grandpa Chen and the other 2 as gifts for the fortune teller. Since Chen Zhi's great-uncle was a relative, and it was only proper to bring a gift rather than arrive empty-handed. Chen Zhi, however, left only 1 box, stating that it sufficed for his grandfather, and suggested they could pick up something else from his family store for the great-uncle, noting that the old man reportedly did not drink milk. At this moment, Lin Xinran realized that although she was not specifically visiting Chen Zhi's home, he would inevitably return there. As an old classmate, it felt inappropriate for her to visit without a token of appreciation. After departing from Xingyu's home, while Chen Zhi drove towards his, Lin Xinran insisted on making a detour to the town. Chen Zhi inquired with a smile about her reasoning for returning to the town after just leaving. She replied, "Never mind, I've forgotten something important. And it's not far, just a few minutes." Understanding her insistence was likely about buying gifts, Chen Zhi, wishing to spare her any embarrassment, agreed to drive to the town. Upon learning that Chen Zhi's family ran a small store, Lin Xinran was uncertain about what gift to purchase. Ultimately, she decided on 2 boxes of tea, one for Grandpa Chen and the other for his father. Chen Zhi raised an eyebrow at the coincidence, recalling how his ex-girlfriend had brought tea to his home just days prior. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Since you brought gifts, you must join us for dinner tonight." Lin Xinran, however, declined, explaining, "I can't stay for dinner. I just called my mother to say I'd be heading home. It's been a while since I visited, and she has promised to make me braised pork, which I've been craving for days. I'll eat at home, and afterwards, we can go to your great-uncle S for fortune-telling." Both Lin Xinran and Lin Fengwen hailed from Dongling Village, which was only about 10 kilometers away from Nantang Village, a brief drive indeed. Chen Zhi contemplated the necessity of visiting his grandfather again to check on the appliances he had given him. As the sun began to set, he realized he would have to cook for himself instead of letting his father do it. With no time to drive Lin Xinran home, he decided to let her take his car, suggesting she familiarize herself with its performance. Lin Xinran accepted the offer without hesitation, taking the driver's seat. Meanwhile, the village intelligence base was bustling with excitement. Most members had gathered, led by Niu Jinjun, eagerly anticipating a spectacle. Earlier that day, Chen Shaoli had taken his dilapidated electric tricycle to the town, and Niu Jinjun was determined to showcase how disheveled he would appear upon his return, perhaps even in tears. Niu Jinjun animatedly recounted a recent phone call with Yin Yin, noting that the young people had lost track of time while dining. "Look, the sun is already setting, and they're still at it." Her devoted follower, Xiao Guangbua, chimed in, "If they've been eating for so long, does that mean Chen Shaoli has been to the hotel with them all this time?" Feigning annoyance, Niu Jinjun shot him a glare, with Chen Shaoli's demeanor. How could he possibly sit at the table? He is merely there to serve them. Initially, Xiao Duan intended for him to kneel, but given that he was Yin Yin's uncle, they allowed him to stand by and watch. When the guests became merry, they would have Chen Shaoli toast each of them and offer apologies. Once they finished their meal, he would be responsible for settling the bill, and that would be the end of it. Yin Yin, with her soft-heartedness, focused on familial ties, unlike Chen Zhi, who was heartless and had no qualms about disregarding his own relatives. Firstly, it appears that Chen Zhi has developed quite a knack for causing distress, having managed to make both his wife and second daughter weep, an incident that certainly cannot be brushed aside. Secondly, it is imperative to ascertain the truth regarding Chen Zhi's alleged act of slaying the village chief's formidable dog. If true, while the village chief may not seek Chen Zhi's life, it would be entirely reasonable for him to seek retribution, at least to the extent of inflicting a severe beating. Thus, Chen Shaoxin promptly contacted Hao Chong, feigning concern. Given their amicable relationship, it was only natural to inquire about the matter upon hearing such gossip. But his true intention was to verify its authenticity. As soon as the call connected, Hao Chong's tone was anything but friendly, brusquely asking, "What do you want?" His irritation was palpable. Chen Shaoxin quickly donned a cheerful demeanor, responding, "Oh, nothing much, village chief. I just heard a rumor that I suspect is unfounded. It seems to be circulating in the village that your dog was killed by that brat Chen Zhi. Can he really pull off something like that? Even if he had 100 times the courage?" "Shut up." Hao Chong interrupted angrily before Chen could finish. "If you know it's a rumor, why are you bothering me with it? Are you bored out of your mind? When did I ever have a dog?" With that, he abruptly hung up. Staring at the disconnected call, Chen Shaoxin was bewildered. The village chief had owned that fierce dog for years, which had terrorized the village. attacking people and even killing other dogs without consequence. Why was the village chief denying its existence? This struck Chen Xiaoxin as exceedingly peculiar. He then called Hao Shun, hoping to uncover the truth about the village chief's dog. To his surprise, upon hearing Chen Xiaoxin inquire about the dog, Hao Shun immediately rasped, "Don't mention dogs to me. I am allergic. If anyone brings up dogs again, I swear I will fall out with them." He too hung up without further explanation. Chen Xiaoxin gazed at his phone, increasingly perplexed, feeling that the situation was growing ever more complicated. It wasn't until he reached out to the village accountant, Chen Xiaoshan, that he learned the dreadful truth. The village chief's dog was indeed dead. What happened? Chen Xiaoxin was taken aback. How did such a healthy dog perish? Was it even human hands that did it? Chen Xiaoshan, ever diplomatic, replied in a tone that suggested ignorance. "I heard the dog died in the street. I simply dragged it back with my little electric cart." Chen Xiaoxin immediately sensed that Chen Xiaoshan was not being truthful, but he refrained from pressing further, hastily finishing his meal and returning home. Upon arriving home and listening to his wife and second daughter recount the events, Chen Xiaoxin was even more astounded. He was aware that Chen Zhi had practiced martial arts since childhood, engaging in sandbag training and knife throwing. But he had always been skeptical about the effectiveness of such training. Now, hearing his daughter say that Chen Zhi had used a single chopstick to rip the ear off a bald woman, and his wife claiming that Chen Zhi had kicked the dog to death, he was astonished by the sheer level of martial prowess displayed. Chen Xiaoxin couldn't help but gasp, realizing that Chen Zhi was far more formidable than he had ever imagined, and that he had been biding his time. What puzzled him further was why Chen Zhi, after so many years of restraint, had suddenly chosen to act out. Moreover, Chen Xiaoxin found himself questioning the village chief's character. Having once mingled with the rough crowds in the city during his youth, he returned to the village, ruling with an iron fist. The death of his dog was a direct blow to his dignity. Could he truly swallow such humiliation? Yet, curiously, the village chief seemed to have endured it, allowing Chen Xiaoshan to dispose of the deceased dog without further ado. Additionally, Niu Jinjun mentioned that Hao Shun had nearly been killed by Chen Zhi. Yet the village chief had made no move to defend Hao Shun, which struck Chen Xiaoxin as utterly unbelievable. Was it possible that Hao Chong, now aging, had lost his nerve? But Chen Xiaoxin quickly dismissed this notion. Hao Chong was not one to suffer indignities lightly. Chen Xiaoxin was eager to uncover the truth. If in the tones of Hao Chong, Hao Shun, and Chen Xiaoshan, he sensed a palpable cover-up. Observing Chen Xiaoxin lost in thought, Niu Jinjun cried out, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Either call that brat over to kneel and apologize, or send someone to drag him out and give him a thorough beating. Our daughter, Yin has been spoiled since childhood. I have never even raised a hand against her. Why should he provoke Duan Xiao to strike her? Of course, I won't let Duan Xiao off the hook either, but that scoundrel Chen Zhi must not escape justice." Niu Jinjun had been seething ever since Chen Zhi returned with his ex-girlfriend in a flashy car. One incident after another had left her feeling suffocated with indignation, and this pent-up rage was unbearable. Chen Xiaoxin shot her a glare, rebuking, "Calm down. I haven't even decided what to do yet. Besides, it was Duan Xiao who struck Yin, not him. I'll call that brat over to deal with the one who actually laid hands on her, and he'll have to answer for it." Chen Xiaoxin was pondering the implications more deeply than his wife and children. Chen Zhi's violent confrontation with Hao Shun and the death of the dog clearly indicated that he was no longer willing to endure the status quo. His sudden display of strength was alarming. Previously, they had considered the Chen family easy to bully, but now they would have to reassess their position. Chen Zhi had not directly clashed with his family, and pursuing trouble now would not be justifiable. However, Niu Jinjun was restless, insisting, "What are you thinking about? Just take action already. That brat Chen Zhi didn't leave last night. His car is parked right outside his door. Send someone to block him and drag him out for a good beating. That would make me feel much better." Chen Xiaoxin was at his wit's end with her incessant nagging. After attempting to reason with her to no avail, he finally lost his temper and slapped Niu Jinjun across the face. "Is that enough for you? If you don't quiet down, I swear I'll put you in your place." To his surprise, the slap silenced her, leaving her too startled to protest. Both mother and daughter stared at Chen Xiaoxin in shock, as if he were a monster. Their family had enjoyed a harmonious existence for years, rarely engaging in discord. But today was different. He had struck his wife, and his expression was terrifying. The two women were left speechless, no longer daring to create a scene. Consequently, the matter was suppressed that very night. Chapter 72. Another pair of scoundrels the following morning. After breakfast, Chen Zhi warned his wife and daughter to avoid provoking Chen Zhi. He endeavored to reason with them, stating, regardless of the circumstances, that is my older brother's family, and Chen Zhi is my nephew. Ultimately, we are all family. What is the point of quarreling? For years, our two families have maintained distance. Let us keep it that way and not instigate anything. His wife and daughter remained silent, but he could sense their disdain. They could see his trepidation towards Chen Zhi, fearing the boy's reputed fighting skills. Although he professed familial bonds, they were skeptical. For years, they had treated the Chen Zhi family as adversaries, avoiding contact. Had he truly felt any kinship as a brother? Upon arriving at the duck intestine processing factory, Chen Zhi called Duan Xiao over and chastised him sternly. He instructed him to apologize to Chun Yin and reconcile. Although Duan Xiao was a local tough with a few underlings, he still respected Chen Zhi. The latter operated a profitable duck processing business and was rumored to be worth millions. With wealth and influence, he had established good relations with notable figures in the town, including the local party cadre and police. Duan Xiao, upon receiving a reprimand, complied with his father-in-law's wishes and went to a jewelry store to buy a bracelet for Chun Yin, arriving at her home with gifts to make amends. Chun Yin awaited his apology eagerly. Seeing him humble and sweet-talking, she forgave him, and they quickly resumed their previous rapport, immediately plotting how to regain their lost face. Duan Xiao, being somewhat prominent in the surrounding villages, could not abide the humiliation of being publicly rebuffed by Chen Zhi. Additionally, with his mother-in-law urging him on, he felt compelled to confront Chen Zhi, insisting that this matter required resolution. Just as they were discussing their plans, a trusted associate rushed in to inform Yo Jinjun that Chen Zhi had already driven back to Jiangzhou. Chen Zhi, limping, carried some fruit, claiming it was for his daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law, my foot. Yo Jinjun cursed vehemently. That brat divorced long ago. Didn't you see that he already found himself a new partner? Nonetheless, the news of Chen Zhi's departure brought her some relief. Though he had left, he couldn't escape the consequences. This debt would have to be settled with Chen Zhi. In truth, the group shared an unspoken understanding. They preferred to target the weaker opponent. Retribution against Chen Zhi was far less risky and would yield similar satisfaction, if not more. If Chen Zhi could skillfully use a chopstick to strike a large earring from someone's ear, what might he do if aimed at an enemy's face? Once again, he had kicked a large wolf dog to death, leaving Duan Xiao trembling with fear, aware that it was no small feat to kill a dog, especially with a single kick. Thus, the three of them ultimately reached a consensus to take action against Chen Zhi. After some preparations, they summoned the bald woman, instructing her to gather a few individuals to intimidate Chen Zhi, repeatedly threatening to dismember Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi had never encountered such a spectacle before. In front of him stood a woman, bald and adorned with large earrings, her lips painted a deep black, wielding a large cleaver. The sight made him dizzy. Upon hearing the threats against his son, he desperately pleaded for their mercy, offering to bear the punishment in place of Chen Zhi. The bald woman achieved her intended effect, refusing to grant Chen Zhi any reprieve, merely dropping ominous words that they would return the following day, insisting that he bring his son back to face his fate. The bald woman and her cohorts arrived in broad daylight, while Chen Zhi was being questioned by the security team, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding at home. Having hardly glanced at his phone to check the surveillance footage, Chen Zhi would certainly not dare to notify his son. After all, Chen Zhi had vowed never to be bullied again, and if he found out about this, it would undoubtedly escalate into a bigger issue. Since the bald woman claimed to be a friend of Chen Yin, Chen Zhi had no choice but to seek her assistance. However, given the estrangement between their families over the years, he could not address the matter himself. He entrusted an elderly neighbor to approach Chen Zhi, hoping he would act as an intermediary. The neighbor made several trips back and forth, eventually relaying to Chen Zhi that the Zhi family had said little, except that their son-in-law, Duan Xiao, was relentless. He expressed that Chen Zhi had embarrassed him, making it impossible for him to command respect among his peers. The only solution was to host a banquet at the Yuan Hotel in town, where Chen Zhi would be required to offer toasts and apologies. Naturally, the expenses for the feast would fall upon him. Only by securing the understanding of Duan Xiao's associates could this matter be resolved. Upon hearing that hosting a meal could pacify the situation, Chen Zhi was overjoyed, filled with gratitude, and immediately agreed. He closed his small store early that day, prepared a meal for his son Chen Zhi to eat at home, and then rode his creaky electric tricycle to the Yuan Hotel. Meanwhile, Niu Jinjun and her entourage gathered at the village information hub, eagerly awaiting Chen Zhi's return in a state of disarray. She looked forward to witnessing his humiliation, even envisioning him returning in tears. This malicious anticipation filled her with delight. Unable to contain her excitement, she had already contacted Chen Yin several times, initially believing it would merely be a matter of drinking. However, hours had passed since noon, and the sun was now setting. According to Chen Yan's updates, Chen Zhi was not made to kneel, but was instead commanded to stand by and serve. As a man with a limp, he struggled to maintain his balance, visibly pained as he shifted his weight from one leg to the other. This sight only intensified Niu Jinjuan's malicious pleasure, which she vividly recounted to her followers. Yet, the reactions among her companions varied. Some laughed heartily, while others displayed discomfort, causing Niu Jinjun to feel displeased. She sensed a lack of loyalty among these women, who did not seem sufficiently enamored with her. As the sun began to dip, some women grew restless, eager to return home to prepare dinner. Niu Jinjun, however, insisted they wait a little longer. Chen Yin had just informed her that the meal had begun, and they would soon disperse, with the limping man returning shortly. After an afternoon of waiting, she was eager to see his pitiful state, curious if he would return in tears. Just then, a sleek black car approached, gleaming in the sunlight, unmistakably new, adorned with the emblem of 4 rings. One woman exclaimed in awe, "Is that another car with 4 rings? Where did it come from?" The others quickly chimed in, acknowledging its luxury. Although they did not recognize it as an Audi Q7, they could tell it was expensive. Niu Jinjun, intrigued, craned her neck to see who occupied the vehicle, aware that the 4-ring emblem denoted an Audi, and instinctively felt that this car surpassed the modest vehicles her husband and daughters drove. As the car slowed at the intersection and turned, a sharp-eyed woman exclaimed, "Isn't that Chen Zhi in the car? And it's being driven by a woman." Another chimed in, "Yes, it's a woman, not the one who brought him back last time." This sparked a flurry of chatter among the women. Why the sudden change? Didn't they say Chen Zhi was divorced and wanted to reconcile with his ex? Is he seeing someone new? Niu Jinjun remained silent, her fiery gaze fixed on the vehicle, yearning to see the couple within clearly. Chapter 73. Always attracting wealthy women. Regarding the rumor of Chen Zhi's divorce, Niu Jinjun had heard it from Yang Lanxiang, and the speculation about his desire to reunite with his ex-girlfriend was merely the chatter among the women. Niu Jinjun was reluctant to delve into this topic. The woman who had previously driven Chen Zhi home had also owned a luxurious 4-ring vehicle. Although she regarded Audi as inferior to Mercedes and BMW, she recognized it as a luxury brand. And the thought of Chen Zhi now being accompanied by another beautiful woman in an even larger, brand-new Audi filled her with envy. Chen Zhi seemed to have struck an extraordinary stroke of luck, consistently finding himself in the company of affluent women. No, not just wealthy, but strikingly beautiful young women. Niu Jinjuan's discontent deepened, leaving her breathless with indignation. Meanwhile, the other women were captivated by the brand-new luxury car, oblivious to Niu Jinjuan's darkening expression as they gushed. "This is an Audi. How much could it cost? It looks so grand." Unable to endure their chatter any longer, Niu Jinjun snapped. "Just because it's big doesn't mean it's expensive. A coffin is large too. Does that mean it's costly?" Her outburst halted the lively discussion. All eyes turned to her in realization that their admiration for Chen Zhi's fortune was tantamount to slapping Niu Jinjun in the face. She had always looked down on Chen Zhi's family and resented the favoritism shown toward him. Now, witnessing him repeatedly arriving home in luxury cars driven by different beautiful women was unbearable. The women fell silent, but their curiosity remained piqued, drawn inexorably to the gleaming vehicle. Wishing to investigate further, they were eager to discover the nature of Chen Zhi's relationship with the woman, the cost of the car, and the source of her wealth. However, Niu Jinjuan's scowling demeanor deterred them from approaching. Under Chen Zhi's guidance, Lin Xinran parked the car directly across from his family's door. Chen Zhi glanced in the direction of his home, perplexed by the closed shop and the absence of his father's tricycle. Where could he have gone? He mused, stepping out of the car, followed closely by Lin Xinran. Understanding that Chen Zhi's father was not home, she chose not to follow him back, but was instead captivated by a group of elderly men playing stone chess beneath a large poplar tree. Lin Xinran had also played this game in her childhood and had been quite adept at it. However, as she grew older, attending school and later working in the city, she had little opportunity to engage with the elderly players during her occasional visits back home. Upon seeing the old men playing in front of the shop, her interest piqued, and she approached, soon squatting down and quickly becoming engrossed in their game. As Chen Zhi entered through the door, he noticed his brother watching television and inquired, "Where's our father? What is he up to?" Chen Zhi, upon seeing his younger brother, sprang joyfully from a sofa. "Xiao Zhi, you've returned. Did you bring me something delicious? Did you buy a gun?" Yes, it's all in the car," Chen Zhi replied, but his curiosity was focused elsewhere. "I asked you, where has our father gone?" "Father went to town. He said he was going to have a meal, and I had lunch by myself," Chen Zhi explained. Chen Zhi felt a sense of unease. His brother implied that their father had left for town before lunch, yet the sun was now setting. How could a simple meal take so long? Moreover, their relatives and friends had dwindled over the years. So who could their father be dining with, leaving the shop unattended? He asked his brother, "Who did father go to eat with?" Chen Zhi shook his head. "I don't know." Chen Zhi's suspicion deepened. Even if their father had gone out to eat, he surely would have returned by now. Since the family's upheaval, their father had refrained from drinking, and merely dining would not keep him away for so long. Chen Zhi sensed that his father's absence was more than just a meal, so he pulled out his phone to call him, but the line rang incessantly without an answer. A foreboding feeling settled in his heart. Something must have happened to his father. Since the day he had killed the village chief's vicious dog, their relationship had soured irreparably, and Chen Zhi's anxiety had only grown. He had even confronted the local thugs of the sandpit, clearly antagonizing those he should have avoided. Yet, he understood the nature of his family situation. They had endured years of bullying, which had only emboldened the wrongdoers. Tolerance had led to more harassment, and it was evident that the only recourse left was to confront violence with violence, a path that would undoubtedly bring turmoil to his family. But the time for hesitation had passed. He could no longer afford to play the fool. Though retaliation would surely bring pain, it was a necessary step. After the confrontation, it was apparent that while his father had vented his frustrations, he was also filled with trepidation. Chen Zhi, on the surface, maintained an air of indifference. Yet he was deeply anxious, not for himself, but for the potential harm that could befall his family. This concern motivated him to install numerous surveillance cameras around their home and the surrounding streets. In his free moments, he would check the footage, especially at night, ensuring that his father and brother were safe. At that moment, Chen Zhi was acutely aware of the anxiety and dread accompanying a painful reckoning. He feared that his father might be in serious trouble. If that were the case, perhaps the best strategy in the face of adversity was to pretend to be weak. While he continued to call his father, he hastened outside, hoping to inquire with the neighbors about his father's whereabouts before heading to town to search for him. As he reached the entrance, he spotted Grandpa, Sen leaning on his cane, walking inside. Upon noticing Chen Zhi, Grandpa San raised his hand to stop him, glancing outside, as if to ensure they were alone, before pulling Chen Zhi back inside. "Xiao Zhi, you've finally returned," he exclaimed, his words sending a chill down Chen Zhi's spine. He grasped Grandpa San's thin hand and urgently asked, "Grandpa San, please tell me, what happened to my father?" Noticing Chen Zhi's pale complexion, Grandpa San quickly reassured him, "Don't panic, it's not a big deal. Your father just went to town to host a banquet and apologize to someone." "Who is he apologizing to?" Chen Zhi pressed. Grandpa San shot him a reproachful look. "Isn't it because of the trouble you caused? When did you offend Yin Yin and her friends? How could you dare to cross such people?" Hearing this, Chen Zhi began to grasp the situation, feeling a slight relief. It was merely a matter concerning Chen Yin and those ruffians, which was not overly serious. Initially, he had feared that Hao Chong and the gang from the sandpit were retaliating against his family, knowing their ruthlessness and brutal tactics could spell disaster if directed at them. But regarding Chen Yin and her associates, he thought it absurd that they would come to bully his father, a disabled man. The saying that misfortune does not befall one's family did hold some truth. Those kinds of people were not likely to stir up significant trouble. However, to Grandpa San and others, Chen Zhi had indeed stirred a hornet's nest. Grandpa San recounted the scene of the bald woman leading a gang of thugs to the small shop to intimidate Chen Shaoli. As he described the bald woman and the ferocious thugs, A tremor coursed through his body, revealing the profound fear that lingered within him despite not being directly threatened. Realizing the timeline, Chen Zhi hurriedly checked his phone for the surveillance footage from that day, only to discover that when he was summoned to the Public Security Bureau, the bald woman and her gang had been threatening his father. Seeing their menacing demeanor and the way they slammed a large knife on the table, Chen Zhi's anger ignited. Had he seen that footage in real time, he would have rushed home immediately. Grasping Grandpa San's hand, he could feel it grow cold as he recounted the bald woman's terrifying appearance. It was evident how much psychological trauma she had inflicted on Grandpa San. Chen Zhi comforted him. "It's all right, Grandpa San. It's just a woman with a shaved head and big earrings. What is so frightening about that? Anyone can paint their eyes and lips black to look intimidating. You don't need to worry. My father is at the biggest hotel in town, Green Source Hotel. I can go there and bring him back." Upon hearing this, Grandpa San grew frantic. "You mustn't go, Xiaozhi. I'm telling you now, you need to leave quickly. Don't let them see you. Your father went to make amends. Once this is over, you can return. As long as your father hasn't returned. We don't know the situation. If you go to town now, it will only escalate matters." Seeing Grandpa San so distressed, Chen Zhi did not wish to provoke him further. "All right, I'll heed your advice and leave at once. I'll keep my head down until my father calls me." Yes, that is a good boy. "Now hurry," Grandpa San urged, pushing Chen Zhi toward the door. As Chen Zhi stepped outside, he noticed Lin Xinran had joined the elderly players, even directing them in their game. He was utterly speechless. There was no time for further conversation. He needed to get to Green Source Hotel urgently. The afternoon was slipping away, and he had no idea how much trouble his father had endured there. He strode over, grasped Lin Xinran's arm, and urged her to move. "Let us go quickly. I have something urgent to attend to." "What is the rush?" she asked, bewildered as he pulled her along. "Don't ask. I'll explain on the way," he replied, hastily opening the passenger door and pushing her into the seat before turning to start the engine. A vehicle abruptly turned into an alley, stirring up a cloud of dust as it sped away. The swirling dust drifted past the village intelligence base, prompting the women to wave their hands in dismissal. Niu Jinjun, unable to contain her frustration, cursed vehemently. Those wretches, born of a father but lacking a mother-esque guidance. Have they never driven before? Racing along as if they were hurrying to be reborn. Why not crash on the road instead? Her ire was palpable, and her curses grew increasingly venomous. She had no choice but to be furious. The envious whispers of the other women had been quelled by her outburst. However, when she witnessed Chen Zhi pulling a girl towards the car, their intimate tugging ignited a fresh wave of gossip among the onlookers. "Clearly, they are not strangers," one remarked. "Look at the way they are handling each other. They must be old flames." Another chimed in, "It doesn't have to be an old flame. Today's youth are quite liberated. They can share a bed after just a day of acquaintance. Once they've slept together, the intimacy is only natural." Yet another woman wondered aloud, "How many women does Chen Zhi have? He just parted with one, brought back another a few days ago, and now he has got this one. I can count at least 3. Just as their spirited discussion reached a crescendo, the dust cloud raised by an Audi Q7 enveloped them, silencing their gossip. Although their speculations had yet to fully unfold, the topic of Chen Zhi's numerous romantic entanglements struck a nerve with Niu Jinjun, leaving her feeling deeply uncomfortable. As the car sped away, she hurled curses in its disappearing direction, her vitriol unrelenting. Inside the vehicle, Lin Xinran observed Chen Zhi's brooding expression and the swift pace of their journey. Sensing trouble was afoot. "What's wrong? What happened?" she inquired. Chen Zhi replied, "A few days ago, I crossed paths with some local thugs. Those scoundrels dare not confront me directly. Instead, they are bullying my father, forcing him to host a banquet at a local hotel to apologize. He left at noon, and he hasn't returned yet. My father, who has a disability, has been gone for hours now. I can only imagine the torment he must be enduring." "Are you going alone?" Lin Xinran hesitated, concerned. She implied that if these were merely a gang of thugs, Chen Zhi's confrontation could escalate into further conflict. However, she quickly recalled Chen Zhi's background. After all, the two villages were close, and several classmates were from his village, well aware of his family's circumstances. It was known that Chen Zhi had trained in martial arts since childhood, preparing to avenge his father. When they shared a desk, she had asked him about his training, but that had evidently touched a sensitive nerve, and he had refrained from speaking to her for several days thereafter. Lin Xinran had since refrained from broaching such topics. Reflecting on it now, she believed Chen Zhi likely possessed some skill. Yet, as the saying goes, two fists cannot fight four hands. Facing numerous adversaries alone would be like a lamb entering a den of wolves. Moreover, Lin Xinran believed that resorting to violence was not the most prudent course of action. After a moment of silence, she tentatively suggested, "Perhaps we should call the police? We live in a society governed by law. The authorities won't allow these thugs to act with impunity." Chen Zhi, wearing a grim expression, remained silent. Lin Xinran understood he would not heed her advice. Youthful exuberance and anger likely clouded his judgment, compelling him to confront those who had wronged his father. Reporting to the authorities would not fulfill his need to vent his pent-up rage, which left her deeply concerned. "Chen Zhi, I know you might not want to hear this, but I must urge you to remain calm. Our priority should be to minimize your father's suffering. If you impulsively engage them in a fight, it could escalate, causing him even greater harm. We are no longer children. We must consider the consequences." Chen Zhi cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "You needn't worry. I'm not that impulsive. I'm considering calling the police, but before that, I want to assess the situation at the hotel. How can I report to the police without knowing what is going on?" Lin Xinran felt reassured upon hearing this. Nodding in agreement, "You're right. Let us first ascertain the situation. If you're uncomfortable confronting them, I can check inside the hotel myself." Upon arriving in town, Chen Zhi parked across from the Green Source Hotel and gazed toward the establishment. At this hour, the dinner rush had yet to commence, and only a few vehicles occupied the parking lot. His eyes immediately fell upon his father's battered three-wheeled vehicle, parked forlornly to the left of the entrance. To the right stood several cars, including a modified Porsche Cayenne and a blood-red BMW X1, which Chen Zhi recognized as Chen Yan's. Alongside them were a van and a cherry. His gaze returned to his father's solitary, dilapidated vehicle, and he imagined the scene of his father, limping and vulnerable, subjected to the taunts of a gang. His father had been coerced into attending the banquet to apologize, and the gang's intent was clear, to humiliate him. They would certainly not allow his father to sit comfortably while sharing drinks and food with them. The brutes would employ every tactic to torment him. Having arrived before lunch, and with the sun now sinking, several hours had passed, and Chen Zhi could only envision his father serving drinks to these thugs, enduring their scorn. Given his father's disability, standing for prolonged periods would be excruciating, and the thugs would undoubtedly exploit this, prolonging his suffering. The thought was unbearable, igniting an inferno of rage within Chen Zhi toward Duan Xiao, Chen Yan, and the others. Yet, despite the tempest of vengeance swirling within him, Chen Zhi was not one to act recklessly. He had endured bullying and humiliation alongside his father for years, but they had learned to bear it in silence. This long-standing forbearance had cultivated in him remarkable composure. Although he resolved to no longer tolerate such injustices and to retaliate against those who had wronged him and his family, he adhered to three guiding principles of vengeance. First, to minimize harm to his family. Second, to deliver a significant blow to his adversaries. And third, to ensure his own safety after the conflict. Impulsiveness would only jeopardize these principles. Thus, even as rage consumed him, Chen Zhi remained calm and collected. He turned to Lin Xinran, saying, "It seems the only option is for you to take a risk. Please enter the hotel and inquire with the front desk or staff about the situation at the banquet. You know my father has a disability. Did you see that old three-wheeler at the entrance? That's my father's vehicle. Just tell them you're a relative and ask why the banquet hasn't concluded yet. But be careful, there's a whole gang inside. Are you frightened?" Lin Xinran smiled gently. "Don't worry, I'm not that timid. Besides, I haven't provoked them, so they wouldn't dare harm me." Chen Zhi nodded yes. "Just subtly gather information. Ask what you can, but don't enter any private rooms." Lin Xinran gave him a meaningful glance, assuring him, "I understand. You can count on me not to go in." Dressed in a blue work uniform and high heels, Lin Xinran confidently stepped into the hotel. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi dialed Zhen Yu's number. "Hello, what are you up to?" On the other end, Zhen Yu replied, "What else would I be doing? I'm in the workshop slaughtering chickens. Do you remember that Duan Xiao we encountered at Grandpa's orchard? Is he acquainted with anyone at the police station?" There was a noticeable pause on the line as Zhen Yu processed the question. "Why are you asking about him again? What has transpired? Why all this unnecessary chatter? Just answer my question. I am well acquainted with it. Duan Xiao spends his days with a group of delinquents, indulging in food and drink, engaging in brawls. He must surely be a frequent visitor to the police station. Wouldn't you agree? Your implication is that he merely visits the police station often, but does not possess any significant connections there, correct? Yes, that is precisely the point. Very well. I understand now. Hey, don't hang up. Zhen called out from the other end, sensing urgency. What's the matter? Is that scoundrel causing you trouble again? If he is, I'll go find Fengge. You saw how it was last time. With a single word from Fengge, that rascal turned into a lapdog. There is nothing happening at the moment. If there is, I will reach out to you. Chen Zhi abruptly ended the call, wishing to keep Jin Yuan involved. Jin Yu works in the cold storage, while Duan Xiao's gang roams the town. Should they become enemies, it would indeed pose a complication for Jin Yu. Shortly after, Lin Xinran exited the hotel, returning to the car with a fuming expression. I have clarified the situation. That gang of ruffians is still reveling in the private room, and the uncle is among them. They have been drinking since noon, causing such a disruption that the waitstaff cannot even conclude their shifts, needing to keep several on duty. The receptionist spoke with palpable indignation, stating that these individuals often dine there and never behave properly. This time, they even brought along a middle-aged man with a limp. It was apparent that the man had offended them. Upon entering the hotel, the ruffians began harassing him. Once in the private room, they forcibly expelled the waitstaff, insisting that the middle-aged man serve them instead, making him run up and down for cigarettes and liquor. According to the upstairs staff, the man, already incapacitated, could barely stand. He pleaded with them to allow him to sit for a moment, even if just on the floor, but they refused, insisting he remain standing straight. How could a man with a limp possibly stand straight? Lin Xinran's fury escalated as she recounted the tale, and the waitstaff could no longer endure it, deeming the treatment of a disabled person appallingly cruel. Lin Xinran fell silent upon noticing Chen Zhi's reddened eyes, glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 76. Perhaps a deputy director compelled by emotion. Lin Xinran grasped Chen Zhi's hand, offering comfort. It's all right, we have arrived. Let us promptly report this to the police. Chen Zhi gritted his teeth, nodding in agreement, and pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. Upon arriving at the police station, Chen Zhi explained the situation to the officers, retrieving his phone to display the surveillance footage from that day, revealing the bald woman leading a group wielding a machete toward his home. All of this evidence substantiated that his father was being extorted and, as a disabled individual, subjected to inhumane torment. It was evident that the police were familiar with the bald woman. After viewing the footage, one chuckled, "This is not that glow stick, is it?" Chen Zhi, somewhat perplexed, pointed to the bald woman in the footage and inquired, "You mean the glow stick refers to this woman, correct?" "Yes, that is her nickname. She's a regular around here." Just then, a young officer entered, likely in his mid-20s, of average height, with a closely cropped hairstyle and an alert demeanor. Chen Zhi did not recognize the officer from the local station, but upon seeing the insignia, he deduced that this officer might be an instructor or a records officer. The officer approached, noticing Chen Zhi and Lin Xinran, and asked, "What seems to be the issue?" The responding officer relayed, "Director Dong. They are here to file a report regarding extortion, involving the glow stick gang again." Upon hearing the officer address the newcomer as Director Dong, Chen Zhi realized he was either the station chief or the deputy chief. However, he understood that the chief of a grassroots unit typically held a higher rank. It was common for them to be at the level of 2-1 or even 2-2, while a 2-, second-class sergeant rarely served as chief unless newly appointed or acting in an interim capacity. Considering this, it was likely that Director Dong was the deputy chief. Chen Zhi promptly informed Director Dong, "It is not solely the bald woman. The primary orchestrator of this affair is someone named Duan Xiao. They are currently at the Green Source Hotel." A look of anger crossed Director Dong's face. "I suspected as much. Let us gather a few officers. I will lead the response team." Chen Zhi handed the car keys to Lin Xinran, saying, "You should go home and enjoy your braised pork. I will accompany the officers. This situation is not resolved yet. I cannot leave with peace of mind," Lin Xinran objected. "You are of no use here and may complicate matters. Rest assured, the officers will handle it." Saying this, Chen Zhi forcibly placed the keys in Lin Xinran's hand and promptly followed the officers toward the police vehicle. Inside the police car, Chen Zhi reiterated the essential details to Director Dong, including the background of his conflict with Duan Xiao and his associates. He then retrieved his phone once more, showing the footage of the bald woman and her crew threatening his father at the convenience store. Director Dong's expression hardened with growing rage as he pointed at the man in the footage, asking, "Is this your father? What happened to his leg?" Chen Zhi replied, "My father's leg was broken many years ago by someone, leaving it this way." Director Dong looked at Chen Zhi in astonishment, asking, "How was the perpetrator dealt with? What had he done?" Chen Zhi replied flatly, "There was no recourse. The assault went unpunished." Director Dong's expression shifted to one of shock. It is inconceivable that someone could inflict such disability and face no repercussions. Chen Zhi remarked, "This is a long story. I will elaborate for you when the opportunity arises." Director Dong nodded, falling silent. Chen Zhi observed that Director Dong was likely a newcomer, still untainted by the cynicism that often accompanies prolonged exposure to societal injustices. He had heard that Hao Chong and his associates thrived in the town, associating with influential figures and frequently drinking with the officers. Judging by Director Dong's evident sense of justice, it seemed unlikely he would forge such camaraderie with individuals like Hao Chong. Perhaps Director Dong was an anomaly among his colleagues or had recently transferred. In truth, Chen Zhi felt a conflict within. He yearned to suggest that the police wait near the hotel, allowing them to drink until his father could settle the bill at the front desk, thus solidifying evidence of their extortion. He intended to keep a close watch on them, especially Duan Xiao, Chun Yin, and the bald woman, ensuring they faced criminal charges without accepting any form of mediation or forgiveness. Yet, he also wished to rush in with the police, sparing no time to rescue his father, unable to tolerate the thought of him being humiliated and tormented by those thugs. However, he recognized that the police have their own procedures, and he could not interfere with their methods. Thus, he resolved to observe their approach and wait for developments. The police vehicle arrived near the Green Source Hotel, and Director Dong instructed the driver to stop. He directed the accompanying officers, "You 5, keep an eye on the hotel entrance. If Duan Xiao and his gang emerge, do not let them escape. Ensure everyone remains on site for questioning. I will go inside to ascertain the situation." Chen Zhi followed Director Dong out of the car. Noticing Chen Zhi's intent to accompany him, Director Dong paused, contemplated, and returned to the vehicle, instructing everyone inside, "Hand over your phones to me." The officers exchanged glances, their faces contorted with indignation, reluctant to comply. Chen Zhi observed this scene, further confirming that Director Dong was indeed an anomaly within the station, not aligning with the others. Seeing the officers' reluctance to surrender their phones, Director Dong continued, "If you refuse to hand over your phones, that is acceptable. However, should any information leak, you will all be considered suspects, and I will report the truth." The officer driving retorted sarcastically, "Director Dong, are you being overly cautious? With Duan Xiao and the glow stick crew, do you think we should be concerned about a tip-off? You're giving them too much credit." Dong was rather obstinate and pressed on, asking, "So will you hand it over or not?" The police officers exchanged glances, their faces filled with indignation, and reluctantly surrendered their phones. Dong emphasized, "There are several cameras around here, so no funny business. Just stay put and follow my lead." The officers, clearly agitated, turned their noses up at him and ceased further communication. Dong led Chen Zhi into the hotel and inquired at the front desk. As previously mentioned by Lin Xinran, the staff were infuriated by the thugs bullying the disabled. Upon seeing the police, they eagerly began recounting the events that transpired in the private room. They mentioned that the banquet was nearing its end and that the table was already a high-end affair. However, the patrons had ordered 2 cases of the smooth and fragrant Haijilan, along with 6 packs of Taishan cigarettes, seemingly intending to take them away. Listening to the staff's account, Chen Zhi's anger escalated, his fists clenching involuntarily, cracking with tension. Chapter 77, A Deep-Seated Grudge. Dong inquired, "What was the total expenditure for that table?" The front desk attendant glanced at the register and replied, 6,800. Dong scrutinized the surveillance cameras in the lobby and asked, "You don't have cameras installed in the private rooms, do you?" The attendant confirmed, "There are no cameras in the private rooms." Dong nodded and instructed, "Take me to your surveillance room." The hotel surveillance room was located on the 2nd floor. As Dong reviewed the footage, he witnessed the group of thugs escorting Chen Shaoli into the hotel, as well as the scenes of Chen Shaoli running errands up and down the stairs. Despite being in his 50s and limping due to a disability, he initially managed to keep up, albeit with difficulty. However, after several hours, he was clearly exhausted, needing to pause on the staircase multiple times. beads of sweat rolling down his face, indicating that his strength had long since waned. His injured leg pained him severely, requiring him to stop occasionally to rub it. Chen Zhi stood behind Dong, his heart heavy as he watched his father suffer. His eyes welling up with tears he fought to restrain, gripping his fists tighter. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the third floor. They turned to the surveillance footage of the corridor, where Duan Xiao and his companions emerged from the private room, loudly boasting and swaying, evidently inebriated. Chen Shaoli followed behind, despite his disability, struggling to carry 2 cases of liquor with several packs of cigarettes resting atop them. It was apparent that he was utterly spent, barely able to manage the weight, yet under the pressure of the thugs, he gritted his teeth and hobbled down. Chen Zhi felt a surge of anger, nearly rushing down to snatch the liquor from his father and hurl it at the ruffians. Yet he held back, knowing that only by waiting for these individuals to reach the ground floor, allowing his father to settle the bill as recorded by the surveillance cameras, could he solidify their charges of extortion. He was determined to see them imprisoned. To confront them physically would only afford them an easy escape. Previously, his uncle's family had looked down upon his own, with minimal interaction, and his aunt often bullied him. Those incidents had merely incited his anger, but never to the point of deep-seated hatred. However, today his disdain for his cousin Chen Yan had reached a boiling point, as he recognized her as one of the primary instigators in this matter. In this situation, he would not allow familial ties to cloud his judgment. He was resolute in his intent to see her incarcerated as well. The thugs hastily descended to the lobby, leaving Chen Shaoli lagging behind, moving at a painfully slow pace. His delay incited the thugs' displeasure, resulting in shoves and jeers. Chen Shaoli, under their taunts, resembled a blade of grass in a stormy sea, utterly helpless. Duan Zhao's impatience grew as he observed Chen Shaoli's struggles. Just as Chen Shaoli placed the 2 cases of liquor on the floor and attempted to straighten up, Duan Xiao delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling atop the cases, eliciting raucous laughter from the thugs. Chen Shaoli, having been knocked down and humiliated, dare not voice a protest, but instead turned to Duan Xiao with a forced smile of appeasement. Witnessing this scene, Chen Zhi could no longer contain his tears as they streamed down his face. Though he had never seen his father in his youth, he could imagine him as the first to excel in transportation among the villages. Tall and handsome, with a status far superior to these thugs. In those days, his father was vibrant and full of life. Yet now he had been reduced to a figure of disability, enduring humiliation and mistreatment for the sake of his son, accepting all insults without resistance. Chen Shaoli, forcing a smile, struggled to rise and hurried to settle the bill. As he began the transaction, the thugs prepared to leave. At that moment, Duan Xiao clutched his groin, scanning the surroundings, his gaze landing on the restroom, indicating an urgent need. He staggered through the crowd towards the restroom, causing Chen Zhi to perk up. He reviewed all the surveillance footage again. Earlier, he had noticed that the camera placements were ill-conceived with several blind spots. Now, the camera at the restroom entrance was blacked out, indicating a malfunction. Chen Zhi nodded, silently retreating, slipping into the fire escape, and swiftly making his way downstairs. Relying on his recollection of the camera blind spots, he navigated stealthily and entered the restroom on the first floor. Inside, Duan Xiao stood at a wall-mounted urinal, humming a tune, entirely unaware of Chen Zhi's presence. Chen Zhi peered into the restroom, noting that all the stalls were open, confirming that Duan Xiao was alone. He quickly shut the restroom door and locked it with a decisive click. A moment later, Duan Xiao turned, startled, but before he could react, Chen Zhi charged at him. With a swift kick, Chen Zhi struck Duan Zhao's knee, causing his hefty frame to collapse like a boneless slab of meat. The sound of his knee hitting the tiled floor echoed, accompanied by Duan Xiao's cries of pain. Chen Zhi pressed down on Duan Xiao's neck, forcibly pushing his face toward the urinal, while simultaneously activating the flush, the water gushing forth and enveloping Duan Zhao's mouth and nose. Duan Xiao struggled desperately, flailing his arms and kicking his legs, splashing water everywhere, yet Chen Zhi held him down firmly, rendering him immobile. Submerged in the water, he gasped for air, producing only gurgling sounds as he choked. Chen Zhi's cold voice pierced through the chaos. "I hear you enjoy making others pay your tab, don't you? My father, already limping, had to stand for hours at your behest. Quite the thrill for you. Isn't it? More exhilarating than having your head shoved into a urinal. Wouldn't you say? Duan Zhao's temples throbbed as he struggled more violently, clearly on the brink of suffocation. Yet Chen Zhi showed no mercy, pressing down harder on his neck. With each exertion, he recited 6,800 for the bill, liquor and cigarettes to go, top-tier consumption. As Duan Zhao's struggles weakened, it became evident that he was close to drowning. Chen Zhi abruptly released his grip, and Duan Zhao gasped for air, desperately trying to recover. However, before he could fully process his near-death experience, Chen Zhi seized his right wrist. Instinctively, Duan Zhao clenched his fist to resist, but Chen Zhi twisted his arm violently, smashing his fist against the wall. Thud after thud, Chen Zhi poured all his strength into assaulting Duan Zhao's knuckles against the hard surface. With each impact, the joints began to crack, blood seeping from his battered hand, pooling onto the tiles and mingling with the splashing water, creating a horrifying scene of crimson. Before long, Duan Zhao's hand was a mangled mess, the once pristine tiles now stained with blood. Chapter 78, the type that invites trouble. Yet Chen Zhi appeared unsatisfied, gripping Duan Zhao's other hand and slamming it against the wall once more, coldly stating, "You enjoy bullying others, don't you? Today, you shall taste the bitterness of a fate worse than death." Duan Zhao writhed in agony, cold sweat pouring down his face, his expression contorted beyond recognition, utterly devoid of strength to resist, only able to emit pained groans. In the end, Chen Zhi dragged him away from his spot and delivered a vicious knee strike to his abdomen. Duan Zhao let out a muffled cry, collapsing to the ground as he began to vomit violently. Chen Zhi released him and, with a leisurely pace, walked to the faucet to wash his hands, extracting a tissue to dry them before finally opening the bathroom door and slipping out like a cat. He maneuvered through several blind spots of surveillance cameras, eventually arriving at the lobby. At that moment, Chen Zhi had just settled his bill. A group of thugs were brazenly threatening him, demanding that he load the cigarettes and alcohol into his car. As Chen Zhi bent down to retrieve the liquor, he was the first to spot Chen Zhi, exclaiming in surprise, "Xiao Zhi, what are you doing here?" His shout drew the attention of the thugs, including a bald woman, igniting a fierce animosity. None loathed Chen Zhi more than she did, for she had suffered at his hands in the orchard. Upon seeing him, her already flushed face turned an even deeper crimson, her eyes blazing with rage. "I'll kill you," she screamed, brandishing a dagger and charging at Chen Zhi. In the midst of Chen Zhi's frantic cries of "Xiao Zhi, run!" the woman's dagger lunged toward Chen Zhi's chest. Yet, it did not find its mark. Chen Zhi had firmly grasped her wrist. With a swift motion, he sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch to her forearm, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones and her agonized scream. Chen Zhi then kicked her hard in the stomach. This strike propelled her off the ground, sending her crashing several feet away onto the tiled floor, rendering her unconscious. The remaining thugs momentarily froze in shock, but quickly erupted in chaos, howling and cursing as they charged at Chen Zhi. He retreated swiftly, with two objectives in mind. He understood that Dom, monitoring the situation from above, would capture evidence of the thugs attacking him, and retreating would scatter them, preventing him from being cornered and enabling him to take them down one by one. As Chen Zhi neared the wall, he finally began to counterattack. Fueled by an overwhelming fury, he unleashed his full strength without mercy. Amidst cries of despair, the thugs fell one by one, writhing in pain, producing a cacophony of wails. Ultimately, the only one still standing was the astonished Chen Yan. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi had collapsed in terror, his already weakened leg giving way under the shock of the fierce battle. Chen Zhi hurried over, taking hold of his father's arm to help him up gently. "Dad, are you all right?" Chen Zhi grasped his son's arm tightly, tears shimmering in his eyes, unable to utter a single word. "Chen Zhi!" Chen Yan suddenly shrieked, rushing towards him and pointing an accusing finger at his nose. "How dare you strike my friend? You're finished." She attempted to claw at him. At that moment, Chen Zhi resolved to no longer indulge her. He pushed her arm aside and swiftly delivered two resounding slaps to her face. The force of the blows caused her cheeks to swell visibly, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Chen Zhi, you're dead. How dare you hit me?" Chen Zhi pointed a finger at her, his voice rising in fury. "Silence. You heartless wretch. Do you believe I won't end you? This is your own uncle, and yet you torment him so? You are unworthy of life." Chen Yan gaped, frozen in place, rendered speechless. Just then, Dong emerged from the second floor. Upon seeing the police officer, Chen Yin immediately shouted, "Officer, this man hit me." "Be quiet," Dong barked. "Hands on your head, crouch down." Chen Yin stood there, momentarily bewildered. Did this officer know Chen Zhi? But then she recalled her father's close ties with the local police, and the chief had even visited their home for drinks. It was clear that this officer did not recognize her. Instantly, she began to throw a tantrum. "Are you a real cop or a phony? If you're a real officer, how could you not know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Chief Zhu frequents my home for drinks." Before she could finish her tirade, Dong seized her wrist, yanking her backward and swiftly cuffing her. He delivered a kick to her knee, forcing her to crouch on the ground. Chen Yin was simply asking for trouble. Had she not mentioned Chief Zhu, Dong might have overlooked her arrogance, but given her brazen remarks, he deemed her deserving of restraint. Dong then inspected the unconscious bald woman on the floor, noticing her forearm was shattered, bone protruding through flesh, blood gushing profusely. Dong cast a meaningful glance at Chen Zhi before pulling out his phone to call for an ambulance. He instructed a waiter, "Go outside and have the police car come in and bring them all inside." Before long, several officers entered, taken aback by the scene before them. Observing the chaos, they initially assumed the thugs had been drinking and had disregarded Dong, leading to a confrontation. However, it soon struck them as odd. Could Dong have single-handedly defeated 6 or 7 thugs? Even with the complainant's assistance, it seemed implausible. Upon hearing from the waiter that Chen Zhi had taken them all down alone, they were astounded. Incredible. With skills like that, you could represent the nation in a combat sports championship. The hotel staff, particularly the female servers, shared similar sentiments, having witnessed Chen Zhi's effortless domination of the thugs. The spectacle was far more exhilarating than a film, as the thugs had not even stood a chance against him. They fell like puppets under his relentless strikes, rolling on the ground in agony. When the ambulance from the town clinic arrived, the staff swiftly loaded the bald woman onto the vehicle. The groaning thugs clamored to accompany her to the hospital, claiming broken ribs and internal injuries. They were all permitted to board the ambulance, to be taken to the hospital. Dong instructed several officers to follow, ensuring they would be examined before being brought back to the station. Once the ambulance departed, Dong suddenly recalled that he had overlooked Duan Xiao, the ringleader of the extortion case, having seen him head toward the restroom on the surveillance footage. He wondered if the cunning scoundrel had already fled upon sensing danger. He dashed toward the restroom. Chapter 79. Who is that woman? Dong stood frozen at the restroom door. There lay Duan Xiao, face down on the floor, covered in vomit, his hands bloodied, bracing himself against the ground, evidently struggling to rise. Yet, for some unknown reason, he could not stand, and each effort sent him retching anew. Dong demanded sternly, "What happened to you? Did you drink too much?" Duan Xiao raised his head to glance at Dong, spitting out the foul remnants in his mouth. Gritting his teeth as he replied, "It was Chen Zhi. That bastard did this to me." Dong scoffed. "Can you walk out of here on your own?" Duan Xiao shook his head heavily. "I can't move, I can't stand. That bastard nearly killed me." Dong had no choice but to make another call, requesting the ambulance from the health clinic to return. Duan Xiao, being quite hefty at over 200 pounds, had succumbed to weakness, trembling all over, which made his body seem even heavier. The medical personnel from the clinic struggled to lift him and had to bring in a stretcher to carry him out. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, Duan Xiao lifted his head, struggling to sit up. His trembling finger pointed at Chen Zhi. "Dong, it was him, this scoundrel, who did this to me." Chen Zhi scoffed. "Since I arrived, I've been with Dong. When could I possibly have done this to you? Has this fool lost his mind? He doesn't even know who attacked him." Dong shot a meaningful glance at Chen Zhi, while Chen Shaoli stared in horror at his son. "Xiao Zhi, it can't be true that you did this, can it?" "Dad," Chen Zhi replied, "I wish it were me. If I had caught this scoundrel then, I would have beaten him so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. And he wouldn't be able to make a scene here." Dong addressed the Chen father and son. "You both should accompany me to the police station to give a statement." As the police car had been driven away by several officers, they could only take Chen Shaoli's electric tricycle back to the station. Chen Yin was still handcuffed and squatting there. Dong requested that Chen Yin also be placed on the tricycle, but Chen Zhi firmly disagreed. He told Dong by blood, "She is my cousin, but regarding today's incident, she is one of the main culprits. You saw my dad's condition. It's inhumane for a niece to torment her own uncle like this. I absolutely will not allow her on my father's tricycle." Dong nodded silently, reluctantly pulling Chen Yin up and securing her to a table leg, intending for the officers to take her back later. Chen Zhi insisted that Dong and his father sit in the cargo area while he drove the tricycle. The 2 boxes of Hai Ji Lan cigarettes and 6 packs of Taishan cigarettes were also loaded onto the tricycle, as they were evidence of the extortion committed by the suspects, needing to be brought to the police station. Dong took a photo of the receipt issued by the front desk and handed it to Chen Zhi. "You should keep this. It is also evidence. I just need the photo. When it's south time for court, you will need to present the original receipt." As the 3 of them were about to leave on the tricycle, Chen Zhi suddenly noticed Lin Xinran standing beside a pillar at the hotel steps. He halted the vehicle. "I told you to go home. Why haven't you left?" Lin Xinran's expression was somewhat conflicted. "Such a big incident happened here. Do you think I can leave at ease?" Chen Zhi realized she must have witnessed the earlier commotion in the hotel lobby. He waved reassuringly. "All right, it's all over now. We're just going to the police station to give a statement. You should hurry home. Come over after dinner. Once we finish at the station, my dad and I will ride the tricycle back." Seeing Lin Xinran still hesitating, Chen Zhi exclaimed, "Do you want to follow us to the police station? If you keep dragging this out, I will be upset." Realizing Chen Zhi was genuinely displeased, Lin Xinran nodded. "Then call me when you get home." I will call, Chen Zhi muttered, starting the tricycle, thinking how overly sentimental she was. Lin Xinran watched the tricycle depart before heading home herself. In the cargo area of the tricycle, Chen Shaoli was extremely surprised. "Xiao Zhi, who was that girl just now?" Chen Zhi replied, "You don't recognize her? She was my desk mate in middle school, Lin Xinran." "Oh," Chen Shaoli nodded, appearing to want to say something more. But he glanced at Dong and swallowed his words. In truth, Chen Shaoli wished to advise his son against getting too close to other women, fearing that if Lu Hong found out, it would affect their marriage. Moreover, there were already rumors circulating in the village about their relationship, so caution was warranted. However, in front of outsiders, especially a police officer, such words could not be uttered. Chen Shaoli's sensitivity stemmed from the rumors of Chen Zhi and Lu Hong having divorced, which had long spread through the village. With the recent negative news about Chen Zhi, Neo Jinjue would undoubtedly spread it further. The village shop was a hub for local gossip, and as the shopkeeper, Chen Shaoli had certainly heard the rumors about his son and daughter-in-law separation. Upon hearing this gossip, Chen Shaoli was taken aback and immediately sought the source of the rumors. He discovered they originated from Neo Jinjue, who had spoken with conviction. Chen Shaoli was furious. His son had only been married for a little over a year, and he hoped for a grandchild. So how could they claim he was divorced? The family was already fragmented, and if his son divorced, it would be a further calamity, leading to even more division and inviting ridicule from the villagers. He initially intended to call his son for clarification, but feared Chen Zhi might not tell him the truth, so he decided to call Lu Hong instead. Of course, he would directly ask Lu Hong if she and Chen Zhi had divorced. Instead, he subtly inquired about her current work situation, mentioning it had been a while since they spoke and casually saying it was just to catch up. He joked, "So how has Xiao Zhi been? Has he been obedient? He hasn't upset you, has he? Sometimes he can be a bit stubborn and set in his ways. If he gets on your nerves, just bear with it. It will pass. He means no harm." Lu Hong replied warmly over the phone, "Dad, you can rest assured. I know his temperament. Sometimes he can be quite stubborn, but he has improved a lot. When we first met, we often bickered, but we've adjusted quite well now. His little quirks are mostly under control, and one tea cause a ruckus." That's good. Chen Shaoli thought to himself, realizing from Lu Hong's tone that the village rumors were unfounded. If Lu Hong and Chen Zhi had truly divorced, would she still speak so affectionately to him? Chapter 80. The wind whispers. The water is cold, little did Chen Shaoli know, while he was subtly probing Lu Hong for information. She had already guessed he had heard the rumors about their separation. She recognized this as a reconnaissance call. However, Lu Hong had no intention of revealing the truth to Chen Shaoli. She was well aware of the significance of being the only granddaughter-in-law in the Chen family. Chen Zhi's grandfather had doted on her immensely, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a great-grandchild. If they found out she and Chen Zhi had divorced, they would undoubtedly intervene, perhaps even threatening them to prevent the divorce. She could easily imagine them summoning their parents to persuade them otherwise. Such a scenario would undoubtedly be troublesome, and Lu Hong had no intention of allowing it to unfold. As for the divorce certificate she would obtain in a month, by then, they would have already consummated their relationship, and she would no longer be a member of the Chen family, making it impossible for them to find her. After receiving a satisfactory response from Lu Hong, Chen Shaoli consoled himself with the notion that the rumors circulating in the village were entirely rooted in Neo Jinjue's malice. His sister-in-law had always been envious of others' wealth while fearing their poverty. Her own family was in disarray, making her a target of ridicule and bullying. Last time his son visited, Chen Zhi overheard his sister mentioning a near altercation between his son and Chen Yan along with some of her friends in their father's orchard. This incident surely upset the mother and daughter, providing a motive for spreading such rumors. Nevertheless, the gossip in the village served as a warning bell for Chen Zhi. The family was already in disarray, and Chen Zhi was determined that his son must not tread the same path he once did. Thus, he pondered how best to admonish his son upon his return. Witnessing the close bond between his son and a female classmate heightened Chen Zhi's already frayed nerves. In fact, he felt that the ruckus his son had caused at the hotel was of little consequence compared to the paramount concern of ensuring a stable marriage for his son and daughter-in-law, lest they suffer a tragedy akin to his own. Upon arriving at the police station, Director Dong personally, along with another officer, took down the statements from father and son. It was at this moment that Chen Zhi finally discerned Dong's true identity. Indeed, he was the deputy director of the precinct, named Dong Qingming, adhering strictly to his duties. Dong Qingming completed their documentation before allowing them to leave. The extortion case was relatively straightforward, and the conflict arising from the extortion was clearly captured on surveillance footage. The bald woman had sustained serious injuries, but she had drawn a knife intending to harm Chen Zhi upon seeing him. In a reflexive act of self-defense, Chen Zhi had broken her arm. After kicking her away, the unlawful aggression ceased, and he too halted his defensive actions. This meant that Chen Zhi's conduct met all the criteria for justifiable self-defense, as the hotel security cameras had recorded everything. Thus, Chen Zhi bore no responsibility for the bald woman's injuries, nor for those of the other thugs who had attempted to assault him. In Dong Qingming's eyes, they deserved their fate and perhaps even received leniency. As for Duan Xiao, who knelt in the restroom, bloodied and retching, he accused Chen Zhi of inflicting his injuries, a claim Chen Zhi flatly denied. At this point in the statement, Dong Qingming paused his inquiries, muttering to himself in confusion, strange. At that time, Chen Zhi was watching the surveillance footage with me. Who could have possibly beaten Duan Xiao to such a state? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi understood that Dong was hinting at something significant. Indeed, Dong Qingming pressed on, asking, Chen Zhi, was there anyone else who accompanied you to the hotel? There was. Chen Zhi replied, my classmate Lin Xinran, but she likely did not enter. You may verify this with the hotel staff. Meanwhile, the other officer diligently typed up the record. Chen Zhi realized that Dong Qingming was asserting that he had remained with him, thus lacking the opportunity to visit the restroom and assault Duan Xiao. The hotel cameras would corroborate that Chen Zhi had not entered the restroom. From this, Chen Zhi discerned that Dong was a truly principled officer. As a witness present at the hotel, Chen Zhi knew that although Dong had not directly observed him entering the restroom, he had ample reason to suspect him. However, during the statement, Dong proactively noted that while Duan Xiao was being assaulted, Chen Zhi had been with him watching the surveillance, subsequently moving directly to the lobby, thereby establishing a comprehensive alibi. In essence, Dong Qingming's suggestion during the statement formed an implicit alliance between them. Should any investigation arise, both would present a consistent account of events at that crucial moment. Furthermore, lacking direct evidence from the surveillance, even if Duan Xiao were severely injured, the blame could not be placed upon Chen Zhi. Exiting the police station, Chen Zhi rode the electric tricycle with his father. He remarked, this Director Dong seems genuinely righteous. This is the epitome of what a police officer should embody. Why have I never heard of such commendable officers in our precinct before? Chen Zhi shook his head, replying, I don't know. I've never had dealings with the police before, so I'm unfamiliar with them. However, I believe this is how they ought to handle matters. Everyone could see clearly what transpired. That bald woman was intent on stabbing you. You were compelled to defend yourself, and breaking her arm was unavoidable. Once a fight ensues, who can control the level of force? Of course, I know you intentionally broke her arm, but we cannot admit to that. Chen Zhi chuckled, Dad. I never knew you could be so fierce. Chen Zhi offered a wry smile. It's not about being fierce. Everyone must have some backbone. That bald woman is certainly no good. People, regardless of gender, lose their humanity once they stray down the wrong path. Chen Zhi turned, as if seeing his father for the first time, and said, Dad, I must reassess my opinion of you. To be honest, the last time I returned, I kicked the dog belonging to the Hao family and gave Hao Shun a beating. I resolved then not to endure any longer, no matter who bullies us. We must retaliate. My greatest concern was that it would cause you distress, leaving you in constant fear of their revenge. But hearing your words now, it seems there is a sense of vindication in your tone. Chen Zhi chuckled softly. My mindset has shifted since that day. When you fought Hao Shun and killed their dog, I was genuinely frightened. However, what Yin Yin and her crew did to me today shattered my spirit. Initially, I thought that spending a little money and offering some wine and food would suffice to appease them, allowing me to avoid further agitation. Yet they tormented me for an entire afternoon. I regretted my earlier decision. Despite my disability, I was tempted to confront them. Thankfully, your arrival allowed me to vent this pent-up frustration. My perspective has since evolved. You're right. Enduring forever isn't a solution. If we continue to bear their bullying, they will persist. And if we refuse to tolerate it, they will still bully us. So why should we endure? Besides, you've trained in martial arts since childhood and are quite adept. From now on, we shall not cower. Anyone who dares to bully us must face our retaliation. Rest assured, if anyone in the village dares to trouble me, I will call you, and you shall come back and handle it. His words resonated with fervor, imbued with a hint of a melancholic resolve. Chapter 81. Ominous premonition. Chen Zhi could not help but turn around, grasping his father's hand firmly. Shaking it vigorously as he exclaimed, Dad, you articulate this beautifully. Let's resolve to act thus. To reassure his father, Chen Zhi handed over Ding Hao's phone number for safekeeping, instructing him, Dad, if anything should happen to me in the future, say, if I were to be taken by the police, dial this number to reach Ding Hao. He is our assurance. You saw how the deputy director treated us during the statement. I assure you, my classmate shares a similar character. Not only is he just, but he also embodies the essence of what a true police officer should be. Therefore, should any law enforcer attempt to abuse their power or distort the truth, contacting my classmate would be a prudent choice. Chen Zhi stored Ding Hao's number, nodding repeatedly. You are absolutely correct. Our family will never bully others, nor will we engage in any unlawful acts. If someone commits a crime against us, let your friend in the criminal investigation unit deal with them. At this juncture, Chen Zhi fell silent, his expression becoming somber. Chen Zhi glanced back at his father, observing the weight of experience etched upon his face as he gazed skyward. Seemingly lost in thought, it was evident that his father was recalling something. Eventually, he spoke hoarsely. If only I had such a friend back when those beasts broke my legs. I would not have been left without recourse. Nor would those brutes still be roaming free today. Dad, Chen Zhi replied solemnly, rest assured, debts must be repaid. I will account for them meticulously, one by one. Chen Zhi sighed deeply. My emotions are quite complex at present. In truth, all I wish to convey is that as long as you remain safe and well, it is the greatest form of retribution against those vile beings. Should any misfortune befall you, it would only bring harm to us both, allowing those wretched creatures to revel in our plight. Chen Zhi understood the essence of his father's words and replied, Father, rest assured. I will prioritize my own safety and act judiciously. We have endured for so many years. I have learned the virtue of restraint since childhood, which proves that I am not impulsive. The father in the truck fell silent, but Chen Zhi, without needing to turn around, knew his father was silently nodding in agreement. The pair visited a supermarket and a deli, acquiring a plethora of ingredients. With the son returning home, it was only fitting to enhance their culinary offerings. They planned to cook together, preparing a delightful dinner to enjoy. By the time Chen Zhi rode back to the village with his father, the number of women at the village intelligence base had dwindled significantly. After all, dusk was approaching, and they needed to return home to prepare their meals. At that moment, only a few devoted followers of Niu Jinjun remained, persistently waiting. In truth, they too were nearing their limits, but Niu Jinjun forbade them from leaving, continuously encouraging them. Soon, Chen Zhi will return in tears. We have waited all afternoon for this spectacle. We cannot afford to miss it. However, Niu Jinjun's words lacked conviction. Recently, she had attempted to contact her second daughter multiple times, yet her calls went unanswered. Initially, she thought the young ones were simply caught up in merriment. Perhaps their phones were out of reach. But as her attempts proved futile, apprehension began to settle in. Consequently, she dialed Duan Zhao's number, only to encounter the same silence. A foreboding feeling took root in her heart. Connecting Chen Zhi's swift departure from the village to her daughter's absence, she began to fret. Was it possible that Chen Zhi had ventured into town and gotten into a scuffle? Unable to contain her anxiety, she called her husband. As soon as the line connected, she urgently inquired, "Where are you? Are you at the factory?" On the other end, Chen Xiaoxin replied irritably, "Where else would I be if not at the factory? Could you please visit the Green Source Hotel and check if Yin Yin and Xiao Duan are still there?" I tried calling them, but they didn't answer. Not answering simply means they haven't heard. They might be engrossed in their playful antics, and it's only natural if they miss the call. Niu Jinjun began to stammer. That shouldn't be the case. They have been at the hotel since noon. How could they still be drinking at this hour? Moreover, I just saw Chen Zhi driving away from the village as if he were flying. Chen Xiaoxin immediately grew alert. What does their outing have to do with Chen Zhi? Niu Jinjun hesitated. It shouldn't matter. Chen Xiaoli is also at the hotel, alongside Yin Yin and the others. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxin's anger flared, and he demanded, "You must tell me the truth. What is truly happening?" Knowing she could no longer keep it a secret, Niu Jinjun recounted the plot she and her second daughter, along with their sons-in-law, had concocted to intimidate Chen Xiaoli. Chen Xiaoxin, upon hearing this, erupted in anger. "You lot are utterly incompetent. I warned you time and again not to provoke him. Yet you still chose to incite trouble. You just mentioned Chen Zhi left the village like a bat out of hell. Do you even need to ask where he went? Of course. He went to the Green Source Hotel to settle the score with them. We're in deep trouble now." With that, he abruptly ended the call and hurried outside, intending to head to the hotel. Just as he stepped outside, his phone rang again. It was a call from a police officer named Zhang Lijia from the local precinct. Chen Xiaoxin's heart sank. He knew something was amiss. "Hello, Lao Zhang," he said. Despite being considerably older than Zhang, he still addressed him respectfully. "Chen Zong," Zhang Lijia replied. "Your daughter is here with us, in custody. Would you like to come take a look?" Chen Xiaoxin quickly lowered his voice. "Lao Zhang, what is this about?" "I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to involve extortion. If this matter isn't addressed promptly, it could become quite troublesome." "Thank you, Lao Zhang. I will be there shortly. Let me treat you to a meal sometime." After hanging up, Chen Xiaoxin quickly searched for the number of the precinct director, Zhu Guanglia, and dialed it. However, before the phone could ring, he hung up, deciding it would be better to discuss matters in the air conditioning in the director's office was excessively cold, causing Chen Xiaoxin to break into a sweat as he entered, shivering involuntarily. Despite the low temperature, Zhu Guanglia, the director of the police station in Shashi Town, was also sweating profusely. Chen Xiaoxin was somewhat familiar with him and knew that the director had a particular aversion to heat, likely due to his corpulence. Zhu Guanglia was not tall, yet his girth was considerable. By rural standards, he could be described as quite stout. Not only was his body broad, but his face was also wide, with dark skin and a pair of cow-like eyes. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoxin enter, Zhu Guanglia clicked his tongue and, clearing his throat, remarked, "Old Chen, what is going on? Your parenting seems to be lacking. Why isn't your daughter being managed properly?" With a distressed expression, Chen Xiaoxin queried, "Director Zhu, what on earth is happening?" "Em utterly bewildered." Zhu Guanglia gestured towards the printed records and other evidence on the desk, stating, "Oh, it's all laid out here." He then recounted the events leading up to the current situation, interspersing his narrative with cold laughter. "Your niece is extorting her own uncle, and that Duan Xiao. Yes, your future son-in-law, right? Your niece and son-in-law are the main culprits. Reality is far more thrilling than any film. The evidence of extortion is irrefutable. Your son-in-law and daughter are the principal offenders, and the amount involved is substantial, likely leading to a sentence of less than 3 years in prison." Chen Xiaoxin felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, his mind buzzing. He quickly grasped the edge of the desk to steady himself, saying, "Director Zhu, it can't be that serious, can it? I know Duan Xiao has a fiery temperament and occasionally gets into fights. But my daughter, Yin Yin, is a well-behaved girl. How could she possibly be implicated in something criminal? Perhaps this was a natural instinct." Chen Xiaoxin's words clearly revealed his bias. He was suggesting that Duan Xiao's guilt was inconsequential and that, if necessary, his daughter could simply break off the engagement. However, his own daughter must remain untainted, unconnected to any wrongdoing. Zhu Guanglia pulled out a couple of tissues to wipe the sweat from his brow and, with a grave tone, replied, "Old Chen, this matter is not as simple as you think." He pointed again at the case files on the table. "Do you see this? It's all neatly organized. Just waiting for my signature to be reported to the bureau tomorrow." Chen Xiaoxin became anxious. "Director Zhu, you absolutely cannot report this. You must find a way. He continued. Yin Yin has grown up under our watch. How can we just stand by and watch her face prosecution? Zhu Guanglia shook his head firmly. You do realize the most troublesome aspect of this situation, don't you? This case was handled by Dong Qingming. He was the one who led the team to the scene and witnessed everything firsthand. He gestured again toward the case file. Look here, it's all clearly documented. The hotel surveillance captured everything, with witnesses and physical evidence aplenty. This is an ironclad case. Who would dare to intervene? Chen Zhi felt a wave of despair wash over him, his legs turning weak. If not for his grip on the desk, he might have collapsed. The notion of extortion leading to a prison sentence felt both surreal and painfully tangible. He could scarcely fathom the idea of his beloved second daughter receiving a sentence and being incarcerated. Clutching the desk, he pleaded, Director Zhu, we can't simply give up, can we? We must think of a way. Or perhaps I could plead with Dong Qingming. Zhu Guanglia scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Plead with him? That type is as impenetrable as a rock. Even if you were to beg him, our bureau chief would struggle to sway him. Upon hearing that Dong Qingming was leading the case, Chen Zhi felt utterly defeated. His mind was in a whirl, teetering on the brink of fainting. He knew that Dong Qingming had only recently been transferred to the Shashi Town police station, less than 3 months ago. Previously, the station had maintained a congenial atmosphere, with mutual support and camaraderie among the townsfolk. However, since Dong's arrival, he had seemed as if he hailed from another planet, treating everyone with a stark formality. In the past 3 months, several disputes had arisen in the town, and while typically issues could be resolved amicably, Dong insisted on handling matters with strict adherence to protocol. Initially, Zhu Guanglia, unfamiliar with Dong's temperament, attempted to intervene directly but was met with strong resistance. Having been in his position for several years, Zhu was accustomed to resolving minor disturbances with a mere word. But Dong Qingming had proven to be a formidable opponent, informing Zhu that he lacked the authority to intervene. Afterward, colleagues separated the two, and from that moment on, Dong Qingming became a thorn in the side of the station, an unwelcome presence. Despite Zhu's efforts to isolate and sideline him, Dong's position remained unassailable. He was the one calling the shots during duty hours, and today was no exception. As Zhu was absent from work, having just come to the station for his night shift, Dong had meticulously organized all the case materials in his office, ready to be reported to the bureau. Seeing Chen Zhi lost in thought, Zhu Guanglia said, Old Chen, you shouldn't linger here aimlessly. With our relationship, if I had a way, I would certainly help you. But given the clear evidence and the well-prepared documentation, I genuinely have no means to assist you. Consider reaching out to familiar faces at the bureau. If all else fails, could your brother in the city make a call to the county bureau? He continued, extortion can be a grave matter or a minor one. It largely depends on the victim's attitude. Since the victim is your brother, if he were to offer a statement of leniency, wouldn't that resolve the issue? He clarified, all it takes is to involve 2 people, your brother and your younger sibling, and this matter could reach a satisfactory conclusion. Chen Zhi felt like a ghost, unsure of how he had exited the director's office. Standing in the police station courtyard, despair washed over him. Zhu Guanglia had suggested he seek help from the bureau, yet he had no acquaintances there. He was merely a small factory owner, fortunate to thrive in the town, with few connections in the county. As for the seemingly simple solution of contacting his brother and younger sibling, it was far more complicated than it appeared. The idea of seeking help from his elder brother, with whom he had not communicated for years, filled him with shame. Moreover, given the malicious actions of his son-in-law and daughter, even if he were to plead, his brother would likely not grant forgiveness. As for reaching out to his cousin, Chen Zhi, it would be straightforward for him to intervene, given his position as the city's discipline inspection secretary. But how could he even broach the subject? While Chen Zhi had little to do with Chen Zhi, there was no animosity between the two families. The worst that could be said was that Chen Zhi looked down upon Chen Zhi. Yet, the bond of blood between cousins remained strong. If Chen Zhi were to discover that his daughter and her future husband had tormented the disabled Chen Zhi in a grand hotel for an entire afternoon and extorted over 6,000 yuan from him, he would be furious and would never consider coming forward to defend his family. This route is utterly implausible. With every avenue closed off, can they truly just watch as Yin Yin faces prosecution? Chen Zhi would undoubtedly be unwilling to accept such a fate. After much contemplation, he decided to call village head Hao Chong. He understood that Hao Chong shared a close bond with Zhu Guanglia. if Zhu Guanglia were to offer assistance. It might be due to the fact that this matter was indeed handled by Dong Qingming, which complicated things, as well as Chen Xiaoxin's relatively weak relationship with Director Zhu. If Hao Chong, being Zhu's closest ally, intervened, perhaps Zhu would devise a solution. Thus, Chen Xiaoxin dialed Hao Chong's number and explained the current predicament in a pleading tone. Village head, I am truly at my wit's end and can only turn to you. Your strong rapport with Director Zhu could sway him to assist us despite the challenges. I implore you, only you can help us with this matter. Are you still at the police station? Hao Chong inquired, pausing momentarily before suggesting. Hang up for now. Let me make a call and see what I can find out. All right, thank you, village head, Chen Xiaoxin replied eagerly. I await your call here at the station. After hanging up, Hao Chong did not contact Zhu Guanglia, but instead called Zheng Biao. As soon as the call connected, he spoke with excitement. Zheng, I have good news. I feel that an opportunity has arisen for us. You think I could receive any good news? Zheng Biao retorted, clearly agitated. He had been particularly irritable lately, having suffered a significant setback at the hands of Chen Zhi in Nantang village. Having never experienced such a humiliating defeat, he was both furious and secretly wary of Chen Zhi. With years of experience in martial arts, he recognized Chen Zhi's skillful prowess. Chen's swift and precise movements surpassed anything he had encountered before. This fear of the strong was instinctive, and for the first time in his life, Zheng Biao felt genuine trepidation. Such fear compelled him to act with caution. While he deemed revenge on Chen Zhi necessary, he knew it must be executed with precision, striking decisively rather than provoking a more formidable backlash. Hao Chong had mentioned devising a decisive measure against Chen Zhi, yet days had passed without any progress. Zheng Biao, filled with frustration, demanded, instead of talking about good news or bad news, just tell me if Hu San has made any progress. Hu San hasn't succeeded yet. Hao Chong replied uncertainly. He mentioned that he is currently studying Chen Zhi's comings and goings. Once he understands Chen's patterns and knows where he goes at night, he will wait for the right moment to act. As you know, I warned Hu San that Chen Zhi is skilled, and he must proceed with caution. If he strikes, it must be successful, hence he is being particularly careful. Enough with the nonsense. Zheng Biao snapped, his irritation boiling over. If we haven't made any moves yet, why are you calling me with this so-called good news? Zheng, it truly is good news, Hao Chong insisted. I believe Chen Zhi is about to encounter some trouble. He then relayed the situation Chen Xiaoxin had described, suggesting that they might leverage the circumstances to their advantage. Chen Xiaoxin is pleading for our assistance. Why not help him and extort a sum from him? If we consult with old Zhu, twisting the narrative should be simple enough. I have a rough plan in mind. As long as old Zhu agrees, we can easily have Chen Zhi imprisoned. Of course, the first step is to get him detained. You've been feeling irritable these past few days, so let us find someone at the station to give him a beating to let off some steam. Once he is in custody, we can fabricate a reason for him to expire quietly. That should be quite simple. Upon hearing this, Zheng Biao's tone softened. Having old Zhu assist is definitely feasible. He has plenty of ways to manipulate the situation. He can shape the case however he wishes, all with a mere word. I can approach him about it. However, regarding your idea to extort Chen Xiaoxin, how much do you think he can afford? How about 300,000? He just mentioned that his daughter might be prosecuted and could face a prison sentence of under 3 years. If we set the price at 100,000 for each year, that totals 300,000, doesn't it? Zheng Biao scoffed. You've got a knack for math. Then let us proceed with that. 300,000. You start the negotiations, and once you've reached an agreement, I'll accompany you to speak with old Zhu. Chapter 84. The illusion of wealth having reached a consensus, Hao Chong promptly called Chen Xiaoxin back. Why were they so confident that Zhu Guanglia would extort Chen Xiaoxin? Because they both understood Zhu Guanglia exceedingly well. Not only could he handle extortion with ease, but he also had the capacity to manipulate far more serious criminal cases. They had witnessed Zhu Guanglia's methods firsthand and knew that as long as the rewards were enticing and Zheng Biao intervened, Zhu would ensure the matter would be resolved satisfactorily. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxin sat in his car, anxiously cradling his phone, counting the seconds as he awaited Hao Chong's return call. When the phone rang, he quickly answered, asking, "What did Director Zhu say, village head?" "This matter seems insurmountable," Hao Chong began, delivering the disheartening news. Chen Xiaoxin's heart sank immediately. Hao Chong continued, instilling fear. "I just spoke with Director Zhu, and he echoed your concerns. This case is handled by Dong Qingming with ample evidence and witnesses, leaving no room for negotiation. You were simply unlucky. Today was Zhu's day off, otherwise it would have been a solid case against you. The only option left is to seek out your brother Chen Shaoli. There are no alternatives. Hao Chang's words were merely a reiteration of what Chen Shaoxin had just told him, as he had not actually contacted Zhu Guangli yet. However, this tactic effectively instilled despair in Chen Shaoxin, who felt as though he might weep. He pleaded, "Village head, you must think of a way to help me. I mentioned earlier that I cannot approach my brother. Our relationship has been fraught for years, and it is more hostile than that of enemies. The more I plead, the more obstinate he becomes. There is no one else to turn to. I must rely on you, village head. After all, you have connections with Directors Zhu and Zheng at the battlefield. You all are often together. Surely, even the most challenging issues can be resolved." "You are right." Hao Chang interrupted. "You remind me that the one with the strongest ties to Zhu is actually Zheng. While I maintain a good relationship with Zhu, I still have to consider his perspective. But Zheng has the authority to issue directives to Zhu. Once Zheng speaks, Zhu will undoubtedly comply without hesitation." "Yes, yes," Chen Shaoxin exclaimed, his spirits lifting. "Then let us enlist Zheng to speak with Zhu. Although they have prepared their materials, they have yet to submit them. Once submitted, it will be even more difficult to navigate. Then you should call Zheng right away." However, Hao Chang hesitated. Zheng isn't easily swayed. You know him well. He only acts for profit. If there is no benefit for him, he won't bother. Then let us offer him something, Chen Shaoxin urged, desperation creeping into his voice. "Just tell Zheng that if he helps us, I will ensure he is compensated for his efforts. I'll call him and inquire. Even if you promise a reward, he may still refuse to assist. Whether he helps or not, we must at least ask. This is our only hope. All right, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, you'll have to find another way through your brother." After hanging up the phone, Hao Chang pretended to wait for a few minutes before calling Chen Shaoxin again. As soon as he spoke, he delivered a blow to Chen's head. "It's not possible. He won't handle this matter. General Zheng has been troubled these days, quite irritable. When I mentioned this issue to him, he scolded me, saying should not bother him with trivial matters." Upon hearing this, Chen Shaoxin felt a chill run down his spine. However, Hao Chang shifted his tone, saying, "Although General Zheng scolded me, I cannot simply give up. I praised him profusely, reminding him that your affairs are my affairs, and I must have said all the good things I could." Eventually, General Zheng relented and agreed to make a call to Zhu, asking whether he could assist. "Good, good." Chen Shaoxin nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at rice. "What did Zhu say? What else could Zhu say? The evidence for this case is irrefutable, and the materials are all prepared. To overturn this case, one must completely discredit all the evidence and fabricate an entirely new set of testimonies and material evidence. Such operations would involve a wide array of individuals, making it particularly tricky, and there is considerable risk for Zhu. If any slip occurs, Zhu would be in trouble." "Ah, I see, I understand. So, does that mean Zhu agreed to help?" "He has agreed, but due to the complexity of the operation, you must make some sacrifices. General Zheng mentioned he would also assist with the operation. Therefore, if this succeeds, you need to compensate Zhu with 200,000 and 10,000 for General Zheng." "What? 30,000? Chen Shaoxin was taken aback. His second daughter and son-in-law had only extorted a little over 6,000 from her uncle, and now he was being asked to cough up 30,000 to settle this? That seemed exorbitant. The crux of the matter was that Chen Shaoxin was not financially comfortable at the moment. Although he claimed to be worth tens of millions, it was merely a boast. In reality, he had little money. A few years back, he had indeed made some profit during a booming economy, but expenses had drained his resources. With his eldest daughter's wedding, he, the so-called millionaire, could not present a meager dowry. He bought her a Mercedes and incurred various costs. His house in the county was not cheap, and he had spent extravagantly on renovations. He had also purchased 2 investment properties in the city. But as the market declined in the past 2 years, he found himself trapped in them. Most importantly, the aquaculture industry was undergoing a downturn, and as someone involved in downstream processing, he was not exempt. He had relied on the support of his brother, the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, to pressure the Yao Tian Group, which was in a dire situation and unable to replace him. Hence, he repeatedly coerced the cold storage in Shashi Town to lower raw material prices, indifferent to the losses faced by the Yao Tian Group and the cold storage, provided his small processing plant maintained its profits. Even so, the downstream processing plants, suffering from the industry downturn, were left with minimal profits, merely scraping by. Additionally, the industry faced not only thin profits, but also intense competition, with product prices stagnant and delayed payments. If he insisted on cash payments, the other party might refuse to cooperate. In this back and forth, Chen Zhi's financial situation was increasingly strained. Business people do not keep money idle. Any spare cash is invested in business. Now, asking Chen Zhi for 30,000 at once was equivalent to jeopardizing his business operations. Chapter 85. Our family of four is guilty. Chen Zhi's voice cracked with emotion. Village chief, could you perhaps negotiate with General Zheng and Zhu to ask for a little less? This is far too much. You know how tough business has been these past 2 years. I'm already struggling to keep afloat, and I simply cannot produce 30,000 all at once. Upon hearing this, Hao Chong chuckled derisively on the other end of the line. Well, that's just as well. General Zheng never intended to involve himself in this trivial matter, and Zhu has expressed that there is risk in this undertaking. Perhaps we should just let it go and see how things develop. It may not be as serious as you think. Before Chen Zhi could respond, Hao Chong decisively hung up. With a grim expression, Chen Zhi called Hao Chong back. This time, he dare not bargain. 30,000 it was, as long as they could swiftly secure Yen's release. All right then, transfer the money to me, and I'll handle the rest. Hao Chong said reluctant. Chen Zhi remarked. This constitutes extortion, and given the substantial sum involved, it undoubtedly carries criminal liability, necessitating a prison sentence. However, the exact duration of the sentence will depend on subsequent developments, such as the willingness to make reparations and the attitude toward confession, which will all influence the verdict. Coughing slightly, Chen Zhi hesitated, pondering whether there was perhaps one crucial factor that could affect the judgment, the victim's disposition. At last, Chen Zhi comprehended his father's intention. Father, are you considering forgiving Yan? It's not merely about forgiveness. After all, I am her uncle. A stern lesson from the police would suffice, right? Sentencing, father. Don't play the role of Donghua. Chen Zhi asserted firmly. In fact, on my way back, I too entertained thoughts akin to yours. I felt she is my dear cousin, and blood ties run deep. Perhaps I could simply let her off with a warning. Yet, I resolutely dismissed that notion. Consider it. Throughout these years, has my second uncle's family ever treated us as kin? Not only have they failed to regard us as family, but have they even treated us as human beings? With your current health, she took the lead in subjecting you to torment for an entire afternoon. At this point, Chen Zhi's voice faltered. You know, when I saw you struggling to ascend and descend the stairs in the surveillance footage, pausing on each step to rub your broken leg, sweat cascading down your face, it broke my heart. Father, is Chunyan blind? Can she not see that you could not bear it any longer? You are her blood relative, her uncle, yet she behaves like an animal, devoid of humanity. Chen Zhi lowered his head, resting his palm against his forehead. Chen Zhi, perceiving the gravity of his son's expression, recognized the large tears falling onto the table. Zhi. Chen Zhi gently patted his son's shoulder, unsure of how to console him. No forgiveness. We shall not forgive. You are right. She is indeed inhumane. She is guilty. No. Chen Zhi shook his head in anguish. Father, it is our family of four that is guilty. Our lives have not been lived well. We have fallen into poverty, and that itself is a crime at that moment. The loud voice of Su Meiwan resonated from the yard as she entered the house, shouting, Have you eaten yet? If you have, hurry and leave. Chen Zhi quickly wiped the tears from his face. Su Meiwan entered with an exaggerated expression. Uncle, you three are quite extravagant, aren't you? With so many dishes. Just a moment ago, I was with his grandfather, and we had a cucumber. There's not even any sesame paste at home, just plain cucumber salad. Enough complaining. Come over for a drink, and all will be well. Chen Zhi poured her a full cup. Su Meiwan beamed, not hesitating to sit down and raise a toast with the three of them. Once they began drinking beer, she no longer urged them to hurry and consult the fortune teller. After a while, Lin Xinran also arrived. However, Chen Zhi needed her to drive him, so he did not press her to drink. Just as they were nearing a good state of inebriation, Chen Zhi caught sight of flashing lights outside the front door. It was a distinctive red and blue of police lights, particularly striking in the night, accompanied by the sound of car doors closing, for policemen swiftly entered. Initially, Chen Zhi thought the police had come to investigate the earlier case for any missing details. However, upon seeing the hostile expressions on the faces of the four officers, he understood something had gone awry. Indeed, Once they entered, the lead officer spoke sternly. Chen Zhi, Chen Shaoli, please accompany us to the police station for questioning. As he spoke, two of the officers began to remove handcuffs from their belts. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized that the situation had taken a dramatic turn. The others in the house immediately panicked. Chen Shaoli and Lin Xinran had initially assumed, like Chen Zhi, that the police were there to gather evidence, only to find themselves facing arrest, with both father and son being taken away. Lin Xinran grew frantic. Officer! Chen Zhi raised his hand to interrupt her. Turning to the officers, Officers, you must be aware of our family circumstances. Could you please wait a minute or two? While speaking, he subtly directed their attention toward his brother, Chen Daji. At that moment, Daji appeared bewildered. When the police first entered, he had felt a slight thrill, his eyes sparkling. Whispering to Su Meiwan, "Are we playing cops and robbers?" Yet, upon seeing the officer's serious expressions, Daji became fearful, not understanding what was happening. After all, his cognitive development was akin to that of a 4- or 5-year-old child. While he could comprehend ordinary daily activities and appeared relatively normal, he struggled with matters requiring deeper thought. The 4 policemen had certainly been briefed on Chen Zhi's family situation, knowing there were 4 members in total. Chen Shaoli, a man with a limp, raising 3 children. Chen Zhi and his twin brother, Chen Daji, who was mentally challenged, along with their sister Chen Xian, who was away at university. Upon entering, the officers appeared slightly disoriented, struggling to distinguish between Chen Zhi and Daji, unsure of whom to address. The brothers bore such a striking resemblance that they seemed to have been molded from the same mold. Nevertheless, as one officer displayed a look of confusion, the others quickly discerned that the bewildered one was the mentally challenged Chen Daji, while the other was indeed Chen Zhi. At this point, Chen Zhi discreetly gestured toward Daji, prompting the officers to understand that arresting Chen Zhi and Chen Shaoli in front of Daji could potentially frighten him. Such an outcome would create significant complications for the police. Thus, the 2 officers inconspicuously stowed the handcuffs back into their pockets. Chen Zhi addressed Daji. "Brother, don't you enjoy playing with Meiwan? Why don't you two go inside and play a game?" As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Su Meiwan. Su Meiwan had been terrified when the officers produced the handcuffs, unaware of the unfolding situation. Understanding Chen Zhi's intent, she reluctantly agreed to take Daji inside to play. Although she yearned to confront the police and demand their justification for the arrests, Chen Zhi's gaze compelled her compliance. She recognized that if the police were to handcuff Chen Zhi and Chen Shaoli in front of Daji, the shock would be unbearable for him. Not only would it frighten him, but he might also attempt to intervene and rescue his father and brother, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. Su Meiwan forced a smile, attempting to cheer Daji. "Daji, don't you love playing cops and robbers? Come on, let us go play inside. You can hide behind the door, and I'll come find you." Daji hesitated, distinctly sensing danger yet unsure, and the prospect of playing with Su Meiwan was indeed a great temptation. Chen Zhi then turned his gaze to Lin Xinran. "Lin Xinran, would you also like to join my brother in playing cops and robbers?" Lin Xinran, quick to react, immediately replied, "Yes, I want to play too. You two can't leave me out." Su Meiwan took the opportunity to pull Daji toward the inner room. "Let us hurry and hide, so she can't find us." Just as Lin Xinran was about to turn, Chen Zhi called out to her again. "Lin Xinran, please make sure to put away that important document on the table in the first drawer on the left. That document is particularly crucial. It must not be misplaced." Lin Xinran paused for a second, then nodded. "Okay, I'll take care of it right away." Once the 3 had exited the room, the officers swiftly produced the handcuffs and secured both father and son. They had already been informed that Chen Zhi possessed some martial skills, so to prevent any resistance, they directly placed him in rear cuffs. Chen Shaoli, bewildered by the turn of events, trembled in fear, unable to comprehend why he, the victim, was being handcuffed alongside his son, observing his father's distress. Chen Zhi felt a pang of sorrow, but understood that the 2 of them had no alternative but to remain resolute. This situation was the inevitable outcome of his decision to no longer endure the unbearable. He firmly reassured his father, "Father, do not worry. We have nothing to fear. We have not engaged in any unlawful activities. We stand upright, and we have acted with integrity. No one can unjustly accuse us. Let us not forget our conversation this afternoon." Listening to his son's resolute tone, Chen Shaoli seemed to gather his courage. His heart was no longer racing. His body trembled less, and he stood upright, Chen Zhi did not resist and cooperated with the police's actions, merely stating, "Comrade police, what exactly have my father and I done that warrants our arrest? Let's talk." The officer replied coldly, "You will find out when we get to the station." Concerned that Daji might emerge from the house and witness this scene, the police acted swiftly, handcuffing the father and son and ushering them away. At that moment, Lin Xinran burst out from the inner room, rushing to grab Chen Zhi. "On what grounds are you arresting them? What crime has he committed? Do you have the proper documentation for this arrest?" The leading officer presented his badge to Lin Xinran, stating, "Chen Zhi is suspected of intentional injury, and Chen Shaoli is suspected of providing false testimony. We are legally summoning both of them for investigation at the police station, but simply being investigated shouldn't require handcuffs. Should it?" One officer raised his hand and pushed Lin Xinran's shoulder. "Please cooperate with the enforcement officers." Chen Zhi smiled gently. "Lin Xinran, stop talking. If you continue, it could be considered obstructing justice." With that, he voluntarily walked outside with his father. Both were apprehensive that Daji might come out and see this event unfold. Lin Xinran ceased her protests and followed closely behind them, feeling an immense heaviness in her heart. As they walked, tears welled in her eyes, especially upon seeing Chen Shaoli handcuffed and limping as he was led to the police car. She could no longer contain herself, and tears streamed down her face as she covered her mouth to stifle her cries. The police car turned and swiftly drove away with its flashing lights. Staring blankly at the direction the car had gone, Lin Xinran was engulfed in sorrow and deeply concerned for Chen Zhi. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she had a strong intuition that it was related to the events of that afternoon. At that time, Chen Zhi had defeated all the ruffians in the hotel lobby, notably breaking the arm of the bald woman. Lin Xinran had a clear view from the entrance and saw that the bald woman had brandished a knife towards Chen Zhi first, and he had only acted in self-defense. Regardless, he had caused injury, which could potentially be deemed excessive self-defense. However, what truly troubled Lin Xinran was the task Chen Zhi had instructed her to undertake. He had mentioned an important document on the table in the room, asking her to secure it and place it in the first drawer on the left. Yet, upon entering the room, she found no such document. Opening the leftmost drawer revealed several boxes of paper clips, along with many twisted into peculiar shapes. Lin Xinran, being astute, deduced Chen Zhi's intent. He likely wanted her to retrieve a few paper clips from the first drawer for him. Having seen various films and dramas, she recalled characters using wire, paper clips, hairpins, or even toothpicks to pick locks. Could it be that Chen Zhi had a similar trick up his sleeve? Regardless, since Chen Zhi had instructed her, she felt compelled to comply. She swiftly took two normally shaped paper clips and ran outside, feigning a gesture to impede Chen Zhi. In the act of grasping his hand, she discreetly passed the two paper clips to him. Now, her greatest fear was that once Chen Zhi arrived at the police station, he might manage to unlock the handcuffs. Lin Xinran was aware that using illicit means to remove police restraints could be considered obstructing justice, regardless of his innocence. This action alone could lead to administrative penalties or criminal charges. Should he escape by unlocking the handcuffs, it would only exacerbate his punishment, potentially classifying it as a crime of escape under Article 316 of the criminal law. In other words, if Chen Zhi complied and followed the proper procedures, he might be all right. However, should he resist or attempt to escape, it would constitute a clear offense. At that moment, Su Meiwan and Daji also rushed out. Daji, clearly piecing things together, could no longer remain inside and came out to ascertain the situation. Not finding his father and brother, he was on the verge of tears. "Where's my dad? Where's Xiaoji? Where have they gone?" Lin Xinran feigned nonchalance to reassure him. "Didn't you hear them discussing this afternoon's events during dinner? They went to testify for the police and will return shortly. What's wrong? Aren't you two playing cops and robbers? I haven't even joined you yet." The two women, through a mix of deception and persuasion, managed to coax Daji back inside. They hid him behind the sofa while pretending to search for him. Daji, believing they truly could not find him, resolutely remained hidden. Lin Xinran pulled Su Meiwan aside, whispering, "Why has the situation escalated like this? We cannot sit idly by. We must devise a plan." Initially, Su Meiwan was oblivious to the events of that afternoon. It was only after Lin Xinran returned and inquired about the matter that she learned of the incident's severity. Upon discovering that the police had arrested Chen Yin and others, who were suspected of extortion with significant amounts involved, the possibility of imprisonment loomed. Su Meiwan felt a sense of vindication and fully supported Chen Zhi's actions. She was keenly aware of the relationship between the Chen Xiao family and the Chen Shaoli family. Especially regarding Chen Yin and her sister, there had never been a shred of familial affection. They held no respect for their uncle. Today, they committed such inhumane acts. So facing sentencing was only fitting. However, the rapid reversal of roles, with the victim now becoming the suspect, was unexpected. They had no idea how this transpired, but surmised that Chen Shaoxin had used his connections. As a daughter-in-law of the village, Su Meiwan understood well that the Chen Shaoxin family was wealthy and had strong ties with influential figures in town. In this era, connections were crucial. One could manipulate the truth, turning black into white and vice versa. Just like the beating Xingyu had endured, where he was the victim yet faced detention and fines. This was a blatant abuse of power and a distortion of justice. It appeared that the predicament faced by Chen Zhi and his father was likely a similar situation. However, these were merely their conjectures. They needed to find a way to understand the circumstances. If the opposing side could leverage connections, they too must find a way to do the same. Su Meiwan immediately called Chen Zhi, relaying the current situation and urging him to reach out to acquaintances at the police station for information. Chen Zhi was at a local tavern drinking with colleagues. In the evening, Chen Zhi had called him, inviting him to join for drinks. But at that time, Chen Zhi was already seated with his colleagues and couldn't leave, agreeing to meet another day. He never anticipated that in such a short span, Chen Zhi and his father would be taken away. Stunned, Chen Zhi reassured Su Meiwan not to panic and promised to find someone to inquire about the situation at the police station. Realizing he needed to seek assistance elsewhere, he knew that as an ordinary worker in town, he had no connections at the police station. He called Gu Ruifeng, the supervisor of the cold storage, who was familiar with the police and could be asked to check on the situation. Gu Ruifeng had some familial ties with Chen Zhi. Initially, it was through Gu Ruifeng that Chen Zhi secured his position at the cold storage, where he had been assigned a relatively good role. Now that Chen Zhi's close friend was in trouble, Gu Ruifeng felt obliged to help. Living in town, he hopped on his electric bike and headed to the police station. Upon arrival, he approached the on-duty officer to inquire about the charges against Chen Zhi and his father. By the time he gathered the details, Chen Zhi was already waiting at the police station entrance, rushing up to ask, "Cousin, what on earth is going on? Is it serious?" Gu Ruifeng nodded. "It's somewhat serious. Chen Zhi is suspected of intentional injury." Chen Zhi was taken aback. "I didn't expect this kid to be so ruthless. Do you know who he injured? Did he fight with Duan Xiao?" Chen Zhi blurted out, recalling that Chen Zhi had previously inquired about Duan Xiao's connections at the police station. Chen Zhi realized that the enmity between Chen Zhi and Duan Xiao had not yet been resolved, and something must have transpired again. At that time, he inquired with Chen Zhi, but Chen Zhi refused to let him intervene. "You guessed it right," Gu Ruifeng remarked. "It seems you were privy to some inside information." However, his aggression was not limited to Duan Xiao. He also targeted the bald-headed Shen Feifei. He severely injured Duan Zhao's hands, rendering them nearly useless even after treatment. Shen Feifei fared even worse, suffering a broken arm. "One must admit, your iron brother certainly struck with ferocity." According to the police, when the injury assessment is completed, the lightest charge will still be 2 counts of minor injury. Your iron brother will likely face a sentence of 2 to 3 years without a doubt. Chapter 88. Prepared in advance. Chen Zhi was stunned, asking absent-mindedly, "How could this happen? Cousin, can you think of a way to prevent him from being sentenced?" Gu Ruifeng shook his head. "I lack the influence for that. Chen Zhi's case involves complex issues, including false accusations against others. Didn't his father also get implicated? The accusation is for perjury and false accusation. Who did he falsely accuse?" Chen Zhi stomped his foot in frustration. "I may not know others well, but know Uncle Shally best. He's been living cautiously in the village these years. It's a miracle if he isn't falsely accused himself. Who is behind this misfortune for the two of them?" Gu Ruifeng chuckled softly. "The accuser is rather special. It is his own niece." "What was her name?" "Chen Yan, the second daughter of Chen Shaoxin, right?" Yes, it's Chen Yan." Chen Zhi suddenly understood. "I get it now. It must be the grudge formed that day in the orchard. I knew Chen Yan and Duan Xiao wouldn't let it rest, but I never expected it to escalate to this extent. Why didn't Chen Zhi clarify things this afternoon? Had I known, I would have asked you to intimidate Duan Xiao. then this matter wouldn't have reached the point of potential imprisonment. It seems you truly grasp the situation, Guru Weifeng said. The general circumstances are as follows. A few days ago, Duan Xiao and Shen Feifei had a falling out with Chen Zhi, particularly after Shen Feifei suffered a setback. She, along with a few underlings, went to threaten Chen Zhi's father at their home. On the day of the conflict, Chen Yin was present. She felt that Chen Shaoli was her own uncle and did not want a friend to clash with him, so she stepped up as a mediator. A lunch was held today at Green Source to reconcile the two families. This was supposed to be a good deed, yet Chen Zhi ended up violently assaulting Duan Xiao. He left Duan Xiao in such a state, and Shen Feifei's arm was broken, injuring several others in the process. The evidence is irrefutable, with witnesses and physical proof. Friends who were drinking with Duan Xiao can testify, as can the hotel front desk and other staff. Chen Zhi acted like a madman, attacking anyone in sight. He claimed his family had installed surveillance and saw Shen Feifei threatening his father, mistakenly believing she was causing trouble again, which prompted his violent outburst. After the incident, both father and son insisted that they were extorted by Duan Xiao and Chen Yin, claiming the sum was substantial and demanding harsh penalties for them. Thus, in addition to the charge of intentional injury, there are charges of false accusation and perjury. The most innocent party here should be Chen Yin. She tried to mediate, but ended up being implicated by her uncle and cousin, who identified her as the principal offender. This deeply saddened Chen Yin, who felt betrayed, leading her to file a countersuit against her uncle and cousin. I believe the key to this matter lies with Chen Yin. After all, they're still family. Aren't they? If you wish to exonerate your iron brother, the best approach would be to seek out Chen Yin. If she can provide a letter of understanding stating she will not pursue the matter further, given that Duan Xiao is her boyfriend and Shen Feifei is her close friend, her intervention, alongside your brother's active compensation, may prevent a prison sentence. Chen Jinyu fell silent. As a villager, especially being a close friend of Chen Zhi, he understood all too well the relationship between the Chen Shaoli and Chen Shaoxing families. Now, attempting to persuade Chen Yin to issue a letter of understanding to help Chen Zhi avoid conviction seemed an impossible task akin to seeking a tiger's skin. Meanwhile, at the police station, the interrogation of Chen Shaoli and his son had concluded. They were questioned separately. During Chen Zhi's interrogation, he remained silent, but that did not hinder the police from compiling their materials. In contrast, Chen Shaoli answered every question posed by the police, complying with their prompts and admitting to everything. For instance, when the police accused them of colluding to falsely accuse Chen Yin and others of extortion, he accepted this charge, demonstrating a remarkably cooperative attitude. It turned out that in the police car, Chen Zhi had quietly advised Chen Shaoli, "Dad, once we arrive at the police station, no matter what charges they attribute to you, do not deny them. Just nod in agreement and maintain a good attitude." Chen Shaoli was taken aback by his son's words. To admit to any charge? How could that be acceptable? Later that afternoon, Chen Shaoli recalled the phone number his son had given him, belonging to his classmate Ding Haowei, a high-ranking officer in the Jiangzhou criminal police team. He thought that if he could just call Ding Haowei, he might be able to set things right, ensuring that the wrongdoers couldn't distort the truth. He requested to make a phone call, but the police refused. Chen Zhi also wanted to call his lawyer, but he wasn't trying to use this as an excuse to contact Ding Haowei. He genuinely hoped for legal representation. However, he didn't have a lawyer. He intended to reach out to the legal advisor of the processing plant where Xiao Yi worked, as all 17 shareholders consulted this lawyer for legal issues. His purpose in calling was merely to have the lawyer run some errands, not to expect any substantial help in overturning the case. He understood that if the police at the station were determined to distort the truth, having a lawyer present would be futile. Moreover, this matter didn't require Ding Haowei's involvement. He was confident that no one could wrong him. That afternoon, while following Dong Qingming to review the surveillance footage, he witnessed Dong Qingming discreetly copy critical footage onto a USB drive. However, when it came time to record statements at the police station, Dong Qingming instructed another officer to take the USB to the hotel to retrieve the surveillance footage as evidence. Chen Zhi realized Dong Qingming's intentions. Evidently, he did not trust his colleagues and had taken precautions to keep a copy of the footage, fearing someone might tamper with it. It appeared Dong Qingming was quite astute regarding his colleagues, and indeed, preemptive measures were necessary, as they were now beginning to distort the truth. Seeing his father's expression of doubt, Chen Zhi feared that if his father argued with the police, it could lead to negative consequences for him. Therefore, he leaned closer to his father's ear and whispered, "Whatever they say, just agree. Statements that are not factual are meaningless." I anticipated they might employ such tactics and prepared accordingly, so don't worry. Upon arriving at the police station, Chen Zhi insisted on calling a lawyer, hoping that with legal representation, they could expedite his father's release. However, the police refused, confiscating both of their phones. During the interrogation, Chen Zhi remained silent, and the police did not press him further. Following Zhu Guangli's instructions, all the witness testimonies regarding Chen Zhi's assault were already prepared. Chen Zhi's silence did not impede the classification of his actions as criminal. The hotel's surveillance footage had been deleted under the pretext of malfunction, while the footage Dong Qingming had instructed the officers to retrieve was now being categorically denied by the police. The USB drive containing the evidence had been disposed of by Zhu Guangli in the toilet. The interrogation process appeared to adhere to protocol, with full video recording in place. The police conducted the interrogation methodically and in a businesslike manner. After the interrogation, Chen Zhi was taken to a detention room, awaiting the completion of paperwork to apply for a detention warrant before being sent to the detention center. Once Chen Zhi was confined in the detention room, those who harbored animosity towards him were elated. Particularly, Duan Xiao, still recovering in the hospital, became agitated upon hearing from his father-in-law that Chen Zhi was detained. Anticipating the police would deal with him that night, he urgently requested to be allowed to join the detention room to partake in the assault on Chen Zhi. Struggling to rise, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "I will make him wish he were dead. That scoundrel is ruthless. He nearly killed me, even pushing my head into a urinal." Chapter 89. Returning evil for evil, I will make him drink my urine. Chen Yin shouted, her teeth clenched. "I want to slap Chen Zhi 300 times and turn his face into a pig's head. How dare he hit me? Look at what he did to my face." "Both of you silence." Chen Xiaoxin scolded with a stern expression. "Do you think the police station is a playground? You can't just walk in there to beat someone up. These matters are handled through connections and must be kept strictly confidential. I only told you to reassure you. Yet you truly believe the police station is your family's property." Seeing Chen Xiaoxin's serious demeanor and the mysterious tone in his voice, the two fell silent. He continued in a lower voice, "It's not just you two. Even General Zheng from the battlefield, who has considerable influence, wanted to personally teach Chen Zhi a lesson tonight. But you didn't allow it." "General Zheng?" Duan Xiao exclaimed, astonished and filled with admiration. "Even such a prominent figure wants to take our side. I didn't realize your relationship with General Zheng was so strong." "Well, it's decent," Chen Xiaoxin replied evasively. The suffering in his heart was known only to him. He had lost 300,000 in one go. For most rural folk, that amount represented a lifetime of savings. Although he was a small business owner, the industry was currently in decline and funds were already tight. Losing such a sum would undoubtedly complicate matters further, forcing him to find a way to resolve it. Was it not due to having a good daughter and son-in-law that he found himself in this awkward situation? His tone grew increasingly harsh. "You stay here. Your family will be here soon. Yin Yin, stop lingering here and come home with me." Chen Yin was reluctant, but Chen Xiaoxin firmly dragged her away. His spoiled little daughter needed a proper talking to, and his unreliable wife also required some stern guidance. At the police station, Chen Zhi was taken to a room. The room contained only a table, 2 chairs, and an iron chair with armrests. Chen Zhi was handcuffed to the iron chair. Shortly, 2 police officers entered. Chen Zhi glanced at their shoulder badges and badges on their chests, realizing one was a regular officer while the other was an auxiliary officer. Coincidentally, the regular officer was Zhang Lijia, who had a close relationship with Chen Xiaoxin. He never anticipated that Zhu Guangli would assign him this dirty job tonight. Zhang Lijia, well-versed in the interpersonal dynamics of the case, called Chen Xiaoxin after taking on the assignment. "Chen, your influence is substantial. You're having us handle such a significant case. Your nephew is already locked to the iron chair. Zhu has arranged for me to serve him tonight. What level of service do you require?" Chen Xiaoxin grunted, "What nephew? He nearly disfigured my Yin Yin. Why has he ever treated me like his uncle? Just handle it as you see fit. I have no specific instructions." "Understood," Zhang Lijia replied. He and the auxiliary officer had brought several items with them: a large stack of newspapers, a dark hammer, and some suffocating materials. Seeing all the props prepared by the two, Chen Zhi chuckled. "Looks like you're gearing up for something big?" The auxiliary officer, noticing Chen Zhi could still laugh, sneered. It seems we need to warm you up first, so you understand the taste of not being able to cry. With that, he placed a stack of newspapers on Chen Zhi's chest and swung the hammer down with force. The blows were brutal, even though Chen Zhi had trained. The pain was intense, and he felt a wave of nausea, nearly vomiting blood. The auxiliary officer glared at Chen Zhi. How about it? Still laughing? Chen Zhi replied calmly. Setting aside your actions' serious breaches of discipline and law, from a humanitarian perspective, I have no grievance with either of you. How can you bring yourselves to do this? Zhang Lijia smiled at Chen Zhi, a lewd grin that exuded insincerity. You're right. We have no enmity. We're only following orders from above. Who would want to take on such a dirty job? Don't blame us. We're merely doing our jobs. Chen Zhi coldly retorted. Any person with a shred of humanity wouldn't engage in such despicable work. This comment further enraged the auxiliary officer, who once again laid down the newspapers and raised the hammered strike. Hey, hold on. Zhang Lijia interjected with a sly smile, stopping the auxiliary officer. This method isn't effective. The normal procedure is to cover his mouth and nose first, triggering his drowning reflex. Within seconds, he'll start to cough violently, feeling a burning sensation in his chest, and soon he'll become disoriented. After a few rounds of this, he'll be on the verge of a mental breakdown. Only then can we use the hammer for maximum effect. Chen Zhi laughed. From your words, it seems you are quite experienced in this line of work. Zhang Lijia responded with a lewd grin. Indeed, I've done it more often in the past. In recent years, our work has become more regulated, and such tasks have become rare. You see, these props are hastily gathered. They shouldn't be in the station. If the higher-ups discovered them, everyone involved would face dire consequences. Knowing the severe repercussions, why do you still proceed? Chen Zhi inquired. Well, we generally avoid such actions now, but who told you to be special? You've angered people you shouldn't have, and that leaves us no choice but to give you special treatment, Zhang Lijia replied, pouring a pot of strong tea. You should feel honored. You're in for a long night of enjoyment. The fierce-looking auxiliary officer, eager to start, turned to grab the props to cover Chen Zhi's mouth and nose. But in the next moment, something bizarre occurred. As the auxiliary officer turned back, he suddenly felt a powerful impact to his jaw, rendering him dizzy and disoriented. Zhang Lijia was equally shocked. As he uttered a word, he too received a heavy blow, causing him to stagger, eyes blurred and legs weak. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhi took the handcuffs from behind the chair, cuffing the two officers together and stuffing wads of newspapers into their mouths. After securing them, he calmly sat down at the table, leisurely sipping tea while he awaited their full recovery. At this moment, he deeply understood the adage, success belongs to those who are prepared. From a young age, he was driven by a desire for revenge and a profound sense of crisis. He realized that merely being physically fit was far from sufficient. His adversaries wielded wealth and power, regardless of whom he harmed. They could easily mobilize their connections to deliver him to ruin. Today, even with undeniable evidence of extortion, they managed to twist the truth, framing him and his father as false accusers and perpetrators of intentional harm. Had he not known that Dong Qingming had backup evidence, he would have been forced to contact Ding Haowei for assistance. Without a friend like Ding Haowei, it would have been nearly impossible to overturn such circumstances. It was this constant sense of crisis that led him to practice escaping handcuffs, anticipating a day when he might face uncontrollable situations, allowing him to free himself and save his life when it mattered most. And indeed, that skill had come in handy. As Zhang Lijia and the auxiliary officer regained consciousness, Chen Zhi secured them alternately to the iron chair, employing the method described by Zhang Lijia to let them experience a taste of suffering worse than death. He soon discovered that while this method was cruel and inflicted immense psychological torment, it left no physical marks on the body. After several hours of torment, Chen Zhi felt satisfied and somewhat weary as he observed the two officers barely clinging to life. He ceased his actions, binding them to the iron chair sides while he settled back into the chair at the table for a brief nap. He had previously interrogated Zhang Lijia and learned that his father was confined in a neighboring room. Since Chen Shaoli posed no threat, the police had left him unharmed. Chen Zhi finally felt a sense of relief. He was aware that when Dong Qingming arrived at work tomorrow morning and discovered the case had been reversed, he would undoubtedly present backup evidence and resolutely contend with Zhu Guanglia and others. All he needed to do was wait. Chapter 90. Severing ties. Chen Zhi was leisurely dozing at the police station while a cloud of despair loomed over his household. Zhen Yu had rushed from the town to his home, meeting with Su Meiwan and Lin Xinran to relay the information he had gathered. Ultimately, he concluded that to resolve the issue, they must seek a solution from the Chen Xiaoxin family. Upon hearing this, Su Meiwan fell silent. She was all too familiar with the dynamics between the two families. It was utterly impossible to plead with the Chen Xiaoxin family. Chen Jinyu said, "I know what you're thinking. I feel the same way. But as humble families, we cannot hope to contend with the Chen Xiaoxin family on equal footing. We can only beseech them." Su Meiwan exclaimed fiercely, "Will begging them be effective? Not to mention us outsiders. Even if Uncle Shaoli were to kneel at their door, they wouldn't even blink an eye." Chen Jinyu's eyes lit up. "Exactly. While our pleas may be futile, if our second grandfather intervenes, would that not carry weight?" The second grandfather he referred to was Chen Zhi's grandfather, Chen Kejian. Su Meiwan excitedly slapped her thigh. "I almost forgot about that. Let us seek out second grandfather." Chen Jinyu immediately rode his electric bike to find Chen Kejian. Su Meiwan called out after him, "When you get there, don't make the situation sound too dire. It's late, and we wouldn't want to frighten second grandfather." "Got it. Stop nagging," Chen Jinyu replied as he sped away on his bike. Lin Xinran paced back and forth in the yard with her phone, indecisive, when she realized that the key to resolving this matter lay with the Chen Xiaoxin family. She recalled what Lin Fengwen had said to Chen Zhi during their breakup. Lin Fengwen had long been aware of the discord between the Chen Xiaoxin family and Chen Zhi's family, and had advised, "If Chen Xiaoxin bullies your family, just tell me. At least in Shashi Town and Chang'an County, he won't be able to retaliate." Little did she know, Lin Fengwen's words would prove prophetic. As within a day, the two families had reached such a contentious state. Now that Chen Zhi had been detained, and with limited connections, Lin Fengwen emerged as the best candidate for assistance. She believed he would certainly help. Lin Fengwen was a renowned farmer entrepreneur and a representative of the Municipal People's Congress. He possessed the capability. Yet Lin Xinran was troubled by the fact that it was already past 11 at night, and it would be inappropriate to disturb him at such an hour. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to wait until the following morning to make the call. After all, Chen Zhi's detention at the police station did not imply an immediate sentencing. Before long, Chen Jinyu arrived at Chen Xiaoxin's home with Chen Kejian on his electric bike. Upon reaching the doorstep, Chen Jinyu was certain he would not enter. The elderly gentleman dismounted from the bike, furious, and began pounding on the door. The lights were on in Chen Xiaoxin's home, and the family had not yet retired for the night. At that moment, he was conducting a family rectification meeting. Of course, he dared not mention the 30,000 that had gone missing. If he did, Niu Jinjun would surely be devastated. The crux of the matter was that if this information leaked, not only would Zhu Guanglia face investigation, but he, as the briber, would also encounter trouble. His current focus was on rectifying the situation itself. Had Niu Jinjun and her daughter not conspired to seek vent from Chen Shaoli, how could such a calamity have ensued? Furthermore, Chen Xiaoxin had repeatedly cautioned them to avoid provoking Chen Zhi and to keep their distance from him. Yet, the mother-daughter duo had disregarded his warnings entirely. As he was fervently addressing these issues, the sound of banging on the door interrupted his thoughts. Though the family had achieved a semblance of victory, they were now on edge. The sound of the door being struck sent shivers through them. Chen Xiaoxin, mustering his courage, called out from the doorway, "Who is it? Open the door. Second son, open the door." From outside came the furious roar of the elder, Chen Kejian. Upon realizing that her father-in-law was the one banging at the door, Niu Jinjun, without hesitation, sprang up to open the courtyard gate. She flung the door open and shouted, "What are you banging on the door for at this hour? Is someone dead in here?" Niu Jinjun, with her mouth frothing in anger, vehemently rebuked her father-in-law, expressing her fear of severing ties with him. "Without you, who will care for us in our old age? We still rely on you for our pensions. We're a few rotten fruits to you. I shall never set foot in that wretched orchard again. Go on, find your beloved grandson," she spat. The following morning, Lin Xinran, having spent a sleepless night, presumed that Lin Fengwen was already awake and proceeded to call him. Once connected, she promptly apologized. "Uncle, I hope I am not disturbing you so early." She then informed him that the property transaction was likely to be temporarily shelved. Lin Fengwen, taken aback, inquired, "Didn't we finalize everything yesterday? Why the sudden change?" Chen Zhi doesn't seem unreliable. Initially, Lin Xinran's swift acquisition of a buyer who was immediately captivated by the property and offered full payment without the hassle of loans made Lin Fengwen feel fortunate. With the company's funds nearly depleted, securing nearly $5 million from the sale would be a timely boon. However, he was puzzled by the abrupt reversal. Xinran, why the delay? Can you explain? Lin Xinran recounted the troubling events surrounding Chen Zhi, candidly sharing her thoughts. Uncle, the reason I called you this early is twofold. First, to prepare you for the issues we've encountered. Second, I recalled your words during our breakup with Chen Zhi yesterday, and it seems those words have manifested as he has indeed come into conflict with his uncle. I hope you can assist him. He must not be unjustly accused. Lin Fengwen fell silent for a moment before asking, Xinran, are you certain that what you've shared is the absolute truth? I cannot guarantee that every detail is entirely accurate, she replied, but I assure you that it reflects the essence of the situation. I was present at the hotel when the bald woman attacked Chen Zhi with a knife. He was compelled to defend himself, which is justifiable self-defense. He was not guilty of intentional harm, nor can it even be deemed excessive defense. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yet, in a revised report, the account of the bald woman attacking him has vanished, and instead, it states that Chen Zhi assaulted her, breaking her arm. They even fabricated testimonies from hotel staff, all accusing him of deliberate injury. Although the hotel surveillance was intact yesterday, the new report claims the cameras malfunctioned. This is a blatant alteration of facts and evidence fabrication. Understood, Lin Fengwen replied gravely. Rest assured, I will take charge of this matter. I will immediately contact the relevant parties and dispatch our legal team to Shashi. True to his word, Lin Fengwen hung up and promptly called the legal department, instructing them to send a capable team to Shashi town. Once arrangements were made, he contacted Zhu Guanglia. Upon connecting, Lin Fengwen directly asked, Director Zhu, have you worn that police uniform long enough? Zhu Guanglia was startled, unsure of what had provoked Lin Fengwen's ire. He chuckled nervously, Mr. Lin, please refrain from joking with someone as insignificant as me. I'm quite timid. As you well know, whatever you need, I am at your service, ready to face any challenge. As the head of a local police station, Zhu Guanglia understood that Lin Fengwen was a prominent businessman and a representative in the city, deeply entrenched in the local political network. Offending him could lead to dire consequences. Hence, Zhu's words were not mere flattery, but an attempt to curry favor. I dare not presume to give orders, Director Zhu. I merely seek to understand the situation surrounding Chen Zhi's case. I've heard there were two conflicting statements made. The initial report was finalized in the afternoon, only to be completely overturned by evening. While I may not grasp all the details, it seems evident that someone has twisted the truth, fabricating evidence. Such conduct constitutes serious misconduct. Who do you suspect could be so audacious? Zhu Guanglia found himself momentarily speechless. Lin Fengwen pressed on, in your opinion, is Chen Zhi a suspect or a victim? Zhu was at a loss for words. Lin Fengwen's tone shifted to one of stern authority. I have ordered our legal team to proceed to Shashi. I will spare no effort to ensure Chen Zhi's innocence is upheld and to root out any corrupt individuals who abuse their power. Without waiting for a response, he ended the call. Zhu Guanglia sank into his chair, realizing the gravity of the situation. He felt deceived by Hao Chong and Chen Xiaoxin, fearing he had fallen into a trap that could lead to severe repercussions. Last night, they had assured him that Chen Zhi and his father had been oppressed for over 20 years, with no support to shield them. Although his sister and cousin held power and wealth, they were not Chen Zhi's allies, but rather Chen Xiaoxin's. It was this false sense of security that had emboldened Zhu Guanglia to fabricate evidence and distort the truth. Little did he know, it was Lin Fengwen, an ally of Chen Zhi, who would be his downfall. After a brief moment of frustration, Zhu Guanglia was struck with a sudden realization. He could not afford to remain passive. Acknowledging that Chen Zhi had powerful backing and that Lin Fengwen was resolute in his support, he recognized the need for immediate countermeasures. He understood that the fabricated evidence, while seemingly robust, was riddled with flaws that would crumble under scrutiny. Initially, he believed that destroying the evidence obtained by Dong Qingming would suffice. But with formidable external forces now involved, the truth could no longer be concealed. He attempted to call Chen Xiaoxin to gauge the situation, but his calls were met with constant busy signals. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxin was on the line with Lin Fengwen, driving towards the town when he saw Lin's name flash on his phone and quickly answered. Lin Fengwen wasted no time demanding, What is going on between you and your nephew Chen Zhi? I've heard you played a role in getting him detained at the police station. The question caught Chen Zhi off guard, leaving him bewildered. He racked his brain, trying to comprehend how Chen Zhi could possibly be connected to Lin Fengwen, whom he believed they had no prior acquaintance. However, he quickly considered that perhaps his father had leveraged old connections to establish a line to Lin Fengwen. With an innocent tone, he replied, "Mr. Lin, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Chen Zhi was detained for injuring someone. How could that involve me? He is my nephew, and if anything, I would be helping him, not turning him in. Then, if you're not willing to betray your kin, you must hurry to the police station and secure Chen Zhi's release." "Mr. Lin, you underestimate my influence," Chen Zhi chuckled dryly. "Chen Zhi is facing charges of intentional injury, and given the severity of the case, no one can guarantee his release. Do not waste my time with excuses." Lin Fengwen stated directly, "I have a general understanding of the situation. The matter lies with your family. The key now is your family's attitude. If you speak up, Chen Zhi will be immediately exonerated." Chen Zhi remained silent for several seconds, recognizing that Lin Fengwen was indeed well informed about the circumstances. However, understanding the situation did little to change the fact that he had no jurisdiction over his family affairs. Chen Zhi resolved to deny everything. "Mr. Lin, the information you have is greatly exaggerated and does not reflect the truth at all. I implore you, do not put me in a difficult position. I truly cannot do anything. Xiao Chen, you must comprehend the situation. Chen Zhi is your own nephew. Have you not noticed that our dialogue has reversed roles, making you seem like an outsider while I appear as Chen Zhi's uncle? That may be because what you heard is entirely false, and I genuinely have no power to intervene." Lin Fengwen on the other end of the line scoffed coldly. "Chen Zhi, your character is indeed questionable. To directly question one's integrity was a grave accusation." Chen Zhi felt as though he had been stepped on. "Mr. Lin, your words sound like an insult. What have I done to wrong you? You have wronged not me, but your own brother and your own nephew. It is a disgrace that someone of such character is a partner in our group." This statement struck a nerve with Chen Zhi, causing him to erupt. "Mr. Lin, while I may work for you, you cannot insult me like this. I am not a child anymore. If you find it embarrassing to work with me, then let us cease our collaboration." "Very well, Chen Zhi, you have initiated this. We shall end our cooperation. However, I must warn you, without the materials, your processing factory will immediately face closure. Let it close, but I cannot allow you to insult me." Chen Zhi exploded. Since the previous evening, he had been overwhelmed by this case, enduring a loss of 300,000, which put his finances in jeopardy. At this moment, Lin Fengwen's resolute stance and derogatory remarks became the final straw that ignited his frustration. He thought to himself that while the fate of his processing plant was uncertain, there were some individuals whose large enterprises were also on the brink of failure. He believed that within 10 days or so, the ownership of that group would change hands, and he would still be able to collaborate joyfully with a new proprietor. Lin Fengwen coldly retorted, "Then I wish you a pleasant partnership," before abruptly ending the call. Chen Zhi parked his car by the roadside and began to check his phone. When he received Lin Fengwen's call, several other calls had come in, which he had ignored. Now he was curious about who was so persistent. Upon opening the call log, he saw multiple calls from Zhu Guanglia. A sense of foreboding rose within him, and he hurriedly attempted to return the call, but Zhu Guanglia would not answer. His ominous premonition intensified. He decided to rush to the police station to ascertain what was happening. As he neared the town, just before reaching the police station, his phone rang again. It was the supervisor of his processing factory. Once connected, he heard the supervisor's anxious voice. "President Chen, you must come quickly. We just want to collect materials. And the cold storage informed us that our collaboration has been terminated and they will no longer provide us with supplies. They even expelled us, forbidding us to set foot in the cold storage again. What on earth is going on? How can they turn on us like this?" Chen Zhi felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He had not anticipated that Lin Fengwen would indeed sever ties so abruptly. Standing by his Lin Xinran felt an immediate warmth in her heart upon seeing Chen Zhi, a sensation of overwhelming joy akin to reuniting with a long-lost loved one. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a profound emotional experience, a blend of great sorrow transforming into immense happiness, which compelled her to embrace Chen Zhi without hesitation. It was as if she feared that letting go would result in the police whisking him away once more. At that moment, other family members emerged from the house, including her grandfather, Su Meiwan, Jinyu, and Xinyu, who had hurried back from the city the night before, along with Xinyu's parents. As the crowd gathered, Lin Xinran abruptly realized her loss of composure and quickly released Chen Zhi, her cheeks flushing crimson. Her grandfather shot her a complex glance, contemplating the depth of Lin Xinran's feelings for her middle school classmate, Chen Zhi. He had noticed her attachment since the previous evening. But was it truly appropriate for their relationship to be so intimate? What would Lu Hong think? The scene of Lin Xinran embracing Chen Zhi sparked a considerable stir among the women at the village information base. Several women shielded their eyes with their hands, feigning modesty. Oh dear, they embraced right in the street. The youth today are indeed quite bold. The matter was further complicated by the fact that they were not married. Chen Zhi was already a husband. Isn't it fashionable for city dwellers to keep mistresses? It seems Chen Zhi has picked up some bad habits while in the city. This woman is undoubtedly a mistress. The women chattered animatedly, their focus solely on the embrace between Lin Xinran and Chen Zhi. Engrossed in their gossip while neglecting a more pressing concern, didn't Neo Jinjun claim that Chen Zhi would serve time in prison? Why had the police returned him respectfully? Neo Jinjun was already in shock at seeing Chen and his father brought back, and the women's fervent speculation about the uniformed woman embracing Chen Zhi only fueled her frustration. Having felt smothered by Chen Zhi's presence for days, she finally began to regain her composure, only to have her old grievances resurface at the sight of the unfolding scene and the women's idle chatter. It was no longer just a matter of being unable to breathe. She felt as though she might suffocate from anger. "Can you all be quiet for a moment?" she shouted at the women. With his pitiful state, how could he possibly afford a mistress? Stop glorifying him. While she raged, she took out her phone to call her husband, eager to report this critical news and advise him to hurry to the police station to ensure Chen Zhi was not released. But Chen Xiaoxin did not answer her calls. They connected momentarily, only to be cut off after a couple of rings. After several failed attempts, Neo Jinjuan's anxiety grew. What was happening on his end? At that moment, the police car turned around and exited, not heading back down the main street, but veering into an eastern alley. Neo Jinjun was too preoccupied to care about the police car's direction. Her only thought was to contact her husband. With him unresponsive, she sought alternative routes to reach him. "You call Xiaokai," she instructed the small broadcast. "I need to ask if Xiaoxin is at the factory." Xiaokai was the man of the small broadcast, working under Chen Xiaoxin at his processing plant, and likely the reason why she was so devoted to Neo Jinjun as her partner worked for him. The small broadcast promptly called her man, and when the call connected, she inquired, "Is our second brother at the factory? What is going on?" Chen Xiaokai replied impatiently, his tone irritable. "There is a problem at the factory. If you have something to say it quickly." It's Chen Zhi, accompanied by his brother and Lin Xinran, boarded the vehicle and prepared to depart. Su Meiwan stubbornly held on to Xinyu and climbed into the second-hand Chang'an Yuxiang. It was evident that she was eager, intent on finding someone knowledgeable to consult. As Chen Zhi drove out of the village, his phone rang. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, beginning with 170, he recognized it as likely belonging to a virtual line. He promptly ended the call, suspecting it to be yet another collection agency trying to reach him. Oddly, he had noticed a significant decrease in such calls over the past few days, almost to the point of cessation. However, since last night, when the police had confiscated his phone, he had returned to find dozens of missed calls, all from unknown numbers. This perplexed him. Had some collection agency's system gone awry, prompting a renewed onslaught of calls? Regardless, he resolved to disregard these strange occurrences as long as his family remained safe. His only concern at that moment was for his sister, Chun Xian. With summer vacation underway, she had found a tutoring job and had not returned home. The last time he had spoken to her was on the day he sent her 5,000 yuan as a reward. She had been reluctant to accept, and he had to employ a mix of threats and coaxing to convince her. Now, seeing the multitude of unknown calls, Chun Zhi's worry for his sister grew. He immediately activated the car phone and called Chun Xian. After one unsuccessful attempt, he tried again, and the phone rang until it was about to disconnect. When she finally answered, her voice lowered. "Second brother, what is it?" "I'm in the middle of a class." "Oh, nothing much," Chun Zhi replied, relieved. "I just haven't called in a few days and was thinking of you." "No other matter. Go back to your class. Everything at home is well. I just left my hometown and am on my way back to Jiangzhou, so I thought I'd give you a call." "All right then, I'll go back to teaching now." "Second brother, I'll call you tonight." After hanging up, Chen Zhi felt his anxiety dissipate. He imagined his sister sneaking away to make the call, a cute image that made him smile. He missed her dearly. It had been over half a year since they last saw each other. Lin Xinran, like an observant little cat, had been quietly watching Chen Zhi's expressions and couldn't help but comment, "Isn't it just a few words with your sister? Why the radiant smile?" Chen Zhi beamed even brighter. "Indeed, it is worth it. It's clear that you share a strong bond as siblings," Lin Xinran remarked. Chen Zhi sighed contentedly and replied, "How many relatives do I have? Naturally, our bond is strong. You are aware of my family situation. There are 3 of us siblings. Although we haven't experienced a complete lack of familial love, we have indeed missed out on much in that regard. The feeling of relying on one another is something you have not experienced and cannot comprehend." His voice grew hoarse as he spoke the last 2 sentences. Lin Xinran paused thoughtfully before saying, "There is a saying, isn't there? When God closes a door, he opens a window." The absence of familial affection in your childhood was undoubtedly an unfortunate circumstance, but has also fostered a deeper sibling bond. Such profound affection is rare among many. You are right. I share your perspective. Viewed from another angle, we siblings have gained a form of enduring happiness. After all, childhood passes swiftly, while youth, middle age, and old age stretch out far longer. You could say that you have endured hardship only to savor the sweetness that follows, Lin Xinran reflected. It is only through hardship that one can truly appreciate the sweetness of life. Look at you all. You have grown up, and life improves day by day. Soon you will be buying a grand villa, which will comfortably house your entire family. How many people in the county can boast such a residence? Chen Zhi's face lit up with satisfaction. Every word you speak strikes a chord. Your flattery is well placed. I shall treat you to lunch today as a token of appreciation. Umph, Lin Xinran muttered softly. Even without the flattery, you ought to treat me to a meal. I stayed up all night for you. Then be quiet and take a nap. I will wake you when we arrive. An hour later, they reached Faley Manor, where Lin Fengwen's BMW 740 was already waiting by the roadside. Chen Zhi made a quick stop at the Bank of Construction, where, as a VIP client, he bypassed the queue and proceeded directly to the counter to transfer 7 million yuan to Lin Fengwen. According to standard procedure in real estate transactions, the buyer typically transfers funds to the intermediary account, and only after the property transfer is complete does the intermediary release the funds to the seller. However, Chen Zhi trusted Lin Fengwen and felt it unnecessary to involve a middleman, opting to transfer the amount directly. With the full payment made and all documentation in order, Lin Fengwen had even arranged for expedited processing at the housing authority through his connections. Thus, they swiftly completed the necessary transfer. The property was officially registered under Chen Daji's name. Once all formalities were settled, they returned to Faley Manor together. Lin Fengwen handed the keys to Chen Zhi and proceeded to give him a brief tour of the house, showcasing the various imported appliances. With numerous commitments awaiting him at the company, Lin Fengwen expressed his regrets as he prepared to leave. Now that the transaction is complete, I should treat you both to a meal, but as you have seen, I have received several urgent calls regarding company matters. Let us leave it at this for today. I promise to treat you both properly another time. He patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder, adding, though our acquaintance arose from this property transaction, I feel a peculiar familiarity with you. We shall dine together soon and have a good chat. Additionally, regarding the investment opportunity we discussed yesterday, I wonder if your relatives have expressed any interest? It would be great if you could facilitate a connection. Chen Zhi replied with a smile. I have nothing to consider. However, my uncle mentioned it, and I believe it could benefit both parties. Yesterday afternoon, I called him, and to my surprise, he showed considerable interest and said he would think it over. Oh, really? Lin Fengwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's fantastic. If he is interested in investing, he should assess our group's situation and the current state of modern agriculture. My 7 million from selling the house 1T last a month. If your relative is genuinely looking to invest, I would prefer not to wait until the last moment. I've decided to hold out for another half month. If the market improves within that time, I will certainly retain the company. However, if conditions remain unchanged, your relative can contact me at any time. I have already outlined the pricing and collaboration details during our conversation yesterday, and we can discuss any further ideas he might have when the time comes. All right? All right. I will relay this information to my relative. After Lin Fengwen departed, the villa was left with only Chen Zhi, his brother, and Lin Xinran. Chen Daji, learning that this was to be their new home, was filled with excitement, darting up and down the stairs, peering into every nook and cranny without a moment's pause. Standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, Lin Xinran stretched her arms wide and let out a long yawn, mimicking an embrace of the sunlight. Chen Zhi, I truly envy you. At such a young age, you reside in such a beautiful home. I would gladly exchange 10 years of my life for the chance to live here. Chen Zhi quickly approached and playfully tapped her forehead 3 times, blowing gently on her face. What nonsense are you spouting? Life is something we wouldn't part with for even a moment, let alone for a house. Please refrain from saying such things in the future. Lin Xinran stuck out her pink tongue and replied, I was merely expressing my admiration for you. I misspoke. I won't say such things again. Chapter 95. You need not respond. This seems to be what they call allowing the officials to set fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting a lamp. Chen Zhi forbade Lin Xinran from uttering such words. Yet how could he not harbor the same thoughts within himself when he truly possessed this villa? Gazing at the exquisite decor and high-end amenities both inside and outside, an immense sense of happiness surged through him like a tidal wave, repeatedly washing over his soul. He sincerely marveled at the joys of possessing worldly splendor, feeling that it was indeed a delightful experience, even if it meant living a few years less. It was far better than toiling in the depths of society. The villa's interior was meticulously designed without sparing any expense, with furniture of the highest quality and the vast majority of appliances imported. However, what pleased Chen Zhi the most about this villa was the expansive yard. It was a standalone villa, with the yard covering a sizable area. He had inquired with Lin Fengwen, learning that the yard extended 25 meters deep. The father and son duo had crafted a stunning landscape within the yard, featuring a fountain, a gazebo, and a small bridge over flowing water. The yard was divided into various functional areas, including a lush green lawn, a vibrant flower garden, and a space for outdoor furniture, perfect for hosting alfresco gatherings. Along the perimeter of the yard, coral trees were planted closely together. Chen Zhi was not well versed in this plant, but Lin Xinran explained that the coral tree, also known as French holly, is an evergreen shrub. It grows rapidly, with dense branching, forming a tight wall of foliage, typically reaching heights of 3 to 6 meters, effectively concealing the fence. Moreover, in summer, it blossoms with small white flowers, offering aesthetic appeal. This shrub's thick, glossy leaves are resistant to pollution and provide excellent sound insulation, creating an exceptionally private and spacious outdoor space, akin to residing in a private estate. It is said that the greatest dream of many in the country is to possess a large yard at their residence. Yet in contemporary society, the vast majority of city dwellers can only reside in concrete structures, where even a modest terrace has become an unattainable luxury. And here he was, possessing such a large and private yard, adorned with such lavish landscaping. This made Chen Zhi, newly in possession of the villa, feel as if he were in a dream. Although Lin Xinran had dealt with countless properties and assisted others in purchasing villas, she had never felt so close to one as she did today. At this moment, she was able to set aside all business-related thoughts and, as an observer, savor every detail of the villa. The substantial investment Lin Fengwen and his son had made in acquiring such high-end imported appliances left Lin Xinran in awe. Unable to contain herself, she remarked to Chen Zhi, "Look at these imported appliances. They must have cost a fortune. And here you are, reaping the benefits. I can't help but feel a twinge of envy." Chen Zhi chuckled. "I can sense your jealousy. It's merely a bit of good fortune. It seems to have bothered you. This is not how old classmates should behave. This is the true nature of old friends. Among all the residents in this community, you are the only one I envy. The others are inconsequential. But you're my old classmate, so naturally, I must feel envy towards you." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi laughed heartily. "You make a valid point. It does align with human nature. So when will you be moving in?" Lin Xinran inquired. "Look at this villa. It has everything. The housekeeper is always here cleaning, keeping it spotless. You wouldn't even need to worry about tidying up. You could just move in with your comforter. Oh, but right, the kitchen lacks ingredients. You need to buy some to stock the fridge." They proceeded to the kitchen, which was fully equipped with pots, pans, and various utensils. The large appliances, such as the refrigerator, oven, steam cooker, and dishwasher, were all imported from the renowned Gaggenau brand and were built in. The kitchen was already spacious, and the built-in design made it appear even more expansive. Just as Lin Xinran had said, it lacked only ingredients and seasonings. Chen Zhi remarked, "You're right. I need to fill the fridge with ingredients before I can move in." It went due to move in without any food. Lin Xinran, while fiddling with the imported appliances, smirked, "You better hurry and move in. Yuan starve." Among the dazzling imported appliances, Lin Xinran was most intrigued by the Italian FEMA semi-automatic coffee machine. Perhaps coffee was the epitome of romantic ambience, and as a woman, Lin Xinran had a particular fondness for it. She knew there were fully automatic, semi-automatic, and drip coffee machines. In terms of operation, fully automatic and drip machines were relatively straightforward, but the semi-automatic machine was a bit more complex. However, seasoned coffee enthusiasts often opted for semi-automatic machines to utilize their skills and experiences to craft coffee tailored to their unique tastes. She pointed at the coffee machine and said, "I want to give this a try. Forget about the ingredients for now. Can you buy some coffee beans for me, so I can indulge in a taste of the high life?" "Absolutely," Chen Zhi replied. "You've given me such a great deal. Fulfilling this small request is simple. However, to satisfy your wish, we must first fill our stomachs. As one cannot grind coffee on an empty stomach. It's already past noon. Let us have lunch first. Afterward, we can conveniently buy the coffee supplies. And you can experience your little pleasure." Lin Xinran immediately chimed in, "I want pig trotter noodles." "Sure, no problem. I'll make sure to include both pig trotters and hocks." Lin Xinran chuckled. "What about your brother? Does he enjoy pig trotter noodles?" "He does, we all do." Thus, the three of them happily set off to enjoy pig trotter noodles. According to their agreement, after lunch, Chen Zhi was to accompany Lin Xinran to purchase the coffee-making supplies to indulge her. However, after savoring the pig trotter noodles, Lin Xinran's enthusiasm for the coffee machine had diminished considerably, and she regained her rationality. "How about we hold off on buying the coffee supplies for now?" she suggested. "We could take care of that after work. For now, let us take advantage of the afternoon to visit your house so I can get a feel for it, and then we can invite our supervisor to come see it. If everything goes smoothly, perhaps we can finalize the transaction this afternoon, and the money will be in your account. If we can sell your house today, we'll be free of worries and can comfortably enjoy your new home, making coffee, sipping it, and watching the sunset. How delightful that would be, with such a packed schedule. I can't quite discern whether you're a workaholic or someone who relishes life," Chen Zhi replied, somewhat evasively. His mind raced as he contemplated how to prevent Lin Xinran from visiting the house that afternoon. Since yesterday, he had the chance to return home to check on the locks on the security door, which remained unaddressed. He truly did not wish for his old classmate to witness the disarray caused by his ex-wife. "Forget about what type I am. Have you eaten enough? Once you're satisfied, let us hurry and go see the house." The moment Lin Xinran entered work mode, she became decisively efficient. "How about we postpone the house visit for this afternoon? I have a few other matters to attend to." This made Lin Xinran alert. When it comes to selling the house, Chen Zhi appears evasive and hesitant. Lin Xinran senses that he must have some unspoken troubles or situations he does not wish for her to see. With this thought in mind, she tells Chen Zhi, "Since you have matters to attend to this afternoon, let us postpone the house viewing. Call me when you're available. Please take me back now. I need to return to work." Chen Zhi realizes that Lin Xinran has seen through him, which makes him feel somewhat petty. It is merely an issue with his ex-wife, who has locked him out. Although it is indeed a bit embarrassing, it is hardly a grave matter. Why should he be so sensitive? His desire to avoid anything associated with Lu Hong, be it car or house, has led him to wish to resolve matters swiftly and cleanly. He decides to shake off the sentimentality. With that, he rises and says, "All right, let us go see the house." As they walk outside, Lin Xinran curiously asks, "Why does a grown man's mood shift like autumn clouds, changing so unpredictably?" "You'll understand when we get there," Chen Zhi replies. "Initially, I was afraid you would mock me, but then I thought, let the mockery come. After all, you're a close classmate, not a stranger. Just try not to spread the word about what you see." This piques Lin Xinran's curiosity about what might be so embarrassing at his home. Upon arriving at the community, they park in the underground garage and ascend the stairs together. At this hour, Chen Daji usually takes a nap, and he is so tired now that he struggles to keep his eyes open, needing Chen Zhi's support to climb the stairs. On the third floor, at the corner of the staircase, Chen Zhi spots someone sitting at the steps outside his door. It is none other than Xiao Yi, the former supervisor of their intelligent manufacturing team. Having not seen him for months, Chen Zhi notes that Xiao Yi has visibly lost weight. Sitting on the steps, he appears lost in thought, staring blankly at the window across the stairwell. Their approach does not seem to rouse him. "Xiao Gong," Chen Zhi exclaims in surprise. He cannot comprehend why Xiao Yi is sitting at his doorstep. This call seems to startle Xiao Yi, who awakens from his reverie and looks at the three of them. Chen Zhi, you're finally back. I was about to lose my mind. He stands, his astonished gaze sweeping over the two brothers. I had heard you mention that you were twins, but I never realized you looked so alike. If you hadn't spoken, I wouldn't be able to tell you apart. Chen Zhi chuckles. There are two of us, after all. Oh, let's not joke around. I urgently need to speak with you. I tried calling you all night yesterday, but you didn't answer. Hearing this, Chen Zhi gasps. So those numerous calls were from you. I thought they were scam calls since they came from a virtual number, so I didn't pick up. What do you need me for? Why not use your own number? My own number is inconvenient. Otherwise, I would have called you directly. It feels like my number is being maliciously monitored, so I had to use a number that looks virtual to reach you. But no matter how I called, you didn't answer. I eventually had to inquire to find you at your home. I didn't expect your home security to be so tight. At this, Lin Xinran shifts her attention from Xiao Yi to the entrance of Chen Zhi's home, astonished to discover dozens of locks densely installed along the gap of the security door. Now she comprehends why Chen Zhi was hesitant to let her see his home. The row of locks certainly hold a story. Moreover, with so many locks, it would be nearly impossible to open the door quickly and view the house. Xiao Yi is pacing in circles, clearly eager to discuss something important with Chen Zhi. Yet there is no discreet corner in the stairwell for private conversation. He looks like a restless puppy, seeking a place to relieve itself but finding none. Chen Zhi can't help but reflect on how the once magnificent phoenix has fallen to the level of a mere chicken. Not long ago, Xiao Yi was the supervisor of the intelligent manufacturing team at Liguang Automobile Group, wielding core technologies with an annual salary nearing $1 million. After transferring to Jiping Automobile, his salary surged by over 40%, and he was in the prime of his career. But now, looking at him, thin and worn at just under 40, with noticeable gray hair, he appears to have aged years in a short time. Chen Zhi halts his pacing. Xiaogong, if you have something to say, please share it here. You seem quite anxious. He gestures toward his brother and Lin Xinran, assuring him they are trustworthy. After assessing the two, Xiao Yi decides to speak candidly. How did you find out that I was secretly working at the processing plant? Chen Zhi is taken aback. You've been secretly working at the processing plant? The court has sealed it up. How did you get in? Xiao Yi fixes his gaze on Chen Zhi, trying to discern his thoughts. From your tone, it seems you had no idea I was secretly working. I truly did not know. How could I? Moreover, our processing plant has been seized by the bank. If you were sneaking into work, that would be illegal. Could it not be deemed as illegally disposing of seized property? You are quite bold. I'm left with no choice. After he jumped ship, we thoroughly offended Boss Zhai. He has plenty of resources and has made it clear he intends to ruin us. He has blocked all our avenues. Not only has he blacklisted us from the industry, but even the court, which under normal circumstances would approve our application to resume work, has denied mine without reason. Clearly, Boss Zhai wants to see me destroyed. I was driven to desperation, so I took the risk to sneak into the workshop to earn whatever I could, even if it involves legal risks. It's better than doing nothing and waiting for death here. Chen Zhi nods silently, observing Xiao Yi, who once held a prestigious position, now reduced to risking criminal charges to work secretly. He feels a swell of emotion. His first job was also at Liguang Automobile. He was once ambitious and full of dreams. He never imagined that in just over 3 years, he would find himself in a state of financial ruin. Had it not been for a fortunate lottery win, his circumstances might not be much better than Xiao Yi's. This is the consequence of offending the wealthy. They wield their power to alter destinies, leaving others in ruin. Realizing that Chen Zhi genuinely did not know about his clandestine work, Xiao Yi is even more perplexed. I thought you were aware of my secret work and were upset that I hadn't invited you, which is why you sent your wife to spy on the processing plant. If you're unaware, how does your wife know? What? Chen Zhi exclaims in shock. You mean Lu Hong sent someone to spy on the processing plant? Yes, that's exactly it. It has left me quite anxious. I tried calling you all night yesterday without success, which is why I found my way to your home. Oh no, Chen Zhi exclaims, pounding his fist against the wall. I don't know how she discovered your secret work, but if she has found out, this matter cannot be hidden any longer. She will certainly report it. Don't just stand there. Hurry back and halt all operations. Restore everything to its original state. It will be too late if you delay.